Chapter 281. Chang Jijia's compensation was paid. Seeing that she could not escape, Lu Xiaoli pulled her son and walked forward hesitantly to plead for mercy. Well, Chang Yi, my family really doesn't have so many interstellar coins. You see, your sofa and other things can still be used after cleaning up. I will pay for the cleaning. Do you think it can be settled like this? Chang Yi raised his eyelids and looked at her with a smile, and replied with 2 words, No. No. Her explanation was unreasonable. Lu Xiaoli turned to Chang's mother and acted pitiful. Sister Huanan, you also know the situation of my family. I really can't take out so much at once. Chang's mother took a step back, avoiding her outstretched hand, and said lightly, I didn't force you to come to my house to fight or smash things. Failed to act pitiful, Lu Xiaoli sat down with her buttocks, and put on a posture to act like a rogue. I can't pay, you can kill me or cut me up. Chang Jiajiu and the others hadn't left yet. Seeing that Lu Xiaoli was about to default on the debt, she remembered what happened today, otherwise she wouldn't have made such a fuss, and reminded her lightly, her husband is a member of the second team. Then I go to the military department to ask for it. You can pay in installments, just sign your name on it. The IOU was already prepared for her, waiting for her to sign. Lu Xiaoli glared at Chang Jiajiu fiercely, patted her buttocks and stood up. When signing, the heavy amount could pierce the screen. After signing the IOU, she took her son and left. As soon as she left, Chang Jiajiu also left with Wu Jing. Chang's mother called the smart housekeeper to clean up the living room, and the sofa was directly called for the recycling truck to take it away, which was disgusting. Chang Yi saw the deposit notification on her account and asked, Why are you transferring money to me? I have money. The child has grown up, married and has his own family. If everything is still given to the parents, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, the other half will always be unhappy. Yours is yours. The family doesn't have to pay for things, and I won't give you their compensation. Chang Yi thought about it and said nothing, just give it. Now, the family doesn't need this, she can take it if she wants. She lowered her head and checked out the new furniture she had just chosen. The new furniture has not arrived yet, and the living room now looks empty. Chang Yi remembered the fruits and vegetables she received in the space, and quickly took them out. I picked them when I came, you can put them in the kitchen. The child grew them at home, and Chang's mother didn't bother to be polite with her. She took them and put them in the storage box. When she took them out, she found that there were a lot of things, and muttered, Why did you pick so many? The planting fields at home will soon be edible. Are they soon at home? After eating too many nuts, she felt a little dry in the mouth. Chang Yi followed her into the kitchen, took a cucumber, rinsed it in water twice, and ate it raw. Yes. Your nutrient solution is even better than the ash from the medicine furnace. Thinking of the situation in the planting field, Chang's mother couldn't stop smiling. Vegetables in the cold season are precious. In previous years, it was good enough if half of the vegetables planted could grow. As for the germination rate, it was the result of her careful care. Even fewer could grow up. This year, not only was the germination rate 100%, but the growth was also good. It has been planted for a short time, and it has begun to bear fruit. Her Chang Yi is still talented in planting. It's good that it's useful. I leave you some tomorrow. This batch of nutrient solution will be sent to Emperor Star soon, and the next batch will be in a while. Is the nutrient solution still not enough? The planting field at home needs it, and the Emperor Star also needs it. The nutrient solution on the Star Network is now ridiculously expensive. I want to buy it in large quantities, but it's a bit difficult to do it. I wonder if I can exchange it from the military. The two were discussing nutrition when the doorbell rang outside. Chang Yi finished biting the cucumber in her hand and said as she walked, The furniture I bought should have arrived. I go open the door. When the door opened, there was indeed a delivery robot outside. She instructed the robot to place the items according to her requirements, then wrote a receipt and sent them out. The new furniture was much more valuable than the previous one. It felt different when touched. Chang Yi jumped twice on the sofa. Chang's mother cleaned up the kitchen and came out with a bag. Okay, stop playing, try the nuts I fried. Do you like the taste? Chang Yi reached out and grabbed a handful from the bag. Yeah. It tastes good, I fry it myself tomorrow. Chang's mother paused while packing, looked back at her, and said, Take this bag back, and fry it after you finish eating. Chang Yi put the nuts in her hand on the coffee table, stood up with a cold face, and said, I'm going back. Her voice scared Chang's mother, and she hurriedly explained, I didn't give you all, I kept some. Chang Yi didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, which made her panic. I really kept some. If you don't believe me, I show it to you. Mom. Who do you think will treat me well unconditionally after you are gone? Chang Yi's voice was not loud, but every word struck Chang's mother's heart. She paused there for a long time, sighed, and with red eyes, she turned around and tapped Chang Yi's forehead with her finger, scolding with a smile. You stubborn ass, I won't give you anything, I won't give you anything. If you want to eat, go back and fry it yourself. Chang Yi saw that she had figured it out, so she pulled her arm and acted coquettishly, leaned her head on her shoulder, and whispered, Mom. That's right, you have to eat and drink well so that you can accompany me for a long time, so that I can always have someone to love and spoil me, and if Shan Mufeng bullies me, there will be someone to support me. Don't be reluctant to eat. Good things belong to you only when you eat them. Otherwise, no matter how good they are useless. I'm not thinking that you are young and want to. I know, so I always pick good food. You should do the same. If you don't eat good things and push them away, you are a fool. Hearing Chang Yi's words, Chang's mother remembered that she had never suffered any loss in eating since she was a child. Her eyes seemed to be born to know what was good. In the old house, she was noisy but noisy when it came to eating. Do you remember when you were a child at your uncle's house? You had just finished a quarrel with someone and refused to leave the table and go home until you finished the meal? Remember, our family also contributed to that table. Why don't you eat? Chang Yi and his wife were talking about the interesting things in their childhood when Chang's father and his family came back, carrying large and small bags in their hands. What are you talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Chang's father seemed to be in a good mood today. He joked with them as soon as he entered the door. Nothing to say, just chatting. Why did you come back together today? And bring so many things? Mother Chang stood up, led them to sit on the sofa, and went to the kitchen to bring a pot of tea. The military is fine, so we came back. Father Chang put the things down, poured a glass of water for Shan Mufeng and the others, and then sat down with the teacup and drank it. Seeing that Mother Chang and the others' eyes were wandering around the ground, he explained, These are all the apologies said by those people. Chapter 282. Apology? Chang Yi looked at the things on the ground in confusion. Chang Song raised his eyebrows and said with a sly smile, I sent a video to each family. Oh, I see. Did you give it to each family? Yes. Mu Qin gave the most. He gave you all of Chang Jijia's share this time. Shan Mufeng still understood her heart best. Every family gave apology, and the matter was completely over. The military apologized for the trouble caused to her by the news leak, and sent her a box of refining materials. After entering the cold season, Chang Yi has not done any serious refining. After the college stabilized at the new address, classes resumed. According to the latest news, this cold season has changed the properties of many substances. The previous refining methods need to be adjusted. Now the college is working hard on experiments. The weather is really good today. Chang Yi looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, closed her eyes, and basked in the sun for a while, and moved her body to prepare for work. She put her workspace on the terrace, just in time to see how the flat-mouthed beasts were hatching. The flowers on the terrace were delivered last week, and they're in full bloom now. It was also because she didn't think about it these few days, so she came here to walk around, without watering or fertilizing, and let them grow freely. Her incubator is placed here, right? Why is it gone? Chang Yi looked at the empty space on the side, wondering where her incubator was that big. Mu Feng. Have you moved the incubator on the terrace? You put the incubator on the terrace? I didn't move it. You said you didn't want to raise flat-mouthed beasts, and I thought you didn't plan to hatch them. I haven't seen an incubator. Shan Mufeng said he had never seen it, and she was even more confused. Did she remember it wrong? The incubator was not moved in that day. Chang Yi was full of questions, and went downstairs to the warehouse to search, but there was nothing. There was nothing in the warehouse either. It was strange. Did her incubator grow legs? She searched the house inside and out, but still couldn't find it. Unknowingly, she walked to the breeding area where the flat-mouthed beasts were kept. Kong Kong! What are you feeding? She saw at a glance that Kong Kong was holding something in his hand to feed the flat-mouthed beasts. She heard the sound that it was pulling the dry grass next to it, as if it was covering something. Kong Kong! You can't feed them anything randomly, or they will die. She set up automatic feeding for the flat-mouthed beasts. Every day, a robot would deliver the feed to them at a fixed time and place. Looking at the cob core on the ground, Chang Yi seemed to understand her mother's feelings when she saw her wasting things. That was a cob that was going to be sold as a reed. It was actually used to feed the flat-mouthed beast. The landlord couldn't afford the cost, and what was that small piece on the ground? Why did it look so much like a cantaloupe stem? Kong Kong felt that the atmosphere was not right and tiptoed to run away. When it moved, the things behind it could no longer be hidden. Chang'e looked at the incubator that had fallen apart, and her heart ached. What should I do with the prodigal child? Note, the force value is super high, and you can't beat that kind. Kong Kong, stop, tell me why this thing is here? And why is it falling apart? She shouted the last sentence. Eggs. Hatch. Kong Kong made the most concise reply with his limited vocabulary. Huh? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If things are broken, they are broken. The body is your own. It's not worth it, not worth it. Woo woo, her deluxe incubator, looking at the pile of rubbish. It was really hard for her to calm down. Chang'e looked away. Only in this way could she not feel so heartbroken. What about the eggs? Where did you take them? Kong Kong knew this question, pointing to the nest of the flat-mouthed beasts, and replied. Big Mouth said they hatched them by themselves. Chang'e couldn't tell what Big Mouth it was talking about, but it seemed that it meant the flat-mouthed beasts. They liked the nest that Shan Mufeng built for them very much. In the past few days, a thick stack of hay had been patted in the nest. Chang'e walked forward and took a closer look. The group of flat-mouthed beasts still remembered her breath. When she approached, the flat-mouthed beasts quacked and fled around to avoid her. There was still a flat-mouthed beast left in the nest. It felt Chang'e approaching and trembled with fear, but its maternal nature made it dare not leave. It could only curl up, hide its little head inside, close its eyes, and hope that this demon would leave quickly. Chang'e carefully avoided the dead branches and leaves on the ground, leaned over and looked into the nest. The flat-mouthed beast in the nest moved quietly inwards, because of her approach, revealing the eggs hatching below. So that's it. Seeing the flat-mouthed beast hatching eggs, Chang'e did not approach again. The beasts hatching eggs are very fierce, and she didn't want to suffer. She stood up and turned to ask Kong Kong, who was standing aside. Eggs, are they all here? Yes. Eggs, hatched by Big Mouth. Kong Kong looked at the flat-mouthed beast in the nest, and nodded obediently. Big Mouth? Chang'e moved her eyes to the flat-mouthed beast pretending to be dead in the nest, and said lightly, The flat-mouthed beast is raised to eat. Don't give it a random name. After giving it a name, it always feels like it has become a part of the family, and you will be reluctant to eat it, just like Zhu Er, who was forcibly protected by Mr. Bai. The Kuwait pigs brought back in the same batch have all been eaten one after another, and only it is still running around all day, living a carefree life. Big Mouth felt a strong killing intent, raised his head, quietly opened his eyes, and looked out, met Chang'e's cold eyes, closed his eyes with a swoosh, and laid down to continue pretending to be dead. Chang'e looked at it pretending to be dead, with a smile on his face. This flat-mouthed beast seemed to have a higher IQ than others. Looking at its soft neck, people who didn't know would really think it was dead. Is it dead? If it's dead, stew it today. It's been stored for a long time, no. Fresh. As soon as she finished speaking, Big Mouth's head, which had just fallen down, stood up with a bang, raised its head, and made a loud squeak, trying to prove to the people outside that it was still alive and healthy, and not to stew it. Chang'e's smile deepened, and she sighed with regret. Oh, not dead yet? What a pity, let's stew it later. Big Mouth didn't understand the evil taste of humans. It was just glad that it had saved its life temporarily. It opened its big eyes, looked at her brightly, quacked at her in a flattering way, and moved its body a little to show her the eggs under its body. Life is not easy, sell eggs to save life? What should I do? I don't like eggs. I still like meat is more delicious. As she spoke, Big Mouth's body froze obviously, blinked its big eyes, squeezed out 2 tears, turned its eyes to Kong Kong, and called it hesitantly. This call was really tearful and sad. If Chang'e hadn't seen its side glance at her, she would have been fooled by it. This Big Mouth's acting skills are better than those of big stars. Big Mouth, hatch the eggs, don't eat. Kong Kong received its request for help, and pleaded for it to Chang'e. Chapter 283. Knowing that the eggs were not wasted, Chang'e was not as anxious as before. He looked around inside, and it was obvious that the residues on the ground were pulled up by Kong Kong from the planting field to feed the beast. This flat-mouthed beast seemed to dislike spicy food. It had eaten almost everything else on the ground, and only the chili peppers were left intact. Considering that the Big Mouth was still useful, Chang'e stopped teasing it and said, Hatch the eggs well, and I won't eat you if you hatch well. Turning to Kong Kong standing aside, he warned, Don't go to the planting field to pick things to feed the flat-mouthed beast. It's not cost-effective, understand? Vegetables are more expensive than meat in the cold season, and it is a loss-making business to feed the flat-mouthed beast with vegetables. Kong Kong pouted and didn't want to agree. The big mouth said that eating more vegetables can lay more eggs, and eating only feed will not lay eggs. Seeing that it didn't respond, Chang'e emphasized her tone and asked again, "Do you remember?" Under her gaze, Kong Kong nodded reluctantly. "Oh." After explaining Kong Kong, Chang'e left the breeding area and turned to the planting field to check. She didn't know how much Kong Kong had eaten in the past few days. With only a few days left, the cucumbers in the field have become much older. If they are not picked, they will all be full of seeds. She doesn't like to eat seeds, so she simply picked all that can be picked and pickled them into pickles to eat slowly. The cantaloupes can also be picked. The whiskers on the melon stems have dried up. After picking 4 or 5 melons, she couldn't hold them in her hands. Chang'e realized that she didn't bring a basket with her, and she had no tools to carry them back. After entering the cold season, the little guys Niu Chindian were not very energetic, lazy and unwilling to move, and there was no one to send them at this time. This place is close to the breeding area. Chang'e stood up and shouted over there, "Kong Kong! Kong Kong! Come here!" Kong Kong heard her voice, and turned to look over. Chang'e stood there and gestured for it to come over, holding a cantaloupe in her hand. Kong Kong was just nagging at Dazue that he could not feed them with delicious vegetables in the future, and they would have to eat feed. When he saw the cantaloupe in Chang'e's hand, his eyes lit up instantly. He stepped forward with his long legs and ran over. As soon as he came, he asked, "Give it to me." Chang'e only wanted to make it work, but didn't think about paying it. "I give you one. Go to the warehouse to get a few empty boxes for me first." Afraid that it didn't understand, Chang'e specially called up the video of the warehouse, found the location of the boxes, and pointed it out to it. Kong Kong nodded to show that he understood, and didn't move his body, staring at the cantaloupe in her hand. Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she put the cantaloupe in her hand into its hand and said, "Can you get it for me now? This guy is really something. He picked so many to feed the flat-mouthed beast, but he didn't eat any himself? So greedy." Kong Kong didn't care what she thought. After getting his reward, he turned around and ran away happily. It was great. The big mouth had food for tomorrow. The empty boxes in the warehouse were piled together. Chang'e didn't say how many he wanted. Kong Kong picked up a pile with his arms and walked back. Chang'e saw that it took so many, so he simply picked all that could be picked in the planting field, filled more than 20 boxes, about 200 kilograms, and basically all the mature fruits and vegetables were picked, and the rest were small, ungrown ones. The class teacher gave a lot of seeds and flowers. Chang'e saw that some of them were in full bloom and were about to pass the flowering period, so she picked some good ones, cut them off, and took them back to put in the vase. The seeds given by Mr. Bai should be perennial plants. Most of them are still saplings now. One of them has bloomed. The colors of the flowers vary. Each petal of the same flower is different. There are also a few in the middle that seem to be sprinkled with gold powder and sparkle. Chang'e took a photo of it because it looked good. She uploaded it to Xinguang, but couldn't identify what it was. She became more curious, and cut a few flowers, and took them back with her. At the cost of a box of melon vines, she asked Kong Kong to help send all the boxes back to the warehouse. There was no jar for making pickles at home. She picked a few with good reputations on Xinguang and placed an order. While waiting for the delivery, she took out the cucumbers, washed them, and put them to dry. Pickles cannot be soaked in water, or they will rot. She likes sour and sweet tastes, so she poured a lot of sugar into the sauce. The sauce must be cool before it can be used. After the cucumber water is drained, put it in a basin with a layer of cucumbers and a layer of salt to pickle. After a few hours, the excess water will seep out, and the cucumbers will become soft and easier to store and pickle. The pickle jars had not arrived yet, and Chang'e took the flowers and plants she had just picked into the refining room. At the beginning of the winter season, everyone in the class had reduced their refining energy to varying degrees. Several people who were originally talented had recently blown up their furnaces every day, and it was heard that the medicine furnace ash from someone was poisonous. If you use it to plant, the plants in the entire planting field will be destroyed. Even the planting soil where this medicine furnace ash has been sprinkled is poisonous, and cannot be used anymore. That person suffered heavy losses. The refining success rate is low, and the medicine furnace ash cannot be used. For a while, the enthusiasm for refining in the class dropped sharply, and everyone started to study and extract these skills for planting. Chang'e also tried to extract the energy stone before the winter season is now more difficult to extract. It always feels that the energy inside is not as smooth as before, as if the energy is sick and can't move. It used to take minutes, but now it takes half an hour to extract a low-level energy stone. She had not yet succeeded in extracting the new energy stone. She had tried a piece of the box of energy stones sent by the military, but it failed. The energy liquid inside seemed to be frozen and could not be extracted at all. Since the extraction failed, she was going to try refining. The school gave her some recipes, but she had never succeeded anyway. Now that the recipes were useless, she did not have to follow them. She had not refined for a long time, so she tried the first furnace. She did not put any serious materials in, but threw all the flowers and plants she had just cut into it, and also put in the energy stone that she had broken by extracting it. Finally, she pinched some dough and put it in, barely filling up the furnace. At this time, the jar of pickles she ordered arrived. She had to pickle the pickles and had no time to watch this, so she simply refined it with a low fire and ignored it, whether it succeeded or not. Pour the cucumber water out and shake off the salt particles on it to avoid being too salty after pickling. The softened cucumbers don't take up space. 3 boxes of cucumbers, in the end, only 2 jars of pickles. Before sealing, Changyi took a gourd of fruit wine and poured it in. Once the pink wine was mixed in, the color of the cucumber inside became pink and tender. I wonder what color it will be when it is opened. After finishing the pickles, she washed her hands, cut a plate of cantaloupe for herself, and walked to the refining room while eating. I haven't heard the sound of the furnace exploding for so long. I wonder if this furnace can be successfully refined. As she was thinking in her heart, she was stunned when she opened the door of the refining room, muttering to herself, "It seems that she didn't put anything strange today. What's the situation with the refining furnace?" Chapter 284. Have you ever seen a refining furnace that can change shape? The refining furnace can adjust the size, but there is no one that changes constantly during refining. The refining furnace in the room seemed to be poisoned, changing size at will, and there were 2 popping sounds from time to time in the furnace. Changyi stood at the door, wanting to go in but not daring to go in. What if she went in and it exploded? While hesitating, she recorded a video and sent it to the class teacher to see if she had encountered this situation before, whether she should turn off the fire and extinguish the furnace or continue refining. When she was shooting the video, the refining furnace had a new trick, turning into a gourd shape and twisting. With that enchanting dance, she felt that her refining furnace was going to become a spirit, or a fox spirit with a perfect figure. The flames below also twitched, sometimes high, sometimes low, and sometimes the flames were divided into small streams and spread upwards along the refining furnace. Ah, there was a groundhog calling in Changyi's heart. She felt that she must have been too tired recently, and her mental state was not good. She felt a sweet love between her refining furnace and the flame. What a weird CP. Ding! The communicator rang. She subconsciously picked it up and took a look. It was the reply from her class teacher. "I haven't seen it. There is a risk of explosion. It is recommended to close the door and wait." Close the door. After twisting for a while, the refining furnace seemed to have exhausted its strength and returned to calm. The flame below also retracted to its original position. I don't know if it was an illusion. Changyi felt that she should adjust the firepower now. The refining furnace just now seemed to want to continue twisting, but the flame below was not enough, so it had to give up. Anyway, it was already so crazy, she didn't mind going a little crazy. Following the feeling in her heart, she picked up a piece of cantaloupe and put it in her mouth, walked into the room, and turned the fire below to the maximum. As soon as she loosened her hand, the flame below, with a swoosh, pulled up and wrapped the entire refining furnace. Changyi hurried to the door, stood outside the door, watching the changes inside, with one hand on the door handle, ready to close the door at any time, chewing the cantaloupe in her mouth one piece after another quickly. Sure enough, her feeling just now was not wrong. The refining furnace began to twist again, and this time there was a color change: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, whatever cool it was. Even the flame below was affected by it, showing different colors. The performance was so wonderful that the audience was also infected. Changyi silently searched for a cheerful dance music and pressed play. With the cooperation of the music, the refining furnace twisted more vigorously. Changyi found a chair and sat down, holding a plate in her hand, eating while enjoying, and shouting twice to cheer when she saw the excitement. A few hours passed like this, until Shan Mufeng came back. She had completely integrated into the scene. Enchanting beauties, passionate pursuers, cool lighting changes, and exciting music. Just a little bit of alcohol is the most exciting bar scene. Oh! No, there is alcohol. The audience sitting at the door has drunk red cheeks and blurred eyes. Shan Mufeng heard the noisy sound from the refining room when he returned home. He walked closer and saw Changyi sitting there, holding a wine gourd in her hand, drinking it sip by sip, and standing up from time to time to raise a quilt and cheer inside, as if someone opposite her was drinking with her, but there was only a refining furnace that had been turned off. Sean Moofing snatched the wine gourd from her hand, hugged her with one hand to prevent her from moving, and called softly, "Ee! Ee! You drank too much, I take you back to your room to rest." Chong-yi, who was drunk and confused, kept twisting her body, trying to get rid of his restraints. She put her hands on his chest and pushed him away, shouting in dissatisfaction, "No! I'm not drunk. I still want to watch the dance. Go and dance. Why don't you dance? Keep dancing." Sean Moofing suspected that the things she refined today were poisonous, which made her hallucinate. He carefully picked her up and coaxed her in a low voice. "Okay. Let's go back and dance. Let's go back to the room and dance, okay? Go back and dance?" Chong-yi murmured and repeated, remembering something. She suddenly shook her head vigorously and said, "No, you can't go back to the room to dance because it's so hot. What if you explode? Just dance here." She fluttered in Sean Moofing's arms again and refused to go back to the room. "Hey! Don't move around, be careful not to fall." She struggled too hard, and Sean Moofing didn't dare to really use force, so he could only coax her back to the room. Don't try to reason with drunk people. Only they know what happened to them that night. The next day, when Chong-yi woke up, Sean Moofing had already gone to the military headquarters. He had left a message on the bedside table, asking her to wait for him to come back before opening the refining furnace, and not to open it alone. Sean Moofing still suspected that Chong-yi was poisoned yesterday, although he later checked her with a therapeutic device and found no poison. Chong-yi rubbed her temples. Yesterday, she remembered that she seemed to be drunk, and then Sean Moofing took her back to the room. During that time, she seemed to ask Sean Moofing to dance for her, and he seemed to dance? Chong-yi shook her heavy head and tried to recall. Was her memory confused? Did that scene really happen? As she thought about it, she sat on the bed and laughed out loud. The louder she laughed, the more she laughed. Later, she couldn't help it. She took out her laptop and sent a message to Sean Moofing to verify whether what happened last night was true. Sean Moofing saw her message and replied, "You don't have to get drunk to see it." After receiving his reply, Chong-yi rolled around on the bed with her laptop in her arms. Thinking of the second half of the drunken scene, her face was so red that she almost smoked. Inexplicably, she was so competitive that she replied shyly, "See. No. Not enough." The couple went back and forth, secretly sending their own secret words. After chatting with Sean Moofing, Chong-yi was completely sober. She saw that it was getting late, so she poured out the soup that Sean Moofing had left and drank it. Cordyceps, no matter how you make it, will still have a taste. She didn't want to drink it after drinking a bowl. The refining furnace was not allowed to open, and she had nothing to do. Thinking of the scene of the refining furnace dancing yesterday, she pulled out the snack box and found a movie to watch. When Sean Moofing returned home, she had almost finished watching the movie. There was no time to cook at noon, so he directly got a portion from the military cafeteria and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Chong-yi looked back at him obediently and said, "I had soup." Seeing her face with a look of "I'm the best," Sean Moofing knew that she must not have eaten well. He went to the kitchen and saw that, as expected, except for the soup, which was a little less, the rest was still well placed in the incubator. He took out the food one by one. The food from the previous meal was not fresh, so he ate it himself, and Chong-yi ate the fresh portion from lunch. He set the plate and asked Chong-yi to come over to wash her hands and eat. They did not have the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping. Instead, they sometimes liked to chat while eating and share the little interesting things they encountered. Chapter 285. After lunch, Sean Moofing accompanied Chong-yi into the refining room to open the furnace. After Chong-yi entered, she surrounded the refining furnace, knocking and banging, touching and knocking here and there. The refining furnace was still the same refining furnace, without any abnormality. Sean Moofing asked her to retreat to the door, turned on the ventilation system in the room, put on a protective suit, and then carefully opened the furnace cover. Chong-yi saw him lying there for a long time without moving, and couldn't help asking curiously, "What's in it?" "It looks like candy." "Are you refining food this time?" After making sure that the things inside were not toxins, Sean Moofing took off the mask on his face, and picked up a piece in his hand. Chong-yi saw what he had in his hand, ran over, looked up at the brightly colored thing in his hand, and said, "Take it down and show it to me." Take the candy from Sean Moofing, the little thing is quite exquisite, wrapped in a layer of transparent wrapping paper. Open it, pinch it, and it is a little deformed, but not particularly soft, Put it under your nose and sniff it, there is a sweet fragrance. The more Changyi looked at it, the more she felt that it looked like the bubble gum from a long time ago. It shouldn't be poisonous, right? She wanted to eat it. Shan Mufeng pulled her hand that was about to be stuffed into her mouth in time, took the candy out of her hand, and said, I take it to be tested later, don't mess around. Changyi looked at the candy he took away eagerly, muttering, Oh. It's okay, I didn't put any poison when I refined it. Shan Mufeng would not listen to her in such matters. He cleaned the refining furnace carefully to make sure there was nothing missing. Seeing that she was still pouting like a greedy cat, he smiled and said, I send it for testing first, and return it to you if there is no problem. Okay. Then remember to return it to me soon. Bubble gum. It's been a long time since I last had it. When she was a child, she was not good at talking and never blew big bubbles. Every time she blew, she would spit them all out on the ground. When she grew up, she was often hospitalized and in poor health, so these snacks were no longer with her. Shan Mufeng took her bubble gum and hurried out to the military department to find someone to test it. Changyi walked around the house alone, thinking about the bubble gum that was taken away, and she couldn't do anything. Finally, she took out the box of cantaloupe and prepared to cut it to make some candied fruit. Not long after she started, the doorbell rang outside. She took the video and saw that it was Chang Xiaowei. Put down the half-cut cantaloupe, wiped her hands, went outside to open the door, and let him in. Why are you here today? The child outside the door was not in a good state. His eyes were red, and he had just cried. There were also small red marks on his neck, which looked like scratches from nails. Chang Xiaowei followed her into the house with his head down, silent, his hands almost twisting the hem of his clothes into a dough. Sit down for a while, you're just here. I just cut a cantaloupe. I get it for you to try. Chang Xiaowei was still immersed in his own consciousness, nodded woodenly, and sat down on the sofa. Seeing him like this, Changyi didn't say anything and went to the kitchen to get a fruit plate. When Changyi came out of the kitchen, Chang Xiaowei still kept the same posture as before. She gently placed the fruit plate on the coffee table, sat down opposite him, and asked softly, Tell me. What's wrong? Did someone beat you? I don't know what triggered her words. Chang Xiaowei's tears fell down. Changyi didn't know how to comfort people. She could only stuff the tissue box into his hands, and dryly advised, Tell me what's wrong. We find a way for you together. Stop crying. The planet will not be destroyed yet. Chang Xiaowei cried for a long time, and after venting, he calmed down and slowly said, Today, someone came from my father's side. Oh! She didn't know much about Chang Xiaowei's family. She only knew that his father seemed to be injured, and the family had been a little tight recently. As for his father's relatives, she didn't know any of them. They want to take my dad back. Take him back? If she remembered correctly, Chang Xiaowei's father's side was an ordinary person, and his father actually had no blood relationship with that side. His father was brought over when his grandmother remarried, and his grandmother was not his father's biological mother, but an adoptive mother. Your father is not in good health now. If he is not taken good care of in the future, his combat power cannot be restored, and his lifespan will be affected. No one came to Chang Xiaowei's father's side when he was injured in the early stage. Now, coming to pick him up at this time, no matter how you look at it, there is something fishy. Wounded relief funds. Speaking of this, Chang Xiaowei's eyes were red. Okay. Now I understand. No matter which team a superpower warrior serves, after being injured and during the recovery period, there will be a wounded relief fund to guarantee his basic life. This money is not enough to buy good things and keep healthy, but it is enough for daily ordinary expenses. According to the situation of Chang Xiaowei's father, it is impossible to take him back and find good things for him. It is obvious to treat him badly with his relief money. If your parents don't agree, they can't do anything. My mother is moved. Chang Xiaowei is most afraid of this about his mother. His father has been very depressed since he was injured. After entering the cold season, the quality of life at home has been declining again and again, and he has to go out in the snow to find supplies. Seeing him like this, his father said more than once that he wanted to divorce his mother and not drag them down. His mother was still very determined to say that she would not divorce and would always accompany his father, but recently, the Chang family introduced a lot of people to his mother, some of whom were capable and good-looking, and he was worried that his mother would waver. Recently, people from his father's side came one after another, and the meaning revealed in their words was that his father was now a useless person, and if he dragged his mother down, it would harm her for life. Today, they came to talk to his father about this again. When they came, he just roasted some flat-mouthed beast meat for his father, and they saw it. They said that his father was a useless person, and it was a waste to eat these. They directly started to grab them, and he refused and quarreled with them. After finally driving them out, his mother went home and actually said that it was a waste to give these to his father, and it would be better to give them away. Although his mother's later words were very vague, he still heard that the man was a superpower warrior introduced to her by the Chong family. His mother had the idea of divorcing his father. Chong Yi waited silently for him to finish. This was their family affair, and outsiders should not interfere. If it were her, she might not stop her mother from marrying another woman. Once she had this thought, her heart would become wild, and it would definitely happen sooner or later. Forcing her to stay would not have a good result. What do you want? Chong Xiaohui wiped the tears from his face and said, Sister, can I leave my things at your house? I'm afraid it's not safe at home. Chong Yi looked at him without saying anything. This matter was a troublesome matter, and she didn't like trouble. Chapter 286. Chong Yi looked at him for a long time before saying, If you let me go, I will be dragged into your family's troubles, and I don't want that. Hearing her answer, the light in Chong Xiaohui's eyes dimmed. He pretended to be strong and smiled, I know, I didn't think it through. Sorry, sister, just pretend I never said anything. I remember your father's original team was under the name of the military, right? Well, my father is just an ordinary soldier, and I can't find anyone to help. Chong Xiaohui also thought about asking the military for help, but first, his father was just an ordinary soldier with no backing, and second, this was just their family affair, and his mother hadn't explicitly mentioned that she wanted to remarry. If he started to guard against her now, outsiders would probably say that he was not a good son. All soldiers in the military can apply for a material warehouse. As long as they pay a very low cost, they can take care of your flat-mouthed beast eggs. The military has a special logistics department to handle these matters. There are many benefits for soldiers in the military. Lending a material warehouse is just one of them. The rent paid is almost negligible. In a case like Chong Xiaohui, if he pretends to be pitiful and someone helps to say a word, he can be exempted from rent. Hearing her proposal, Chong Xiaohui was moved, but he was a child. Would people care about him if he went to the military alone? I don't know them. Chong Yi knew that he had listened to it. This is a smart child. She slapped her head and said, Look at my memory. Shan Mufeng asked me to go to the military to get something. I was busy chatting with you, and almost forgot about it. Sister, I have never been to the military. Can I go with you to play for a while? Chong Xiaohui cooperated and pretended to be genuine. The two of them talked back and forth, setting up their own stage and performing their own plays. Chong Yi took the excuse of coming to Shan Mufeng to get something and successfully brought Chong Xiaohui into the military headquarters. Shan Mufeng received a notice from the guard and knew that she was coming, so he hurried out to pick her up. When he saw her coming, he stepped forward quickly, put his coat on her, and held her palm. Fortunately, it was still warm. Didn't you say you would wait for me to go home? Why are you here? Nothing, I was just bored at home, so I came out for a walk. Is my sugar test done? Can I eat it? Her excuse was not entirely an excuse, because all her bubble gum was still with Shan Mufeng. Shan Mufeng's eyes swept over Chong Xiaohui, who was following behind him calmly. He remembered that this child was a child of the Chong family, and this time he was buried in the snow cave with Chong Yi and the others. It's cold outside, let's go in first. Shan Mufeng held Chong Yi in his arms, and walked in front, and Chong Xiaohui followed them one step behind. The three of them walked to Shan Mufeng's office, and sat down. Chong Yi held the animal milk that Shan Mufeng had just warmed up for her, sipped it, glanced at Chong Xiaohui beside her and said, he had something to do with the logistics department, can you help lead the way? Shan Mufeng followed her line of sight, and glanced at Chong Xiaohui, turned on the light brain, operated it, sent a message to the logistics department, and said to her, someone will come to take him there later. Okay. After talking about Chong Xiaohui, Chong Yi was concerned about her bubble gum again. Is my gum tested? Shan Mufeng took out a handful of bubble gum and returned it to her. The test results are out. There are no harmful substances, and it reacts to energy. It should be a formation device. Bubble gum array device? Chong Yi picked up one and played with it in her hand. She couldn't figure out how this thing could be used as an array device. Moreover, if it was an array device, could she still eat it? Did you make this? Chong Xiaohui looked at it curiously. His sister seemed to be quite special. The array devices she made were so strange. Yeah. Chong Yi nodded. Do you want it? I share some with you. What array device or not, Chong Yi still thought it was just bubble gum. Is it okay? Chong Xiaohui didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. His mother was an ordinary person, and his father was an ordinary soldier. He hadn't even touched the edge of an array device a few times, but Chang'e wanted to give it to him. What's wrong with this? Here you go. Chang'e casually gave him a handful. A lot of bubble gum was made this time, so it's okay to share some. How do you use this? Unlike Chang'e's casualness, Chang Xiaoli held the bubble gum carefully, not daring to use force, for fear of breaking it and making it unusable. How to use it? This is a good question. Chang'e saw his cautious look and reminded him, this may not be a formation device, but just candy. I don't know how to use it, I only know how to eat it. As she said that, she opened a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing it. Her piece was strawberry flavored and quite fragrant. When the sweetness faded, she used her teeth to flatten the candy in her mouth, spread it in the middle with the tip of her tongue, and prepared to blow it. Puff, the light pink bubble gum flew out like a bow with an arrow. Click. The sound of the door handle turning, Lung Yu opened the door while calling for someone outside Mu Feng. The unknown object hit him right in the middle of his eyebrows, interrupting his words. Chang'e closed her mouth tightly and lowered her head to pick at the bubble gum on the table. It was not her fault. She had already blown it to a place where no one was around. Who made him come here by chance? Chang Xiaoli did not know Lung Yu, but he could read his eyes, and immediately looked away, lowered his head, and played with his fingers, pretending that he did not exist. Dan Mufeng also silently looked away, pretending not to see it. Lung Yu's face was green, and he pulled off the thing stuck on his eyebrows. It was sticky and slippery, and there was something that looked like saliva on the outside. He pinched the bubble gum with 2 fingers and asked, "Whose?" No one admitted it. Dan Mufeng coughed falsely, pretending to have just discovered him, and asked exaggeratedly, "Lung Yu? What are you doing here?" He could not let him continue to ask. Chang'e's guilty look was too obvious. Dan Mufeng kindly took a piece of paper and gave it to him, asking him to throw away the things in his hand and wipe it. Lung Yu looked at the reactions of the people in the room, and he knew who had done this. He glared at Chang'e fiercely, and seeing Dan Mufeng's protective look, he rolled his eyes at him, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. He sat down in an empty seat and said, "Mu Qing asked us to go hunting. They found an underground cave with a large area inside. They didn't have enough people in one team, so they asked if we wanted to join them." Seeing that they were going to talk about business, Chang'e stood up and said, "I take Xiaoli to the logistics department. You can tell that person not to come." She always felt bad when she heard about military affairs, although Lung Yu dared to say it in front of her. It must not be something confidential that could not be said. "Put on your coat, and be careful not to freeze yourself." Dan Mufeng heard that she was going out, so he stood up and put the coat on her, and gave her a few more instructions. Chapter 287. Chang'e took Chang Xiaoli out of the office, and met a sergeant, who came to look for someone on the way. He followed him to the logistics department. The logistics department was very busy in the cold season. People came and went to borrow and exchange materials. Minister Jia's office was also full of people waiting for his signature. When Chang'e and the others came, Minister Jia was arguing with someone. There are only so many energy cores, and everyone has a share. You gifted masters have been given special care. The temperature in the studio has been controlled at around 20 degrees, so people won't be frozen. You see, it's good for the soldiers to have a temperature of around 10 degrees. Talk to the people below. The cold season must not be like other seasons. The gifted masters come here to make trouble every day. There is no day of peace. It's not that the temperature is low today, or that there are fewer materials tomorrow, or that the location is not good and needs to be changed, or that there are too many people and too noisy, etc. There are a lot of trivial things every day. When asked for supplies, everyone makes excuses and says they don't have them. So, after the meeting, the logistics department adjusted the energy core of the talent studio, expanded the coverage area, and lowered the overall temperature by 4 or 5 degrees, so that the energy core in the breeding area can be saved. There were 5 talent masters who came to the logistics department to protest. One of them was a woman wearing a pink puffy skirt, pouting and protesting delicately. "No! It's so cold, how can we refine? If you don't adjust the temperature back, we will go on strike and stop refining." Minister Jia supported the frame of his glasses with one hand, looked at her with a fake smile, and said, "If you don't want to refine, go home and rest." After the cold season, the properties of materials change, and the personal abilities of talent masters are also adjusted differently. Some of the military's talent masters have not delivered supplies for 2 or 3 months in a row. They still make trouble every day, blaming this and that, but never blaming their own talents for not working hard enough. Chang Yi wanted to leave and wait when she saw so many people in the office, but Minister Jia signaled the sergeant next to them to take them inside to sit down. There was a free show to watch, so Chang Yi pulled Chang Xiaowei to sit down and watch their performance. When she heard Minister Jia say that people should go home, she took out her laptop and looked it up. She found that the gifted masters working in the military department could apply to stay at home during the off-season, but the military department would not provide supplies during this period, only retaining their positions and basic living expenses. As soon as he said this, the faces of the gifted masters who came here showed hesitation. They were all gifted masters of medium level, who came to the logistics department to make trouble. They were better than those ordinary gifted masters, and could still have some face in the military department. For some insignificant small requests, the logistics department would meet them if they could, and would give excuses to refuse if they could not meet them, so as not to embarrass them. They had never met anyone who sent them home directly like today. Chang Yi saw that they were so scared, and curled her lips in disdain, complaining in her heart, "If you dare to make trouble, you must be prepared to fail." This person retreated after just one word. "If you don't have the courage, don't be the first to make trouble." Seeing that her companions were frightened by Minister Jia, a half-haired genius pursed her lips and said softly, "Minister Jia, it's not that we want to strike, but you set the temperature so low that we can't work at all." Chang Yi looked at the woman who was speaking. She was wearing a white tight-fitting long skirt, half-tied long hair, and a pair of red eyes all the time. She exuded a pitiful and weak feeling. Chang Jioji was several levels lower than her. This was the kind of person who could make people feel pity at first sight. The military's gifted masters are really talented. Her trick that works on everyone is useless against Minister Jia, a 1,000-year-old fox. Minister Jia was unmoved and said nonchalantly, "If it's cold, just wear 2 more clothes. It's cold in the cold season. If it doesn't work, you can improve your personal abilities and apply for an independent studio so that you won't be cold." Minister Jia's words are poisonous. Who doesn't want to apply for an independent studio? But that requires providing high-level energy liquid or potion. As long as you are a gifted master, who doesn't want to apply for an independent studio? The environment and treatment inside are not comparable to those of the big studios outside. All resources in the independent studio can be enjoyed separately, including energy cores. People who refine in it can also choose refining materials first, regardless of level. Just a successful application is also an honor, which is a recognition of your ability. But so far, few people have applied for it. Only a few people with good talents have applied twice, and they still use it on a daily basis. Because once the application is approved, no matter whether you use it or not, whether it succeeds or not, you need to provide a corresponding set of materials to the military. So if you are not sure, no one will easily apply. Anyway, you can't treat us like this. If it doesn't work, we will report it to the general. The person who spoke is a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Minister Jia hasn't done anything yet, but she has already shrunk back. Chang Yi's eyes stayed on her exposed calves for a while. In this weather, she still shows her flesh. This person is a real warrior. It's just that the blue veins on her legs are a bit inappropriate. You can report it if you want. It just so happens that I want to talk to the general about the decline in the ability of your talent masters. As soon as Minister Jia finished speaking, except for the little white flower, the other people all changed their faces. Minister, we don't mean that. It's really that the temperature is too low now, and it's not convenient to refine. The yellow curly-haired woman, who had not spoken since entering the door, hurriedly stepped forward to explain. She looked at Minister Jia, and couldn't finish her words. She made up a random excuse, and turned around and ran away. That? Minister, I remembered that I left something in the studio. I go back first. I have something else to do, so I leave first. The little white flower's brain is very good. Seeing that the situation is not right, she immediately changed the topic and said half-truthfully, "I said it. Don't bother the minister with such a small matter." You still don't listen. Alas. Minister, I go back first. I still have half of the materials processed there. She is the most capable one among the people who came. When she left, the remaining 2 people immediately became angry. Under the eyes of Minister Jia, they also trembled and found an excuse to run out of the office. Chang Yi, how come you have time to come to the military headquarters today? As soon as the annoying person left, Minister Jia immediately changed his face and greeted Chang Yi enthusiastically. This little lucky star can always bring a lot of benefits to the military headquarters, but it's a pity that Chang Yi is determined not to come to the military headquarters. Thinking of this, Minister Jia looked at her with a face full of resentment. There was no more fun to watch. Chang'e put away the snacks in her hand and pulled Chang Xiaohui up. I'm going to find Shan Mufling to get something, and show him the way by the way. Chapter 288. Minister Jia then turned his gaze to Chang Xiaohui. When he looked over, Chang Xiaohui unconsciously pursed his lips, folded his legs, and straightened his chest with a serious face, standing like a young poplar. Do you have an elder in the military? At his age, he couldn't be a member of the military, and the most likely possibility was that he was a military family member. Yes. My father is Lu Dejiang from the 7th Squadron. Chang Xiaohui was full of pride when he talked about his father, and his father had always been his role model. Lu Dejiang? Minister Jia murmured and repeated it, thinking about the information about this name in his mind. The sergeant next to him glanced at Chang Xiaohui and whispered in Minister Jia's ear, the injured A-level firefighter of Team 7 is resting. Minister Jia nodded after listening, his facial muscles relaxed, and asked kindly, how is your father's health? If you have any difficulties, tell the military department, and the military department will make decisions for you if it can be solved. This simple sentence made Chang Xiaohui, a strong little soldier, red-eyed, and tears dripped down. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand. He didn't want to cry, but he couldn't control it and sobbed, thank you, leader. My father is fine. I just want to borrow a warehouse from the military department to raise my flat-mouthed beast. Minister Jia also knew that Chang'e encountered a nest of flat-mouthed beasts. Those who participated in the rescue also shared a lot of flat-mouthed beast eggs and ate flat-mouthed beasts. The general heard about it and asked him to find some mushrooms to send to Chang'e. Flat-mouthed beasts stewed with mushrooms taste good. Borrowing a warehouse? It's a small matter. I let this uncle take you there. You can pick a good place, and the rent will be waived. Minister Jia knew the fate of the injured superpower warriors. Those with good families would be supported by their families. Even if their fighting power could not be restored to its peak for a while, they could still retain some fighting power and be an ordinary person, which would not affect their lifespan. The other type, those with noisy families, were not so lucky. The relief money was squandered by their families. When their fighting power was completely gone, they would suffer a mental breakdown and completely lose their minds. They would be locked up in a dementia hospital. Finally, when they were sober, they could not stand the beast-like behavior and committed suicide. Looking at Chang Xiaohui's condition, his family must not be peaceful either. However, Lu Dejiang was lucky to have such a sensible son. Seeing that he agreed so easily and exempted his rent, Chang Xiaohui finally stopped looking grim, burst into tears and smiled, bent down and bowed to Minister Jia. Thank you, Minister. No, give it to him. Minister Jia whispered to the sergeant twice before letting him take Chang Xiaohui away. Chang Xiaohui left, and Chang'e didn't want to stay here and stare at Minister Jia, so she stood up and prepared to leave. Hey, Chang'e. Don't leave yet, I have something to discuss with you. Chang'e just stood up, but was stopped by Minister Jia and sat back down again. Pointing at the tip of her nose, she asked, discuss with me? Yes, discuss with you. Minister Jia nodded, confirming that it was her. Chang'e couldn't think of what Minister Jia wanted to discuss with her. Would he want to give her a discount again? Because many other forces on the Emperor Star were blocking the supplies of the Qihang Star military, would the military take out something and then want to blame her? Seeing Minister Jia's embarrassing expression, she felt more that this was the matter, and moved her butt to the side, closer to the door, ready to leave immediately if he mentioned something. Minister Jia didn't know what she was thinking. After organizing his words in his mind, he smiled flatteringly. Chang'e. That. Are you interested in going to the snow cave with us? Chang'e shook her head like a rattle. She didn't want to go to the snow cave. She had enough supplies for her. She didn't want to make herself suffer. She said without thinking, I'm not interested. Minister Jia also knew that his request would be rejected. He still had a smile on his face, leaned forward slightly, and continued to persuade, you don't have to go down in person, you just need to go with the team. You can get double the supplies you harvest. The military department will not charge commissions for finding them yourself. Minister Jia is treating her as a mascot? Just follow us, no need to give supplies? No, just go. Minister Jia nodded with a smile to assure. Give me double the amount, what I found is mine. Minister Jia thought of Chang'e's past gains and hesitated for a moment, but then nodded firmly, yes. Give me double the amount, we don't want what you found. If she goes with him, there will be gains, and she will definitely not be as much as their team, so she doesn't want that much. Have you agreed to go? No. I go back and think about it. The more he pursued her, The more Chang Yi didn't want to agree, always feeling that there was a trap. Minister Jia felt a little regretful that Chang Yi didn't agree on the spot, but fortunately, she didn't refuse. There was still hope for this matter. Minister Jia was too enthusiastic, and Chang Yi couldn't resist it. Fortunately, at this time, Chang Xiaohui came back after selecting the warehouse, and Chang Yi quickly took him away. After leaving the military headquarters, Chang Yi first sent Chang Xiaohui home. This time she met Chang Xiaohui's father, Lu Dejiang. Chang Yi looked at him, and found him a little different from the resolute and polite middle-aged man in her memory. Now he was pale, frowning, hunched over, coughing every 2 steps, and his voice was not as loud as before when he talked to people. He looked very depressed, and only when he saw Chang Xiaohui did he smile. Seeing him like this, it was no wonder that Chang Xiaohui was anxious and tried his best to find things to nourish his body. His condition looked much worse than that of Chang's father. If he continued like this, it would definitely affect his lifespan. Even if he was delayed, he would not be able to recover even if he had good things. I'm leaving. Remember to contact me if you have anything. With a sigh in her heart, Chang Yi nodded to Lu Dejiang, said hello, and left. When she got home, she had nothing to do, so she took out the bubble gum and started playing with it again. She blew it several times but still failed. She got angry, washed the chewed bubble gum, kneaded it into a ball with her hands, and then spread it into a pancake shape, just like making dumplings, wrapped it up and carefully closed the mouth, leaving a small hole, and blew air into the hole with a straw. This time it was finally successful. Seeing the successful bulge, Chang Yi nodded with satisfaction, pulled out the straw, pinched the hole tightly, and let the bulge last for a while. This was the first bubble she successfully blew, which was worth commemorating. She found her own way to blow bubble gum, and took out a new bubble gum to play with. Now she didn't even chew it, but put it under water and kneaded it continuously. When it became soft, she started to shape it and blow bubbles. When she was having fun, the communicator rang. Seeing that the caller was Chang Xiaohui, she put down the bubble gum in her hand and answered it. Hello. Xiaohui, what's the matter? Lu Dejiang's weak voice came from the communication. Hello Chang Yi, I am Xiaohui's father. The candies you gave to Xiaohui are array devices, did you know? Chapter 289. Chang Yi flicked the pink bubble with her finger and replied nonchalantly, I know. I knew when I gave it to him that this thing can only absorb energy, and it is still unclear whether it is a formation device. Hearing that she knew it a long time ago, Lu Dejiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his eyes to look at his son beside him, raised his hand, and gently touched the top of his head. I was afraid that you didn't know, and was planning to let Xiaohui send it back to you. He was in poor health, and his wife's family was unreliable. If he passed away, Chang Xiaohui would always rely on the Chang family's support. He didn't want Chang Xiaohui to leave people with the impression of being greedy for petty gains because of a small matter. Therefore, when he found that the bubble gum might be a formation device, he confirmed with him the first time, and then he was worried and asked Chang Yi for confirmation. No need, I knew it when I gave it to him. Looking at the hung-up call, Chang Yi shook her head with a smile. Chang Jing was so fond of taking advantage. How could she marry such a person? Their personalities were completely different. Shan Mufeng came home and saw a circle of bubbles on the table. He asked, What is this? You're back. This is bubble gum. I blew these. How are they? Amazing, right? Chang Yi pulled him to the table and took him to appreciate his masterpiece up close. He looked up at him and asked him to exaggerate. Yeah. It's quite amazing. Although Shan Mufeng didn't see what was so amazing about this childish behavior, he had to meet his wife's request. Hee. When he praised, Chang Yi laughed even happier. She was almost twisted in his arms. Can I put these balls on the display stand for you and put them away first? She just didn't succeed in blowing bubbles before, and it was just a spur of the moment. What's the point of keeping the bubbles blown by bubble gum? No, I just have fun. It's useless. There's no need to keep it. Just pop it and throw it away. As she spoke, she poked it with her fingertips. Why didn't it pop? She added a little more strength, and the place where her finger touched it sunk a little, but it still didn't pop. Chang Yi raised her palm and slapped the bubble. It trembled twice, but it was still intact. I try. Seeing that Chang Yi tried several times without success, Shan Mufeng also reached out to the bubble ball on the table. He opened his 5 fingers and pressed on the top, slowly closing his fingers. The bubble below was constantly sunken with his pressure, and it still didn't pop. Shan Mufeng's eyes flashed, and he tried to release a trace of energy to attack it. The purple electric ball touched it, and sank into it like a stone falling into the water. There was no gap on the bubble ball, and there were multiple purple dots inside. Chang'e looked closely at the purple ball and the bubble ball and exclaimed, "Is this really a formation device?" Although they all said that this bubble gum can absorb energy and should be a formation device, she herself did not believe it at all. Unexpectedly, it is really a formation device, but she just doesn't know how to use it. If it is a formation device, it is a good thing. It doesn't matter if it looks weird. Shan Mufeng took out a box and placed the 5 bubble balls on the table in it one by one, saying, "It should be able to absorb energy. Next time, we will try it and know. Now, I will put these bubble balls away first." The bubble balls that were originally supposed to be placed on the display stand were finally put into the space. Shan Mufeng cooked in the evening. He gave Chang'e the soup first and watched her finish drinking it before he started eating. Since the beginning of the cold season, he has been stewing all kinds of nourishing soups for Chang'e every day, determined to keep her healthy and strive to grow old together. After dinner, the two of them leaned on the sofa and chatted. Chang'e lay on his legs, holding his palm and playing with it, and asked casually, "Are you going to the snow cave recently?" Shan Mufeng heard a gleam in his eyes. "Well, I have this plan, but I haven't decided yet." "Who told you?" "Chang'e sold Minister Jia out like a bamboo tube pouring beans today. I went to the logistics department. Minister Jia asked me if I wanted to go with him, and said that I didn't need to go down. As long as I followed him, I would get double the supplies, and if I had other gains, I didn't have to hand them in." "Then do you want to go?" "The snow cave is said to be dangerous or not dangerous, but it's hard to say if it's not dangerous. Today, Lingyu came to him for this matter. The most active creature in the snow cave is a strange beast called Ice Frog. Its whole body can turn into ice, and it is very difficult to find it hidden in the ice and snow. The fat of this strange beast is a precious tonic, which is good for both supernatural warriors and gifted masters." On the way back this time, Mu Qing and his team found traces of their movements in and outside a large snow cave. At that time, they did not have enough supplies, so they just checked it out and came back. Chang'e herself hadn't made up her mind, and looked up at him and asked, "I don't know whether to go. Do you think I should go?" Shan Mufeng helped her up, held her sideways on his knees, and coaxed her softly, "If you want Ice Frog, I go." Even if the risk in the snow cave is low, he can't bear to let Chang'e go out with him in this season. In this posture, Shan Mufeng's angular jawline is more clearly seen. Chang'e can't help but stroke his face with her hands. "This face is really good looking no matter how you look at it. Will you go with me this time?" "If you go, I want to go too." Thinking that the two of them haven't been out together for a long time, and she has another idea in her mind, "I don't know if Minister Jia will agree." Shan Mufeng grabbed her rebellious hand, tilted his head and kissed her. "It's very cold in the snow cave, even with the energy core. It's still cold. It's better for you to stay at home." "It's okay. I bring the warm stone too, so it won't be cold." The palm of her hand was a little itchy from being kissed, and Chang'e shrank back a little, not letting him continue. "Then I prepare some cold weather items for you. And you have to promise me that you will go with me and stay at the base and not run around." Chang'e wanted to go, so Shan Mufeng turned on his computer and started to operate it. He bought all the cold weather items he could think of, whether they were useful or not. Alas. Don't buy so many. This outdoor heater is useless. Shan Mufeng bought too many things. Regardless of whether they were really useful or not, Chang'e's dissuasion was useless. Shan Mufeng still cleared out all the things he had just seen. "It's okay. Prepare them first. Put them in the warehouse when you don't need them, just in case you need them someday." "Damn rich man." Chang'e pouted and put down her hand to stop him. Instead, she followed him to browse the star network with great interest. The next day, Chang'e woke up and sent a message to Minister Jia, agreeing to go to the snow cave with them, but she would bring a few people with her. Seeing that she agreed to go together, Minister Jia agreed to her request to bring people with her, and said that the spoils of the people she brought with her could take away with them, and did not have to be handed in. Chapter 290. Minister Jia agreed that the people she wanted to take would not go without asking. Yesterday, Lu Dejiang called her, and she thought that if she went, she would call Chang Xiaoli to go with her and follow the military, which would definitely be much safer than him going out alone. Chang Xiaoli was easy to deal with. As soon as she said that she would take him to the military to go on a mission, he agreed without even asking. When Chang'e told him that they were going to the snow cave to find the ice frog, the kid exploded on the spot. The scream almost deafened her eardrums. In addition, she called the Su family again and asked Su Shuaishui and Su Shan if they were willing to go together. She had considered this, and was not a random person. The three of them were all fire type. Su Shuai and Chang Xiaohui had eaten the dough with the color change last time, and the effect was good. This time, taking them with them could not only save lives, but also keep warm, killing two birds with one stone. After making an appointment with the friends, she waited for the military to notify her. In the next few days, she did not go out, but kept refining and extracting at home. In the middle, she was invited to stay in the talent master studio of the military for a day. The furnace exploded for a day, and the play was watched for a day, which seriously delayed her work progress. She did not go the next day. It was better for her to explore at home alone. The military was only suitable for joining in the fun when she was bored. Minister Jia knew that she had been refining at home recently, so he sent someone to deliver 2 boxes of refining materials and energy stones. After the furnace exploded for 3 or 5 days in a row, she did not refine anything after the materials were almost exhausted. The materials were gone, and she did not think about refining again. Instead, she moved the energy stone out and tried to extract it. It was no longer possible to use a brush to force out the energy liquid inside as before. Chang'e took an energy stone and washed it as usual, but there was no movement. She used her mental power to check and saw that the energy liquid inside was like an ice ball, shrinking and motionless. She sorted the energy stones in the box one by one according to their attributes. The fire-type energy stone seemed to have melted a little. Chang'e moved the energy stones of other systems to the side, and kept a distance of 1 foot from the fire-type energy stone. She stared at the changes inside with her mental power. The energy liquid inside did not move again. Chang'e thought about it, and moved the energy stone that had just been taken back a little. When she moved the wood-type energy stone back, the fire-type energy stone showed signs of melting again. The wood-type energy stone moved closer, and the fire-type energy stone melted a little. If it was moved away, it would not move again. It was quite fun, almost like playing with wooden figures. Oh! I played too much. A fire-type energy stone cracked. This one is useless. The experiment was almost over. Chang'e placed the energy stones of each system in a certain proportion into a ring, put down the last energy stone, and her mental power clearly felt that the energy liquid in the energy stone began to thaw and awaken. After the energy liquid was thawed, Chang'e found another interesting thing. As long as the energy stones of the same system were placed together in multiples of 3, the energy liquid inside would attract each other and automatically emerge. This way, extraction was more convenient than before. Just put it away and wait. After finding a way to extract the energy liquid, she extracted all the energy stones in her hand in one go in the next few days. On the day of the official departure, she couldn't even remember how much energy liquid she had. Anyway, the energy liquid tubes she prepared were used up. Before leaving, she took out a box and gave it to Shan Mufeng. She didn't give any to others. This time she agreed to be a mascot, and a mascot should have the self-awareness of a mascot. When Shan Mufeng received the energy liquid she gave him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't seen Chang'e extracting energy after the cold season. He thought that Chang'e was like other gifted masters, and couldn't extract energy. He didn't dare to ask her more questions except giving her materials, fearing that she would be sad. Unexpectedly, his wife was doing great things quietly. On the day of departure, snowflakes were floating in the sky, and the temperature of the energy core on the aircraft was not very high. Chang'e was protected by Shan Mufeng all the way, and the wind didn't blow at all. Others were not so lucky. Su Shuai's nose was frozen. Seeing the 3 little soldiers' faces flushed from the cold, Chang'e asked them, "Do you want to eat now?" The 3 little people were brought by Chang'e and stayed beside her after getting on the aircraft. When they heard her words, they looked at each other, turned their heads, and said to her in unison, "No, we are not cold." Chang'e looked at the transparent liquid on their faces, and was a little unconvinced. If they wiped the snot off their faces, it might be more convincing. Shan Mufeng lowered his eyes, and glanced at them. He himself would not have children, so he had no feelings for other people's cubs. He said lightly, "It's okay. The superpower warriors are in good health. This temperature won't freeze them." Su Shuai sucked his nose back in a cool manner, showing his broken gums and grinning. "Yeah. I'm strong. It's not cold at all." He has been very excited since he knew Chang'e was going to take him to catch the ice baby. He played out countless scenes of himself showing off his skills in his mind. He would never waste precious supplies because of such a little cold. The other 2 also nodded in agreement. Su Shan took out a tissue to twist off his snot, and helped Su Shuai wipe his face. The clean children, just as they said, quickly recovered and stopped shrinking. Su Shuai opened his small bag and began to take out some snacks. Chang'e, this is for you. My mom and the others asked me to bring it to you. He flipped through a pile of jellies and candies, then pulled out a bag and handed it to Chang'e. What is this? The bag didn't look big, so Chang'e curiously opened it and took a look inside. Wow! Remember to say thank you to your mom and the others when you go back. Seeing that it was filled with red persimmons, she was overjoyed and took it without hesitation. I also brought some nuts. Let's eat some together. It was embarrassing to eat only the children, so she shared the nuts she'd brought with them. They were having fun eating together, and Minister Jia asked someone to send a box of high-end snacks over. Are they all for us? Su Shuai asked excitedly, grabbing the mouth of the box. It's great to be on a mission in the military. There are also high-end snacks to eat. His parents are reluctant to buy him this drink. It's so expensive. The sergeant who delivered the snacks nodded to Chang'e. The minister said it's for you. Wow! As soon as the sergeant left, the four of them couldn't wait to pick up the snacks and take out the ones they liked. This box of snacks was enough for them to eat. Drinking the animal milk, Chang'e thought to herself that she had to be a good mascot, otherwise there would be no such good things next time. Chang Jiao, who was traveling with her, saw from a distance that Chang'e had food and drinks here, and she wanted them too, but unfortunately no one paid attention to her. Because of what happened some time ago, Mu Qing is still in a cold war with her. If she hadn't been pestering him this time, he wouldn't even want to take her with him. Chapter 291. When they landed, the snow had stopped falling and formed a thick layer on the ground. The aircraft landed on a thick ice surface. When they got out of the aircraft, their feet sank deeply into the snow as soon as they landed. It was a bit difficult to walk on the soft snow. The temperature difference between inside and outside was very large. Without the protection of the energy core, the cold penetrated into the bones. Chang'e handed the 3 small doughs that had been prepared long ago to the 3 little ones. Don't bear it, eat them quickly. She brought a small energy core and other warm-keeping equipment, so she didn't feel the cold, but it was different for others. As soon as Su Shuai and the other 2 came down, their cheeks turned red, they shrank their necks, and kept rubbing their hands and breathing to prevent their hands from freezing. The 3 shivered and took the dough and stuffed it into their mouths. The temperature here in the snow cave is much lower than that in the residential area. At this moment, they dared not be brave anymore. Within 2 minutes of getting off the aircraft, they found that they could not feel their feet. Don't take off the gloves casually. Shan Mufeng frowned and took back the gloves that Chang'e had just taken off. It was a mistake. The temperature of this snow cave was lower than he expected. You adjust the energy core and take care of yourself. Don't worry about others. He knew that Chang'e had always controlled the range of the energy core to about 1 meter around him, so that the people around him would not be too cold, but the energy was consumed too quickly, and he was afraid that there would not be enough energy later. Yeah. Chang'e knew that he was worried about the energy, so he nodded and promised, and adjusted the release range of the energy core on his wrist. Okay. Let's go. The entrance to the snow cave is just ahead. Mu Qing operated on the optical computer and put out the route map, asking everyone to follow him. This snow-covered world was exactly the same in Chang'e's eyes. She really admired them for finding the entrance to the snow cave little by little according to the reference on the route map. If she had a route map, she would definitely not be able to find the place. After half an hour's journey, they finally found the entrance to the snow cave. The ice frogs were very sensitive to energy fluctuations. In order not to disturb them, they chose to dig with tools instead of using supernatural powers. It was amazing. Although the surroundings were all ice formed by accumulated snow, the temperature was much higher than outside. Without the cold wind blowing constantly, Chang'e could take off the mask to breathe. There are so many holes here. How can we find the ice frogs? The inside of the snow cave is a maze with countless winding passages. We will go wherever you say to go, Mu Qing said. Okay. Chang'e almost forgot that she was here to be a mascot. Why? Before she spoke, Chang Jiaoju jumped up in dissatisfaction. She was unhappy with Chang'e and the others along the way. Why should the military take such good care of her and give her so many high-end snacks? She also married a captain of a team, but she didn't get any. Now she heard Mu Qing's words again, saying that they all had to follow Chang'e. Chang Jiaojiao couldn't suppress her anger. She was Mu Qing's wife. The operation was led by the second team. Why did Chang'e, a member of the first team, act so arrogantly here? Besides, what did Mu Qing mean? He was always stern to her, but now, He was smiling at Chang'e. Did he forget who his wife was? Chang'e watched Chang Jiajiao go crazy with a smile on her face. Sometimes it's nice to watch a clown come out to perform, and add some fun to the boring life. Yeah. Why should I? Chang'e asked back with a smile. Seeing that she was about to get angry again, she turned around and looked at Mu Qing with a smile and said, Captain Mu, your wife asked you, why? Mu Qing frowned and looked at Chang Jiajiao. Before they got married, he felt that she was cute and naive. Now, he just felt that she was unreasonable. Stop it! This is the intention of the military. Mu Qing grabbed the person and scolded him. Chang Jiajiao didn't believe this reason. It was clearly a reason made up by these people to please Shan Mufeng. What does the military mean? She is not from the military. Why should we listen to her? Mu Qing saw that she was still unwilling to calm down. His patience was about to run out. He raised his sword eyebrows and warned her in a low voice, Shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I will have someone send you back now. You? Mu Qing was already tall and strong. He stared at her with a stern face. Chang Jiajiao was a little flustered. She moved her lips, but didn't continue. After dealing with Chang Jiajiao, Mu Qing turned to Chang'e and said, You choose a passage and let's go in. Chang'e shook her head and looked at her with a sound of tisk tsk tsk tsk. Chang Jiajiao, a dog in a hole, is really useless. Are you giving up now? Go into the hole on the left. When she just watched the show, she had asked Su Shuai to shake a direction with a turtle shell, and now, he was pointing directly at the hole over there. Said lazily, I want to take this passage. Chang Jiajiao looked at Chang'e's smug look and didn't want her to have her way, so she stood in the middle out of spite. She just didn't want to take the road she chose. Mu Qing looked at Chang Jiajiao with a headache. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought her here today. I let a team of people follow you. You should pay attention to safety. Remember to contact me in time if there is anything. This guy is really not a man. He actually doesn't go with his wife. Su Shuai's eyes widened. The bubbles he just blew in his mouth smeared on his face with a pop. He bit his mouth skillfully, and quickly took them back. He still had time to gossip with his friends next to him. Yeah. Su Shan and Chang Xiaowei, two honest children, nodded in agreement. They looked at Mu Qing, and shook their heads, and the disgust in their eyes was about to overflow. The veins on Mu Qing's temples bulged. Chang Jiajiao was right. Chang'e and those little guys were quite annoying. Chang'e nodded in agreement. If she said she wanted to go in the middle, her family's Dan Mufeng would definitely accompany her. Seeing that Mu Qing looked at her unkindly, Chang'e said something in a fake way. Don't say that. Captain Mu is also considering the overall situation. It would have been fine if she didn't say it, but once she said it, everyone looked at Mu Qing with even more problems. You follow them to the left, I accompany Chang. Jiao. Jiao. Mu Qing asked them to change their words after a while. After the teams were divided, everyone started to act separately. There were only 20 people in Mu Qing's team, and there were more than 60 people on Chang'e's side. Chang'e and the three children did not enter the passage, but camped there. She was here to be a mascot, and didn't have to do hard labor. There were 10 people including Shan Mufeng who stayed with her. You can't make a fire in the snow cave, and the combat power of the fire-type superpower warriors will also be suppressed. The dough eaten by the three children has taken effect, and they have become 3 little red men. They took off only a single piece of clothing, and shouted that they were hot. Chapter 292. Chang'e, aren't we going to find the ice frog? Su Shuai saw that everyone had left, and he was so anxious. How could he not go? He still wanted to show his skills. Wouldn't it be better to wait here? The snow cave was full of ice, and it was so cold that she didn't want to move. Can you rest here and we go in with them? Chang Xiaowei and Su Shan were more anxious than Su Shuai. They both had patients in their families, who needed to be taken care of. Ice frogs were high in health ingredients. It was a rare opportunity, and they didn't want to sit and wait. Chang'e saw that they were staring at the passage on the left, and sighed. They couldn't rest. You don't have to go in if you want to find the ice frog. As she said that, she stood up and walked to the ice wall at the door, took out the bubble ball she brought, and threw it hard at the wall. With a snap, the pink bubble ball stuck to the wall. She used the same method to stick all the bubble balls to the ice wall. Turning back to the others, she said, Okay, when the ice frog gets in, just take the bubble ball down. Except for Shan Mufeng, no one else believed that she could catch the ice frog in this way, and everyone looked at her suspiciously. You mean, there is an ice frog here? Su Shuai ran to the front, eyes wide open, and groped along the ice wall. Just wait, if I say there is, there will be. Chang'e was not in a hurry at all, and took a bottle of animal milk and asked Chang Xiaoli to help heat it up. The body temperature of the three of them was just right for heat preservation and heating. Chang Xiaoli held the can of animal milk woodenly, his eyes staring at the direction of Su Shuaishui and the others. He really hoped that what Chang'e said was true. Chang'e gave him a lot of bubble gum. If the bubble ball could catch the ice frog, he would have a hope of keeping his father healthy. Chang'e and his team stayed where they were and waited for the ice frog to come. The two teams that entered the passage over there were different. The team that Chang'e chose to enter the cave on the left found traces of ice frogs soon after entering, and the fire warriors released weak flames to lure them. Although ice frogs have lived in the snow since birth, they like warmth by nature and love to be close to places with high temperatures. They were very careful to light a fire in the blood cave. If it was too big, it would not work, and if it was too small, it would be useless. It took a group of people an hour to attract an ice frog, which was considered a good harvest. The team of Mu Qing and his team on the right was not so lucky. After walking for a long time, they encountered a bunch of black dots, but did not see a single ice frog. The accompanying warriors secretly sent a message to the other team's warriors to inquire about the harvest. When they learned that they had opened early, they were even more dissatisfied with Chang Jiajiao, who was stubborn. "Captain, they have already caught the ice frog. I think we should retreat and go from that side, shall we?" Everyone came out to do the mission in the snow to get more supplies, not to go shopping with women. "No, we will find it soon." Chang Jiaji was unwilling to admit defeat. It was impossible that there was only an ice frog in the passage over there in the same snow cave. They must not have searched carefully enough. After saying that, she pushed the warrior in front of her away and walked to the front. Chang Jiajiao refused to turn around, so Mu Qing could only follow her with a sullen face. The other warriors had no choice, because Mu Qing was the captain. Chang Jiaji wanted to prove that she was better than Chang'e. She took off her gloves anxiously and groped her way towards the ice wall. At this time, Chang'e's bubble balls started to move. After Chang'e said that bubble balls could catch ice frogs, Su Shuaishui had been waiting for the bubble ball to move without moving a step. When he saw the extra blue in the bubble ball, he was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. He suppressed his voice, jumped on the side, and whispered to Chang'e, "Chang'e! Chang'e! Come on, is this an ice frog?" The soldiers sitting nearby were very alert. As soon as Su Shuaishui opened his mouth, they heard it. He stood beside him with a whoosh. "It's really an ice frog." The soldiers saw at a glance that the extra thing in the ball was the ice frog they were looking for. They didn't know what was in the ball that attracted the ice frog. They saw that there were many ice frogs nearby trying to get into the ball. Some were afraid of missing the train, so they walked in a hurry and even forgot to disguise themselves, showing their blue skin and moving their 4 short flippers to hurry on. From time to time, there were sounds of ice frogs slipping on the white ice surface because they walked in a hurry. "Hey! Stop pushing, I can't see it." Seeing that the bubble ball can really catch ice frogs, the soldiers immediately surrounded it and quickly squeezed the 3 little ones out. Su Shuaishui's 2 small hands could not move the soldier's strong thighs, and he couldn't squeeze in again after a long time. He was so anxious that he sweated all over his forehead. He stamped his feet in anger and protested in dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, his voice was too small, and the soldiers who were concentrating on watching the ice frogs ignored him. Unable to get in and unable to see, he was so angry that he turned back to complain to Chang'e. Chang'e glanced at the people who were crowded together and replied calmly, "Why are you so anxious? Look, I won't give them any." She knew how to poke people's hearts. When the soldiers surrounding there heard it, their ears moved. Looking at the bubble ball full of ice frogs, their hearts were so painful. These had nothing to do with them. Minister Jia really doesn't know how to live. Who says that one person's harvest must be less than that of a team? Let him come and see. Is this called a little bit? This is clearly 1,000,000,000 bits. Although they knew that they would not get their share, the soldiers were still reluctant to leave. With so many ice frogs, it was also profitable to look at them. Is it full? What should I do? How do I take it down? The soldier looked at the already full bubble ball and felt very anxious. The ball looked shaky, and the film outside had been stretched into a transparent state. He put his hands underneath it, fearing that it would fall and break. "Chang'e, they said it's full. Go and get it back." Seeing this, Chang'e was not in a hurry. Su Shuaishui was already very anxious for her. He pulled her hand and rushed over there. Shan Mufeng followed behind her slowly to protect her. Click, a bubble ball couldn't hold it anymore and fell down. The soldier's hand had been waiting below to catch it steadily. The soldier holding the bubble ball was shaking with excitement. Hey, hey! Don't shake. Be careful not to drop it. Let me take it, okay? Seeing someone trying to grab it, the soldier quickly pulled his hand back and dodged his comrade's hands. No, I won't drop it. While they were making a fuss, the other bubble balls on the wall were also full, and they fell one after another. Not a single ball fell to the ground, and they were all caught and protected. Here. Here, do you want to open this ball? The soldiers were so curious that they returned the bubble ball to Chang'e. This pink bubble ball looked so thin that it felt like it would break if poked, but so many ice frogs were inside, and they were still intact. They had just seen that there was not even a gap, and they didn't know where the ice frogs got in. Chapter 293. No. She doesn't know how to blow bubbles, and she feels disgusted when she reuses the bubble ball even if she doesn't touch it to her mouth. This kind of thing is a disposable thing. Chang'e, what is this bubble ball made of? Su Shui poked it quietly with his hand, and it was soft and didn't break. The bubble gum in your mouth? She said it casually. Su Shui was shocked for a moment, and just as he was about to blow, he opened his mouth and the bubble gum fell to the ground with a plop. The child looked at the candy on the ground, his eyes were red, and he squatted down to pick it up. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you picking it up after it fell on the ground? It's disgusting, I give you another one, and I don't want the real one. Picking up the bubble gum that fell on the ground again, hey, she felt disgusted just looking at it, even if it was considered a formation device. Chang'e was determined not to let them pick it up and use it again. In order to prevent them from secretly picking it up behind her back, Chang'e wrapped it with a tissue and asked Shan Mufeng to help destroy the body, and not give them a chance. The soldiers looked at the bubble gum that turned into ashes with regret. They really didn't recommend it. It was a formation tool. It didn't matter if it was washed. Okay, stop looking. I have new ones here. Each of you take one and blow it yourself. She had a lot of bubble gum, so she gave one to each of them. She didn't give one to the three little ones, because they were on the aircraft. Next, everyone started chewing bubble gum and blowing bubbles together. Su Shui stood out as the best player among these people. The bubbles he blew were the biggest and roundest. He laughed foolishly, while holding a bubble that was bigger than his head. There were two soldiers, who had no talent for blowing bubbles like Chang'e. They would blow their bubble gum outside every time, fearing that it would fall on the ground and be destroyed by Chang'e. Before blowing, they would protect their mouths with their hands, just in case. Chang'e looked at them, and nodded silently. See, she said so. This is also a technical job, not everyone can do it. Because they were in the same boat, Chang'e kindly gave them an extra bubble, and shared her secret recipe for blowing bubbles with them. Although they always blew a bubble with the secret recipe shared by Chang'e, they collectively chose to find Su Shui for the remaining bubble gum, and asked him to blow it with his mouth at the cost of an ice frog. Su Shui smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. He was really amazing. He could get an ice frog by blowing a bubble. Shui, help me blow it too, and I will give you an ice frog too. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. The bubbles blown by Su Shui were round, even and beautiful, and looked good, unlike the ones she made herself, which were thick and thin, and would leak if she was not careful. Chang'e waited for him to finish blowing other bubbles, came to him, and discussed quietly. Okay. I don't want your frog. Su Shui is very brotherly. How can he accept benefits for helping a good friend? Absolutely not. Really not? Chang'e looked at him with a flickering eye. Of course not, if you say not, then not. Su Shui patted his chest. But my reward is not exempt. According to the rules, half of the harvest from the array she provided should belong to her. She was not prepared to give them a discount, even for the three little ones. Su Shui's smile froze on his face. His little face was wrinkled like a bun. He closed his eyes, and said with gritted teeth, well, not exempt? Then are you still accepting it now? Su Shui hesitated. He opened one eye and glanced at the bubble ball full of ice frogs in Chang'e's hand. I can give you a discount. TSK, Chang'e raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. No need for you to give me a discount, just like others, one ball for one ice frog, you help me blow 10 first. Okay. Su Shui took the bubble gum in her hand quickly, tore off the candy wrapper, and started to work. There are many flavors of bubble gum. Su Shui also fought hard for the ice frog. When he tasted the bitter melon, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, but he still insisted with his eyes closed. Standing next to him, You can hear him muttering, "One ice frog, one ice frog." After the bubbles were blown, the wall near the door where the ice frog was just caught was covered with bubble balls of various colors. The soldiers stood next to their own balls, waiting for the ice frogs to come. Chang'e saw that the wall over there was almost cracked, and kindly advised, "Separate yourself, so that you won't catch many later, and it won't matter if you put it somewhere else." No one listened to her good advice. Ice frogs appear irregularly. If you put them somewhere else, what if they don't come? It's safest to put them in the old place. Seeing that no one believed her, Chang'e shook her head. If they didn't believe her, forget it. Anyway, she didn't want to join them in the fun. She thought that the people in the passage must have caught a lot of them after so long, so she would help them clean up the mess outside, and let Su Shuai help her stick all the new bubbles she blew to the entrance of the passage on the left. "Chang'e, have you just caught the ice frogs here? Why are there no movements?" After waiting for a while, the soldiers found that the bubble balls they had stuck were still empty, and there was no movement at all. They couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, "No way. How can there be only this much in such a big place?" Hearing them talking, Chang'e went forward to check suspiciously. The ice frog on the wall was hidden inside the ice wall. "Is there another one?" She looked at the empty bubble ball, and a gleam of light flashed through her mind. "Oh, I forgot to put some small fireballs in the bubble." The warriors looked at her with complicated expressions. "How small? Can you make it bigger?" Now they had to ask carefully. If she forgot something again, it would be in vain. "It doesn't need to be too much, just this size." Chang'e made a circle with her thumb and index finger, and roughly gestured the size of the fireball. The warriors who stayed looked at each other, and finally turned their attention to the three little red men. There were more fire warriors coming out this time, but they followed into the passage to look for ice frogs. The remaining 10 had all kinds of warriors, but no fire warriors. In the end, the three little ones made a small profit with their own abilities. After adding the fireball, the bubble ball began to play its role, dutifully luring the ice frogs under the ice wall to come over for warmth. The bubble balls at the door were too dense, and some ice frogs had their heads in this ball, and their tails in that ball, which made the soldiers so anxious that they wanted to reach out to help them. Chang'e's bubble ball was filled first, and she pulled Su Shuai over to blow her the second wave of bubbles. "I told you not to put them all together, so what, you regret it now?" She strolled around and looked around, and when she saw that the frog occupied more balls, she was so gloating that it was too obvious. Chang'e caught 3 waves, and the bubble balls at the door were barely filled. The ones that the frog occupied more depended on where the frog went when it fell. Don't think that the head side one in this way. When the ice frog is frightened, it will habitually retreat, so on the contrary, the tail side one more. Chapter 294. Shall we continue to catch? After collecting 1 wave, the soldiers wanted to come for another wave. Minister Jia was right. Chang'e was a mobile god of wealth, who could find good things wherever he went. Let's not continue yet. Let's wait for them. Chang'e pointed inside. They were too slow. The ones who entered were the big troops. If they had more harvests, she could save on array equipment. While she was talking, there was movement in the passage on the left. There was a rustling sound. Someone was about to come out. "Hey! Why are they gone? I just saw a lot of people coming here." "You saw it, you saw nothing. You wasted our time." The 2 sergeants walked out, criticizing their companions in the middle. "How is it? Are there many ice frogs in there?" The soldiers who stayed behind saw them coming out, and quickly stepped forward to ask. They really wanted to know if the harvest inside was as good as theirs. The sergeant who came out replied with a smile, "Not bad. More than good. It's very good. We caught about dozens of ice frogs in there. You will know when you go and see it later." They were rarely happy about this harvest. When someone asked, they immediately couldn't wait to report the good news and share this joy with their teammates. "Only dozens? I thought there would be hundreds." The soldiers who stayed behind were a little disappointed with their answers. A bubble can catch at least 8 ice frogs, dozens. The 3 children caught more than this number. They went in and caught so few people. What's there to be happy about? Only dozens? Seeing that they didn't look very satisfied, the sergeant who came out explained how deeply they were poisoned. So floating in the past, it was good to get a few in such a short time, but today they were disgusted with dozens. "Yes. How come you only caught so few with so many people? I have 33 luo." Su Shuai stretched out his chubby paws and gestured in front of him. Although he only caught 1 bubble ball, he made extra money. Besides Chang'e, he was the one who got the most. Who made him so good? Su Shuai took out his bubble ball and held it in his hand, deliberately strolling slowly in front of him. The soldiers who came out were so shocked that their eyes were straight. The sergeant in the middle rubbed his eyes hard, and then opened them. He was not wrong. The bubble ball in the fat man's hand was really an ice frog. He has ice frog in his hand. Finally someone spoke. Su Shuai stopped and turned around. He walked in front of them, raised his head and asked in a mean way, "Yes. They are all mine. Are you jealous? Kid, is this a formation device in your hand? Where did you get it? Do you sell it?" The sergeant on the right had a gleam in his eyes. "Mine, not for sale." Su Shuai immediately held the bubble ball tightly in his arms. He remembered the last time he showed off the nuts, and angrily slapped himself on the head. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Hearing that he would not sell it, the sergeant could not hide his regret in his eyes, but the array device belonged to someone else, and he had no choice but to take a photo and search on the Star Network to see if there was a similar model. Chang'e strolled over to them and asked, "Is it difficult to catch the ice frogs inside?" She also felt that there shouldn't be so few. She picked up so many at the door. Logically, there were so many of them, and they were in a more densely populated passage of ice frogs, so there should be more than her. Not bad. Ice frogs have high temperature requirements, so it takes a long time to catch them. They don't have a special array to catch ice frogs, so this speed is normal. If he hadn't seen the fat guy's harvest, he would really think that they had a good harvest this time. Chang'e looked at him strangely, and complained in her heart, "This harvest is not bad. At this speed, when they go back, can she get 10 for the two of them?" She calculated in her mind, and it seemed that it was not worth it. She whispered to Shan Mufeng, "I want to get half, and I don't care about the share handed in by the military. Is that okay?" His little wife was still too kind. Shan Mufeng looked at her tangled cute appearance, rubbed her hair, and whispered in her ear in a low voice, "In this way, you still lose." Chang'e looked at him with resentment. Hate it. She was already very heartbroken. She made up her mind with great difficulty. If he did this, she would easily regret it. Not a loss. Not a loss. I can't catch so many by myself. She used this reason to persuade herself. I thank you on their behalf. Shan Mufeng really loves her look. Then go tell them, or I won't be able to let it go. Chang'e took out a bag of bubble gum and stuffed it into his hand, closed her eyes, turned away, and didn't look, to prevent herself from snatching it back. Shan Mufeng took her bubble gum and reported her intention to Minister Jia. Minister Jia, who received the news, replied in seconds, put down the communicator, and ran to the material warehouse to see if he could give his god of wealth something else. In the snow cave, the soldiers who received the latest news from Shan Mufeng withdrew from the passage and came to receive the array equipment. Nothing will happen to Mu Qing and his team, right? Why haven't they come back yet? The team on the left has almost all come here to receive the new array equipment, but no one from Mu Qing's team has come back yet. Don't know? We communicated half an hour ago, and they haven't encountered the ice frog. Maybe they went deeper, and the signal is not good. The sergeant who spoke was the one who was replaced and stayed behind. He had a good relationship with the team leader of the second team, and had secretly contacted him before. Are there anything else in the snow cave besides the ice frog? Chang'e was really unfamiliar with this kind of thing. She couldn't remember those long lists of explanations, and she had to search them every time she needed them. What? Is there something wrong with my question? She didn't understand. She just asked what else was there in the snow cave besides the ice frog. Is there anything wrong with this question? Why did everyone's face suddenly become so ugly? Nothing. There are two other creatures living in the snow cave. One is the main food of ice frogs, snow ants, and the other is the magic beast Rongjiao, which feeds on ice frogs. Magic beast Rongjiao? Chang'e searched for its introduction on the optical brain. It is a level 5 magic beast that likes to eat ice frogs. It lives in the snow for many years, and has natural ice abilities. In simple terms, it is a giant python with horns that can spit ice arrows. After reading the introduction of Rongjiao, Chang'e looked at the silent passage and murmured, "Are they so unlucky to encounter it? Rongjiao usually likes to move at night, and rest during the day. Moreover, the place where it moves is usually the central area where ice frogs are concentrated. It is good at digging holes, and its saliva contains a special enzyme that can help ice frogs hatch. Therefore, wherever it is, there will be ice frogs." Chapter 295. The Rongjiao that Chang'e was talking about was sleeping soundly in the depths of the cave. Hearing the sound of ding-dong coming from time to time, the beast's sweet dream was disturbed. Mu Qing and Chang Jijia's team had not found the ice frog outside, and the group walked closer and closer. Chang Jiaojiao's hands had been frozen and swollen as she groped all the way. If it weren't for the breath in her heart, she might have turned around and ran away. Now she saw the blue on the ice wall and shouted excitedly. Mu Qing! Come on, I found the ice frog. Mu Qing, who was behind her, stepped forward and asked, where is it? He had the fire ability himself, so he summoned a small flame and approached carefully, waiting for it to come. It's out. Chang Jiaoji wanted to prove herself so much that she immediately tried to catch the little blue head as soon as it came out of the ice wall. The ice frog was frightened, and with a whoosh, it urgently withdrew a little head and retreated back into the ice wall. Chang Jiaojiao's body stiffened. Feeling their reproachful eyes, she explained, I didn't mean it. Mu Qing sighed silently. He wanted to divorce. You wait in the back, we will catch ice frogs. Without the troublemakers, they caught ice frogs smoothly. There are so many ice frogs here? The soldier looked at the piles of ice frogs in the box and smiled from ear to ear. Mu Qing's wife was blessed, and the place she chose was really good. Humph! This is all my credit. Chang Jiaoji changed her previous cowardice. Her nose was almost up to the sky. Yes. It's all your credit. At this moment, Mu Qing didn't think about divorce or not. He responded with a smile. If her luck was always so good, she would do something. After all, women are cute in this way. Why are the ice frogs we catch getting smaller and smaller? There are a lot of ice frogs on their side, but it seems that many of them have just hatched and are too small, a soldier muttered. What's wrong with small? It's the same if there are enough. Yes. It's much easier to catch them in a nest than one by one. The ice pick knocked on the ice surface, and ice chips flew everywhere. The deeper they went, the more ice frogs there were. Moreover, they were no longer hiding deep in the ice wall. They could be caught by knocking open the thin layer of ice wall on the surface. They had given up the stupid method of luring with fire, and directly smashed the ice to get the frogs. Rongjiao was awakened by their knocking. His pair of green vertical pupils flashed with brilliance, and he hissed and spit out his tongue. He randomly rolled up an ice frog and swallowed it. His sturdy body slowly swam towards the direction of the strange smell. How much did the group next door find? I think it's definitely not as much as ours. Mu Qing listened to the conversation of the sergeant next to him, his eyes flickering. As the captains of the two major teams in the military, they were inevitably compared. Shan Mufeng was always superior to him in terms of family background and ability. Okay, we are all on the same mission. Why are you comparing? Dig quickly. Do you feel that the temperature seems to have risen? No, you are tired of digging? You want to be lazy and go to the side. The sergeant next to him pushed him, stood in the position he vacated, and took over his knocking on the ice wall. No, I really mean it. The sergeant who was squeezed out looked at Rongjiao entrenched in the passage, his limbs stiff, stretched out his hand to pull the corner of his teammate's clothes, and whispered, Rongjiao. The teammate was a little impatient with his harassment, and turned his head and said, What are you talking about? Speak louder. He lifted his teammate's head, and asked him to face Rongjiao's eyes. In the panic, no one knew who launched the first attack, and the fireball was dispersed by Rongjiao's ice arrow halfway through its flight. Attack its eyes. Mu Qing took a bottle of energy liquid, and aimed a fireball at its vitals. He launched a supernatural attack with his hands, and his body kept changing positions, getting closer to its back little by little. There, Chang Jiaoji was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. As soon as they heard the fighting here, Chang Yi and others outside immediately realized that something was wrong. Shan Mufeng told the others to take Chang Yi out of the snow cave first, and he led others to rush in to rescue people. Let it out first. In the snow cave, their supernatural powers would be suppressed, and the narrow space would not allow them to display them. The soldiers fought and retreated, leading the Rongjiao out of the snow cave. The S-class warriors will cooperate to strangle it, and the others will guard the surroundings to prevent other beasts from attacking. Soon, only 5 people, including Shan Mufeng, Mu Qing, and Leng Yu, were left in the center of the battlefield. Rongjiao's ice ability was strong, and ordinary skills hitting it was like tickling, and it could not hurt it at all. In the battle in the snowy area, Shan Mufeng and Leng Yu's thunder ability was not dominant, so they were responsible for harassment, and the main attack position was given to Mu Qing and several fire and ice warriors. Chang Jiaojia was sent back to the aircraft, and there were medical staff who used a treatment device to give her simple treatment. Handsome. Blow some more bubbles. Chang Yi looked at the battle situation in front of him. The combat power of the winter season warriors had degraded. On the contrary, the combat power of the beasts had become stronger. If Rongjiao was not in the cold season, Shan Mufeng and his 2 or 3 people could deal with it. Now 5 people were surrounding and suppressing it, and it was still deadlocked. Su Shuai quickly blew the bubble she wanted. Chang Yi found 2 ice warriors and said, "Wrap it with ice." The ice warriors saw the array used to catch ice frogs and said, "We can't enter the snow cave now." "Yes. I know, I'm not going to catch ice frogs, I'm going to blow up Rongjiao. The quality of the monster is not comparable to other ordinary monsters. Since we have encountered it, there is no reason to let it go. Use this to catch Rongjiao." The ice warriors looked at the small bubble ball and expressed doubt. The volume of the bubble ball is limited. If there are too many things inside, it will break. There is one in front that has too many frogs inside, and it has broken. Yes, don't worry about it. Hurry up and freeze it into an ice ball as I said. Chang Yi did not explain, but urged. The 2 ice warriors saw her impatience, put aside their doubts, and covered the outside with ice according to her request. "Okay, help me deliver these ice balls, tell Shan Mufeng and the others, and find a way to get Rongjiao to eat them." Chang Yi looked at the candied haws on the ground with satisfaction. They looked good, and hoped that Rongjiao could have some taste. Mu Qing took the ice ball sent by the soldiers and asked, "What is this? Feed it to Rongjiao? Are you sure?" He was still hesitating, and Shan Mufeng had already used his supernatural power to smash the ice ball into Rongjiao's big mouth. Crack! Rongjiao smiled contemptuously, and swallowed the ice ball in one gulp. Ice was the thing it was least afraid of. After swallowing 3 candied haws in a row, Rongjiao's mouth was glued shut, and the ice shell of the bubble ball broke, revealing the bubble ball inside. Under the action of Rongjiao's saliva, it began to multiply infinitely, producing many tiny bubbles, filling its entire mouth. Rongjiao wanted to open his mouth to spit out the things in his mouth, but every time he opened and closed his mouth, the thing doubled in size. Not only could he not spit it out, but it also became more and more. Chapter 296. The small bubbles not only occupied its mouth, but also continued to spread inside. Bang! The extremely painful Rongjiao crashed into the snow cave. Hurry up and attack its weak spot. While it was sick, Shan Mufeng condensed an electric ball and flew to its head, while Leng Yu's electric blade attacked its weak spot. The abilities of Mu Qing and others also arrived one after another. The Rongjiao, whose mouth could not be opened, could no longer launch ice arrows to resist. It stretched its neck, raised its head, opened its mouth, stared at Shan Mufeng and others, and fell down unwillingly, and the entrance of the snow cave was completely collapsed by it. Is it dead now? Is it really a monster? Why do you want to fight for a while longer? Leng Yu held a weapon, and quickly stepped forward to check to make sure it was really dead. Mu Qing looked at the bubbles in Rongjiao's mouth and asked, "Who brought the ice ball just now?" "Chang Yi gave it to me." He knew about this. A soldier next to him answered quickly. He was just next to him, and saw the ice warrior coming out from Chang Yi with a few more ice balls in his hand. Hearing this, Mu Qing looked at Shan Mufeng with complicated eyes. They both married the daughter of the Chang family, but why was there such a big difference? As soon as the battle was over, the ice warrior quickly stepped forward to cut. This season was still a bit advantageous for the ice warrior. At least there was no need to worry that the condensed ice blade would melt in the middle. The sharp ice blade easily inserted into Rongjiao's body and split it apart. Is this a monster? The 3 little ones had never seen a real monster, so they ran out to see the novelty. Su Shuai secretly pinched it twice and asked Chang Yi quietly, "Can we eat this?" Chang Yi despised this snake-like thing. She herself would not eat it, but she also knew that the energy value contained in the monster meat was high, and it would be good for the soldiers to eat it. "Eat it, we will roast it later. It will be the same if we eat it when we go back." The logistics officer accompanying the team was a little reluctant. "No, just eat it here." Chang Yi would not listen to him. There were so many people back, and it would be good for everyone to have a sip of soup later. It was so dangerous to go on a mission. If you are not allowed to eat the good things, it would be better not to go out. Rongjiao was hunted by Chang Yi's formation weapon. She had the right to speak. The logistics officer could not persuade her, and nodded in agreement. The soldiers behind him cheered. This Rongjiao was at least hundreds of pounds, which was enough for them to eat. "Let's stew some ice frogs in soup, so that we won't get tired of eating it." Chang Yi thought carefully about them, and the logistics officer felt his heart bleeding. The mascot called by Minister Jia really brought wealth, but it also really ruined the family. There was something delicious to catch, so no one had to rush them to work. The ice warriors became meat-cutting masters, cutting the cut Rongjiao meat into slices of even thickness for easy grilling. The material officer secretly sent a message to Minister Jia to complain about Chang Yi's wasteful behavior, hoping that he could come forward to persuade her not to be so wasteful in the future. Who knew that Minister Jia called him and asked him to bring some ginseng grass to the kitchen to make soup. Since he wanted to have a good meal, he should eat it properly and not waste good things. Minister Jia thought more carefully than he did. Chang Yi didn't have to hand in all her personal gains this time, and those who used her formation equipment had to give her half of the proceeds. Now, eating it on the spot was a great advantage for their military department. It was natural for those who were given things to eat well when they were on a mission. Their hunting team stayed in the snowy area for a full month before returning, and the winter season was coming to an end. Except for Chang Jiaju, who was injured on the first day, no one was injured or killed afterwards, and everyone was eating well. After returning home, Chang Yi rested at home for 4 or 5 days before she had the energy to go to her own planting field. The vegetables planted before departure were old and inedible, so she pulled them all out and gave them to Kong Kong to feed the flat-mouthed beasts. Kong Kong is now a professional breeder at home. Those flat-mouthed beast eggs have become furry little guys. Its breeding scale is already very large. Now, it dances with the golden hoop every day and drives the flat-mouthed beasts out for a walk, which is very impressive. Even Minister Jia came to ask if Kong Kong could go to the military to help raise flat-mouthed beasts. The hatching rate of the military breeders is not even half as high as Kong Kong's. After returning, Chang Yi attended a wedding of Leng Hui and Han Yu. It was a good friend's wedding. This time, she gave all practical and useful things, including high-level nutritious ingredients, medicinal plants for replenishing the body, etc., which were much more valuable than the gifts given to Mu Qing. It is worth mentioning that Mu Qing divorced Chang Jiaju after returning, and she was so happy that she had a drink with Shan Mufeng at home. As the winter season went on, people visited each other less and invited people to play, because the stored materials were not much left after a winter season. Thanks to the ice frogs and Rong Jiaomi brought back by Chang Yi and others, the military gained the upper hand in the game between the major forces, successfully toward their alliance, and the construction on the Emperor Star was carried out in an orderly manner. Chang Yi's summer resort was also built, and it was only a matter of time before the winter season was over and some items were added to move in. That morning, spring thunder suddenly sounded, symbolizing the first rain after the cold season. Leng Hui and Xiao Yaqing came to visit. "Come in. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" Chang Yi opened the door and asked them to sit in the living room. She went in and took out a clean new towel to wipe them. The rain outside had not stopped yet, so they were inevitably a little wet. "Don't be busy. We are just bored at home and want to chat with you." Xiao Yaqing pulled Chang Yi to sit beside her and didn't let her go into the house to work. "Okay. We haven't gathered for a long time recently. Why don't we stay here today and have a good gathering?" Chang Yi sat down. If she didn't want to go in, she didn't want to go in. There were still a lot of snacks on the coffee table that she had taken out, enough for them to grind their teeth. Xiao Yaqing picked a spicy meat jerky, opened it, and started chewing. "When are we going to pick Polygonatum oderatum leaves this year?" Last year, there were too few Polygonatum oderatum leaves, and she had already finished them. Later, although she shamelessly asked Chang Yi for some, they were gone long ago, and she kept thinking about it. "We have to wait a little longer. It's useless to go there now, because it hasn't grown yet." Recently, there are quite a few people who are thinking about Polygonatum oderatum leaves. Mu Qing has also asked them many times in a roundabout way. He is afraid that they will go there secretly, and not tell him. However, let's be honest, they really don't plan to take him with them. "Ah! We have to wait," Xiao Yaqing wailed. She was used to eating all the good things at once. The ones she had stored before the cold season had been consumed a long time ago, so she had to wait for the mission after the spring to fill them up. "Some of the fruits in my field can be picked. Why don't we go pick some?" The seeds given by Mr. Bai have a few fruit trees with a long growth cycle. Recently, they have just started to bear fruit. "Really? Chang Yi, I love you so much." Xiao Yaqing hugged Chang Yi and kissed her. Chapter 297. They left as soon as they said they would, and the three of them moved to the planting field. "Chang Yi, what would I do without you?" Xiao Yaqing looked at the fruit trees full of fruits and held Chang Yi tightly. "Okay. Let me go, pick whatever you want yourself." Chang Yi really couldn't stand her enthusiasm, so she put the basket in her hand and coaxed her to let go. "Hui, here, this is your basket." After sending Xiao Yaqing away, Chang Yi also stuffed a basket for Leng Hui. Leng Hui took it with a smile and walked forward with her. Suddenly, she looked at the fruit tree in the field and stopped. The stems and leaves were like blood, and the fruits were like eyes, half pink and half purple. Leng Hui couldn't believe that the crops in front of her were real. She wanted to touch them, but didn't dare to. She never thought that she would see the legendary fruit, the kind that she wouldn't dare to dream of. Changyi saw that she didn't catch up and turned back to greet her. Let's go? Why don't you leave? Leng Hui took 2 steps forward, staring at the fruit tree in front of her, her fingers unconsciously clenched, her body trembling slightly, and asked, Did you grow this? Changyi looked back at the short fruit tree and shook her head. No, you forgot. I can't grow anything. This kind of farming is all the credit of Bai Yi and his friends. Xiao Yuqing was holding a dragon fruit-like fruit in her hand and chewing it, and said enviously, Your Bai Yi and his friends are so capable, I also want to raise one. Hui, aren't you going to pick it? My basket is almost full. There were too many fruits, she picked them here and there, and it felt like there were not many left, but the basket was already full. Changyi saw that Leng Hui had been staring at the fruit tree without moving and said, If you like this kind, pick more. You really don't know this fruit tree? Leng Hui sent a message to them while talking, and Changyi clicked it to check suspiciously. The shy fruit, also known as the fruit of childbirth, has aphrodisiac effects and can increase fertility. It is a perennial fruit tree. If you want to achieve the best fertility, both parties can water it with fingertip blood every day. When the fruit turns red, eat one every day for 28 days. This kind of fruit tree is more rare than the baby fruit that Changyi broke before. It is an advanced version of the baby fruit. If the baby fruit is a legitimate fruit that helps pregnancy, it is a fruit that gives birth to children in an unorthodox way. The last baby fruit was a gift from Mr. Bai to Changyi. She destroyed it before anyone found out. Now she is a little unsure about this one. Do you want it? I don't want it. It's useless for me, as a single person. Xiao Yuqing took the lead in expressing her opinion. She didn't even have a partner, so having a baby was none of her business. It is the high-level superpowered warriors who are crazy about having a baby, not them women. Leng Hui also shook her head. I don't want it either, Han Yu said to let nature take its course. The 3 of them are not interested in things that everyone loves outside. Changyi thought about it, cut her finger, and dripped a drop of blood. Wait and see tomorrow. If it is still alive, I won't pull it out. First there was the baby fruit, and then the shy fruit. She felt as if a mysterious force forced her to have a baby. Since this is the case, she will see who is more powerful. If it can grow successfully, having a baby is not out of the question. They have seen Changyi's planting killers a long time ago, and now seeing her dripping blood, they are more interested in whether this shy fruit can survive than whether it can really make people have babies. There is such a thing in the planting field. Changyi added a protective shield to it alone. No matter whether it can grow or not, she doesn't want others to find its existence. The 3 of them ignored its existence tacitly, and picked the fruit as usual and left. After sending off the 2 friends, Changyi returned to the planting field alone, staring at the shy fruit in a trance. She didn't choose to destroy it directly this time. The main reason was that she remembered another saying. When a species with special abilities disappears, it means that the world no longer needs it. When it returns again, it means that the world gives it a new mission. She can destroy it once, but she can't destroy everything. From this day on, Changyi would ask Shan Mufeng for a drop of his fingertip blood every day. Shan Mufeng was suspicious, and since she didn't want to explain, he didn't ask any more questions. He just took blood for her on time every day. A month passed in a flash. When the Star Network officially announced that the cold season was over, the branches of the shy fruit were empty. Changyi looked at the blue sky and murmured, Do you really want me to have a baby? Go to Starnet. Xiao Yuqing sent her a voice message with a link to a Starnet news forum. Breaking news. The long-lost baby fruit reappears. Good news for high-level warriors. The scarlet headline is eye-catching. Changyi tried several times to squeeze in. This news was released by a hunting team to promote the baby fruit that is about to be sold. It has only been half an hour since it was released, and it has swept the entire galaxy. Countless high-level warriors are looking for their information and exploring the truth of the news. Changyi had been browsing the news at home all day. The news about the hunting team was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, breaking the illusion of peace for many years. In the evening, Changyi poked the rice in the bowl carelessly, and finally made up her mind. She looked at the man beside her and asked, Did you see the news on Star Network today? Shan Mufeng put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, picked up the empty bowl, and added a bowl of beauty soup to Changyi. Don't think about it. You should take good care of your body, and we will be together for a long time, which is more important than anything else. As for the matter of children, He has never changed his mind. Since he was sensible, he knew that he would not have heirs. He didn't think it was a big deal. Ordinary people have children, but their lives are not easy. High-level warriors have no children, but their quality of life is much higher than ordinary people. This is a natural selection. We must learn to accept it. Everything is the best arrangement. What if we have children? Do you like children? Chang'e continued to ask. Shan Mufeng paused, looked at her seriously and said, I don't know, I really don't know, I have never thought about this question. You want a child? Thinking of this possibility, he looked at Chang'e with a somewhat obscure look. He could give her everything except the child, but if she insisted, he wouldn't mind trying. They checked the news on the Star Network, and it was true. Moreover, many hunting teams that went out recently came back and said that they had taken over similar plants, but because they had disappeared for too long, the information on the Star Network was incomplete, and everyone was not very sure for a while. Some experts analyzed that the fertility situation in the interstellar space may enter a new era, and the fertility difficulties of high-level warriors are expected to be solved. The man's eyes were too stubborn. Chang'e looked away unnaturally, shook his head and denied, No, I just asked casually. Chapter 298. The matter of the baby fruit was a hot topic, with true and false news flying everywhere. On the day of the official auction, Chang'e stayed at home and did not go. Xiao Yuqing and Leng Hui did not go either, but Ji Shuyao and his wife went. According to Leng Hui, the final buyer was the Mu family, who spent tens of billions of interstellar coins to buy it. After the Mu family bought the baby fruit, people from all over the interstellar stared at the Mu family, waiting to see when they would announce the good news, and whether the baby fruit was as magical as the legend said. Chang'e kept getting new news from other people even when she did not go out. That day, Shan Mufeng hugged her before going to bed and asked, I will go on a mission in a few days. Do you want to stay at your parents' home for a few days? How long will you be away for this mission? So fast. The winter season is over, and the team will start to go out to replenish supplies. If it's short, we will be back in half a month, and if it's long, it will take about a month. The mission location this time is the planet where the hunting team found the baby fruit. The military wants them to explore whether there are other baby fruits. Chang'e thought about it. Recently, people outside were discussing the issue of Wawagwa. She wanted to get involved. She might as well find something to do and hide away. I go to Emperor Star. It's just right to go there and see if there's anything missing. Shan Mufeng nodded. It's not bad to go there. Emperor Star? It's good to go there. It's almost built there. You should like it. The military will have a batch of supplies going there tomorrow. We go with them. Okay. We go there tomorrow. After deciding to send Chang'e to Emperor Star, Shan Mufeng packed up the things overnight after she fell asleep. There are no ordinary people on Emperor Star now except the military and major forces. It's not as convenient to buy supplies as here. He packed up a batch of commonly used things to ensure that Chang'e would have no problem living there for a few months. They informed the military department again, and tomorrow, they would take a favorable boat. The next day, when Chang'e woke up, she was already on the transport ship. She didn't know why she was so sleepy recently. She spent most of the day sleeping, but she was still groggy. Sometimes she would fall asleep while talking to people. Shan Mufeng was so worried that he changed her tonic soup from 1 meal a day to 3 meals a day. Now she had no appetite when she smelled the soup. Gaga gaga, she seemed to hear the call of the flat-mouthed beast in a daze. Kong Kong, don't bring the flat-mouthed beast into the room, do you hear me? Kong Kong was too concerned about the flat-mouthed beasts. During those days of late spring cold, it drove all the flat-mouthed beasts in the breeding area into the room, making a mess. Okay. I ask it to take it away. Shan Mufeng was sitting at the head of the bed handling military affairs. When he heard her voice, he immediately put down his laptop and leaned over to coax her in her ear. Are you awake? Let's eat something before going to sleep, okay? Chang'e still wanted to sleep, but when she heard him talking about eating, her stomach growled. She was so hungry. Yeah. She still didn't open her eyes, but just turned sideways and groped around the man's thin waist and nodded. Dan Mufeng frowned slightly when he saw that she couldn't wake up, thinking, I still have to take her to see a doctor. This won't work. She has been sleeping for too long. Chang'e let him dig her out of the bed, dress her, hold her up, and sit at the table to feed her mouthful by mouthful. After eating, she was awake for a while, chatted with Dan Mufeng for a few words, and fell asleep again. Dan Mufeng was worried about her staying alone in the Emperor Star in this state, so he sent a message to Chang's mother and Xiao Yuqing, asking if they could come to the Emperor Star to accompany Chang'e. Finally, Chang's mother and Xiao Yaqing both said they would come, but Leng Hui couldn't come because she had to go on a mission. After contacting the people who took care of her, he made a few more calls, told her about Chang Yi's situation, and bought a batch of health-preserving herbal medicine packages. When she arrived at the Emperor's Star, Chang Yi finally woke up after a good sleep. The former academy has now become her private manor. She designed the houses inside in the same way as the quadrangle courtyards. Each quadrangle courtyard has an independent space that does not disturb each other. There are also long corridors connecting them, so you can shuttle between many quadrangle courtyards. The planting field is still bare, but the soil is almost the same as before. This 100-acre planting field is where she spent the most money. The little piglet ran away when she saw her during that time, and she was afraid that she would be caught and force-fed to release it. The forest area has not been touched yet, mainly because she does not have enough nutrient solution for soil transformation, so she can only focus on the planting field first. Shan Mufeng has placed a lot of energy flowers in the middle yard of the quadrangle where she lives. Time is tight, so he can only exchange some of them from other people. The part he bought is still on the way, and will arrive in 2 days. In order to prevent the flat-mouthed beast from disturbing her, Kong Kong brought his breeding team to a separate house. There is a large pond of running water in that house, which can meet the daily needs of the flat-mouthed beasts. This time they went to the Emperor's Star, which was almost like moving, and all the living people in the family were brought here. Shan Mufeng stayed with her in the new home for 5 days. After he had prepared everything at home and Chang's mother and Xiao Yaqing arrived, he returned to Qihong Star to prepare for the mission. Are you pregnant? While Chang's mother was cooking soup, Xiao Yaqing quietly inquired about it. She felt that Chang Yi's current state was very similar to that of a pregnant female elder in the family, greedy and sleepy. Chang Yi's expression flashed. She had eaten the shy fruit for a while, but because of the interstellar era and genetic changes, women's menstruation is no longer something that everyone has. She herself may not have her period once a year, so she didn't think about it in this way. I don't know, I haven't checked it out. Since she started to be sleepy, Shan Mufeng took her for a checkup, but he didn't say she was pregnant at the time. He just said that she might be in a weak period caused by excessive energy consumption and needed to be well taken care of. Then let's go check it out now. As one of the only 3 people who knew about the shy fruit, Xiao Yaqing was more anxious than her, the person involved, when she saw her like this and wanted to pull her out. Chang Yi held her back and said, "Don't worry, let's check it with the treatment device first. The original hospital in Dixing has been demolished, and the new one has just been built. The staff has not arrived yet. It won't be of much use to go there now. Besides, even if she is really pregnant, she doesn't want to be exposed so early. Then let's go up and check it out." Xiao Yaqing thought about it, and turned around and took her to the bedroom. "Where are you going?" "The soup is almost ready." Mother Chang cooked today's health soup, and brought out a plate of fruit to prepare for them. As soon as she came in, she saw the 2 of them sneaking towards the bedroom. "Nothing? We just went in to talk about something. I come over to eat the soup later." Chang Yi turned around and said to Mother Chang, and followed her to continue walking in. She also wanted to know if she was pregnant. Chapter 299. Are you nervous? No, okay, sit down quickly, don't walk, you're making me dizzy. Xiao Yaqing was even more anxious than her, the person involved, and she kept walking back and forth while waiting for the result. No matter what the result was, Chang Yi didn't want to spread it. Before the examination, she disconnected the network function of the treatment device, which would lose some functions and slow down the detection speed, but it was safe. What do you think if you are really pregnant? Xiao Yaqing was pulled to sit down by her, but she still couldn't calm down. She opened her mouth and chattered. What do you think will happen if the Mu family knows that you are pregnant? Nothing will happen. Shan Mufeng is not a pushover, and I won't let them manipulate me. Chang Yi is not afraid of these things at all. The Mu family has a strong background, but the Shan family is not weak either. As long as she doesn't want to, no one else can force her to become a reproductive machine. In just 15 minutes, Xiao Yaqing asked her 100,000 questions. Ding, the report came out. Xiao Yaqing, who wanted to know the result just now, stood up with a serious expression. I go out first, you can see the result yourself. I'm afraid I can't hold it. Puff. Chang Yi was amused by her and pulled her back. No, it's okay, just look at the latest news on Star Network. Xiao Yaqing looked at the text above and exclaimed, Mu Qing's new wife is pregnant? Yes, it's Mu Qing's new wife. After divorcing Chang Jiaojiao, Mu Qing quickly married Lu Jiro. Judging from the current news, the baby fruit that the Mu family took should be given to her. More than that. Keep reading. Chang Yi signaled her not to rush and continued, there was more news. Several baby fruits appeared in the trading city and were looted, causing several injuries and one death. The latest news from the military department is that traces of baby fruits were found in many places, and the difficulty of high-level soldiers in giving birth may become history. Is this true? Xiao Yaqing looked at the news on the Star Network in a daze. Was it so sudden? It felt like fake news. How could it be that it was hard to find yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, it was said to be everywhere? It shouldn't be fake. It's the official account of the military. Chang Yi was happy to see this situation happen, so that if she got pregnant again, it wouldn't attract so much attention. Xiao Yaqing looked through the news about baby fruits on the Star Network, put down the light brain, and muttered to herself. Too crazy. Chang Yi nodded in agreement, and commented pertinently, it is quite crazy. After all, high-level warriors have been infertile for so long, and it is normal now. Let's not talk about them. Let's take a look at the results now. I'm too curious. Xiao Yaqing no longer had any psychological pressure to know her test results, and asked Chang to open the test results with great interest. Yes. Look for yourself. Chang Yi had just looked at it, and now he handed the treatment device to her and let her look for herself. Xiao Yaqing took the treatment device and saw that the inspected person found an invading object suspected of an embryo in the lower uterine cavity, with obvious blood flow and initial blood vessel beating. Finally, attached is the inspection opinion. Please go to the medical unit for detailed examination as soon as possible. Too amazing. It turns out that the embryo of a high-level warrior is also like this. Xiao Yaqing looked at the image above and was inspired. The fertility rate of high-level superpower warriors is too low, and the damage to the mother is also very great. She has always thought that the embryos of superpower warriors are different from ordinary embryos from the beginning of formation. Hearing this, Chang Yi rolled her eyes at her. High-level superpower warriors are also human beings, born from the womb, not mutant species. What do you mean they are like this? Are you hungry now? Should we go downstairs to eat? No, you haven't rested for so long. Do you want to lie down and rest for a while? Confirming that Chang Yi was pregnant, Xiao Yaqing was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Chang Yi couldn't bear it and comforted her. I'm not tired or hungry. Don't be so nervous. It's just pregnancy. It's not a big deal. Why is it not a big deal? You must not be careless about this kind of thing. Your body is your own. She had never been pregnant before. She only knew that after the women in her family got pregnant, some vomited and lost 10 pounds in a month, some had swollen feet and couldn't walk, and some just turned over and lost their babies. Generally speaking, it's not wrong to be careful for pregnant women. Xiao Yaqing held her body and helped her lie down on the bed. Wait, I go downstairs to see if the soup is ready. If it's ready, I bring it up to you. After that, she rushed out of the door. Swish. Not long after she went out, there was a sound of porcelain breaking on the ground outside, followed by a flustered sound of footsteps outside the door. Without waiting for her to get up to check, Chang's mother pushed the door open, ran straight to the bed, stroked Chang Yi's face, and asked with a pale face, Is what Yaqing said true? Yes. It's true. Chang Yi grabbed her trembling hand, rubbed her cheek against her slightly cold hand, looked into Chang's mother's eyes, and said, Don't worry, I know my limits, I won't sacrifice myself for the child. Call her selfish or cold-blooded, she never thought that giving up her life for a new life was a great thing. You have to love yourself before loving others. If you don't even love yourself, how can you love others? Her words gradually calmed Chang's mother's heart. Looking at her smiling daughter, she suddenly felt that her child had really grown up. At the beginning, Chang Yi was going to marry Shan Mufeng. She and Chang's father had privately rejoiced countless times in the middle of the night that their daughter had chosen a high-level superpower warrior, so they didn't have to worry about her suffering from childbirth. She herself has 2 children. Do you think she is happy to have given birth to 2 children? She can answer without hesitation that she is happy, because the bond of blood connection is the most direct and closest relationship between people in the world. But she was reluctant to let her child suffer. After all, it was really hard to give birth to a life. Just know it yourself. Remember, you are our baby. Nothing else is more important than you. Don't care about other people's opinions. Mom and Dad just want you to live happily and healthily. At this moment, the interests and needs of her son-in-law were not within Chang's mother's consideration. Whoever's child, whoever loves him. Chang Yi raised her hand to assure her, Don't worry, Mom. You don't know that I cherish my life the most. I will definitely protect my life. Seeing her naughty look, Chang's mother felt relieved. She wiped the tears from her eyes, stood up and said, "It's good that you know. The soup I stewed for you should be ready. I serve it to you." "Auntie!" "No need. I've already served the soup." Xiao Yaqing appeared at the door with a tray and answered with a smile. Chapter 300. Since the day they knew Chang'e was pregnant, Chang's mother and Xiao Yaqing protected her like a porcelain doll, not letting her move at all, and she either ate or slept all day. She had not yet told anyone about her pregnancy, not even Shan Mufeng, and she wanted to wait until later. Chang's mother frowned, and brought her another bowl of health-preserving soup. Seeing that she drank 2 sips and put it down, she advised worriedly, Eat more. Look how thin you are." "Yes." Eat more?" Xiao Yaqing also followed suit. Chang'e's appetite has increased a lot in the past period of time, but her body has become visibly thinner. If she continues like this, she is afraid that something will happen. Chang's mother's various ways of nourishing her every day are useless. "I really can't drink anymore." Chang'e pushed away the soup bowl in front of her. She had already drunk 3 bowls, and her stomach would explode if she drank more. Seeing that she really couldn't drink it, Chang's mother put away the health-preserving soup, and couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. How long will it take for Mu Feng to come back? Let's go back to Qihong Star. Everything is still under construction here on Emperor Star. They really don't feel at ease without professional personnel to check Chang'e. Chang'e put her hand on her lower abdomen and nodded in agreement. Okay. She was also worried about her situation, so she cooperated with Chang's mother and others to feed her every day and tried her best to eat. It's strange to say that she can eat and sleep after she got pregnant, but she didn't grow any weight, and she didn't know where the food she ate every day went. She said she would leave as soon as she said she would. In her situation, Chang's mother didn't dare to delay at all. Chang'e nodded, and she immediately went to check the nearest flight back. There is a flight back today. I will book the ticket now. We will pack up and leave. Mother Chang was extremely anxious. She was usually so frugal. At this moment, she did not care that the time was too short and many things would be wasted. She simply packed some items and took Chang'e to catch the flight. Chang'e felt a sense of panic when she decided to return to Qihong Star, but seeing the worried look of Chang's mother and others, she suppressed her discomfort and thought that this might be her psychological effect. Mother Chang glanced at the flight information and said, "We can leave in half an hour. Let's wait on the flying ship first. Otherwise, you will be squeezed by many people later." Okay. Chang'e walked to the flying ship with their support. The heart suddenly beat violently, so Chang'e covered her chest and snorted briefly. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Mother Chang and Xiao Yaqing found that her face was not right, so they stopped and asked with concern. The feeling of uneasiness became stronger, her heart was beating, Chang'e was panting rapidly, her face was pale, and she could no longer speak. "Go back," Chang's mother said anxiously, helping Chang'e turn around and go to rest. Chang'e was supported by the two of them and walked back. "Mom, I'm fine." Halfway through the journey, Chang'e felt a little better, her heartbeat was not so fast, and she patted the back of Chang's mother's hand, telling them not to worry so much. "Really? Let's check it in the lounge first." Chang's mother glanced at her, and saw that her face was not as scary as before, so she felt a little relieved. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge again, Chang's mother took out the treatment device, and gave Chang'e a simple examination. Except for the underweight and malnutrition, there was no abnormality. "Come, drink some animal milk first." Xiao Yaqing took out a can of animal milk, and stuffed it into her hand. Chang'e saw the result on the treatment device, and said with a smile, "See? I said it's okay. Maybe I just walked too fast and choked. I'd be fine after I rest for a while." It was very uncomfortable just now, but she didn't feel anything immediately after coming back. No problem was found during the examination, and Chang'e's condition did improve. Chang's mother and her husband could only accept this explanation. They sat with her in the lounge for a while, and prepared to board the ship again. This time, just halfway through, Chang'e's eyes went black, and she fell down one after another. Yee! Chang's mother and her husband reached out to support her. In a coma, Chang'e felt as if her soul had left her body. Her body floated lightly in the dark universe. In front of her was a purple light curtain, wrapping a beautiful blue planet. She was attracted by the planet, and unconsciously approached it. The light curtain blocked her way. She reached out to explore. The light curtain seemed to be alive. It was beating rhythmically, bang bang bang. This rhythm seemed to be synchronized with her heartbeat. Oh! No, it was not her heartbeat, but the heartbeat in her belly. Chang'e cast her eyes on her slightly bulging belly in disbelief. There was a ball of purple light there, beating with the rhythm of the light curtain. She suddenly looked at the planet behind the light curtain. Isn't this the Emperor Star? The strange light curtain, the same beating, an idea flashed through her mind. Yee! Yee! What's wrong with you? Chang's mother's anxious voice sounded in her ears. With a whisper, Chang'e slowly opened her eyes, and showed a weak smile to the two concerned faces. Don't worry, I'm fine. I go back and sleep. It's just that we may not be able to return to Qihong Star for the time being. Tears were still on Xiao Yaqing's face. Seeing her wake up, she choked and said, I'm glad you're okay. You scared us to death. No, we won't go back. Chang's mother wanted to slap herself now. Why did she go back to Qihong Star when she was fine? During the few seconds when Chang'e was unconscious, she blamed herself more than once. The three people's journey home ended just like that. Back home, Chang'e lay alone in the bedroom, constantly recalling the scenes she saw when she was unconscious. As soon as Chang's mother returned home, she contacted the military medical station and asked them to send someone to check. At this moment, she didn't care whether the news of Chang'e's pregnancy would be exposed. Chang'e's health was more important, and she needed a more detailed examination. After receiving the communication from Chang's mother, the military sent someone to check Chang'e as soon as possible. When Chang'e saw the medical staff who came to her house, she didn't say anything, but just cooperated with the examination silently. She knew that there was nothing wrong with her body, but her coma just now must have scared them, so it would be good to check them to reassure them. She just thought about it carefully, and her situation was very similar to the legendary destined person chosen by the Heavenly Tao. Every destined person chosen by the Heavenly Tao will be connected to the aura of that world. When the Heavenly Tao chooses the destined person, it will use its own power to protect that person. Correspondingly, the destined person will also protect the world for the Heavenly Tao after growing up. The two are closely related, and life and death depend on each other. According to this situation, this world will not allow her to leave before she gives birth. Chapter 301. The military medical staff arrived quickly, and Chang's mother led them in. She just fainted. Please check carefully. The medical staff nodded and entered Chang'e's room. She had just fallen asleep, so they did not wake her up, but took out the equipment for the examination. The report came out quickly. They looked at the results on the examination list, and were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Shan Mufeng and his wife would have a baby without saying anything. The one from the Mu family wanted to announce it to the world since she got pregnant. She is fine, she just needs to pay attention to supplement nutrition, and have a good rest. The fainting just now may be a little physical exhaustion. Are you sure? Chang's mother was still a little worried. Chang'e's condition just now did not look like Shan Dan's physical exhaustion. The medical staff understood Chang's mother's worries. Really, if you are worried, let's check her again. No, I'm really fine. I know my own body. I was just a little hungry just now. When the medical staff was about to check Chang'e again, she woke up when she heard their conversation. She now understood her physical condition. As long as she stayed well in the Emperor Star, nothing serious would happen. Although she said she didn't need to check after she woke up, Chang's mother, who was worried, still asked the medical staff to do a detailed check for her again. At this moment, she was awake, and the medical staff asked her a lot about her usual physical condition. After the examination, before sending the medical staff away, Chang'e specifically reminded, "Please keep my examination results today confidential. Recently, many people in the interstellar space have become pregnant, and many have had accidental miscarriages." The medical staff understood her concerns, nodded and promised, and adjusted the confidentiality level of her medical records on the spot. In this way, without his permission, no one except her attending physician could look through her medical records. The medical staff said that she wanted to supplement her nutrition, and Kong Kong's flat-mouthed beast suffered. "Kong Kong, get out of the way, let me pass." Chang's mother came to the breeding area early in the morning, wanting to pick a fatter flat-mouthed beast to make soup for Chang'e to nourish her body. There was only Dazui in the entire breeding area, and it looked the fattest and strongest. He fell in love with it at first sight. Kong Kong saw that she was going to take away his best employee, and he blocked the door to prevent Chang's mother from taking Dazui away. "Kong Kong, Chang'e is sick, I will kill this one, and don't move the others, get out of the way." Chang's mother patiently reasoned with it. When Kong Kong heard her say that Chang'e was sick, there was a clear panic in his eyes, and he moved aside with some preparation. "Cook." Big Mouth saw Kong Kong move aside, and cried out, with tears falling from the corner of his eyes. Its cry made Kong Kong hesitate a little, and the foot that had just moved away stood back to its original position, pointing at Big Mouth in Chang's mother's hand, and said, "Don't eat Big Mouth, change one." Big Mouth raises small flat-mouthed beasts for Chang-Yi to eat. This time it was Chang's mother's turn to be embarrassed. She liked Big Mouth because it was the most conspicuous in the group of flat-mouthed beasts, and could be seen to be strong at a glance. As for taking the small flat-mouthed beast, in her opinion, other ones would be fine, because there was more than one female flat-mouthed beast in the group. Chang's mother was still hesitating, and Kong Kong had already quickly passed her and walked into the breeding area, caught a flat-mouthed beast and quickly grabbed it, pinched its neck with both hands, and walked over like this, "Eat it." Chang's mother was stunned by its vigorous movements. She didn't react for a while, and stood there in a daze. The flat-mouthed beast that Kong Kong caught was a male. It had long seen that the street scoundrel in this flat-mouthed beast was dissatisfied. He always snatched the food of Dazue. He ate and drank everywhere all day long. He could neither lay eggs nor hatch babies. It was useless for a flat-mouthed beast to just eat. "Dazue, give it to me." Kong Kong saw that Chang's mother took the mouth-changing beast, but did not return Dazue to it, so he reminded her again. "Oh!" Chang's mother reacted, hurriedly let go, and grabbed Dazue's hand. "Kuh!" As soon as Dazue regained his freedom, he immediately ran to Kong Kong's side, hid behind him, and wrapped his slender neck around his calf, rubbing it constantly, thanking him for saving his life. After that, he did not forget to quietly raise his eyes, observe Chang's mother, and show a proud smile. Seeing its humane reaction, Chang's mother no longer wanted to kill it. She took the flat-mouthed beast whose neck Kong Kong had just twisted, and returned to the kitchen. She added cordyceps sinensis to stew a health-preserving soup, and sent it to Chang-Yi. She told Chang-Yi about the killing of the Big Mouth, as a funny story. "You don't know how fast Kong Kong twisted the flat-mouthed beast's neck just now to prevent me from taking the Big Mouth." Thinking of what happened just now, Chang's mother felt funny. Chang-Yi drank a mouthful of soup and said regretfully, "It seems that this Big Mouth will not be eaten in the future. I said it at the beginning. What kind of name should be given to the livestock raised? Look, it can't be eaten again." As she was talking, Xiao Yaqing walked in from outside with a basket of eggs in her hand, saying, "I don't know who put a basket of eggs at the door." "What eggs? What eggs? Did you see anyone? Maybe someone put them in the wrong place." Mother Chang looked at the basket of eggs in her hand. It was full. The eggs in the basket were piled up to the top of her hat. Some of the eggs next to it seemed to be about to fall out. It shouldn't be possible. There is no one else around here. Who would put eggs at our door? Su Yakin also felt very strange. They had no neighbors nearby. Chang-Yi stood up and took an egg. He weighed it in his hand. He tilted his head and thought about it. He smiled and said, "These should be Big Mouths. They sent them here. These are flat-mouthed beast eggs. This Big Mouth is quite interesting. It came to send eggs to save its life, and told her that it was still very useful." "Really? Is it so smart?" Xiao Yating also knew that this flat-mouthed beast that often followed Kong Kong was called Big Mouth. Every day Kong Kong would lead it, and the group of small flat-mouthed beasts out for a walk, play, and take a walk. Except for it, no one else has so many flat-mouthed beast eggs. Speaking of which, she had already eaten the unfertilized flat-mouthed beast eggs in the previous batch. This time, she had not eaten them for several days. Seeing so many eggs, she was really greedy. Chang's mother told Xiao Yaqing about the incident. When she went to catch the Big Mouth, Kong Kong stopped her at the door, and did not let her go. He twisted the Big Mouth that another flat-mouthed beast exchanged with her to death. After listening to Chang's mother's description, Xiao Yaqing said, "Then you don't eat the Big Mouth. It is indeed quite useful. It can help you hatch eggs, can bring small flat-mouthed beasts, and knows how to send eggs to save your life. No, keep it for Chang-Yi to lay eggs." After Chang's mother finished speaking, she laughed. The three were talking and laughing when Chang-Yi's communication rang. It was Shan Mufeng who had finished his mission, and was ready to come back. Chang's mother and the other two left with a tactful look and closed the door for her. Chapter 302. After Shan Mufeng finished his mission, and returned to the military headquarters to hand over, he couldn't wait even a day. That night, he drove a small aircraft carrier to the original Emperor Star, which has now been renamed Hope Star. In the communication, Chang-Yi did not tell him that she was pregnant, but Shan Mufeng was still uneasy. He felt inexplicably irritated several times on the way out this time, as if he had forgotten something very important. When Shan Mufeng arrived at Hope Star, it was already early morning. Chang-Yi was sleeping soundly. Shan Mufeng opened the door without turning on the light, and looked at his wife, who he hadn't seen for many days in the starlight outside. Her face was much thinner than before he went out. Sean Mufing frowned. Hasn't she eaten well recently? How come the little meat she just gained is gone, and she is thinner than before? At this time, the person on the bed muttered and turned over and changed his position. Sean Mufing tucked in the quilt for fear of waking her up, and then quietly left the room. After he came out, he didn't care what time it was, and went directly to the Sun family, a famous medical family in the interstellar space, and made a full set of examination plans for tomorrow with them. Since she became pregnant, Chang Yi's sleep time has been getting longer and longer every day. On this day, she slept until noon again. Sean Mufing? Is she still asleep? How come someone who should still be on a mission appeared at home? It's me. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? As soon as the person on the bed woke up, Sean Mufing noticed it. He put down the laptop in his hand, strode to the bed, sat on the edge of the bed, and half-hugged her with a quilt in his arms. His bony fingers carefully combed her hair, which was a little messy because of sleeping. After wrapping her arms around the man's waist and feeling his warm body temperature, Chang Yi believed that it was not a dream, and Sean Mufing was really back. How did you come back so soon? Didn't you say it would take 2 days? I couldn't wait any longer, so I came back early. The follow-up matters were left to Ling Yu and Xiao Mao. Sean Mufing's hand was hit by her bones, and his brows were furrowed. How have you been recently? Are you feeling well? He checked the surveillance at home last night when he found that Chang Yi was not in a good state. It was not that he did not trust her, but he was afraid that they might not notice something. In the video, he found that Chang Yi had no problem with her diet, and she could even eat more than before, but her sleep time was increasing, and she was losing weight. He saw the military medical personnel come to check on her, but when he logged in to apply for a check as a spouse, he was rejected, which made him even more uneasy. I'm fine, I'm not feeling well. Chang Yi was thinking about how to tell Sean Mufing about her current condition, and whether to tell her guests. It's good that you don't feel uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me as soon as possible. Don't hide it, okay? Sean Mufing was extremely anxious, but he didn't dare to show it to Chang Yi. Yes. I know, I will tell you. Sean Mufing tried his best not to let her find out anything unusual. Do you want to get up now? I have an appointment for you to have a checkup at the Sun family's medical institution. Can I go with you later? Does the Sun family's checkup require leaving Hope Star? Chang Yi just happened to have not figured out how to ask for someone to do a checkup, so it's fine. But in her current condition, she can't leave Hope Star, and she doesn't know if the Sun family can come to her house. The Sun family's medical institution in Hope Star is not yet complete, so you need to go there, but don't worry, it will be quick, and it will only take more than an hour's flight. Hearing his words, Chang Yi straightened up, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, then let's wait until their institution in Hope Star opens before going? I can't leave Hope Star now. Can't? Sean Mufing keenly noticed the difference in her words. She said can't instead of don't want to. Yee! Tell me, what happened? Who doesn't let you leave Hope Star? As he spoke, a trace of danger flashed in Sean Mufing's eyes. Chang Yi patted his tense arms and comforted him. I'm fine, don't be so nervous. I'm just pregnant. What did he hear? Pregnancy? Chang Yi is pregnant? They are going to have a baby? But he didn't give her anything to get pregnant. Oh! No, that blood. Sean Mufing's mind turned quickly, and he soon found clues. Is it the blood you asked for earlier? Chang Yi held his face, looked around, and exclaimed exaggeratedly, whose man is this? How can he be so handsome and so smart? She kissed his rosy lips lightly, pulled away a little, and told him with a smile, bingo. Congratulations, you got it right, it's what you thought. Sean Mufing was not as happy as expected, but held him tightly in his arms, trembling, and said, let's not have it, okay? He didn't say it clearly, but Chang Yi knew he was talking about the child, patted his broad back, and coaxed him softly like a child. Why not? Are you worried about my health? Don't worry, I will be fine. She was not the kind of hypocritical person. She could feel the reluctance of the man when he said he didn't want a child, and she could also feel his fear, so she would not think that he didn't want their child. He just didn't want to lose herself. Sean Mufing's voice was full of disapproval and worry. Before the Wawa fruit disappeared, how many women died because of giving birth to children of high-level warriors? He didn't want to see this result. He had never thought about children from the beginning, but Chang Yi was the person he wanted to accompany for a long time. When he thought about losing her, his heart was like exploding. He couldn't accept this result. Sean Mufing. Chang'e left his arms, looked into his eyes seriously, and said, I want this child, and I will protect my life. I promise you that when it really threatens my own life, I will choose to give up, but now, please protect him with me. Chang'e took his right hand and covered her belly and asked softly, Do you feel his beating? With the 5 senses of a superpower warrior, he can feel the beating of the blood vessels at such a close distance. But now, Shan Mufeng's heart and eyes are full of Chang'e. When he thinks of the dangers that Chang'e will encounter when she is pregnant, his heart is panicked. How can he feel anything else? Okay. I will protect him with you. Shan Mufeng promised this, but he had already thought about it in his heart. He would ask the Sun family to send someone to come to check Chang'e. If there is anything wrong, he will. Chang'e didn't know that the man in front of her was cruel to her unborn child. She thought he really took her words to heart. Chapter 303. The medical staff of the Sun family came to the door soon. Shan Mufeng first briefly told them about Chang'e's situation, and then took them to check Chang'e. So far, there are no problems with adults and children. It's just that the pregnant mother needs to supplement nutrition to prevent accidents in the later stage. There are many pregnant women recently. Their Sun family is a famous medical family in the interstellar space, and many people come to them. Chang'e is the pregnant mother with the best health they have seen so far. She is much better than them. It can be seen that she is well taken care of. Is it really okay? Shan Mufeng frowned. Is the Sun family capable? Didn't he see that Chang'e's face was not very good? Colonel Shan, don't worry, your wife is really fine. As long as she continues to supplement nutrition, there will be no problem. The medical staff of the Sun family are very confident in their examination results. But she is sleepy every day. The medical staff of the Sun family had a standard professional smile throughout the whole process. Sleepiness is a normal phenomenon of luck. Sleep helps the pregnant mother to repair her body, which is a good thing. It is rumored that Colonel Shan dotes on his wife very much. It seems that the rumor is true. Seeing that the people of the Sun family could not find anything, Shan Mufeng asked them to prescribe some health care medicine packages, and sent them away. I will contact my family later, and find a reliable medical staff to come and see again. Chang'e sat up with his help and patted his arm soothingly. I'm really fine. You don't have to be so nervous. Get up from the bed, sit on the small sofa, let Shan Mufeng sit opposite him, look at him seriously and say, I have something to tell you. Shan Mufeng was frightened by her expression. He grabbed her hand and wrapped it in his palm. Tell me. Have you seen an unknown layer of air on the surface of Hope Star? Chang'e didn't know whether the light curtain she saw really existed, so she had to ask first. Her question startled Shan Mufeng. This air layer had only appeared recently. Moreover, the military found that similar air layers had appeared outside some planets. Experts were studying how and why it appeared. What was its use? This news is still confidential. How could Chang'e know? Shan Mufeng thought a lot in his mind, but his face didn't show any strangeness. Well, there is such a layer. The specific situation is not known yet, but no danger has been found for the time being. Shan Mufeng. You must believe what I say next. Chang'e gave him a shot of prevention first, so that he would not think he was talking in his sleep. Okay. You say it. Shan Mufeng nodded, looked at her, patted the back of her hand soothingly, and let her believe that he would definitely believe her. I think the child in my belly is connected to the purple atmosphere of the planet. He may be the newly chosen guardian of Hope Star. Can you understand what I mean? Chang'e didn't know if he could understand what she said. This news was too shocking. Shan Mufeng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. Okay, I understand. But how do you know it's our child, and not someone else's? Seeing that he was really listening carefully, Chang'e continued, I didn't know at first. A few days ago, my mother wanted to take me back to Chihong Star for a checkup. I couldn't get on the flying ship and fainted directly. When I was unconscious, my consciousness seemed to float in the universe, and I saw the light curtain outside the planet. Chang'e told Shan Mufeng everything that happened that day. That's it, so now I can't leave Hope Star until I give birth. After listening to her words, Shan Mufeng fell into deep thought. If he was half believing and half doubting just now he has no doubt at all. After all, the newly appeared air layer is consistent with the time when Chang'e was pregnant, which is exactly when she was about 3 months pregnant and the embryo was formed. Leave this matter to me. Don't think about it for the time being. I will go to explore it first. This kind of air layer is not only in Hope Star, but also in other planets, but the color is different. In order to comfort her, Shan Mufeng revealed some news to make her feel at ease. There are also other planets? Chang'e really didn't know this news. She thought her child was the most special. She was still worried. Yes. There are also other planets. The expert group has not figured out how it appeared. Now, your news will provide them with a new direction. Sean Mufang coaxed Chang'e at home, and then hurried to the military. He urgently needed to know all the truth of the matter to prepare for the follow-up. He did not tell the military about Chang'e's news, but revealed a seemingly plausible news to them, and asked them to check it themselves. While he was running around for this matter, Chang'e was starving at home. Hiccup, she had eaten a whole flat-mouthed beast, but there was still a voice in her head that kept saying hungry. In order not to worry Chang's mother and others, Chang'e used the excuse of taking a rest and locked herself in the room. Something was wrong with her. Her body was full, but her brain told her that she was not. Even though her stomach was already full, she still felt hungry. She thought about it, and took out the things in the space one by one. She remembered hearing a saying that when the body lacks a certain substance, no matter how much other things you eat, you will not feel full until you eat the right thing. Fruits, meats, and spiritual medicines are not good. Until she took out a box of energy liquid, the desire to eat in her mind reached its peak. Chang'e picked up a tube of energy liquid without attributes and played with it in her hand. The nerve in her mind kept clamoring for her to drink it. She first turned on the optical brain and set it up. If there was anything wrong, it could immediately sound an alarm and notify others. Then she slowly opened the lid of the energy liquid and did not drink it directly, but put it under her nose and smelled it. Feeling the restlessness of the body pulling each other, she felt that it should be right. It is a recognized fact that gifted people cannot take energy liquid. She has not tried it. For the sake of caution, Chang'e suppressed her desire to drink it all, poured out a small amount, and sipped it. As soon as she took a sip of the energy liquid, fireworks went off in her mind with joy. She could clearly feel that her hunger was being satisfied. The energy liquid disappeared quickly. She ignored her body's desire to continue, and instead released her mental power to observe her body and find the whereabouts of the energy liquid. The white energy liquid went straight to the embryo in her lower abdomen. She seemed to see the little man in her stomach. She didn't drink enough and frowned in dissatisfaction, wanting more. After finding out where the energy liquid went, Chang'e had some ideas in her mind, but she didn't dare to continue taking the energy liquid. She refilled the opened energy liquid and put it away. She would wait a few hours to see if there was really no problem. If she continued. Chapter 304. Chang'e wanted to wait a little longer, but the little guy in her belly didn't want to. Since she put away the energy liquid, they have been tossing and turning. She has never had morning sickness since she got pregnant, but now her stomach is churning. Ugh! Chang'e covered her mouth and walked quickly into the bathroom, retching several times. Her stomach was fussy, but she couldn't vomit. Chang'e couldn't stand it. Okay. Stop it, I go drink the energy liquid. The magical thing is that as soon as she finished speaking, the feeling of nausea disappeared. Chang'e washed her face with cold water, wiped it clean, and went back to the bedroom. She took out the energy liquid she had just put away. This time she drank it in small sips. After drinking half a tube, she felt obviously full, so she stopped. After eating and drinking enough, the baby in her belly stopped making trouble, and Chang'e herself felt full of energy, not as sleepy as before. It was rare not to feel sleepy, so she decided to go out for a walk. She hadn't been out for a walk since she came. Why did you come down? Do you want to eat? When Chang's mother saw her come out, her first reaction was that she was hungry. She turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen to bring her the warm soup. Mom! Don't go. I'm not hungry. I just ate too much and wanted to go out for a walk to digest the food. Chang'e grabbed her wrist and stopped her from going. Really not hungry? She said she wasn't hungry, but Chang's mother didn't quite believe it. These days, Chang'e was either sleeping or eating, and the first thing she said when she woke up was that she was hungry. Really? Chang'e blushed. Has she been eating so much recently? They treated her like a pig. Seeing that she really didn't want to eat, Chang's mother gave up the idea of going to the kitchen to get soup. Then wait a minute, I get you a coat to wear. Now, it's just the beginning of spring, and the temperature outside is still a little low. Chang's mother walked upstairs while nagging. Chang'e nodded and sat on the sofa to wait for her. The sofa used at home was woven by Nyo Chindian. This single sofa was woven completely according to Chang'e's body structure. Sitting on it was close to her body, and comfortable no matter how she moved. Let's go! Chang's mother took down her golden spider silk cloak. When Chang'e saw the cloak she took, his eyes flashed, and he stood up without saying a word, and stood still obediently, letting her put it on him. Chang'e looked noble when wearing the black and gold leather cape. After tying the bow on the thin strap, Chang's mother stepped back happily, looked at it and praised. Did Dan moving buy this cape? Don't say he has a good taste. This cape looks really good on you. Changyi spread her hands under the cape to both sides, like a bird, and asked with a smile, Does it really look good? I get you one too. How about we wear mother-daughter outfits? Seeing her childish look, Chang's mother laughed and shouted, Okay. We wear mother-daughter outfits. Put your hands down now. Don't make a good lady look like a big moth. A moth is also a noble moth. Changyi's arms were held down by her mother, and she could no longer flutter. She murmured regretfully, What did you say? Her voice was too soft, and her mother did not hear clearly. She stopped and asked again with her ear tilted. Changyi pulled out her arm, took her mother's arm, walked out, and said coquettishly, I said, I want to flutter outside. Seeing that she was full of energy today, her mother was relieved. Recently, everyone was frightened by her listless appearance. Walk slower. Watch your step. Don't jump. Walk properly. After leaving the house, Changyi was like a bird out of a cage, and her excitement could not be stopped. Chang's mother followed her, and she was frightened and exclaimed from time to time. Changyi ignored her words and walked as she pleased. On the corridor, she met Dazue, who was about to send eggs home. Dazue opened his mouth excitedly to greet her, and he forgot that he still had a basket of flat-mouthed beast eggs in his mouth. He opened his mouth halfway, found that there were not many, and quickly closed it again. Changyi looked at it with interest. Has Dazue become smarter? I wonder if he can talk if he is fed with cayenne pills now. Changyi reached out and took the basket from its mouth, and quickly flicked a cayenne pill into its mouth. Puff, puff. Looking at the saliva on the back of her foot, she wanted to eat roasted flat-mouthed beasts. Big Mouth found that the atmosphere was not right, and used its powerful wings to cover its mouth. It blinked its innocent eyes twice, but it seemed useless. Before Changyi could take action, it turned around quickly to find help. Quack! Quack! How can this Big Mouth be so unhygienic? Wait, let Kong Kong teach it a lesson. Mother Chang followed behind, and did not see Changyi's action of shooting pellets into Big Mouth. She just thought that it had not been taught well, and did not know that it could not spit at people. As she said that, she walked around in front of Changyi and squatted down to wipe the saliva from her lower body. Oh! Mom! No, I can do it myself. Changyi bent down to pull her up. It would be bad if others saw this posture. Chang's mother pushed her hand away, not wanting her to disturb her. Don't move, just a little, it will be done soon, come whatever you want. You can't bend down now, you know? Okay. Chang's mother was quick enough, and had finished wiping. Changyi pouted and said nonchalantly, There's no need to be so particular, it's okay. Being careful is not a big deal. I told you not to bend down, so don't bend down. Chang's mother threw away the dirty tissue and turned back to take the basket from her hand. Don't lift heavy objects, it's easy to support your waist. Okay, okay. I listen to you. Do you want to put the basket down first and pick it up when you come back? Big Mouth gave quite a few eggs, and they still felt a bit heavy in his hand. Chang's mother rolled her eyes at her and said, How can you leave it here? Even if no one is around, it would be a pity if it gets blown down by the wind. Then take it back first and put it away. Seeing that she was still a little hesitant, Changyi continued to complain with dissatisfaction. Anyway, I don't want to take it with me. It stinks. As she said this, she covered her nose and fanned it with her hands. You? You are always so troublesome. Chang's mother had no choice but to look at her helplessly, and told her worriedly, Then I will go back and put the basket away. You are alone. Walk slowly and carefully. Don't run or jump. I will be back soon. Okay, okay, go quickly, she said. Changyi nodded and pushed her back. As soon as Chang's mother disappeared in front of her eyes, Changyi lifted her skirt and ran away. It was impossible for her to be obedient. She walked through the corridor to the yard where Kong Kong and the others were. In order to make the flat-mouthed beasts live more comfortably, they had expanded the pond in the yard and planted water lilies in the pond. The water lilies had just started to sprout leaves, and the curled new leaves only had their tips poking out of the water. From a distance, they looked like rows of sharp-mouthed little fish coming out of the water to breathe. Chapter 305. Looking at the tender lotus leaves in the pond, Changyi swallowed her saliva. She wanted to eat fried lotus leaves wrapped in rice, and glutinous rice lotus leaves chicken. Thinking of delicious food, her feet unconsciously moved closer to the edge of the pond. A tingling electric shock came from under her feet. Changyi was shocked to realize that half of her feet were hanging in the air. She quickly took her feet back a step. Did that just come from her body? Gurgle, Changyi looked at her slightly bulging belly. She must be pregnant with a glutton. She can eat so much. She just felt full, and now she is crying again. I want to ignore him. He started to make a fuss again. I feel dizzy and my stomach is churning again. Okay. I eat. You're not allowed to make trouble anymore. Changyi patted her belly lightly, cursed the bad guy, took out the remaining half tube of energy liquid and swallowed it. Fortunately, she had brought it with her, so she didn't have to go back to get it. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time, she raised her head and drank it all in one gulp. She burped loudly. She didn't feel hungry, but her mouth still felt something was missing. Recently, for the little guy in her stomach, she has been eating light and nutritious ingredients. She hasn't eaten according to her favorite taste for a long time. Now she saw the fresh lotus leaves and felt uncomfortable if she didn't eat them. The pond here is for flat-mouthed beasts, and there is no boat in it. She is a landlubber and can't swim. Even if she can swim, she dare not go down in the cold water in early spring. Thinking of the numbness just now, she lowered her head and stroked her belly, and whispered to the little guy inside, "Bad guy, Mom wants to eat lotus leaf crisps. Can you lend me your strength?" She didn't know if it would work, it just suddenly occurred to her, so she asked according to her thoughts. The bulge on her belly pushed her palm. It really worked. Changyi's eyes lit up with joy after receiving the response, "Thank you, bad guy." There were steps to go down in the southwest corner of the pond. Changyi carefully stopped on the third step, where she could touch the water by squatting down. She had never used superpowers, and didn't know that superpower warriors were driven in this way, so she simply dipped her right hand into the water, staring at the green lotus leaf in front of her, and discussed with the little guy in her heart, "Just pick this one." Bang! A 10-meter-high water column rose from the sky, and the lotus leaf she had her eyes on was directly blown to pieces at the center of the explosion. Her body seemed to be hollowed out, and Changyi's eyes went black, and her body fell softly into the water. She heard someone calling her, but she was too tired to even answer. Shan Mufeng's pupils shrank suddenly, the snack in his hand fell, and a deafening cry burst out from his throat. His body was ejected like a rocket, leaving a residual image in the air. At the critical moment, he jumped and protected the person in his arms. Bang! The two fell into the water hugging each other, making a loud noise. The water surface that had just experienced the explosion was covered with white waves again. Shan Mufeng held her with one hand, stretched out his arms desperately, and paddled towards the shore. "Oh my God! Come here quickly!" Chang's mother just met Shan Mufeng in the house. She wanted to let the couple be alone together, so she didn't follow. Later, she heard the movement outside and came to see if something happened. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the two fell into the pond. Changyi looked like she had fainted. Chang's mother was so anxious that she pressed the light computer several times before it opened. Her fingers were shaking so much that she called the military's last medical department communication and told them that Changyi fell into the water and asked them to come as soon as possible. Here, Shan Mufeng carried Changyi to the shore. He didn't have time to say hello to Chang's mother, and hurriedly ran into the house with her. He didn't know whether the water on his face was just from the pool or panicked tears. Chang's mother ran after him quickly, and he disappeared in a while. When she returned to the house panting, Shan Mufeng had already changed Changyi's wet clothes. Seeing this, she quickly boiled a bowl of strong ginger tea in the kitchen and said, "Go change your wet clothes yourself. I be here with her, and the medical staff will be here soon." Shan Mufeng had already used the treatment device to give Changyi a simple checkup, and knew that she was fine, so he nodded obediently. "Well, then I trouble you, Mom. I come over later." Before leaving, he lay on the bedside, kissed her forehead gently, and whispered, "I be back soon." Changyi, who was in a coma, seemed to have heard his words. Her lips moved, and she muttered. Shan Mufeng left, and Chang's mother pulled a chair over, and sat on the bedside. She first touched her forehead with her hand. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever, and then patted her shoulder and shouted, "Ee! Wake up! Let's drink some ginger tea before going to sleep, okay?" Changyi felt that mosquitoes were harassing her in a daze, frowned unhappily, and turned over to avoid the annoying mosquitoes. Seeing her like this, Chang's mother felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing should happen. She took the medicine spoon, carefully scooped up a mouthful, blew it cool, and fed it to her little by little using the groove on the spoon handle. Changyi was exhausted and hungry, so she swallowed the food that was brought to her mouth without making a fuss. The bowl of ginger tea was soon finished. After Chang's mother finished feeding her, she stopped to wipe the tea that had spilled. She smacked her lips twice in dissatisfaction and muttered that she wanted more. Mom. Is he awake? Sean Mufeng changed his clothes and came back immediately. Seeing Chang's mother's actions, he thought Chang'e was awake, so he walked quickly to the bedside and leaned over to see. No. I just fed her ginger tea. You stay here with her. I go downstairs and wait for the medical staff. I come back when they arrive. Chang's mother took the empty bowl away and left Sean Mufeng in the room with Chang'e. After the door was closed, Sean Mufeng carefully lay on one side, turned sideways, and hugged Chang'e and the quilt into his arms, buried his head in her neck, and his shoulders shook. Just after drinking some tea and recovering some strength, Chang'e wanted to turn over, but she felt like a big stone was pressing on her, and she couldn't move. She struggled uncomfortably. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Feeling the movement of the person in his arms, Sean Mufeng carefully turned the person over, carefully observed her condition, and asked in a low voice. Chang'e did not wake up. She felt the stone being moved away, turned over, and her body gurgled twice in the quilt. She changed to a comfortable position and continued to sleep. She felt uncomfortable with Sean Mufeng blocking her, and pushed him away with her hand. Seeing her ruddy face, Sean Mufeng's worry in his eyes was slightly reduced. He helped her tuck in the corner of the quilt, got up, and sat on the chair next to her to look at her. The light computer in his hand was calling up the surveillance of the pond today. He saw that when there was a sudden explosion, his eyebrows were frowned so much that they could crush people to death. The picture just now looked like an explosion caused by a beginner who did not control the power well, but there was no other person on the screen except Chang'e. When he arrived, he did not find any traces of the third person at the scene. Chapter 306. The military medical staff explained the situation to Sean Mufeng and the others after the examination. Her condition is very much like that of a person who has been physically exhausted and has entered a dormant state. We just need to give her a nutritional supplement. Okay, I have someone send the nutritional supplement over, Sean Mufeng said beside him. The medical staff who came put the nutritional supplement they had just taken out back into the medical box. As expected of Colonel Sean, he even looked down on the intermediate nutritional supplements. There were only a few advanced nutritional supplements in the military. New nutritional supplements were soon delivered, and Adjutant Qian walked in with a small safety box. What happened to Chang'e? Why does she need nutritional supplements? This is their military's little god of wealth, and nothing can happen to her. As soon as Sean Mufeng's communication arrived, the Admiral issued a message to fully cooperate and give him whatever the military had. Exhausted, unconscious. Sean Mufeng simply said, took the safe in his hand, opened it, took out the tube of blue nutrition inside, and handed it to the medical staff for them to use on Chang'e. Adjutant Qian looked at him disapprovingly. How could she be exhausted? Did you ask her to work? Didn't Sean Mufeng say that he had a good relationship with Chang'e? Why did he abuse her behind her back? If that was the case, he would have to go back and talk to the Admiral. No, they should just divorce, and the military would take care of Chang'e. There were many good men in the military. Adjutant Qian waited for the medical staff to get close to look at Chang'e after they finished injecting the nutrition. His eyes were like a scanner, not missing any details. She was thinner, and her complexion was not as good as before. It seemed that they really had a problem. When he was thinking of the 108th candidate for Chang'e in his mind, Chang'e woke up. What happened to her? I feel so tired. Why can't I move my hands and feet? Oh. I remember. She seemed to be picking lotus leaves by the pond, and then... Hearing her mumbling, Sean Mufeng pulled away Adjutant Qian beside the bed, went forward, lay on the bedside, hugged Chang'e against his chest, helped her tidy up the loose hair on both sides, and called softly, "Ee! Are you feeling better?" Mufeng? What happened to me? Why am I here? Wasn't I picking lotus leaves by the pond? Don't you remember? You fainted by the pond. Luckily I just came back, otherwise. Sean Mufeng still has lingering fears when thinking of the scene just now. Chang'e, how have you been recently? If someone treats you badly, remember to come to the military headquarters to find us, and the general, and I will take care of it for you. Adjutant Qian kept glancing at Sean Mufeng while talking, and it was obvious who he was talking about. Chang'e had just woken up, and her mind was still working. She didn't understand his hint, but she replied blankly, "No one treats me badly. I'm doing well. It would be even better if the military could give me the supplies that they owe me earlier." Puff. The medical staff next to him couldn't hold back their laughter. Feeling the cannibalistic eyes of Adjutant Qian, they quickly packed up their things and said, Everyone will be fine once they wake up. Just be careful in the future and contact us if there is anything. After that, he walked out quickly to laugh. He really couldn't hold it back. Exaggerated laughter came from outside, and only Changyi didn't know what they were laughing at. He curiously poked his head out of the door. Did something interesting just happen that I don't know about? No, they just saw a stupid Wankai wagging its tail. Shan Mufeng sneered at Adjutant Qian. Wankai? Do we have Wankai? Changyi was even more curious. When did they have a Wankai? How come she didn't know? It's not ours. It's Adjutant Qian's. It's stupid as hell. Shan Mufeng. That's enough. At this moment, Adjutant Qian knew that there should be no problem between the two of them, but this was not a reason for Shan Mufeng to keep making indirect accusations. He just wanted to protect the legal rights of women. Shan Mufeng glanced at him lightly and snorted coldly, asking him to sow discord between the couple. Adjutant Qian, your Wankai is looking for you. You better go back quickly. His fierceness made Changyi unhappy, and she directly ordered him to leave. You? Adjutant Qian looked at Shan Mufeng's arrogant face, and then saw Changyi's look of no one can bully my husband. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was too nosy this time. He closed the lid of the safe with a cold face. The movement was too big, and it made a bang. The cost of the nutrient solution will be recorded in your account. Remember to pay it. You can be angry, but you can't forget the account. Nutrient solution? I just used nutrient solution? Changyi remembered that she seemed to have fainted by the pond. She seemed to have heard them say that they were going to give her nutrient solution. Yeah. They said you were exhausted just now, so they gave you a nutrient solution. Shan Mufeng's brows never relaxed when he talked about this. Changyi's situation was too special. He didn't believe the medical staff's words about exhaustion. Can you tell me what you saw in the pond? What happened to the explosion? Changyi was silent for a moment, and said, I think the explosion should, probably be caused by me. Shan Mufeng was stunned. Can a gifted master awaken superpowers? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Changyi continued to make more outrageous guesses, or it wasn't me who did it, but your baby. Shan Mufeng felt like he was hallucinating. His wife told him that the fetus in her belly, who was just 3 months old, could use superpowers in the womb? I go and urge the medical staff of the Shan family now. He felt that Changyi's brain was going to have problems because of this pregnancy. To be honest, no one believed it yet. Changyi sat up straight, let herself leave his body, turned around to face him, looked into his eyes, and said solemnly, I am not mentally abnormal, what I just said is true. If you don't believe me, you teach me how to use my supernatural powers, and I will use them against the bad guys to show you. Okay. I believe it, I believe you, don't get excited. She had just woken up. Shan Mufeng didn't dare to let her get so excited, and nodded repeatedly to show that he believed it. It was obvious that this was a lie. Changyi refused, and didn't let him touch her, insisting on proving to him that what she said was true. Shan Mufeng had no choice but to take out a defensive array plate. Okay. I believe it, but you should be careful when using it. Don't make yourself weak again. Just like this, slowly transfer energy into this array plate. Just a little bit will do. Changyi confidently imitated him, holding the array plate, trying to mobilize the energy in her body to activate it. Do you know how Master Huli felt when he went through the process but didn't get rain? She is feeling the same way now. She tried hard for a long time, but the array in her hand didn't move at all. Chapter 307. Okay. We are not feeling well. You take a rest first. We will talk tomorrow, okay? Shan Mufeng looked at the expected result, comforted softly, and reached out to put away the array plate. No! I can do it. Changyi turned to avoid his hand, and held the array plate tightly. Wait a minute, I will discuss it with the bad guy. Changyi patted her belly twice, like knocking on the door to call someone, and said to her belly, Bad guy, lend me your energy, your father doesn't believe us. Bang! The lower abdomen jumped slightly. Look, he agreed. Changyi moved his hand away, and let Shan Mufeng see the jump on his belly. Yeah! I saw it. Don't get excited. Shan Mufeng decided that he would take a good look at the changes in women after pregnancy to see if they would make people mentally abnormal. Aren't the changes in the lower abdomen caused by the peristalsis of the stomach and intestines? Changyi didn't know that he was still coaxing her. With the bad guy's promise, she set up her posture again to drive the array disc. This time it didn't take long before the array disc vibrated, and made a buzzing sound when it started. Shan Mufeng didn't expect that the array disc was really activated by her. He was stunned for a moment, and didn't react. When he came to his senses, he saw that the array disc was almost fully activated. Chang Yi's face began to turn pale, and he immediately grabbed her hand to stop. "Stop it, that's enough." As soon as the energy was interrupted, Chang Yi's body softened. Fortunately, Shan Mufeng was next to her, and supported her in time, letting her lean on him. Chang Yi panted like a bellows. "Who? Who? Come, drink some water." Shan Mufeng held a cup of water, and fed her carefully. Chang Yi gulped down a cup of water, and finally recovered a little, saying, "Look, I didn't lie to you, did I?" "Yes. You didn't lie to me." Shan Mufeng wanted to slap himself twice now. Why didn't he believe her, causing her body, which had just recovered, to become so weak again? "Yi. Promise me that you won't use your superpowers casually in the future, okay?" "I didn't use it casually, I just wanted to show you. Don't worry, I won't use it indiscriminately." She promised well, but she was thinking in her heart, "I don't know if this superpower is limited to pregnancy or will be available in the future. It feels great to be able to use superpowers. When it is running, I feel full of strength." She likes this feeling very much. It turns out that this is the feeling of superpower warriors when using their abilities. No wonder superpower warriors are more warlike. Goo, okay. This ability is useful, but it's a bit expensive. Rubbing her growling stomach, Chang Yi asked him helplessly, "Do you need to replenish energy liquid every time you use energy?" "Of course not, as long as it is not consumed too much. It can recover by itself slowly afterwards, and it does not need energy liquid." "Are you hungry? I go get you some food." He originally brought cakes for Chang Yi, but just threw them on the ground, and they were inedible. Now he could only make something else to feed her. Chang Yi reached out and held him, calmly took out a tube of energy liquid and said, "No, I just drink the energy liquid." Drink energy liquid? Dan Mufeng found that he had been refreshed by Chang Yi today. This time he did not rashly express his opinion, but just watched Chang Yi skillfully drink half a tube of energy liquid, and then smacked his lips, and commented, "This attributeless energy liquid doesn't taste very good? It's like drinking water." Afterwards, she curiously asked Shan Mufeng, "Does the taste of the one with attributes feel the same?" Shan Mufeng was numb at this moment. There is no big difference. It's just that taking the energy liquid that matches your attributes will make you feel more satisfied. Really? Chang Yi looked at the attributeless energy liquid in her hand, thinking next time, should she try drinking the thunder attribute energy liquid? If she sensed correctly, the baby in her belly should be a thunder attribute warrior like Shan Mufeng. "Do you really feel no discomfort after drinking the energy liquid?" Shan Mufeng was still a little worried. He had never heard of a gifted master drinking energy liquid. His one was too strange. "Don't worry. I've already drunk one, and nothing happened." Chang Yi now has no burden on drinking energy liquid. She can feel that the energy liquid she drank is actually just passing through her mouth, and all of it goes into the baby in her belly. His demand for energy is too great, and the little that the mother eats is not enough. This is also the reason why Chang Yi feels hungry all the time recently. After drinking the energy liquid, Chang Yi was in high spirits again, thinking of the lotus leaves she hadn't picked. She held Shan Mufeng's arm, and acted like a spoiled child. "I want to eat fried lotus leaves. Will you accompany me to pick lotus leaves?" "You just wanted to pick lotus leaves there?" Hearing her say that she was going to pick lotus leaves, Shan Mufeng thought of the dangerous situation ahead, and looked at her disapprovingly. Seeing the man's disapproving expression, Chang Yi stuck out her tongue in her heart. How could she have forgotten that she had just fallen into the water? She quickly acted like a spoiled child and explained to him, "Oh, I paid attention to safety, and didn't even go into the water. I originally wanted to use my supernatural power to pick them, but who knew that the baby was so unreliable, and used too much strength at once." Chang Yi shamelessly put all the responsibility on the unborn baby in her belly. Anyway, she has no human rights, so it's okay for her to take the blame. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. If you want to do something, remember to ask for help, don't do it yourself. Regarding her safety, Shan Mufeng didn't let her fool around so easily. He slapped her on the buttocks twice symbolically to teach her a lesson. Chang Yi blushed with shame. This man is really something. She is not a child. She still has to be slapped when she does something wrong. "Okay. You take a rest first. I pick lotus leaves for you, and make fried lotus leaves for you to eat, okay?" He beat her by himself, and he also had to comfort her after beating her. Shan Mufeng coaxed the pupa on the bed softly. "I also want to eat glutinous rice, lotus leaf rice." Chang Yi's muffled voice came from the quilt. "Okay. Make it for you. As long as she is healthy, he will give her whatever she wants to eat." Shan Mufeng did what he said. When he came out of the door, He went straight to the pond and picked a lot of lotus leaves. The purple glutinous rice at home was gone, so he asked around in his circle of friends. Finally, he got some from Adjutant Chien. Glutinous rice. Lotus leaf rice is not just steamed with glutinous rice, but also with various dried fruits and nuts as embellishments. Then 4 thin slices of pork belly are cut on the bottom, wrapped tightly with lotus leaves, and steamed thoroughly. This child is always torturing people. He always has to eat these troublesome things, and he is lazy to death. Chang's mother followed Shan Mufeng to help him. Seeing that he was busy looking for people to borrow rice and going to the warehouse to find matching dried fruits, she was afraid that he would have a problem with Chang Yi, so she deliberately complained beside him. Shan Mufeng didn't know if he understood what she meant. He smiled and replied while working, "It's okay. I like to keep busy for her. She doesn't have to be diligent. There are people working at home." Chapter 308. From that day on, Shan Mufeng stayed at home with Chang Yi for more than a month, until a notice from the military called him away. "Mom, have my dad and his family come home recently?" Chang Yi's baby has been in her belly for 4 months. Since she knew that she could take energy liquid, she has not eaten a lot anymore. She has maintained a normal appetite and added half a tube of energy liquid. When Shan Mufeng was here, he served her very well. Every day, he made delicious food for her in different ways. He never repeated the same thing with 3 meals a day and snacks. Now that he has been away for a month, I miss him a little. He is not here. Your dad and his family have gone on a mission and have not come back yet. The last time we contacted was half a month ago. Chang's mother has not been home to take care of Chang Yi, so she calls her mother every now and then. Recently, the last call was half a month ago. At that time, he said that he was going out to perform a mission, and it was inconvenient to contact her. He said that he would contact her when he came back. In previous springs, has the military been so busy? No one is here, even Yaching has gone back to work. After Xiao Yaching returned to Kahangsing, she had no news, and she didn't reply to messages. When she asked the military, they all said that there were many tasks recently, and everyone was busy on missions. Recently, Big Mouth has sent a lot of eggs. "Mom, can you pickle some salted eggs? I want to eat Liuxin's egg yolks." As the weather got warmer, the number of eggs laid by the flat-mouthed beast increased significantly. Big Mouth used to deliver once a day, but now it delivers twice a day, and its head is obviously raised higher than before. Big Mouth looks smart, but it can't speak. Chang Yi tried to feed it many times, but it was useless. It could only quack. "Also, let's go to the pond and break off some lotus stems, peel them, and add some chili to make a cold dish." She is now idle at home every day, doing nothing but thinking about making delicious food. "Okay, I break it for you later." Mother Chang put the peeled fruit flesh next to her for her convenience. After swallowing the fruit flesh in her mouth, she finished her words, well, I want to break it myself." Dan Mufeng was not at home, and he asked Mother Chang to keep a close eye on Chang Yi at all times, repeatedly forbidding her to go to the dangerous areas near the pond again. He also made a particularly exaggerated distribution of dangerous areas in the house. In the red areas, she was strictly prohibited from going, and in the orange areas, it was stipulated that someone must accompany her. When I first saw this map, at first, Chang Yi laughed, laughing at them for making it like an important event, but in the end, when Mother Chang really enforced it strictly, she couldn't laugh anymore. They really didn't allow her to go to those places. It turned out that she was the only one who didn't take it seriously. "No!" Mother Chang glared at her, with a serious expression, warning her not to cause trouble for her. In order to go out and play, she took a step back. "I won't go down. I just watch you pick the lotus outside." "No means no. You forgot that you fell in. There is no room for negotiation." Mother Chang pulled back the corner of her clothes that was grabbed, ignored her nonsense, and went into the house to tell the little guys to go to the pond to pick lotus stems. Grandpa Bai and the piglets slowly resumed their activities after the spring. These days, the piglets and the cows have arduous tasks. They are responsible for the rectification of the planting fields and are busy all day long. Grandpa Bai is free, strolling around. Wherever there is delicious food, there is his figure. He spends the most time with Mother Chang, because she is now preparing food for Chang Yi for 12 hours a day, and he can't finish the leftovers next to him. As soon as Chang's mother called, it flew out from the corner with a whoosh, and landed accurately on Chang's mother's shoulder. Chang Yi looked at Bai Yi, who was sitting on Chang's mother's shoulder and shaking his head, and wished she could take his place. There was no hope for her to do it herself, so she could only turn on the monitoring and give remote instructions. Chang Yi was on the monitoring end, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Bai Yi! Don't bite! Do you hear me? Don't bite!" Bai Yi was not particular, he would move his mouth at every turn, and he didn't care about hygiene at all. He could ignore the words of the machines on the shore. Gaga. The flatterer Dazue also came to show his courtesy, but he was even less particular than Bai Yi. The way he broke the pole was to open his mouth and bite it on the water surface, and then go down to the limit of the neck, and then twist his head to break it. Bai Yi only broke the saliva where he bit, but he broke it from head to toe. Mom! Get rid of the big mouth. Don't let it mess up again. Chang Yi was upset watching the surveillance video. How could anyone eat the lotus stems that were broken off like this? Chang's mother looked back helplessly at the robot on the shore. Since arriving at the pond, Chang Yi's mouth has never stopped, and she has made endless demands. Can't you just stop watching? I promise, they won't give you anything they break off. It was really too noisy. If one person is not around, there will be many demands. The others will be crazy. They won't leave no matter how much you persuade them. Puff! Suddenly, Chang's mother was drenched in water. Kong Kong, stop it, don't hit me anymore. Kong Kong looked at her innocently, waving his hands behind his back, asking the golden hoop to go away, so that both of them would not be caught. Chang's mother was so tired that she looked at Kong Kong with a mixture of laughter and tears. The more it swung, the bigger the golden hoop behind it became. The two little guys were not on the same channel at all. Chang Yi stopped laughing at this moment. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward, holding her belly and laughing. The sound made the big mouth pop out of the water. It looked around and tried to find which of its own kind was making such an ugly cry. Oh my! Little ancestor! Take it easy and don't laugh so hard that you get out of breath. Chang's mother was so anxious when she heard the ouch coming from the robot's mouth. She laughed so hard that her stomach felt like it was having an earthquake. The little guy inside was unhappy and kicked her belly. Ouch! Okay. I won't laugh anymore. Hearing Chang Yi's laughter gradually stop, Chang's mother breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head helplessly. This girl has become more and more like a child since she got pregnant. She wants to go out and play all day and makes a fuss in various ways. In order to stop them from making a fuss, Chang's mother quickened her movements. Seeing that the lotus stems on the cabin were almost enough, she immediately told him to stop and go home. Big Mouth! Come out quickly, we have enough and we are going back. The other few stopped moving, only Big Mouth kept his head buried in the water. Big Mouth! Go back! As soon as Chang's mother finished speaking, Big Mouth not only did not raise his head, but half of his body sank into the water. Big Mouth? Seeing this, Chang's mother's face suddenly changed, and she stood up and shouted in that direction. Big Mouth's body sank a few more points, and several small bubbles appeared around it. Big Mouth? Chang's mother looked around, trying to find something handy. Her eyes caught the long-handled scissors in her hand for breaking the lotus stems. She lowered her head, held the scissors, and used the handle to reach Big Mouth's body on the water. Chapter 309. When the pole touched the body of the Big Mouth, its buttocks floating on the water shook. Big Mouth? Mother Chang directed the boat to approach the position of the Big Mouth. Mr. Bai's eyes rolled around, and he jumped into the water with a splash, diving towards the position of the Big Mouth. The distance was not far, and Mother Chang quickly approached the Big Mouth. Half of her body was above the water. She stretched out her hand to grab its tail, and pulled it back. Big Mouth. The resistance in the water was very strong, and she only pulled the body of the Big Mouth out a little bit with the muscles of her arms. Is the Big Mouth entangled by the water plants below? But there should not be such long water plants in this pond. Mother Chang struggled to pull the Big Mouth on the boat to tug of war with the underwater thing. Bai Yi, who went into the water, widened his small green eyes in shock. What was the strange creature biting Big Mouth? How could it look like a mountain? The small mountain under the water also found the trace of Bai Yi. It smelled that the thing that disturbed its sweet dream had its breath. It let go of the unconscious Big Mouth and swam towards Bai Yi with its 4 limbs. Gululu, Bai Yi was frightened and swallowed his saliva. A string of small bubbles appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the monster, Bai Yi flapped his short legs and swam back to the surface of the water. Up above, Chang's mother had just pulled Big Mouth onto the boat when she heard Bai Yi calling for help. Looking back, she saw a black shadow chasing him in the water. Bai Yi? Hurry up! Chang's mother stretched out the scissors in her hand again. At the critical moment, Bai Yi used his little claws to firmly grasp the handle of the scissors and made a sharp cry. Chang's mother herself had no fighting ability, but when she saw that Mr. Bai had already grabbed the boat, she immediately started the boat and let it quickly dock. The monster in the water chased after him relentlessly. Mr. Bai was almost bitten several times. When he was only an arm's length away from the shore, Mother Chang held her big mouth with one hand and jumped onto the steps. The tip of the scissors cut her palm. She gritted her teeth and swung the scissors hard, letting the scissors completely leave the water. The moment Mr. Bai left the water, the monster in the water followed and revealed its triangular snake head. At the critical moment, Kong Kong, who was anxiously waiting on the shore, held a golden hoop stick, aimed at its head, and chopped it down. Snap! The monster in the water was forced to fall back into the water by its stick, and Mother Chang and others had a chance to get ashore safely. The monster in the water did not leave immediately. It was still lying in the water, and its green eyes looked at them quietly, as if waiting for the right opportunity. Kong Kong felt its threat, and the golden hoop stick in his hand whirred, and he kept hitting the black shadow in the water, causing water arrows to continue on the pond. Kong Kong can't swim, so he can only stay on the shore and then hit the monster with the golden hoop stick. In this way, its attack is blocked by the water, and it can't cause any substantial damage to the monster in the water, but just makes it feel annoyed. After a while, the monster in the water finally couldn't bear it anymore, and it raised its head out of the water, opened its mouth and spit out water arrows to attack Kong Kong. Kong Kong held the golden hoop stick and swung it backhand, swung a fireball to meet its water arrows, and the water arrows and fireballs met in the air, and the collision made a violent explosion. The monster in the water failed to hit it once, and shot 3 more arrows. Kong Kong swung his stick to block its attacks one by one, and the two sides fought fiercely. Chang's mother fled in a hurry with the unconscious Big Mouth and the trembling Bai Yi, and pressed the guard communication of the military department on the way to send them a distress signal. "Mom, are you all right?" Chang Yi saw them in trouble on the surveillance, and rushed over immediately. "What are you doing here? Go back." When Chang's mother saw her, she was full of disapproval and pulled her to run together. "Mom, you go back first. I go take a look and find Kong Kong." How could Chang's mother agree to let her do such a dangerous thing? She held her arm tightly and pulled her back. "No. It's too dangerous. You are not allowed to go." "Mom, I be fine with the array disc." Chang Yi turned around and told her, and even showed her the array disc in her hand. Chang's mother said nothing, but just lowered her head and pulled her back. Finally, Chang Yi was still pulled back to the main courtyard by Chang's mother, Ms. Chang Yi. "Is this the message you sent? Where is that monster?" The military guards received the distress signal sent by Chang's mother and rushed to Chang's house as soon as possible. Seeing the mother and daughter of the Chang family standing in the courtyard, they stepped forward to verify. "I sent the message. The monster is over there in the pond in the second courtyard on the left." When Chang's mother heard their voices, she temporarily stopped educating Chang Yi and turned around to explain to them. "Okay. Then you should be careful. We go over and take a look first." The soldier who came over nodded, gave them a warning, and turned to the courtyard Chang's mother mentioned. Chang's mother stood at the door and watched them go. She turned her head and thought about it. There was no movement at this time. She didn't know what happened to Kong Kong. She was worried and turned back to Chang Yi and said, "I go over and take a look. You stay here and don't run around. Do you hear me?" Chang Yi looked away, didn't look at her, and nodded and hummed randomly as an agreement. When Chang's mother saw her nod, she turned around and chased after the soldiers' backs. Not long after she left, Chang Yi followed her on tiptoe. When the soldiers arrived at the pond, only Kong Kong was standing alone on the shore, cursing at the calm water. "Kong Kong!" A soldier knew Kong Kong and waved to him from a distance. Kong Kong heard someone shouting, stopped cursing, looked up, and saw the familiar uniforms of the military. He knew that these were his own people, so he nodded slightly in response, then lowered his head and continued to curse at the water, and when he was angry, he slapped the water with his golden hoop. The soldier who greeted Kong Kong explained to his teammates, "It's just a pet raised by Colonel Shan. It understands human nature and can speak simple human language." Simple human language? The leading soldier expressed doubt. Since they got here, Kong Kong has never repeated the curses in his mouth. His tricks are comparable to those of the fierce old women. Moreover, the behavior of stopping and slapping the water after cursing twice is similar to the rhythm of those old women slapping their thighs while cursing. Since you know it, go and ask it to stop. We can't check it like this. "Okay, Captain." The soldier who greeted Kong Kong immediately stepped out of the line to receive the order, turned around and trotted to find Kong Kong. "Kong Kong, Chang Yi woman asked us to deal with the monster. Can you stop for a while?" Kong Kong stopped his action after hearing this, tilted his head to glance at him, thought for a moment, nodded reluctantly, raised the golden hoop in his hand, stepped back a little, and made room. "Captain! It's settled, we can start now." The young soldier got Kong Kong's agreement, and immediately told his teammates. When Chang's mother arrived, a robot had already gone into the water to investigate. "You asked the robot to go a little further to the right, that's where we encountered the monster." She stood in front of the monitor, and pointed to the place where the big mouth was caught. Chapter 310. The sergeant who was operating the robot looked back at her, and silently moved the robot in the direction she pointed. The leader of the guard team was a captain, with a 3-star bar on his shoulder. He stood behind the monitor and asked, "How is it? Have you found anything?" The sergeant who was operating the robot shook his head and replied, "No trace of the monster has been found yet." The 4 underwater robots had already slid around the small pond, but still did not find anything unusual. If it were not for the video footage provided by Chang's mother, they would have doubted whether there was really a monster in the water. "Did you check carefully? How could such a big one disappear?" Chang's mother was a little anxious about their results. What if they couldn't find such a ferocious monster? Chang Yi's current body couldn't leave. "Miss Su, you can see that our robot has been around the pond for several times, and there is no trace of the monster at all. It may have left through the underground river. Then is there another possibility that this monster can shield the robot's detection underwater?" Chang Yi looked at the picture on the display and proposed another possibility. She had a feeling that the monster had not left and was still in the pond, just hiding. The soldier in charge of elimination nodded and said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. Some strange beasts have this ability." She was startled by Chang's mother's sudden appearance. After reacting, she stretched out her hand to pinch the soft flesh on her waist and cursed in her ear, "You dead child. Didn't I tell you to stay there and wait? Why did you follow me? Come back with me." "Ha!" Chang Yi held the meat clip on his waist and smiled at her flatteringly. "Wouldn't it be more dangerous for me to be there alone? What if this monster has other companions?" Chang Yi didn't listen to her quibbling. She crawled out of his stomach, so how could he not know whether she was really scared or fake scared? "Behave yourself, don't forget your current physical condition." Since she was here, it was too late to drive her away now. Chang's mother could only warn her again and again to protect herself and run away if something went wrong, and not to care about others. At the same time, she stood in front of her so that she could protect her at the first time. "Okay." While the mother and daughter were talking, the soldiers asked the underwater robot to search again, but still found nothing unusual. They could only let the robot retreat to the 4 sides, and wait for it to act as an underwater monitor temporarily. Chang's mother saw that the robot was not moving, and asked in confusion, "Are you not going to continue looking?" The captain answered her question, "Looking means that we need to change the plan and change people to look." This was the first time Chang Yi saw water warriors enter the water. They seemed to be assimilated after entering the water, and turned into the same substance as water. They still looked like humans on the monitoring equipment, but their traces could no longer be found with the naked eye. About a quarter of an hour later, the 2 warriors who entered the water came ashore one after another. "How is it?" The 2 water warriors looked at each other, and the thinner warrior on the right stepped forward to answer. "The monster should still be there. We felt the energy fluctuations below, but it should be a natural water monster, and we can't find its trace." After listening to their report, the captain frowned and looked at the calm water surface in silence. The combat power of natural water-based monsters will be multiplied underwater, and they don't even know what level of monsters they are now. If they go down rashly, they may suffer heavy losses. Seeing that they were silent, Chang Yi asked in a low voice, "Can it be forced out?" The captain moved his eyes to her and said calmly, "If there is a Thunder Warrior, you can use supernatural powers to force it, but recently the Thunder Warriors of the military are on missions, and there are no Thunder Warriors on the planet for the time being." "Are they all on missions?" Chang Yi was surprised when she heard this, and repeated it softly. She knew that the military was busy recently, and had many missions, but there was no need to send all the Thunder Warriors out. Was this preparing to catch all the monsters in one fell swoop? The soldiers did not answer her question, and the captain just glanced at her lightly, turned back to the screen of the monitor, and discussed with the soldiers next to him whether there were other ways to force the monsters in the water out. If she doesn't want to tell you, then don't tell her. After all, she is just a military dependent. Chang Yi came forward and asked the captain, "How can the Thunder System force it out? If there are Thunder System warriors, we can let the robots set up conductive points in this area, and then use superpowers to attack the conductive points, so that the water area can be turned into a thunder and lightning area." The captain pointed to a few points in the pond and explained to her. Yeah. Oh. Chang'e nodded to show that she understood. Isn't this just pulling an electric net to electrocute fish? Then you can set it up now. I have Thunder System warriors here. Hasn't Colonel Shan come back yet? The captain looked at Chang'e suspiciously. He remembered that Shan Mufeng's team hadn't come back yet. At present, there should be only 2 women in Chang'e's family, her and her mother, and a few pet beasts. There is no one else. It's not him. I have other Thunder Warriors here. You should have someone arrange it quickly. Finish it as soon as possible and finish the work as soon as possible. Chang'e did not tell them that the Thunder Warrior was still a fetus in the womb. The warriors thought she might be talking about those smart pets. They had heard that the pets she raised were very powerful. That Kong Kong was one of them. Its flame temperature could be comparable to that of a fire warrior with SSS-level combat power. Okay. I have someone prepare it right away. Seeing Chang'e's confident look, the captain chose to believe her and turned around to instruct the 2 water warriors to go into the water again to place the conductive points. After all the preparations were completed, the captain turned to Chang'e and said, "You can call the Thunder Warriors over and attack these points." The 6 red dots on the display were the conductive points that had just been placed. Okay. Chang'e stepped forward and carefully looked at the positions of these dots, remembering them in his mind for easy action later. Afterwards, she closed her eyes and reviewed it in her mind to make sure it was all right, and then she walked forward firmly. Hey! What are you going to do? Where are the people who can use thunder? What do you want to do? Chang'e's arms were grabbed at both sides at the same time. She looked up at the captain and said, "I am the one who can use thunder." Hearing her words, the soldiers on the scene looked at her in shock. They had never heard that a gifted master could awaken superpowers. Chang'e ignored them, turned around, pulled Chang's mother's hand away, and patted the back of her hand soothingly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just struck 2 thunders on the shore." Maybe her words were too shocking. For a moment, everyone else was stunned and forgot to stop her. They just watched her walk to the front in a daze. Chapter 311. Chang'e looked at the water surface and put the point in her mind into the actual position of the pond. Before she started, she patted her belly to wake up the kid inside. "Bad guy, come out to work." Feeling his reply, Chang'e thought about the way of using Shan Mufeng's teaching, and shot the first thunder ball to the nearest point. This time it missed. Chang'e put her hands together, and smiled apologetically at the soldier who was hit. She really didn't expect her accuracy to be so bad. She was very clear when she just practiced in her mind. She felt that it would not be wrong. How could it be so outrageous when she actually did it? The thunder ball was clearly swung to the left, so how could it hit the soldier on the right shore? Not only was the direction wrong, but the distance was also wrong. The attack did not even touch the water in the pond. The crowd of onlookers now believed that she really had thunder powers. Didn't they see that the man was struck by thunder and lay down directly? "It's okay. You continue." If it weren't for the leader, the captain calmly asked someone to take the sergeant, who was struck away, and signaled Chang'e to continue. "Well, I won't miss this time." Chang'e nodded solemnly to them. The soldiers didn't say anything, but the few soldiers who were maintaining the shore watched her movements closely when she started to attack, so that they could be prepared at the first time. Sure enough, there was no accident. Chang'e's attack was still off, but it was better than the first time. It didn't hit anyone, which was an improvement. At least the thunder ball fell into the pond. Chang'e, is her aim so bad? She didn't believe it. Next, without anyone saying anything, Chang'e raised her hand and released 3 thunder balls in succession, bombarding the pond, and the explosion sounded continuously. She was full of confidence as she looked at the water curtain that had just exploded. She didn't believe that she could hit all 3 at once. The water curtain fell, and the ripples on the water surface gradually spread outward. The captain looked at the calm points on the monitor and Chang'e's back, and it was hard to describe. Fortunately, it was not a soldier under his command, otherwise he would be angry to death. What kind of accuracy was this? The 2 soldiers who had just dodged silently moved back to their positions and stood up. Chang'e knew without being told that she really didn't hit any of them. She pursed her lips, took out a tube of purple energy liquid from her pocket, opened the lid with one hand, and raised her head to drink it. As soon as the energy liquid entered her abdomen, she felt that the energy she had just consumed had all returned, and it seemed that it was about to overflow. She was full of strength. Chang'e pouted at the calm water surface. "Isn't it just an electric grid?" Whatever point you want, she decided to cover it all. Chang'e walked down the steps with a firm step, stopped at the upper grid of water, took a deep breath, and whispered to the baby in her belly, Bad guy, Mom will take you to play big. She gathered all the energy in her body together, and the thunder ball in her hand continued to grow until it became as big as a millstone. She could not hold it anymore, so she slowly raised it above her head and threw it with all her strength. As soon as the thunder ball entered the water, the calm water surface was like boiling water, constantly rolling and bubbling. Before she was about to faint, Chang'e took out a tube of energy liquid and swallowed it in time, so she barely stood up and did not fall into the water. The soldier standing on the side found that she was not in a good condition and immediately stepped forward to support her. They knew very well that the superpower warriors would lose strength when using superpowers excessively, and carefully helped Chang'e back to the corridor to rest. Chang's mother had been waiting by her side. Seeing her weak again, she scolded with red eyes. "You damn girl, don't you know what's wrong with you? What can a pregnant woman like you do with so many people?" The soldiers standing around. Is this scolding for them to hear? If Chang's mother continues to scold, these soldiers will be ashamed to death. Chang'e decisively reached out and grabbed her hand, shaking it left and right to act like a spoiled child. "Mom, I'm hungry." As soon as she shouted hungry, Chang's mother ignored everything else and immediately replied, "I go get the sweet soup for you to eat first." Recently, Chang'e refused to drink health-preserving soup, so Chang's mother cooked various soups for her in turn. As soon as Chang's mother left, the soldiers next to her secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman's mouth was too powerful. Boom! The monster in the water was forced to emerge from the water by Chang'e's thunderball. The first thing that appeared was its armored back like a small mountain, and then its snake-like triangular head. The power of thunder and lightning still remained in the water. Its movements were somewhat slow, and the water arrows it shot out seemed to lack power, and they disintegrated and fell halfway. The warriors on the shore took the opportunity to attack it together, and all kinds of supernatural powers were thrown at it. The monster in the water, under their attack, retracted its head into its shell, leaving only its small mountain-like shell floating in the middle of the pond. After the attack, the warriors found that it had stopped moving, but they didn't know whether it was dead or alive. The wood warriors commanded the vines to wrap around its shell, and slowly dragged it to the shore. After carrying it ashore, the wood warriors untied the vines, and its true appearance was revealed. It was a large water turtle. The carapace on its back has the same spotted pattern as a leopard. Its limbs and head cannot be seen because it is now huddled inside, but judging from the head just now, it should be black and gold. It turned out to be a big turtle. Chang'e squeezed in front of the crowd with a bowl and observed it closely. It is so big, can it still be stewed into soup? There is no animal protection law in the interstellar era. This type of strange beast is small in size, but nutritious. It is most suitable to catch it and stew it into soup. Yes. The captain nodded and replied, "This is the best nutritious soup made from leopard turtle. It is unbearable, and there is no need to endure it anymore. If it does not resist, it will be stripped of its shell and boiled into soup." Squeak! The leopard turtle carefully poked its head out and opened its mouth to make a deterrent cry at them. Ouch! Is it still alive? Chang'e is not afraid of it at all now. He condensed a thunder ball and aimed it at its head. As soon as the turtle's head came out, the surrounding wood warriors immediately waved their hands and tied its head with vines to prevent it from retreating. After being hit by Chang'e, it immediately wanted to return to the shell, only to find that its neck had been tightly entangled and its way back was blocked. It felt uneasy that it couldn't return to the shell, and stretched its neck hard to break free from the restraints on its neck. Still not honest, right? Chang'e saw that some vines had begun to break, so he raised his hand and sent it another thunder ball. This did not make the leopard turtle docile, but made it more irritable. It raised its head and showed its sharp teeth to Chang'e, biting it, and at the same time, it let out a low roar from its throat. The limbs that had been retracted were ejected, and it lifted its mountain-like body and tried its best to shoot bloody water arrows at Chang'e. "Be careful." The sudden change scared everyone, and they exclaimed and raised their hands to attack the leopard turtle. Chapter 312. As the person involved, Chang'e remained calm. The bowl in her hand did not shake at all, and she continued to scoop slowly and leisurely. Ding! The blood arrow was blocked by the protective shield on her body at a distance of 1 foot from her. The energy was exhausted, and it could not get closer. Chang's mother covered her chest and sighed. This just scared her heart to the point of jumping out. "Quick, go back." The crisis was temporarily resolved. She turned around and took Chang'e's hand to take her back. Chang'e put the empty bowl in her hand on her hand. "No, look, this protective shield is very strong, it can't hurt me." This protective shield is a new formation device that Shan Mufeng has recently collected. It is said that it can defend against the full-strength attack of SSS warriors. The safety factor is very high. Chang's mother disagreed, frowned, and wanted to hold her back. Chang'e had predicted her movements long ago. With a wrong step, he flexibly avoided her hand and trotted to the front. The leopard turtle had already retracted its head into its shell. In the previous attack, it deliberately stretched its neck to let the fire warrior hit it and burn the vines on its neck. Now it was shrinking inside, and no matter how the warriors attacked it, it refused to show its head. The warriors looked at this square armor and didn't know where to start. Chang'e stepped forward, looked at its appearance, raised the corner of her mouth, and said, "A turtle with its head retracted. She has the best way to deal with this kind of thing." Chang'e whispered a few times beside the captain this way. Then, the captain's eyes became brighter and brighter after hearing what Chang'e said, and he kept nodding and agreeing. Afterwards, he waved his hand to find a few soldiers and whispered to them. When they went out to prepare, Chang'e waved to Kong Kong to come over and lend her the golden hoop. She took the golden hoop stick and went around to the back of the turtle shell. She urged it, and the golden hoop stick turned into a thin and long iron stick and stabbed straight into the hole where the turtle's tail was retracted. She stopped only when she felt that she touched something. Chang'e poked it in twice, neither lightly nor heavily, and felt that she had touched the turtle's body, and then nodded with satisfaction. Dared to shoot her with a blood arrow while she was eating, right? She was going to teach it a lesson today about the rules. Eating is the most important thing in the world. If you make trouble while others are eating, you will be punished. Have you ever used a lie detector? Have you tried electronic handcuffs? Today, Chang'e is going to give the leopard turtle a full-body electronic physiotherapy. The thunder ball accurately finds the pile of meat in the shell through the transmission of the golden hoop stick. Chang'e looked at the carapace that shook slightly twice and then calmed down, staring at it with sparkling eyes, showing an evil smile, and muttered, "Are you in good health? It seems that my craftsmanship is not good enough." After saying that, a football-sized thunder ball was sent out, and the carapace shook even more violently. The leopard turtle hiding inside pitifully shrank forward to get as far away from the terrible thing as possible, but every time it retreated, the golden hoop rod moved in, forcing it to retreat. It thought that this electric shock rod was the most vicious, but it didn't know that something more vicious was waiting for it behind. The warrior who had just left came back with a pile of fresh branches. They set up triangular firewood piles near each hole in the carapace, as if they were going to roast something. After the firewood piles were ready, Chang'e took back the confinement rods and signaled them to light. The soldier in charge of lighting the fire did not use a big fire, but just made sure that the flame did not go out. It burned neither too big nor too small, and soon thick white smoke rose from the 5 piles of firewood. At this time, the wind-type warrior took action, and the smoke did not drift away, but all of it entered the shell intact. Soon the leopard turtle inside couldn't stand it anymore and yawned. Yawning cough. Chang'e asked the golden hoop to keep an eye on it. If the thing in the shell dared to show a little, she would beat it hard. Bang! The leopard turtle didn't know how many times it had been beaten. Those outside were too scary. It just taught a lesson to the thief who stole its food. They kept abusing it. Puff! The golden hoop saw something coming out of the shell, and immediately stood up to chop it down. Eh? How did this thing fly? Wait! Don't hit this with the golden hoop. Chang'e stopped the golden hoop's attack, trotted over, and picked up the thing that had just flown out of the shell in the grass. It was round and shiny, and looked like a pearl, but it was much bigger than a pearl, as big as a fist. This is a night-shining pearl, which can emit colorful light in the dark. Moreover, it is said that collecting 9 of them can strengthen the body. Seeing that she did not understand what was in her hand, the captain explained it to her. She was lucky. This thing was not easy to get. Unless the leopard turtle was willing, there would be no night-shining pearl even if it was cut open. Chang'e looked at the night-shining pearl in her hand, and chuckled twice. Collecting 9 of them can strengthen the body. He thought it was the 7 dragon balls, and collecting them could summon gods to make wishes. She did not believe this, but this night-shining pearl looked pretty good as a decoration. If there were 9 of them as a set, it would be even better. Even the lights could be saved at night. With an idea in mind, she smiled lightly, and put the night-shining pearl in her arms, and put it away. She walked back to her original position, and continued to stare at them smoking the leopard turtle. After the leopard turtle sprayed out 3 night-shining pearls, the smoke from smoking it did not disappear, but continued. It was helpless, and made bursts of wailing sounds. No one else could understand its voice, and the soldiers continued. Only Kong Kong, who understood it, ran to Chang'e, pointed at the leopard turtle and said, It said it wanted to go home, and it can give you treasure. Another person who paid for his life. Changyi looked up and saw that the 5 holes were smoke black, which looked miserable. She thought that Dazue was fine, just drank some water, and got a little scared, and it would be fine in a few days. Okay, it doesn't have to drink turtle soup. What treasure does it have? Kong Kong acted as an interpreter, and asked in a gibberish inside the shell. After a while, a blue crystal was thrown out from it. Kong Kong picked up the blue crystal, and showed it to Changyi. Baby, it's... Changyi had never seen this kind of blue crystal before, but she could feel that the water energy inside was very sufficient, and it was purer than the energy in the high-level energy stone. Tell it that one piece is not enough. Although he didn't recognize the thing, he knew it was a good thing just by sensing the energy inside. Changyi put the blue crystal away, and asked Kong Kong to go over and continue to trick it. Kong Kong got the order, and jumped over again to play with the leopard turtle. One piece of its treasure was too little. As soon as it finished speaking, a baby-like crying sound came out of its shell. Wow wow wow. After a while, the crying gradually stopped. The leopard turtle in the shell carefully poked its head out, with tears still hanging in its eyes. It cried to Kong Kong, and then spit out another blue crystal. Chapter 313. After the leopard turtle spit out the blue crystal, it looked up at Changyi and cried, as if telling her something. Changyi took the crystal stone brought by Kong Kong, glanced at the turtle, and said, "What is it crying about?" Kong Kong turned back and communicated with the leopard turtle for a few words, and replied to Changyi. It said that it has no treasures on it now, and the treasures are at home. Let it go, and it will send you treasures. It seems that this turtle has a high IQ, right? Changyi put away the crystal stone, walked forward, and circled around the leopard turtle, and occasionally knocked on its shell, making the turtle's heart tremble with her. Finally, she stopped in front of the turtle, rolled out a thunder ball with one hand, tossed it up and down, looked down at the leopard turtle's red eyes, and said with a smile, "You will really bring me the treasure when you go back. Don't go and never come back, right?" The leopard turtle's eyes flashed, it understood, raised the corners of its mouth in a humane way, and called out to her twice to please her. Changyi didn't understand its animal language, so she gave Kong Kong a look and asked him to translate. Kong Kong didn't translate directly this time, but angrily stepped forward and pointed at the pond and scolded the leopard turtle. After hearing Kong Kong's words, the leopard turtle raised its head and shouted in fear. When it shouted excitedly, its 2 front legs slapped the ground. Kong Kong was so angry at its words that he jumped up and called the golden hoop to beat it again. Seeing that the situation was not favorable, the leopard turtle immediately retracted its head into its shell. Before going back in, it did not forget to scream at Changyi. Although I couldn't understand their conversation, it was not difficult to see that the two had not reached a common agreement. The leopard turtle retreated into its shell, thinking that Kong Kong could do nothing to it. Unfortunately, with Changyi's demonstration, Kong Kong became smarter. It did not hit it directly with the golden hoop stick, but followed Changyi's example and reached into it to poke it. Kong Kong also flicked a fireball in without any instruction. Alas, Changyi was shocked to see Kong Kong flicking a fireball in. Kong Kong's fireball was not so easy to put out. This leopard turtle seemed to have some energy left. Don't let Kong Kong burn it to death. Facts prove that she was worried in vain. The flame that Kong Kong flicked in did not burn. It was extinguished as soon as it entered, and turned into a puff of green smoke. Kong Kong saw that his fireball was easily extinguished, which aroused his competitive spirit. He even flicked several fireballs in. Now, the smoke went into the shell before, but now it is coming out of the shell, and the 5 exits are emitting green smoke neatly. The leopard turtle was jumping up and down in its shell because of the empty fireballs. It finally put out all the fireballs by using all its limbs. It really didn't understand how there could be such unreasonable creatures. This was clearly its own home. The food inside was all grown by itself with great effort. Now, not only was it occupied by them, but they also forbade it to come back to eat and sleep. How could this be justified in the world? The more it thought about it, the sadder it became. It started to cry again inside. People outside saw white pearls rolling out of the shell. Changyi and the soldiers silently picked up the pearls on the ground. This turtle was like a cash cow. She didn't want to let it go. The leopard turtle cried for almost half an hour before it gradually stopped. The pearls behind were too small. Changyi was happy to pick them up. She stepped back and gave her place to others. During this time, she had learned from Kong Kong the entire content of their conversation. When the leopard turtle stopped emitting pearls, she took out a spirit beast pill and placed it on the ground in front. "This candy bean is my gift to you. Just promise not to hurt anyone in the future. This is still your home, and nothing will change." After a long time, the leopard turtle hiding in the shell poked its head out again, carefully observed around, confirmed that it was safe, quickly stretched its head to take the spirit beast pill on the ground, and then retracted it, and came out again after eating the candy bean. It opened its mouth, and made a purring sound towards Chang'e. Although it still couldn't understand what it said, it could be known from this low and gentle tone that it should be very happy this time. Kong Kong received Chang'e's eyes, and reluctantly helped translate. It said that it will find more treasures to exchange for sugar beans with you in the future, and will also plant more vegetables for us. Chang'e was not very clear about the vegetables that the leopard turtle was talking about. There was nothing in this pond on the surface. These water lilies were also seeds provided by Bai Yi, and they were planted later, but these were not important. Now, let's stabilize the leopard turtle first, and the rest can be discussed later. After making an agreement with the leopard turtle, I also gave it a name, Woohoo, and watched it return to the pond, and then disappeared. Do you really want to leave it here? The captain disagreed with her decision. Although the leopard turtle has always been gentle and generally does not actively attack humans, it is a strange beast after all. It is still a very dangerous thing to keep a strange beast at home and come and go freely. Well, you can see that, in principle, we broke into its home. As long as it doesn't hurt people, there is nothing wrong with leaving it here. As she spoke, Chang'e bowed her head and signed on his attendant's task list, and stamped on the newly added list of exotic beasts to be raised, leopard turtle, and Woohoo, completing the responsibility claim. Seeing that she had made a decision, the soldiers helped to clean up the scene and left neatly. In the evening, Chang'e received a greeting communication from Shan Mufan. He briefly learned about Woohoo from Chang'e and told her one thing. "Yi, I may not be able to go back until later recently. I asked someone to bring some supplies back. Remember to sign for them. Also, no matter who comes to borrow supplies recently, remember not to borrow them." After hanging up the communication, Chang'e kept thinking about what Shan Mufang said in her heart. He has never been a stingy person, and he is even more generous to friends. Usually, some supplies are given as soon as they are said to be given. This time, he actually specifically told herself not to borrow them. This situation is not right. Thinking about things, lying in bed like a pancake, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, she simply got up, turned on the light brain, and browsed the star network to see if she could find any clues. There was nothing special on the star network. It was still a lively scene. The only difference was that the prices in various shops had risen, but this was normal. It had not been long since the end of the winter season, and new supplies had not yet been launched. During this period of time every year, the prices of supplies would be a little higher. There were no clues, but I saw a lot of posts showing off their pregnant bellies. Recently, there were quite a lot of pregnant women with high-level warrior offspring. Every day they posted on the Star Network the precious supplies collected by their spouses for them. Those things were varied, and I didn't know how many were real and how many were fake. The main theme was that if I have something that you don't have, I am more noble and more powerful than you. Chapter 314. Among those who posted to show off, she saw several familiar names, among which Howlina was the most conspicuous. The Mu family had originally taken photos of the baby fruit and kept it secret from those who took it. Now, with more and more people getting pregnant in the interstellar space, they no longer hid it. Only then did everyone know that it was Howlina who used this expensive fruit. Chang'e saw this pinned hot search term and smiled softly. Chang Jiaojiao, this idiot, thought that no one would recognize her if she changed her account. The jealous tone in the message was about to overflow the interstellar network. Because of the things she did, Mu Qing forcefully divorced her. Later, she shamelessly stuck to him and stayed in Mu Qing's house for several months without any status. It was not until Howlina appeared that she was completely forced to leave. Who knew that after Howlina became pregnant, she had been jumping up and down, like a rat in the gutter on the interstellar network, mocking people. Howlina was not good at dealing with people. She used the piece of meat in her belly to force Mu Qing to put pressure on Chang Jiaojiao many times. Finally, Chang's uncle had to send Chang Jiaojiao to the master's house for temporary shelter. I didn't expect that Chang Jiaojiao would dare to challenge Howlina on the Star Network. She was so absorbed in reading gossip that she realized it was already midnight. The little guy in her belly protested and punched and kicked inside. Ouch! Bad guy, stop it, mommy will rest now. Without the big housekeeper at home, there was another little housekeeper in her belly. Chang'e comforted the little housekeeper, put down the computer, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Before falling asleep, She always felt as if she had overlooked something, but she just couldn't remember it. The next day, when she got up and went out, she saw Chang's mother directing people to move things in. "Mom, what are these?" Chang's mother carefully watched the sergeant help to carefully move the things into the material warehouse and put them away. When she heard her voice, she turned around and replied, "These are the materials that Sean Mufing sent back. There are a lot of them. I asked them to put them in the material warehouse at the back first. You can go and see them later. I put breakfast in the kitchen for you. I'm a little busy here. You can eat it yourself." After that, she hurriedly followed the sergeant, who was moving the materials, and walked to the material warehouse. Chang Yi looked at it for a while. Sean Mufing had been away for more than a month. He should have come back, but judging from the materials sent back, he might not be back in a short time. Thinking about this, Chang Yi took out the light brain while eating and clicked on the news aimlessly. Suddenly, a particularly small piece of news caught her attention. She didn't even eat breakfast, pushed the bowl aside, moved the light brain in front of her, and clicked on the news. This is a news report about a geological disaster on a remote planet. This planet is very small and remote, even more remote than the Qihong planet where they live. The news says that this planet has only been a habitable planet for 3 short years, and the population on the planet is less than 100,000, of which more than 70% are ordinary people. Such a planet is usually hard to find, but now there are hundreds of millions of people clicking on the news, just because this planet has just gone through 4 seasons within a week, and this change is still continuing. The locals have already relocated all the ordinary people. When these people were relocated, they found that there was a child who couldn't leave. Every time they wanted to send him away, he would encounter various accidents and fail to leave. The expert group later tested that if he was forced to leave, the planet would undergo extreme weather changes, and the temperature would jump back and forth between hundreds of degrees within a few hours. This child will fall into a coma and enter a state of suspended animation when he is a certain distance away from the planet. He will automatically recover when he returns to the planet, and the weather of the planet will also become relatively stable under his influence. Chang Yi opened all the information about this planet one by one, and looked at it. On the nearest few star maps, she saw a circle of air layers that were very similar to the Hope Starlight Curtain. The extra air layer on this planet was light blue. Although the color was different, it gave her the same feeling. This was the protective layer of the planet, and also a symbol of the appearance of the Star Master. Chang Yi wanted to know more about this planet, but there was no information. Even when she wanted to look it up later, the news about this planet was locked. The sudden disappearance of the news made Chang Yi a little uneasy. Will the bad guys be like this in the future because of the weirdness of that child? And will they never leave a planet and be trapped in one place for the rest of their lives? This was the only weird planet Chang Yi had seen. In fact, she didn't know that this kind of planetary event had been happening frequently in the entire galaxy recently. The planets were not necessarily connected to people. Some planets were other animals, and some planets were plants. Moreover, ecological changes are taking place on various planets to varying degrees. On some planets, plants on the ground have all turned into toxic substances overnight, and on some planets, oases have turned directly into deserts. This is the real reason why the military personnel have not returned for a long time. According to the inference of experts, the entire galaxy may be entering a period of biological replacement that occurs once every 100 million years. 10,000 years ago, humans did not have superpowers, and they evolved superpowers during a small biological replacement period. No one knows what this biological replacement will become. They can only speed up the collection of supplies to ensure that they can cope with the changes that follow. From that day on, Chang Yi developed a habit of reading a piece of news every day, and she would not miss any small news. 3 months later, Chang Yi's belly had become as big as a watermelon, and her daily energy intake was gradually decreasing. During the period when she had the most energy, she had to drink 2 tubes of Thunder Energy liquid every day. The cub in her belly was very smart. After she took the Thunder Energy liquid, he did not allow Chang Yi to drink the energy liquid without attributes, and she would vomit as soon as she drank it. Fortunately, she had enough stocks, and ordinary people really couldn't afford to raise him. Woohoo! Can you get a fish? Chang Yi supported her waist and walked to the edge of the pond, watching Woohoo climb ashore and sunbathe. Suddenly, she was a little greedy and wanted to eat grilled fish. Woohoo's IQ was very high. Although it could not speak, it could understand some of Chang Yi's daily words without Kong Kong translation. Look, it heard Chang Yi's words, nodded, propped up, and slid into the water. Chang Yi and the others still don't understand the passage connecting this pond to the outside. Every time, Woohoo disappears into the mud in the pond, and when it reappears, it is returned from the outside. Woohoo quickly brought the fish Chang'e wanted to her. It slowly climbed ashore, turned its back to Chang'e, and retracted its body into its shell. After a while, fish and shrimp were pushed out of the turtle shell. Kong Kong rushed over as soon as he heard the noise in the pond. He was not satisfied with eating fish and shrimp. Now he saw fish and shrimp jumping around on the ground. He found it fun. He poked any fish that didn't move with his hand, and he would not stop until he poked it. Chapter 315. Chang'e stopped its messy hands and set it to work. Kong Kong, stop playing, go to the back and get some branches like last time, we will grill fish. Kong Kong got up obediently and went to the back with his big mouth to find branches. When Woohoo saw it leave, its little eyes lit up, and its short legs quickly crawled to Chang'e's feet, looking up and purring at her. Chang'e glanced at it, nodded its little head, and laughed and scolded Slippery. Took out a spirit beast pill and threw it out. Woohoo's eyes followed the two beast pills, stretched its neck, opened its mouth to catch it accurately, and squinted and swallowed it. Woohoo's IQ is really high. It can understand simple words. It will secretly send things to Chang'e when Kong Kong and the others are not around, and act cute to please them. If it is bullied by Kong Kong and the others, it will find ways to complain to others. Sometimes when it sees someone coming, it will deliberately let Kong Kong and the others bully it to maintain its delicate fish nature. Look, after Woohoo finished eating the spirit beast pill, he took out another purple crystal and gave it to Chang'e. Woohoo didn't have many crystals of this color. These days, it gave a total of 3 purple ones, 1 red one, and the rest were blue, probably because it was a water-based beast. Chang'e didn't want too many people to know about these crystals, so she didn't take them to the military for testing. After all, her level was not high enough, and it would be easy to spread what she detected. She waited for Shan Mufeng to come back and let him test it. It would be best if he did it himself to avoid some unnecessary trouble. She had a hunch that this crystal was not an ordinary thing. Chang'e was waiting for Shan Mufeng, who had been away for a long time, to come back to work, and Shan Mufeng, who was away, was also making plans for her in his mind. Are we really going back tomorrow? Lung Yu entered Shan Mufeng's room in the snow and wind, and took the hot water on the table and poured it down. The weather here was too cold, and even the high combat power could not bear it. If you don't go back, do you still have supplies to use? Xiao Mu, who followed him into the room, sneered. We have been out for quite a while, and the energy liquid and potion have been almost consumed. If we don't go back, we will not be able to defeat the high-level alien beasts later. Shan Mufeng saw that they were very cold, so he picked up the kettle and poured them a cup of hot water. The planet they came from this time was a supply planet that they often came to in previous years. It was rich in supplies, and had a medium level of danger. It was one of the planets that all the major teams liked to come to the most. After arriving on this planet this time, the first month was still very peaceful, just like before. They could encounter many small groups of alien beasts every day, and the logistics could also collect many fresh wild vegetables and fruits. But this situation changed dramatically in the second month. Those beasts didn't know what they ate, but their collective combat power began to grow. In the past, one A-level warrior could deal with a small beast, but after they upgraded, they needed 2 people to work together to kill them. At the same time, the weather on the planet was also changing. Although the cold season had just passed, the temperature on the planet was dropping every day. In the past week, it had reached the same level as the cold season. These hunting teams came here to replenish the supplies consumed in the cold season. The cold-resistant supplies were the most scarce. Many small teams had already returned home because of the problem of cold-resistant. They had persisted until now because of the sufficient supplies, but they could only persist until now. It would not work any longer. Lung Yu drank 2 cups of hot water, and felt that his frozen blood finally began to flow normally. He thought about the news that the military had just sent, asking him to find out what Shan Mufeng meant. He could only continue pouring water and pretend to ask him casually. The Admiral said that several planets are no longer habitable. Chihong Star may have to accept a large number of refugees. What are you going to do with your family? Hearing this, Shan Mufeng glanced at him expressionlessly and said lightly, Accept them. I can't ask the military not to accept refugees, but they must understand the principle of first come first served. If they don't understand, I don't mind helping to teach them the rules. His family occupies the largest area in the entire Chihong Star. Someone had already made plans last time. It seems that someone is not afraid of death and wants to try it this time. After Shan Mufeng said this, Lung Yu tactfully skipped the topic. The Admiral said that the military officers above the rank of captain will not help store the materials harvested this time, and they will be kept by individuals. Speaking of this, Sean Mufing put down the teapot and tapped the table with his fingers, making a rhythmic thumping sound. How many people in our team are using the warehouse? This news from the military department shows that the materials in the future may be in short supply, so short that they may be forcibly collected and requisitioned. Lung Yu had already counted this issue before coming here, and now he directly opened the light brain to call up the above information for him to see. There are 15 people who need to clear the warehouse, and 5 of them cannot use their personal warehouses. These people who cannot use their personal warehouses are all in a similar situation to Chang Xiaohui's family, with complicated family situations and unable to guarantee their personal assets at home. Sean Mufing flipped through the information of the 5 people, and after thinking about it, he said, I can provide 2 500 square meter warehouses, and you can see if you can get 3 of the others for them. He thought that Chang'e could not leave Hope Star in a short time, so he must stay there for a long time, so that the warehouse on Chihong Star could be vacated and lent to them. If you provide 2 500 square meter warehouses, then there are only 2 warehouses missing. These 2 are the 2 brothers who have been sharing a warehouse, and I can squeeze out a small warehouse here. Lung Yu circled and pointed at the information above. They all provided, and Xiao Mao did not hide. I will provide the remaining one. After solving this problem, they analyzed the recent information again. Lang Hui is also pregnant. Lung Yu suddenly said something that seemed insignificant. Sean Mufing paused while flipping through the information, frowned and asked, where is she now? Because of Chang Yi's special situation, he is now a little sensitive to women's pregnancy. Moreover, the planets that have recently experienced changes in the interstellar space are more or less related to the newly formed life. Now, these strange changes have not yet found the cause, but the vague finger of blame has already been pointed out. Lung Yu was puzzled by his question, but out of trust in him, he did not say much, but just replied calmly, on Chihong Star, she wants to go to Hope Star to find Chang'e. Han Yu wants to wait until she is more stable before going out. Let's talk about it when she can go out. Sean Mufing had a hunch that Lang Hui might not be able to go to Chang'e. By the way, last time you said that Chang'e has lost a lot of weight. Is she feeling better recently? Can she hold on until... Lung Yu didn't say the rest of the words. Although Sean Mufing didn't believe these, he didn't want to hear even such words about Chang'e's health, so he stared at Lung Yu coldly, and didn't allow him to say anything more. Chapter 316. Lung Yu saw that his eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone, so he quickly stopped talking and slapped his mouth. Stop! I'm a bad mouth, I won't say anything. If you need anything, just tell me. Xiao Mao was still tactful, and didn't say anything empty. Thank you. I won't be polite to you if you need anything. Sean Mufing didn't refuse his kindness. A weak woman needs good things to nourish her, not to mention that she is pregnant now, so she needs good things even more. He has been away for so long, although he has contacted her in the middle, Chang'e looks better than before, but he is still very worried. Chang'e is Sean Mufing, who he met 3 days later. Ouch! Chang'e was about to open her mouth to tell him about her longing for him for many days, but the baby in her belly felt a strange and strong breath and kicked her anxiously. Her voice scared Sean Mufing so much that his face turned pale. He ran over to hold her in his arms, picked her up by the waist, and was about to rush out. What's wrong? I take you to the medical team right now. Chang'e wanted to laugh when she saw him like this, but the guy in her belly didn't agree. The breath was getting closer, and he started to fight military boxing inside, which made Chang'e laugh and shout, and she had to find time to explain to Sean Mufing that she was fine, and she was very busy. Don't. Ouch. I'm fine. I don't need to go to the medical team. It's just fetal movement. It took a lot of effort to make it clear to him. Sean Mufing frowned and looked at her, feeling uneasy. Really fine. I feel. Really? It's okay, this is normal fetal movement. Your baby just feels a little naughty when he sees you. Chang'e's hands kept stroking her belly, and the baby inside finally calmed down. Look, it's okay. Put me down. Chang'e's stomach was rumbling, and being held like this was not very comfortable. She struggled to get down and walk by herself. Dan Mufing saw that her face seemed to be in good condition, and she was no longer crying. He then carefully put her down with doubt, and held her with one arm. Why did you take so long this time? Chang'e was supported by him, and walked back slowly. This man was really fast. He almost ran out of the door when he just said a word. I won't go on missions for the next period of time. I will stay at home with you. Dan Mufing didn't want her to worry about what happened outside. Now, many planets have changed. They may not be able to go on missions for a long time. Even ordinary food on the Star Network has become sky high. If this continues, the nutrient solution that has disappeared will be sold again. But these will not affect Changyi's life for the time being. The supplies he harvested are enough for her and the baby in her belly. Even if he didn't say it, Changyi could still guess it. She has been surfing the Star Network every day recently. Although some news was banned quickly by the authorities, some information was still revealed, such as the price that could not be suppressed. Some of the gifted masters in the academy seem to be unable to be extracted. Is it affected for you superpower warriors? Don't worry, it's okay. Dan Mufeng quickly stepped forward to put the pillow that fell on the ground, and helped her sit down slowly. Our supplies are enough for us to use for 3 to 5 years, don't worry about these. I can support you too. Changyi glanced at him, forget it. Since he didn't want to worry about it, then she wouldn't worry about it. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Take out one of each color of crystal that Woohoo gave him, and give it to him. Do you have time to help me check these crystals? Shan Mufeng reached out to take it. When his fingers touched the purple one, he felt his body clamoring to eat it. This uncontrolled feeling made him uncomfortable. He suppressed his restlessness and asked, "What is this?" Changyi did not notice his abnormality, but just said easily, "This is the accommodation fee given by a guest at home. I have never seen it, but I feel that it should be something like energy liquid, so I want you to check it." Guest? Shan Mufeng looked around, and saw no trace of strangers. He doesn't live here, in the yard where Kong Kong and them are. Changyi saw that he misunderstood, and deliberately didn't explain it clearly, trying to scare people. Shan Mufeng saw her eyes rolling around, and knew that there was something fishy, but he didn't expose it. He was happy to cooperate. Pretending to be interested, she asked, "Oh, then when will you take me to meet this guest?" "Yes. I take you to meet him later." Changyi smiled and nodded, thinking that she would hide in the pond to scare Shan Mufeng later. Shan Mufeng chatted with her for a long time, telling her that he was going to rent out 2 warehouses on Chihong Star, and also told her that the materials harvested this time would be sent to Hope Star later, and he would stay with her on Hope Star for the rest of the time. Gurgle, halfway through the chat, Changyi's stomach growled. "Are you hungry? I make you something you want to eat." Shan Mufeng's eyes moved to her round belly. "I want barbecue." Since the beginning of her pregnancy, she seems to prefer meat. If it weren't for the constipation caused by eating too much barbecue, she would eat it 3 times a day. "Okay. I grill it for you right now. It just so happens that the meat I brought back this time includes Moo Beast meat suitable for barbecue. You will definitely like it." When Changyi heard about Moo Beast and thought of its smooth taste, her eyes lit up. She pushed him and urged him, "I want to eat it. Remember to put more red jam." "Okay. I put it in for you. You sit down and wait for a while. I make it for you right away." Dan Mufeng was afraid that she would hurt herself, so he got up and went in to grill meat for her. Soon after Dan Mufeng entered the kitchen, the smell of barbecue came out. Changyi couldn't wait any longer and ran to the kitchen door to look and wait. Hulu hulu, the sound of woohoo sounded at her feet. She just lowered her head and was about to ask it how it came here. Shan Mufeng, who was just turning the meat, felt the presence of other people in the room. He turned around and saw a leopard turtle baring its teeth at Changyi. The spatula in his hand instantly turned into a weapon and threw it at its head. Woohoo was acting coquettishly with Changyi, hoping that she would have a bite of delicious food. Last time, Changyi grilled fish by the pond, letting it know the deliciousness of cooked food. It fell in love with the taste and caught fish every now and then for Changyi to grill for it. Today, as soon as it crawled nearby with the fish, it smelled a meaty aroma that it had never smelled before, which made the saliva in its mouth flow out continuously. It saw Changyi near the aroma. It knew that Changyi must have a new delicious food. It couldn't wait to open its mouth to let Changyi see itself crying for food. Who knew that the servant in charge of cooking dared to be so bold and attack itself with a weapon? If Changyi hadn't been there, it would definitely teach him a lesson. Woohoo took Changyi, who was nearby, into consideration and just exhaled a breath to freeze the spatula in the air, and made it fall directly. Chapter 317. Woohoo was concerned about Changyi being nearby, so he didn't use too much force. He blocked the attack and tried to get close to Changyi to take credit. Shan Mufeng didn't have such concerns. He rotated his fingers, and the thunder ball gathered in his palm, and instantly attacked it again. At the same time, he quickly stepped forward and pulled Changyi into his arms to protect him. When Woohoo saw the familiar thunder ball, numbing memories came over him. He was so scared of the thunder ball that his body trembled. He didn't even dare to fight back, and shrank into his shell, and pretended to be dead. Ah! Wait! Their movements were too fast, and Chang'e didn't even have time to stop him. He only had time to hold Shan Mufeng's hand, and stop him from attacking again. This is the guest I told you about. Shan Mufeng was stunned, and dispersed the thunder ball that had just gathered, and asked in surprise, "Is this the guest you mentioned?" "Yes, it is it, and those crystals were given by it." Chang'e looked up and looked at him, nodding firmly in affirmation. Shan Mufeng came back, and Chang's mother went to the field early to work with Bai Yi and others to give them some space to be alone. On the way, she remembered to ask Chang'e if she should leave some space for her. As a result, before she entered the house, she heard the crackling sound of fighting inside. Fearing that something might happen, she hurried in and saw the two of them standing at the kitchen door and talking. They didn't care about the smoke in the house, and Wu Hu was lying on the side. Mufeng, are you okay?" Shan Mufeng looked up and nodded to her, saying, "Mom, we are fine, we just greeted the new guests." Wu Hu was too nervous to hear his words clearly at the moment, otherwise she would protest. Who would use a big move to kill when greeting someone? Even enemies would not do this. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Seeing him say that, Chang's mother patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she pointed at the green smoke in the kitchen and asked, "What are you burning in there?" Shan Mufeng and the others turned their heads and looked inside at the same time. "Ah, my moo beef steak." Chang'e sighed and mourned for 3 seconds for the steak that was far away from her. Shan Mufeng had already rushed in and put out the fire. The steak in the pot was already burnt and obviously inedible. He picked up the meat and prepared to throw it away. Hulu! Hulu! Wu Hu smelled the aroma of meat and carefully poked his head out. His little eyes turned around and looked around. He didn't see the bad guy who beat the beast. He was about to ask Chang'e for comfort, but turned around and saw Shan Mufeng throwing the meat into the trash can. Have you ever seen a hill take off? Chang'e has a hill flying in front of her. The moment Wu Hu leaves the ground in her house seems to be shaking. The crystal lamps on the ceiling collide with each other, making a tinkling sound, as if they will fall down in the next moment. Wu Hu doesn't know how much noise she has made. Now she only has the meat that will be wasted in her eyes. Ah! Well, so happy. This meat is so delicious, so delicious. She wants to tell Chang'e that she will eat this kind of meat again in the future, and she can exchange it for more sparkles. Every time she gives Chang'e sparkles, she only gives a little bit, and she always picks the smallest one in her treasure. This time, if Chang'e gives her such delicious meat every day, she will give Chang'e a big sparkle. Wu Hu forgets herself and enjoys the delicious food she just got. Chang'e looks at the crushed trash can and the mess on the ground. She wants to stew turtle soup and add some ginseng grass and other nourishing herbs to neutralize it. Shan Mufeng was also startled by Wu Hu's actions. He almost hit it again, but luckily he reacted quickly and held back. He kicked it instead, preventing it from falling on the stove. Wu Hu! Chang'e walked to its side step by step, his eyes scanned around, and finally stopped on the frying pan in Shan Mufeng's hand. "Give me the pan. Take it in your hand, and start to beat Wu Hu's little head with 18 fatal blows." It shrank into its shell, so he continued to beat the shell until it was exhausted. Phew, so tired, Shan Mufeng pulled a chair over and helped her sit down. He casually took the frying pan from her hand and opened a bottle of animal milk for her. "Take a break. Don't tire yourself out." After fighting for so long, her arms were a little sore. She drank 2 sips of milk from Shan Mufeng's hand, and her breathing became smoother. She kicked Wu Hu, who was pretending to be dead, and said, "Don't pretend to be dead. Come out. You made the garbage on the ground. You have to clean it up for me, otherwise, I will drink turtle soup later." Wu Hu understood that turtle soup was to be stewed with it. Hesitantly poked his head out and looked at Chang'e with watery eyes, humming in his mouth, "Don't stew me, I'm the most obedient, I give you sparkling crystals." When it saw Chang'e move his legs away to prevent it from touching, it became even more scared. Without caring about being exposed, it retracted its claws into the shell, and took out the sparkling crystal it treasured and pushed it to Chang'e's feet. "Chang'e, She moved her feet not intentionally to prevent it from touching it, but because it had just eaten the burnt meat and ate too hastily. Its mouth was full of black, and she was afraid that it would rub the stains on her body, and she really didn't mean to bully the child. But this good thing that was delivered to the door was not to be rejected, and it seemed that there was no reason to refuse it. Chang'e bent down to pick it up, but her stomach was too big to reach it. Shan Mufeng immediately squatted down and stretched out his hand to help pick it up. Snap! A loud slap, The back of his hand turned red. Woohoo thought he was going to steal her things, and scratched his hand rudely. Sean Mufeng felt that this guy was going against him, so he retracted his red and swollen hand, and said to Chang Yi, "Do you want to drink turtle soup? I heard that this soup is very nourishing." Bad guy. Woohoo felt the malice, opened his mouth and bared his teeth and roared at him. Hiss, hiss. Chang Yi was so angry now, and Woohoo had given her such a precious sparkling crystal, so she must help Woohoo. When she didn't hear Sean Mufeng's words, she gently coaxed Woohoo, "He is my husband, not a bad person. He wants to help me get the shiny crystal, not to steal yours. Give him the shiny crystal, and I will ask him to fry delicious meat for you, okay?" Woohoo didn't know if he understood it. After a stalemate, it moved its claws away, revealing the shiny crystal underneath, and moved its body half an inch to the side, making some distance. "It agrees, you can take it now." Chang Yi raised his chin to indicate that Sean Mufeng could pick it up now. Sean Mufeng glanced at Woohoo, the red and swollen hand, and turned to the wrist. He felt regretful in his heart. The turtle soup was really nourishing. This time he picked up the shiny crystal, and Woohoo really didn't attack it again, but its little eyes kept staring at him, as if he dared not give it to Chang Yi, it would give it to him again. As soon as he got the purple crystal, Sean Mufeng's heart trembled. This time the attraction in his body was stronger, so strong that he was almost bewitched by it, and directly absorbed the energy inside. Chapter 318. Sean Mufeng suppressed the strong desire in his heart, and placed the crystal steadily in Chang Yi's hand, his eyes always paying attention to Chang Yi's changes. "Don't you feel anything special when holding it?" Chang Yi shook her head puzzledly. "No feeling? I just think it looks pretty. This kind of crystal looks like a colored crystal on the outside. If you shake it in your hand, you can see the liquid inside moving like quicksand, which is very healing." Sean Mufeng stared at the crystal in her hand thoughtfully, wondering if other people would be affected by it. "You just asked me to test it. Why don't I go test it now?" He was still worried. If he didn't figure out the weirdness of this crystal, he would not be at ease staying with Chang Yi. Chang Yi looked at him blankly and said, "Ah? Now? Is it so urgent?" He didn't seem so anxious before. Why is he so anxious now? Sean Mufeng made contact with her eyes, and said to her eyes, "Well, I want to test it as soon as possible." "Oh, then go." Although Chang Yi was puzzled, she knew that such matters should be dealt with as soon as possible. It would be better to test it as soon as possible. She also wanted to know what was inside. After the negotiation, Sean Mufeng took another piece of Moo beast meat, and fried it for Chang Yi and Woohoo respectively. He asked Chang's mother to take care of it at home, and he went out with a small piece of crystal. "You are really stupid. You said Sean Mufeng to work again as soon as he came home. You didn't even let him rest at home." Chang's mother thought that it was because Chang Yi was in a hurry to test that Sean Mufeng went out in such a hurry. She looked at her and muttered something. Chang Yi rolled her eyes. What was her mother thinking? She simply explained for herself. He wanted to go now. "I didn't force him." Chang's mother glanced at her. Her eyes clearly showed disbelief, as if to say, if it wasn't you who did it, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to go. "Humph!" Chang Yi snorted coldly. "Forget it. You can think whatever you want. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain." She was angry, and took Woohoo to take a walk outside, and didn't let Chang's mother follow, saying that she was affecting her mood. Chang's mother was not at ease with her going out alone, so she followed her from a distance. Chang Yi's belly was not small now, but she was still flexible, and her legs were not swollen. From the back, you couldn't tell that she was a pregnant woman. As she walked, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not been to the planting field for a long time, and turned in a different direction with Woohoo. "Where are you going?" She turned around and followed, and bumped into Chang's mother, who was following her. "I'm going to go to the planting field to see how Master Bai and the others have prepared, and whether they can plant seeds." "Mother Chang, it's a bit far. Wait for me to drive the hovercraft over." Chang Yi was in such a situation. She was worried about Chang Yi walking for such a long distance. "Hey, Mom." No response. Chang Yi didn't want to take the car. She glanced at Woohoo beside her. She rolled her eyes, and called Mother Chang. She pointed at Woohoo beside her and said, "I let Woohoo carry me. No need to drive." Mother Chang hesitated. Looking at Woohoo's back that was like a small mountain, she shook her head. "No. How can I sit here? What if I fall? No, I don't want to take the car. I want to sit on it." Chang Yi ignored her. Before Mother Chang could react, he climbed onto Woohoo's back with his hands and feet, and sat down. He patted its back, waved his hand forward, and shouted, "Woohoo, target planting field, set off at full speed now. Chang's mother felt her forehead twitching. Chang'e has become more and more willful since she got pregnant. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. Be careful. Since she was already sitting, it was impossible for her to get off. Chang's mother had to follow her and watch her carefully. Chang'e sat on Woohoo's back and was carried by it to stagger forward. Her head followed the rhythm little by little, her eyelids drooped, and she yawned unconsciously. She was sleepy. Seeing her dazed look, Chang's mother's heart almost rose to her throat, but she didn't dare to shout at her loudly, for fear of scaring her. It would be more troublesome if she fell later, so she had to tell Woohoo to stop. Unfortunately, Woohoo was so stubborn that he listened to Chang'e. Chang'e asked him to go to the field, and he had to go. He didn't stop at all, and even quickened his pace. Chang's mother was so angry that she stamped her feet. These two were not easy to take care of. Woohoo was an ungrateful wolf. He didn't even think about who cleaned up the fish he usually ate. Chang's mother had no choice but to catch up with him. Although Woohoo's prototype is a clumsy turtle, it walks on land at a very fast speed. Four-wheel drive is faster than two-wheel drive. Chang's mother was worried all the way. Fortunately, although Chang'e was wobbling, she didn't fall. She finally reached the planting field. When Woohoo stopped, she quickly climbed up and woke Chang'e up. Yeah, we're here. Chang'e didn't sleep very soundly. She woke up when Chang's mother called her. She rubbed her eyes, looked around, refused Chang's mother's help, and climbed down slowly. The pits in the planting field have barely been filled by 2/3. The remaining 1/3 is still waiting for the last batch of soil nutrient solution to come, so that it can be completely regularized. Chang'e walked to a piece of land covered with film and asked, "Has this been planted?" Chang's mother fell behind her and said, "No, this is for breeding. I put some cantaloupe, muskmelon, watermelon and other seeds you like in it. I will move them out when they sprout." How long have the seeds been there? The water droplets on the film are already very dense, and it looks like more than a day. I put it in the day before yesterday, about 3 days. Chang's mother recalled the time. Why haven't they sprouted yet? Hearing that it had been 3 days, Chang'e walked around the edge of the land and didn't see any green seedlings emerging. Chang's mother glanced at the ground and said casually, "How can it be that fast? We have to wait for 2 more days." Generally, melons sprout slowly, and their seed shells are hard. Chang'e looked at the film on the ground without saying a word. Normally, melons sprout slowly, but that was planted in ordinary planting fields. This year, this is the first time to plant in her planting field. Logically, the fertility is at its best, so the sprouting should not be so slow. Refer to the planting in Chihong Star in the cold season. Basically, all the seedlings sprouted in 3 days and reached the state of transplanting. Mom, how are the planting fields on Chihong Star planted this year? She couldn't go back now. Chang's mother stayed in Hope Star to accompany her and never went back. Now she remembered that now is the planting season, and the planting fields of the 2 families on Chihong Star are still empty. I have discussed with your father that we will plant wheat this year. The flour we grind ourselves is better than the flour bought outside. Flour and other flour foods are the most popular tampering by those unscrupulous merchants. They mix ordinary flour with nutritious flour and sell them all at high prices. As long as the mixing ratio is appropriate, you really can't tell the difference when you buy it back. Chapter 319. Chang'e pondered in her heart and whispered softly, "Grow wheat. That's tight time. When are you going to go back?" "No hurry, you will have a prenatal checkup in 2 days. I will accompany you after the checkup and then go back. By the way, I will bring the first image of the baby in your belly back to your father and brother to see." Before Shan Mufeng came back, Chang's mother planned that if the season was over, she would not grow staple food in the planting field this year. Now that Shan Mufeng is back, the time is just right. Hearing her plan, Chang'e didn't say much. "You grow wheat, and my planting field will grow millet and glutinous rice this year." She couldn't go back to their planting field on Chihong Star. When the time comes, let Niu Qindian go back with Chang's mother. It will be easy to plant such a small piece of land with it. After returning from the planting field, Chang'e has been thinking about things. She just contacted Niu Qindian privately and asked him why those seeds developed so slowly. "Is there a problem?" Niu Qindian went to check and replied, saying, "It's because the shell of the seed has become thicker." This batch of seeds was newly purchased. Chang's mother never saved money when planting this piece of land. She bought good seeds on the market. If these good seeds are so difficult to germinate, then the germination rate of those poor seeds is even more imaginable. Chang'e and others joined the class group and wanted to ask other people in the class if they had encountered the situation where the seeds were difficult to germinate. Unexpectedly, her question blew up a lot of people. Murong Xian was the first to jump out and agree yes, yes, yes. The current seed germination rate is so low, and the seeds are sold at a very high price. If this continues, I don't want to plant anymore. The little I collect is not enough to cover the cost of planting. The arrogant Han Lu also complained, yes. I sprinkled about 20 gourd seeds this time. After half a month, only 6 germinated. Among these 6, 4 turned into water and died. I don't know whether to replant them. Me too. A lot of mine died too. More and more people joined the discussion, saying that planting has become more difficult this year. There are also many experienced growers who have failed this year. It's just that everyone concealed it for the sake of face, but their families still knew the situation. The discussion was so heated that Xiao, the class teacher, was also blown up. The college has new plant nutrients. If you need them, please sign up, and I will apply for them for you. New nutrients? I want them. I want them too. Don't miss out on the free nutrients. Everyone in the class will get them. Those who are not online also received the news, and quickly signed up online. Okay. I've applied for all of you, and I'd be able to send it to you in a few days. Thanks to Changyi and the others' efforts last year, now their rookie class can also get the attention of the academy, and they will never be excluded from such good things again. The good news brought by class teacher Qiao made the atmosphere in the group much more lively. Has it rained on your planet recently? It has been raining for 3 consecutive months here. The military has issued a notice requiring all people living in low-lying areas to move away, saying that the rain is likely to continue. My home is not high, and I will definitely have to move if this continues. The concentration camp is small and messy, and I really don't want to go there. How long will it take for the rain to stop? The one who came out to complain was Yurua, who lived on planet B21. Her planet should be dry and rainy. Yurua, it's not good to have rain. Didn't you say you liked the hazy beauty of rainy days? Why don't you like it now? The one who teased her was Milan Yin, who lived on the planet B07, which is known as the rain planet. Her planet was just the opposite of Yurua's, and it rained for half a year, so she hated rain the most and always argued with Yurua about it. Yurua, if you don't want to go to the concentration camp, just go to the academy for class. The classmates in the class helped her to give her advice. Yes. You can also come to play with me. It doesn't rain here. Murong Xian also followed suit to promote the love of classmates. Qiao, the class teacher, suddenly said, Classmates, recently, the teacher does not recommend that you come to the academy to study. If you really want to come, please contact me in advance. The group was in an uproar. What follows is a series of Qiao, the class teacher, disappeared after saying this, and no longer said anything. It was still a few classmates in the academy who came out to explain, the academy doesn't allow us to talk about this now. After the Star Beast attack last year, the academy moved to the S006 planet. After we came here this year, we found that it is very easy to grow here. Just sprinkle some seeds around you, and you don't even need nutrient solution. Really? Is it really that good? I want to go to the academy, and the class teacher will look at me. I want to go. I want to go too. The class teacher will help me record it. The classmate hadn't finished speaking yet. When he heard this, the other people in the group went crazy and started to sign up enthusiastically. Some even said they would pack their bags now. The classmates in the academy saw them like this and shouted in the group, Don't worry. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why not? If you go too late, the school's planting fields will be all divided. No. Now it is not allowed to plant casually in the college. Did something happen? Changyi only interrupted at this time. They discussed too fast before, and she didn't have time to see. Well, we suspect that the plants here will become spirits. Even through the star network, you can feel the sneakiness when he said this, as if he was afraid of being heard by the people next to him. Are you kidding? Plants become spirits? You should find someone to check it out. Don't be mentally ill. For his words, the classmates in the group didn't believe it. It was too ridiculous. But these people didn't include Changyi. The Nyochindyan in her family was a plant that awakened its spiritual intelligence, which was not much different from becoming a spirit. Why do you think plants have become spirits? Can they communicate with you? No, but they have their own sense of territory like animals, and do not allow other creatures to intrude. Changyi continued to ask, What will happen if you intrude? The classmate did not answer, but posted several videos in a row. The classmate who had just mocked him for having a mental problem asked in a trembling voice after seeing the video, Are these true? Lin Jiyang, a classmate in the college, glanced at the class teacher standing behind him, and continued to reply in the group. Well, the college is still investigating the specific reasons. The college has issued a gag order to everyone. Don't talk nonsense when you go out, or you will lose credits. Teacher Chiao, is it okay for us to do this? He was really scared, but the college did not allow them to go home now. He had not contacted his family for several months. If it were not for the class teacher today, he would not even be able to connect to the class group. We can't implicate more people. Chiao seemed to be speaking to him, and also to himself. The academy's ban was to avoid causing unnecessary panic. If they didn't say anything, those who didn't know would continue to come to planet S006. Chapter 320. The video in the class group was deleted half an hour later, and replaced with a red notice. Everyone dared not discuss it in the group anymore, and switched to private communication. Do you think those videos are real? Murong Xian quietly called Chang Yi. I don't know, but it doesn't look fake. Chang Yi's optical computer was playing the video just now. She had downloaded and saved it when the video was uploaded. In the video, a student wanted to pick a rose from the planting field. As soon as he took the first step, he was pierced by the thorns that sprayed out and turned into a hedgehog. That's not all. After he fell to the ground, the roots in the rose field surged and dragged him underground. If the monitoring device in the college hadn't found the abnormality and issued an alarm, the teachers in the college would have come quickly. I'm afraid there would be no trace of him in a while. This is really too scary. I don't even dare to go to the college. Murong Xian trembled in her heart when she thought of the scene she just saw. It's okay. Didn't the class teacher say that the college has already started researching drugs to deal with this kind of mutant plants? I believe they will be able to do it soon. Although he comforted her with his mouth, Chang Yi was not so optimistic in his heart. The changes of these plants were very similar to the magic plants in the memory of the demon world. This kind of thing is not something that rookies like them can worry about. Murong Xian sighed helplessly. I hope so. Her mentality adjusted very quickly. She was still sighing with emotion just now, and then she turned around and shared gossip with Chang Yi mysteriously. Have you heard? That is Chiu Zhe, the eternal second place. He recently got a kind of energy stone that can be directly absorbed from somewhere. His strength has greatly increased. He clamors to challenge Murong Yao all day long. The video was too bloody and gave people a headache. Chang Yi turned off the optical brain, walked to the courtyard, lay on the low couch, looked at the flowers and plants in front of him, and said casually, Oh, is there really such an energy stone? There is no need for a talent master to extract it. The warrior can absorb it directly. So the talent master will have less work to do in the future, which is good. That's right. It would be great if energy stones in the future could be absorbed directly. Murong Xian's talent for extraction is not high, so she doesn't need to practice this skill in the future. Thinking about it, she is quite happy and nodded happily. Didn't Milan laugh at Yuro in the group just now? Let me tell you, in fact, Milan planet has not rained for almost half a year. In order to make it rain, their planet even used the mysterious art and invited the Shuva family to set up a formation to pray for rain. It is said that they only prayed for a dark cloud, not a drop of rain. Murong Xian remembered the news mentioned by the parents and thought about what happened just now, so she shared this interesting story with her friends. After hearing her words, Chang Yi's eyes darkened. He didn't laugh with her, but asked her in a serious tone, Xian, have you gone to collect supplies recently? Through the communication, Murong Xian also felt that there was something wrong in her tone. She put away her playful attitude, sat up, and replied seriously. I didn't go, but the hunting teams at home were out. Murong Yao also looted all my stocks and said he would use the supplies to offset them when he came back. Well, that's good. You have nothing to do at home. Buy more supplies and store them. I feel that the price may increase later. Ah? Murong Xian thought she was going to say something so serious, it turned out to be just buying things. Relaxed, she lay back on the bed and said nonchalantly, I still have enough supplies. The supplies are a bit expensive now. After a while, when those hunting teams come back, they will be cheaper. I will go to stock up then. No! Chang Yi's voice was a little harsh. After hearing Murong Xian's surprised gasp on the other end of the communication, she realized and softened her tone. I have a feeling that when the large number of hunting teams come back, the price of supplies will rise again. You should buy more now. Murong Xian didn't understand why she insisted so much, but fortunately she listened to her advice, and went shopping decisively after hanging up the phone. She placed a lot of orders, and sent the shopping list to Chang Yi. Please praise me. Chang'e gave her a big red flower in return. Obedient children are blessed. When Chang'e said shopping invitations to each of her friends, Shan Mufeng hurried back from outside. He saw Chang'e tapping on the light computer in the yard, strode forward and hugged her tightly in his arms. Feeling the man's hand trembling, Chang'e put down the laptop, hugged him back, and asked softly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shan Mufeng adjusted his mood and slowly let go of her. "It's okay. I'm just too happy." "Happy? What's so happy about? Is it related to me?" Chang'e was a little confused by him. She had been at home and didn't do anything. "Do you know? Your concentrating incense saved all of us." Chang'e was even more confused. Hasn't the concentrating incense been in circulation for a long time? Isn't his reaction arc so long? Why is he excited now? Shan Mufeng met her confused eyes, smiled even brighter, held her face, kissed her forehead devoutly, and sighed, "Eee. Having you is my greatest luck in this life." "Yeah. We are still outside." Chang'e couldn't stand his sudden affection, shyly raised her head, and lightly touched his chin, pushed him away a little, and said coquettishly, "Be careful, we are still outside." She used the back of her hand to cool her hot cheeks, and looked around in panic. When she found no one, she gave him a shameful roll of the eyes. She regained her senses, and continued the previous topic. "Come on. Why are you talking about the concentrating incense again?" Shan Mufeng held her in his arms, and spoke slowly. "Didn't you ask me to test that kind of crystal?" "Yes. Yes." Chang'e sat up slightly and said seriously, "What are the test results?" Shan Mufeng pecked her again, paused, and continued, "Energy detection. One step is to conduct an extreme test on the energy inside to see its maximum power and minimum effect." Chang'e didn't say anything, but nodded in agreement to prove that she was listening. "At the beginning, I detected that it was indeed energy, not harmful substances, so I boldly increased its energy to the maximum. As a result, the people around were almost bewitched by it, and stepped forward to absorb its energy. Fortunately, because the testers in the testing room consume a lot of mental energy, there is always a habit of concentrating incense in the room, which makes us sober at the critical moment." After hearing what he said, Chang'e opened her mouth nervously and explained, "Ah, then this crystal is not very dangerous?" "Yes and no." Shan Mufeng met her confused face, and continued to explain her doubts. "After testing, the energy in this crystal is very pure. As long as it is extracted, the effect after absorption can be comparable to high-level energy liquid." "So high?" Chang'e was shocked by the purity. This level of energy liquid is not only a huge test for the extraction ability of the talent master, but also the level requirement of the original energy stone is also very high. Primary energy stones can never extract high-level energy liquid. Chapter 321. Shan Mufeng nodded, "Yes." "Surprise, right?" "It's quite a surprise. So what's wrong with it?" According to Shan Mufeng's statement, there must be something wrong with this crystal, and Chang'e is waiting for his follow-up. "Yes, this crystal will release pheromones to attract warriors to absorb its energy before the energy liquid inside is extracted. However, this direct absorption method can temporarily increase a person's combat power, but it will cause genetic agitation. If the amount absorbed is large, the gene will collapse and become a useless person." After Shan Mufeng finished speaking, Chang'e gasped in fear. "Isn't this the forbidden item?" She remembered what Murong Xian had just said. Could Xiaozhe have absorbed it directly? Has anyone absorbed it directly? Her crystals were all sent by Wu Hu, and she didn't know where they were found. Has anyone else encountered this crystal before? Yes. Shan Mufeng's tone was a little sad. Some people in the hunting team encountered this kind of crystal outside this time, and they couldn't help but absorb it. Several of them have been sent to the sanatorium. If they are sent to the sanatorium, they are basically useless. Shan Mufeng saw that she was a little scared by his words, touched her hair, and said, "It's okay, we have found the correct way to use the crystal, and this kind of thing will not happen again. Moreover, your concentration incense has a good suppressive effect on the pheromones it releases. This time, many people were not bewitched because of your concentration incense." Chang'e is really a mascot, as Minister Jia said. After talking about this crystal, Chang'e asked him about the situation outside, told him about the strange incidents that occurred in the academy, and asked him if the military had responded to this situation. Shan Mufeng didn't want her to know these things, but now that she already knew them, he told her everything he could. The plants on planet S006 have evolved certain abilities under the influence of unknown energy, but they have not yet been found to have intelligence. They only have some instinctive skills to protect themselves. For example, the roses you see can attack people with their thorns, and some plants emit foul odors to drive away invaders, etc. Will planet S006 continue to be a habitable planet? Think about the people who moved there from the Emperor Star. They are also miserable. They just escaped danger and moved to a new home, and they are surrounded by new dangers. Yes. According to the current inspection, the energy on planet S006 is harmless to the human body, and some of the mutated plants are also evolving in a good direction. For example, the survival rate of plants there is higher than that of other planets. Chang'e blinked. Interstellar humans are really tough. They are not afraid of such things. Aren't they worried that the plants will collectively become intelligent and use humans as food reserves? Sean Mufeng smiled lightly. Don't worry, there have been many tests. Those energies only make plants change externally and amplify some of their own characteristics, but they can't make them evolve into intelligent life. So it's tested so quickly? These plants have only recently changed, so this test is too fast. Sean Mufeng paused before continuing. From the time the first abnormal plant was detected, the major forces formed a scientific research team to study this phenomenon. Okay. Needless to say, the rest is understood. Anyway, when something can be known to ordinary people, it means that it has already spread to the point where it can no longer be covered up. What about the changes on other planets? The abnormality of S006 has been studied for a long time, so it is probably the same for other planets. The concentration camp on planet B21 completed its expansion 3 months ago. Sure enough, Sean Mufeng's words once again confirmed Chang'e's guess. Are there any changes on Qihong planet? She can still treat the situation on other planets as news, but not Qihong planet. If it breaks down, her home will be gone. There is no big change on Qihong planet, but the weather is a bit capricious today. It is windy and rainy at the same time. Especially Ling Hui's house, thunder comes and goes. It is said that the roof has been struck several times. Han Yu installed a row of lightning protection devices at home, but it is useless. The thunder seems to have eyes and strikes his house. Yeah, I know this. Hui also told me that the weather this year is a bit strange. Everyone has been busy with missions recently, and only Ling Hui, who is also idle at home to take care of her baby, has time to chat with her. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. The Shan family's medical team will come tomorrow. Let them do a good checkup on you. Sean Mufeng asked the Shan family's medical team to come before the mission, but some people in the family deliberately pretended to obey when he was not there. This time, he came back to have a good exchange of feelings with some people. Oh, I'm fine. In fact, the military's medical team is very good. We have been working together happily. She had no feelings for the Shan family's medical team. As medical personnel, the itinerary agreed with the patient could be changed at will. She also had 12 points of doubt about their professional ability. Who knew if the report they issue could also be changed at will? Yes. I know, the military is coming too. Your situation is special, so I feel more at ease if more people take a look. The Shan family really went too far this time. The medical team coming tomorrow is not the usual one used by the main house. This is a group of new people he secretly trained. This time, he just took the opportunity to call them here, and keep them here, so that it will be convenient to take care of Chang'e in the future. Chang'e told Sean Mufeng about her plan. Mom said, she will go back to Qihong Star after my prenatal checkup tomorrow. I want Niu Chindian to go back with her to help cultivate the fields on both sides. Seeing that Chang'e always unconsciously used her hands to support her lower back, Sean Mufeng gently supported her waist with his big hands and kneaded it slowly. Will this tire Mom? Or should I call some people to help? Yet Chang'e thought about it and thought it was okay. Last year, she asked the military to help. Okay. Let's ask those people from last year to help. As usual, everyone will get a big harvest gift package. In this case, those who didn't go last year will regret it to death. Last year, Chang'e gave each soldier who helped a big harvest gift package. Later, when the orchard at home was ripe, she didn't forget these people and gave them all a copy. These guys came to her every day during those days and asked if there was any work to do at home. They wanted to work for Chang'e, and their little thoughts were all on their faces. That can't be helped. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Who told them not to be active last year? Last year, those who could come to help were all good friends. At that time, she had just married Sean Mufeng. Although the matter of her level 8 energy stone as a betrothal gift was a big deal, in fact, more people were still not optimistic about their marriage and were waiting to see the joke of their divorce. When Sean Mufeng asked for help, she also said that it was a voluntary principle. Those who were waiting to see the joke would not rush to stick to her, the colonel's wife, who could be divorced at any time. Chapter 322. The next day, the Shan family's medical team came first. At that time, Chang Yi was still asleep, and Shan Mufeng was sitting in the living room with people. This time, Shan Muzhao and Shan Mowu also came with him. They knew that Chang Yi was pregnant and had wanted to come to see her for a long time, but they were embarrassed to come when Shan Mufeng was not there. This time, when they heard that Shan Mufeng asked the Shan family's medical team to come, they immediately signed up and followed. The military medical team had helped Chang Yi with many examinations and had a tacit understanding. When they arrived, Chang Yi just came downstairs. "You are here? Come and sit down." The baby in her belly was actually quite cooperative. As long as he was fed, drank well, and slept well every day, he basically didn't make a fuss. Chang Yi didn't feel any burden about prenatal examinations. On the contrary, Shan Mufeng had a stern face since the beginning of the examination and followed Chang Yi step by step. "I don't know if he can understand those reports." He held them in his hands and wouldn't let go. The military medical team knew Chang Yi well and quickly did a routine checkup. After comparing her previous records, they told him, "The baby is very healthy. Just continue to supplement nutrition as you do now." The medical team was actually very curious about Chang Yi's physical data. At the beginning, her examination report showed that her body, like other pregnant women, had obvious excessive energy consumption, but the data changed in the following few times. The reserve energy in her body did not continue to be consumed, but instead increased. Moreover, the guards had rumors last time that Chang Yi had awakened her superpowers, or the same thunder power as Shan Mufeng. They privately suspected that this should be the ability of the child in her belly. There have been several records in history of women being able to use superpowers when pregnant, and all of the children who were successfully born were amazingly talented. That is, in this case, very few mothers can support the birth, and they have to send the child to the in vitro incubator in advance. "Ms. Chang Yi, can we do another detailed examination for you?" The medical team of the Shan family doubted her data. This physical data was too good. It should not be the data of a child with a superpower warrior. Chang Yi glanced at Shan Mufeng. This was the medical team he found, and he decided. "What? Is there a problem with the examination just now?" Shan Mufeng had just been relieved by the military's inspection report, but they made him uneasy again. The doctor of the Shan family hurriedly explained. "Ah! No, it's because her data is too normal. We think it's abnormal." At the end, he felt something was wrong and couldn't continue. "Too normal? Do you think it's abnormal? Listen to this and see if it makes sense?" Shan Mufeng stared at them with a bad face. This was the medical team he had spent a lot of effort to train. Did he feed the fortune beast with his interstellar coins over the years? "You think that my wife and children must have problems to be normal, right?" The doctor of the Shan family felt that the air conditioning in this room was a bit too much. Shan Muzhao received their distress signal and stepped forward to help explain. "Brother, they didn't mean that. They just wanted to check more carefully. Didn't you say that sister-in-law fainted for no reason before? It's always good to check more carefully." Shan Muzhao's last words touched his heart. "Then check again." He nodded, and the doctor of the Shan family immediately stepped forward to check Chang Yi again. This time, he also drew a tube of blood from Chang Yi. She hadn't received an injection for many years. She was suddenly pricked. She was about to call for help, but the doctor had already taken it away. If she didn't call for help, it seemed a little less ritualistic. "All right." The doctor who was drawing blood saw her staring at the place where the needle was inserted, so he used the treatment device to take a picture of her, making sure that even the needle hole could not be seen. Originally, this kind of wound did not need to be treated, but some pregnant women like to make a fuss. As doctors, they have experience in dealing with such situations. Oh! Chang Yi didn't know that in just a few seconds, she was labeled as making a fuss again. "Have you finished the examination?" Shan Mufeng's patience with them is limited now. All right. Miss Chang Yi has no problem. She and the child are very healthy. Moreover, during the examination just now, the child had a slight resistance with thunder energy. His combat power must be not low. He may be another S-level warrior." Speaking of this, the doctor of the Shan family was so excited that his hands were shaking. Every S-level warrior is a precious resource of the entire galaxy. Compared to his excitement, Shan Mufeng was very calm. Hearing that the child might be an S-level warrior, he frowned slightly with dissatisfaction. The higher the level of the child, the higher the demand for energy. "Are you sure that Chang Yi is healthy now?" "Of course. There is no pregnant woman in better health than her." The doctor of the Shan family said this, rubbing his hands, and asked embarrassedly, "Can you show us Ms. Chang Yi's daily diet? We want to learn how to ensure the health of the mother during pregnancy." Shan Mufeng glanced at him, and said Chang Yi's diet list. He didn't think that Chang Yi could be so healthy just by relying on the diet list. The problem was that she could drink the energy liquid. It's not that there are no partners of S-level superpower warriors in the interstellar forces who are pregnant. They will never be harsh on nutritional ingredients, but those pregnant women still can't hold on. The doctors of the Shan family discussed the recipes while looking at them. Finally, they came to a conclusion that Shan Mufeng and his wife were really wealthy. The nutritious ingredients and high-grade health-preserving herbs were unique even in a large family. Moreover, Shan Mufeng seemed to have all these supplies by themselves, without asking the host family for help. While they were studying the checklist and the pregnancy recipes, Shan Mu quietly took the doctor's checker and chatted with the baby in Chang Yi's belly. "Hi, little guy, I'm your uncle, come and say hello to me." Chang Yi also wanted to know if the bad guy reacted to other people's voices, and watched him play tricks quietly. The bad guy was harassed by a bunch of people just after getting up today, and he was still hungry. Now, he heard another annoying voice, so he simply turned over and lay on his stomach, facing him with his butt. Wow wow wow. He moved. Shan Mu had never seen the baby in the child's belly, and he started to shout incoherently when he saw him move. The people who were discussing nearby looked at him like an idiot. Whose family is this stupid boy? He is so ignorant. Shan Mufeng walked up to him unhappily, and took the instrument from him. He hadn't even talked to the baby formally yet. How could he do that? I heard that when a child is in the belly, the more it interacts with a certain person, the more it will look like that person when it is born. His child can't look like this stupid boy Shan Mu. Go away, this is my baby. Poochie. Chang Yi covered his mouth and laughed. He looked no different from Shan Mu. Both of them looked like the stupid son of a landlord. Chapter 323. Shan Mu has already greeted his own child, so Shan Mufeng certainly didn't want to be left behind. He touched the child, but through Chang Yi's belly and said, "Little guy, move a little, I'm your dad." Chang Yi held his forehead. This is even more stupid, not as good as Shan Mu. Ha ha! Brother, you are stupid. He definitely doesn't understand. Shan Mu took the opportunity to take revenge after being robbed of the right to communicate with his nephew. Shan Muzhao looked at the screen on the instrument and said hesitantly, "I think he might understand." Shan Mufeng calmly put the instrument away and returned it to the doctor. Children are not that good looking. The baby in his belly just now raised his legs high, facing him, and urinated as hard as a fountain. It's better not to have a son. Use his resources and make him angry. Chang Yi was also a little disappointed. Although she felt that it would not be a girl when she could use her superpowers, she deliberately did not ask the question of gender to keep a little hope for herself. Now, the baby said it clearly, so there is no need to expect it. After this prenatal checkup, Chang's mother returned to Qihong Star with Shan Muzhao, and Yo Qianbian followed them. Shan Mu wanted to play on Hope Star for a while, and stayed. Shan Mu's arrival seemed to turn on the welcome button. The military announced that the former Emperor Star was officially renamed Hope Star, and all ports and docks were officially open to the public, and the preliminary construction of the planet was completed. As soon as the news came out, Hope Star instantly became lively. Although many people who moved away from Emperor Star have settled in other places, many have found ways to return to Hope Star. As the former Emperor Star, Hope Star has a different status in everyone's hearts. Sister. Today, the Zhenxiu Pavilion opens. All dishes are 40% off. Let's go and join in the fun. Shan Mu held an invitation in his hand and shouted before he even entered the door. If you ask me, I have already made an appointment with Yi. Why are you here, little firecracker? Seeing the person sitting next to Chang Yi, Shan Mu's steps forward slowed down. Murong Xian raised her little face and said, "Humph. You are the nagging ghost. Yi and I are classmates. What's wrong with me coming to play with her?" Seeing how familiar they are, do you two know each other? Chang Yi pushed the fruit on the table to signal Shan Mu to help himself. She couldn't bend her waist now. Know him? No. The two spoke at the same time. After hearing each other's answers, they turned their heads to look at each other, and then turned their heads and snorted tacitly. I am good friends with her brother Murong Yao. Oh! Chang Yi nodded in understanding, her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them. The more she looked at them, the more they felt like a pair of bickering lovers. Dan Mu's answer seemed to make Murong Xian even angrier. She glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "Yes. That's right, I don't know him well. Dan Mu scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how he had offended this ancestor. He had never been nice to him since he was a child. Tonight, do you want to go to Jinxiu Pavilion with us for dinner? Murong Xian rolled her eyes at him, hugged Chang Yi's arm and said, who wants to eat with you? Yi agreed to accompany me for dinner. Together, all together, Xiao Mao and the others will come over tonight. Hope Star has officially resumed navigation, and many people have come recently. The military has also transferred some personnel to guard the territory. Because Dan Mufeng applied to stay on Hope Star to accompany Chang Yi, the Admiral simply transferred all the people from the first team over. How is your brother recently? It seems that no matter how outgoing a person is, he will become introverted when he meets someone he likes. Murong Xian didn't even turn his head, and faced him with the back of his head. Are you going to ask my brother? Why are you asking me? Seeing that she was a little embarrassed in front of Shan Mowu, Chang Yi stood up tactfully and yawned. Ah. Why do I feel sleepy again? I go upstairs and take a nap. You guys can do whatever you want. Remember to call me when we are about to leave. After saying that, she stood up and saw that Murong Xian also remembered it. She pushed her back and stopped her from following. She also secretly winked at Shan Mowu, asking him to cheer up and have a good chat. I like watching this kind of sweet drama the most. Chang Yi lay on the edge of the door and covered her mouth to peek. Oh my! I hugged him. Oh, why is he crying again? Shan Mowu, this idiot, come on. Keep hugging and coaxing him. He is usually very eloquent. Why is he being so dull now? What's the use of just wiping tears? Kiss, hug, lift him up high. Chang Yi was so anxious watching in the room. She wished she could go and coax him. The two people in the living room didn't know that someone was watching them as a skit, and they were secretly directing them in their hearts. Murong Xian and Shan Mowu have known each other since childhood, and the parents of both sides even joked about arranging a marriage for the two. Shan Mowu has always been cheerful and kind to everyone, but when he meets Murong Xian, he will become a talkative old mother, not allowing her to do this, not allowing her to do that. Children in the rebellious period of young people are most annoyed by such people, so Murong Xian hated him for a while and deliberately avoided him. Later, they met again as teenagers. One was a supernatural warrior with a bright future, and the other was an ordinary person who had not yet awakened. The sudden gap made Murong Xian very uncomfortable. During that time, everyone around her reminded her that she was a useless person with no talent. She blocked all her former friends and stopped contacting them, so as not to let herself fall into the quagmire of inferiority, but even so, she was still hurt by the casual mention of people around her. At this time, Shan Mowu, who loved to nag her the most, didn't say a word. After being blocked by her, he added her with other people's numbers and kept sending her all kinds of things to cheer her up, telling her that no matter whether she could awaken her talent or not, she was her, and she was unique. When people are in the dark, it is difficult not to become dependent on that light, but just when Murong Xian was about to open her heart to him, the news that he was dating a gifted teacher in the Gifted Academy reached her ears. At that time, she wanted to find Shan Mowu to ask clearly. When she chased him to the academy, they formed a team and embraced each other in victory. At that time, she really felt that the whole world was laughing at her, so later, she would keep trying and forcing herself to become a gifted teacher. In fact, Shan Mowu came to see Murong Xian later, but Murong Xian didn't want to see him at that time. The misunderstanding between the two people turned into a scar that was difficult to heal over time. Xian, what I said was true. I hugged every team member at that time. I didn't expect you to be there when I hugged her. I didn't break my promise. I only treat you well. Since your brother said you awakened, I sent all the refining materials to you. I didn't give it to my mother even when she asked for it. What a filial son. When Shan Mowu said this, it was Chang Yi who disliked him for not being proactive enough and only squatting there to wipe people's tears. Chapter 324. Ahem. A clear cough startled the two lovers who were hugging each other. Brother, why are you here? Murong Xian stuttered when she saw Murong Yao suddenly appear. I came to discuss something with Colonel Shan. Murong Yao said this for her to hear, and his eyes were stabbing at Shan Mowu. Shan Mowu accepted the eyes of his good brother calmly, because who asked him to kidnap someone's sister? He greeted him warmly. Io! Long time no see. Get lost. Who wants to see you? Murong Yao turned sideways to avoid his outstretched hand. Shan Mowu was not annoyed when his hand fell in vain, and still greeted him with a smile. Brother. On the contrary, Murong Xian pouted to protest. Murong Yao couldn't do anything with her. He snorted coldly and stopped bullying Shan Mowu, But he didn't look at him well. He had made Murong Xian sad for so long. It would not be so easy for him to get over it. The show was almost over, and Lung Yu came out to smooth things over. It's just right that you are all here. We have booked a private room in Jinxiu Pavilion. We can go there together later. I go upstairs to pick up Chang'e. Shan Mufeng nodded at them, and went upstairs to pick her up. Chang'e had been watching from above. When she saw Shan Mufeng coming up, she quickly closed the door, and lay down on the bed. She couldn't let it slip. Shan Mufeng walked into the room lightly. As soon as he came in, he knew that the person on the bed was pretending to sleep. The snoring was too deliberate, and he was afraid that he would not hear it. The corners of his mouth lifted up unconsciously, and he leaned over to whisper in her ear, "My wife's snoring is so nice." After he finished speaking, the snoring stopped, and after a while, Chang'e raised his hand and stretched, taking the opportunity to push the person next to him away, and opened his mouth to yawn exaggeratedly. "Well, you're back? What time is it now? Did I oversleep?" Shan Mufeng smiled, as he watched her performance. "Yes. I just came back, you didn't oversleep. The time is just right. Do you want to get up now?" Chang'e secretly looked at him with the corner of her eyes. He probably didn't find anything right. It doesn't matter if he did, anyway, I didn't eavesdrop. Yes. Just now time was tight, she only had time to take off her coat casually, now it's easy to put it on. Shan Mufeng helped Chang'e dress up, and helped her downstairs. It was already 5 o'clock when they arrived at Jinxiu Pavilion. This time period was the time when the most people were dining. The private room they booked was on the second floor. When they passed the lobby, they were blocked by someone. Lu Jiro saw them from a distance, and whispered a few words to the person they were traveling with. The three of them laughed and chased each other towards this side. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go." The voice was artificial, the body was twisted like a twist, and it seemed like there were eyes on the back. When it was 1 meter away from them, it stumbled and fell back accurately. The slightly panicked cry, the closed eyes, and the slightly trembling eyelashes revealed the owner's little thoughts. Shan Mufeng felt something was wrong and immediately picked up Chang'e to avoid him, so that no one could bump into him. He lowered his eyes, and looked at the troublemaker. Shan Mu also subconsciously pulled Murong Xian into his arms to protect him. Murong Yao, who was a step slower, was so angry that he glared at him. Ling Yu reached out to catch the woman who fell over. "Be careful." At this time, Lu Jiro timidly opened her eyes. "Thank you." After that, she lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. Her companion, as if she had just seen him, said in surprise, "Colonel Lung? Are you coming to Jinxiu Pavilion for dinner today?" "Yes." "You are here to eat too?" Lung Yu nodded, and gently lifted the person in his arms. "Yes." "Did you reserve a seat?" "We came too late, and there are no seats left." The girl in a purple tie dress pouted, and complained innocently. "There are a lot of people today, so it's hard to reserve a seat." Lung Yu's central air conditioner is ready to start again. Chang'e saw that the situation was not right, so she pulled Shan Mufeng's collar, asked him to lean over, and whispered, "I don't want to eat with him." Shan Mufeng nodded in understanding, looked up and shouted to Lung Yu, "Are you ready? Hurry up and go up." The tacit understanding between the two of them was beyond words. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lung Yu knew that he didn't like these people. He took back the invitation and apologized to them. "Sorry, there are too many people today, and there is no room. I will invite you to come together next time. It's just the three of us." Lung Yu looked back at Shan Mufeng in embarrassment. "Let's do it next time. It's really inconvenient today." "No." The woman wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Jiro. "Thank you. Colonel Lung, you go. Colonel Shan and the others are still waiting for you. It's okay for us. We will go back if there is no room." Tears fell down, but she still looked strong, telling Lung Yu that she was fine, and she was fine. Did Lu Jiro take classes outside? Her skills have become so powerful. Chang'e was surprised by her tea art and murmured, "Ji Shuao and Lung Yu have some conflicts recently, and there are some rumors outside." Shan Mufeng was not interested in such a woman, but he would not interfere in his brother's family affairs. He said softly, which was considered to have cleared up Chang'e's doubts. The couple watched the show and whispered crickets. As they were talking, Ling Yu, the central air conditioner, came over and said, "Our box is quite big. Most of them are from the same military district. It's fate that they met. Let them squeeze in with us." He kept staring at Chang'e when he said this. Chang'e blinked her innocent big eyes and said with her eyes, "Don't look at me, I didn't say anything, secretly put her hand on the soft flesh of Shan Mufeng's waist. If he dared to agree, strangle him to death. She didn't like Ji Shuao very much now, but she didn't like this kind of little goblin who only targeted people with families. It's okay if you want to climb up the high branch, but this high branch is someone, you should be sensible and don't get involved. No matter where you are, there are people with such weird values. They do disgusting things in the name of love, and finally say I'm innocent, I don't know. Ah! All the people who came today are our own people. Shan Mufeng made his attitude clear in one sentence. Today's game couldn't accommodate these three people. Shan Mufeng disagreed, and Leng Yu could only turn around and go back to comfort the pretty lady. They had been in the box for a while, and Leng Yu hadn't come up yet. Through the small window, he could see that they were still entangled downstairs. Do all you men like this? Chang Yi pointed his chin at Lu Jiro, who had stopped crying and started flirting with Leng Yu downstairs. Shan Mufeng glanced at her coldly and said disdainfully, "It's just a little thing." Chang Yi grabbed a piece of soft flesh on the inside of his thigh, turned it 360 degrees, gritted her teeth and chuckled, saying, "Ha! Little thing? You want it too, right?" Chang Yi's strength was almost like tickling him, but Shan Mufeng still cried out in pain and pressed her hand to beg for mercy. How could it be? I don't like this, I only want you. Chapter 325. Birds of a feather flock together. Leng Yu's performance made Chang Yi doubt Shan Mufeng's words. Seeing this, Shan Mufeng shouted to Leng Yu, who was still entangled with someone downstairs, "Are you ready? I'm waiting for you." Leng Yu went upstairs, and Ji Shuao chased to Jinxiu Pavilion. It was unknown who tipped her off. She also met Lu Jiro and the other two at the door. Sparks flew between the two women's eyes. "Sorry. I just passed by and saw you guys. I wanted to come and join in the fun. You won't suggest it, right?" After going upstairs, Ji Shuao went straight to their box. "Sister, how could it be? We are so happy that you can come. Sit down. Sit down." Seeing Ji Shuyao's enthusiastic greetings, everyone stood up and moved their seats, leaving the seat next to Leng Yu vacant. Unlike the enthusiasm of others, Leng Yu, as a husband, just said lightly, "Aren't you busy and can't come?" Ji Shuyao sat down and paused before replying. They went back early because of something. Leng Yu had asked her about today's dinner, but she was arguing with him about family matters at the time, so she refused and deliberately invited a few of Leng Yu's least favorite younger sisters to visit his home. Who knew that she was complaining to her family at home, and suddenly received a video of Leng Yu and Lu Jiro talking and laughing, so she hurried over. Chang Yi didn't like her, but the two of them sat face to face. The dishes in the evening were of high standard. In addition to the special dishes of Jinxiu Pavilion, Shan Mowu also brought an extra portion of fragrant pork and asked them to help process it. Most of the food Chang Yi eats is brought by Shan Mufeng for processing. The food she eats now has high nutritional value, and even Jinxiu Pavilion can't get these. The ladies are specially taken care of, each with their own exquisite side dishes, but the soldiers are not so particular. They accept anything that has high energy. There are all kinds of barbecues on the table, and barbecue can't be without wine. They are drinking happily, and Chang Yi feels a little itchy and wants to drink too. She licked her lips and took a sip of fruit wine, while Shan Mufeng was not paying attention. Before she stood up, another head came over. "What kind of wine is this?" Shan Mufeng didn't see it, but Murong Xian, who was sitting next to her, saw it and handed her her cup, staring at her with sparkling eyes, clearly wanting to share it. Chang Yi made a gesture to silence her, tilted the gourd again, and poured her half a cup. Well, as soon as the fruit wine entered her mouth, Murong Xian's eyes brightened up again. She drank it in one gulp and handed the empty cup to Chang Yi again. "Drink less, this is wine." Chang Yi reluctantly poured her another half cup. How could she still be a little drunkard? "You can't drink anymore." When she was about to pour herself another sip, a big hand covered the mouth of her cup. "What should I do if I am caught doing something bad?" "First of all, don't panic. The second thing is..." Hee hee. Chang Yi raised her head and smiled at Shan Mufeng in a flattering way. "I didn't drink it. It was Xian Xian who wanted to drink it, and I poured it for her." In order to prove that she was not lying, she even gave Murong Xian the wine gourd. So sad. The fruit wine is getting less and less, and I don't know when I can find them to exchange for some. Yes. She didn't drink it, I did. After getting Chang Yi's wine gourd, Murong Xian helped her to cover up her lie. Dan Mufeng didn't know whether to believe her or not, so he didn't say anything. He just took the wine glass from her hand and replaced it with a glass of juice for her. "You drink this. What good things are you drinking secretly behind our backs? Let us have a taste too." The other people at the table had already seen the little actions of the three of them, but no one pointed it out. Dan Moo even stepped aside to block them. Unexpectedly, when they were all ready to accept it, Ji Shuyao suddenly said this. Changyi sat up straight, took a sip of the juice, raised his eyelids and glanced at her, and said lightly, "Nothing? Just some homemade fruit wine." Leng Yu also had this fruit wine at the beginning, but I don't know whether Ji Shuyao had ever tasted it. Leng Yu frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Ji Shuyao, warned her to be more obedient, and turned to smooth things over for her. "This fruit wine is really good. If there is a chance next time, can you help us exchange some?" He said this not entirely to smooth things over for Ji Shuyao. Changyi's fruit wine is a treasure, but unfortunately those apes refused to exchange anything except Changyi's spirit beast pill. It was a beautiful thought. Changyi took the juice and drank it for fun. He looked at him leisurely and said, "Okay. I will exchange it for you if you have a spirit beast pill." There was no way to continue the conversation that day. Shan Mowu, the fool, took advantage of Murong Xian and drank a sip. He didn't understand the situation and continued, "Sister-in-law, can I exchange this wine if I have a spirit beast pill?" Changyi was a little helpless and sympathized with Murong Xian for liking him. "A fool, yes, I will exchange it if I have a spirit beast pill." After getting the answer, he took out his laptop and started looking for it with great interest. "Okay. I see who has spirit beast pills for sale. Sister-in-law, please help me exchange some when the time comes. I like to drink it." After saying that, he thought of something and added, Xian likes it too. I want to buy more." Changyi glanced at Shan Mufeng and said, "You are responsible for your brother. It's okay, let him find it." Shan Mufeng looked at his silly cousin calmly. It would be strange if he could find it. Sure enough, Shan Mu searched the Star Network, and no one sold spirit beast pills. Instead, someone promoted the magical little pills. Sure enough, he is a stingy person from a small family. Ji Shuyao didn't know what she was thinking, and muttered this sentence to Changyi. Because of her words, the box fell into silence, and the glass cup hit the table with a crisp sound. Changyi put down the cup in his hand, looked at her leisurely, and said with a smile, "Shuyao, when you were pregnant, Hui gave you all her private savings. Now that Hui is pregnant, I wonder what you are going to give her. I come from a small family, I am ignorant and stingy, so I am going to give you some intermediate nutritious fruits produced in my orchard, and a basket of flat-mouthed beast eggs. I am embarrassed to say it out loud. Can you help me consult and see if this gift is too low class? You are saying that she is stingy, right? You are laughing at her for coming from a small family, right? Then she will tear off her fig leaf and see who is the real stingy person who is not up to standard. You?" Ji Shuya's face suddenly turned red to her neck. She pointed at Changyi and wanted to say something but didn't dare. Leng Yu didn't know that Leng Hui gave all her private savings to Ji Shuyao at that time. When he heard this, his face was so gloomy that it was scary. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Did you take Hui's things?" Ji Shuyao's face turned pale. It had been so long since this happened. Leng Hui hadn't mentioned it, and she had long forgotten about it. Chapter 326. The things that she tried so hard to conceal were revealed by Changyi. Ji Shuyao was so nervous that she was trembling. Her eyes were erratic. She didn't even have the courage to look Leng Yu in the face. She stammered, "No. No. It was. Hui gave it to me herself. I didn't take it." Pop! The cup in Leng Yu's hand broke into pieces. "I settle the score with you when I get home." Ji Shuyu's heart trembled. She tried to open her mouth to defend herself. She really didn't take those things, but she couldn't open her mouth when she met Leng Yu's murderous eyes. "I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." She said this quickly, turned around and ran. She looked as if a monster was chasing her. After she left, Leng Yu sat for a while, and got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he said to Changyi, "Please help me buy some good things for Hui, and I will transfer the interstellar coins to you." Changyi hummed twice indifferently. He was not a good person either, and she didn't want to pay attention to him, but she could still help Hui to get benefits. Leng Yu didn't need her to reply, and he transferred 10 million interstellar coins to her after he finished speaking. After they left, the atmosphere of this small party became lively again. Shan Mu was squeezed next to Changyi to inquire about the spirit beast pill. "Sister-in-law, why can't I find the spirit beast pill? Where can I buy this thing?" Changyi didn't answer this question. Murong Xian gave him the answer. "You can't buy it. This is something Yi made herself." "Then, did you brew this wine yourself, sister-in-law?" Shan Mu rubbed his hands and looked at her expectantly. "No. Chang Yi broke his reverie with 2 simple words. Shan Moa couldn't hide his disappointment after getting the answer, but he didn't ask any more questions and turned to be intimate with Murong Xian. Murong Yao, who was standing next to him, almost popped his eyes out, but he couldn't stop the 2 of them. After the dinner, Xiao Mao secretly found Chang Yi. He planned to send Yaqing to her home to stay for a while to recuperate. Some time ago, Yaqing was injured when she used new materials to refine. She recuperated for a while, but her spirit was not very good. He remembered that Chang Yi had helped Lang Hui with her treatment. Her mental power not only recovered but also improved. Therefore, he also wanted to send Xiao Yaqing to try. Shan Mufeng did not agree with his proposal. Chang Yi needed someone to provide mental power in addition to the special array device when treating Lang Hui. Moreover, Chang Yi's current physical condition was special. Chang Yi did not have this concern. She could feel that her physical condition was better than before. Although the energy liquid she took was directly absorbed by the cub in her belly, the cub was now one with her, and part of the converted energy would also feed back to nourish her body. So she agreed without hesitation. Okay. When will Yaqing come? I have someone clean up the room. I go tomorrow. As soon as she agreed, Xiao Mao replied immediately. He must have thought about this in his mind. Xiao Yaqing was actually already in Hope Star. Xiao Mao wanted to bring her here today, but she refused. She knew Xiao Mao's plan. She and Chang Yi were good friends, and she didn't want to use their friendship to force her to agree. If she didn't come, it didn't matter whether Chang Yi agreed or not. If she came, Chang Yi would refuse her face to face, and the relationship between the 2 would inevitably be broken. After Xiao Mao left, Shan Mufeng helped Chang Yi walk slowly home to complete today's exercise. Are the new materials dangerous now? The academy has become mysterious recently. Many classes have not been taught. The teachers are busy, and have always used pre-recorded videos to teach them. After she became pregnant, she was much more interested in using supernatural powers than refining in advance. She hasn't done it for a long time. Well, many species have changed recently. The official recommendation is that everyone should be cautious in using new materials, and try to use the original old materials before the material changes are stable. In fact, even the old materials are affected. For example, the energy stones they have been using have exploded inexplicably before the energy is exhausted. Don't refine and extract recently. Let's wait until the baby is born, okay? When Shan Mufeng said this, his voice sounded a little uneasy. Okay. I know my limits. Chang Yi nodded and replied softly, I will pay attention to safety. The next day, Xiao Mao brought Xiao Yaqing to the door early, and a car of supplies came with him. What are you doing? When Chang Yi went downstairs, the things in the car had been moved almost completely, but there were still a lot of nutritious ingredients, and there were also a lot of energy flowers and plants in the yard. These are my living expenses. Xiao Yaqing's mental state was really as bad as Xiao Mao said. She rubbed her temples no less than 4 times for just one short sentence. Hasn't the living expenses been transferred? Xiao Mao transferred 10 million last night, and said it was Xiao Yaqing's living expenses during her stay. If you have extra fruits, eggs, etc., give them to her. If the living expenses are not enough, I will transfer them to you. Xiao Mao just sent the last box of ingredients to the material warehouse, and put it away. Who do you think I am? Chang Yi was really impressed by the brother and sister. Is she so stingy? They took her living expenses, and still treated her badly. No. Your things are too expensive. Xiao Yaqing explained hurriedly. The food standard of Chang Yi's family has always been very high. Since she became pregnant, it has been even higher. Others don't know, but those close to them can see it clearly. Chang Yi's family's ingredients, whether meat or fruits and vegetables, are all high-quality nutritious ingredients. Shan Mufeng also often changes the energy flowers and plants in the yard. Even if he is not at home, he will find someone to come and maintain them regularly. All these are the reasons why Xiao Mao sent Xiao Yaqing here with a licking face. Although they came to take advantage, they can't really go too far. Try to do what you can yourself. Xiao Mao has already told Shan Mufeng that he will maintain the energy flowers and plants in the yard from today. It is right for good friends to help each other. The person being helped knows the good and the bad, and the person helping will also be happy in his heart, so that the relationship can last long. Chang Yi asked Shan Mufeng to brew a pot of Polygonatum odoratum leaf tea. This tea is good for mental strength. After Xiao Yaqing drank it, she felt a little better, and her head didn't ache so frequently. What did you use to refine this time? How could you be injured so badly? Xiao Yaqing's talent is not low, so ordinary refining shouldn't hurt her like this. Xiao Yaqing pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled bitterly. Primary recovery liquid. Chang'e was surprised that the primary recovery liquid could be injured. This is the entry-level potion for talent masters, and the formula is so common that it doesn't need to be kept secret. You don't believe it either, right? I don't believe it either. It's just such an ordinary potion, but it can backfire. Xiao Yaqing still finds it unbelievable when she thinks of what happened that day. She actually overturned with such a common potion. Chapter 327. After a moment of silence, Chang'e asked hesitantly, "Do you have a video of your refining that day? Can you show it to me?" After a pause, he continued, "If it's inconvenient, forget it. Genius masters are very secretive about their refining methods." Chang'e's request is actually a bit inappropriate, but in order to find out the reason why Xiao Yaqing was injured, she still asked tentatively. Xiao Yaqing shook her head and said, "I didn't keep a video. But I still have a copy of the materials I refined that day. I can show it to you. It's okay to have the materials." Chang'e nodded and asked her to take it out and have a look. Chang'e picked out a sage from the material she took out and asked, "Where did it come from?" Sage is a common herb for recovery potions. It nourishes blood and calms the mind, and has the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Xiao Yaqing sage looks normal at first glance, but a careful sense can reveal that there is an unknown violent energy in it. Is there something wrong with this sage? Hearing her ask this, Xiao Yaqing's eyes immediately shifted to her hand. "I didn't have enough materials originally. This is what I just collected from a hunting team." She didn't dare to use new materials easily since the changes on the planets, and this time it should be the only herb that was missing, and when she bought it, she saw that the sage had not mutated, so she bought it with confidence. You can find it by sensing it with your mental power. Chang'e handed the sage in his hand to her. Others say it 1,000 times. It's better to experience it yourself once. Xiao Yaqing took the sage and looked at it again and again in confusion. Is it not mutated? At Chang'e's signal, she sent out her mental power to sense it. Her mental power was restless as soon as it came into contact with that power. Yaqing, let go! Chang'e had been watching her from the side. When he saw that something was wrong with her, he immediately took the sage from her hand, lit the incense, and placed it under her nose, and gently fanned it with his hand. Yaqing, wake up! Is she okay? Xiao Mao didn't expect Xiao Yaqing to be injured again under their noses. He was so anxious that he took the incense from Chang'e's hand, squatted in front of Xiao Yaqing, and kept calling her softly. Yeah! Xiao Yaqing held her aching temples on both sides, met Xiao Mao's nervous eyes, and pulled the corners of her mouth. I'm fine, I just didn't pay attention, and my mental power was a little too much. She drank 2 cups of tea from Xiao Mao's hand to recover some energy, and said to Chang'e with a sluggish look, "It contains unknown substances that will attack our mental power." Yeah! Chang'e nodded seriously. She felt a sense of familiarity in it. Check it first when refining in the future, and remove those with such substances first. Xiao Mao understood and interrupted to ask, how can this substance be removed? Can materials with such substances still be used in the future? They are not sure whether the appearance of this unknown substance is accidental or widespread on a large scale. If it is widespread, it will have a huge impact. Chang'e picked up the sage again and sent out a trace of mental power to look for the unknown substance. With the vision of mental power, she could clearly see the black particles moving in the stems. She tried to drive them away, driving them all to the root of the tail end like driving ducks. What is this? Xiaomu stood up with a bang, squinting at the sage in her hand. As the black particles gathered at the roots, the restlessness it released could be felt without having to use his mental power to perceive. After a moment, Chang'e retracted his mental power and cut off the roots of the sage with scissors. Okay, it can be used now. Xiao Yaqing wanted to take it and check it, but was stopped by Xiaomu. Your mental power cannot be damaged anymore. I take it back to the military for testing. After that, he took the sage and the roots that Chang'e had cut away. When he went out, he ran into Shan Mufeng, who came in with a basket of red beans. He told Shan Mufeng about the abnormality of the sage and asked him to go back to the military when he was free. After understanding it, Shan Mufeng nodded and asked him to go first, saying that he would go there later. The water red beans were sent by Wuhu. This is what he said that day that the big mouse stole. This kind of water red beans is only the size of an eyeball, and the fruit is red. It grows at the bottom of the water and cannot be cultivated artificially. The water red beans at the bottom of the pond were planted by Wuhu. To be more precise, Wuhu asked the fish and shrimp friends in the water to help plant them. This kind of water red beans needs 2 special nutrients to grow, which are the saliva of red silk fish and the feces of blue-tail shrimp. This is also the reason why it cannot be cultivated artificially. Ah! Why is Woohoo so generous today? Chang'e was talking to Xiao Yaqing about the unknown substance in the sage, and turned around to see Shan Mufeng holding a basket full of water red beans. Xiao Yaqing's eyes also followed her exclamation, and looked at Shan Mufeng who came in. When her eyes touched the basket of water red beans, they flashed and avoided it. I fried 2 pieces of meat for it. Shan Mufeng found that these little guys at home were the same as Chang'e. As long as there was something delicious, everything could be discussed. A basket of red beans looked like a lot. If you really weighed it, it would only be 4 to 5 jin. Shan Mufeng took the basket into the kitchen, washed a plate and took out about 2 to 3 jin, and put it on the coffee table. I have something to go to the military headquarters. You stay at home. If there is any problem, call the medical team. They're in the next yard. Chang'e couldn't wait to grab a handful, and put it in Xiao Yaqing's hand. She also grabbed a handful for herself. Her hands were small, so there were only 4 or 5 in a handful. When she heard him say he was leaving, she held his hand, motioned him to lower his head, and stuffed 2 into his mouth. Do you want to taste the sweetness? Woohoo is very protective of his own food supply. He is usually stingy and asks him to pick some, but he won't do it if he picks a few kilograms. Chang'e likes to eat it, but Shan Mufeng rarely touches it. Every time, Chang'e pretends to be angry and feeds him to eat, and he only eats a few. This has become their fixed hobby. After Shan Mufeng left, Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing exchanged information about the recent changes on various planets. Chang'e has not been out of Hope Star recently due to special reasons. All the information about the outside world comes from the Star Network, and the news between friends around. The class teacher at the college has not contacted us for a long time, since the last time he went online. When we contacted the college, we also used the excuse of retreat and refining. If we didn't know that the college would not harm the teachers, we would have suspected that the class teacher was killed. The college deleted their last chat records, which made everyone panic, but issued a high-sounding announcement to tell everyone that nothing was wrong. But students were prohibited from coming to school recently. I don't know much about the situation there, but I know a little more than you do. The growth rate of plants there is 10 times that of other places. As a formal talent master, Xiao Yaqing has more connections in the circle than Chang'e, and the information she gets is more accurate. Chapter 328. There are not many changes on the side of the gifted masters, except that the level of the gifted masters needs to be reevaluated. Those who cannot refine and extract the corresponding level within 1 year will be demoted. This is useless to Chang'e. She is already at the lowest level of assistant gifted master, and there is no room for her to be demoted. The college recommends that students come to school as much as possible to facilitate communication and learning new refining methods. Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing did not go because of their own problems, but figured it out at home. When the announcement was released, Chang'e tried to extract. The shell of the new energy stone seemed to become harder. The previous extraction method did not work. After another piece of energy stone was broken, Chang'e temporarily put aside the extraction and went to refine it instead. Before she found the refining method, Kong Kong told her that its parents were calling it and it needed to go back. Are you really leaving? At first, she didn't want to bring Kong Kong here because its parents were a big problem, but they didn't allow her to refuse and insisted that Kong Kong come with her. Now, after being together for so long, she already considered Kong Kong a family member, but it suddenly said it wanted to leave. If Kong Kong didn't say anything, Chang'e would have almost forgotten its weird parents. Even though she was very reluctant, she couldn't restrict Kong Kong's freedom. Then you should be careful, I asked them to send you back, and the golden hoop will follow you. Watching Kong Kong get on the spaceship until it took off into the distance, Chang'e leaned on Shan Mufeng and murmured, will Kong Kong come back? Yes. If it doesn't come back, we can go see it after you give birth. Shan Mufeng didn't care as much about the little guy at home as she did, but seeing that she was so sad about Kong Kong's departure, he still coaxed her softly. Oh, right. I wanted to exchange fruit wine with a wise man. After drinking his wine, I couldn't drink my own wine. Did you drink fruit wine again? Chang'e's breathing stagnated, and she explained with an awkward smile, no, I was just talking. She not only drank it, but also drank it more than once. She had already finished a few gourds of fruit wine, and she couldn't let Shan Mufeng know about this. Thinking of her limited stock, Chang'e really felt that she should refine some spirit beast pills to prepare them, in case she didn't have enough to exchange. Let's go! Let's go home, I'm a little hungry. In order to prevent Shan Mufeng from asking more questions, She quickly found an excuse to change the subject. Okay. Let's go back now. I made pumpkin millet porridge when I came out. It's just right to go back now. Hearing that she was hungry, Sean Moofing immediately hugged her into the car, waited for her to sit down, and opened a box of yogurt for her. Fill your stomach first, we be home soon. Changyi said that she was hungry at first, but after eating a box of yogurt, she was really hungry and couldn't wait to go home. When she passed a dessert shop, she asked Sean Moofing to stop the car and buy her a box of snacks. Why are you giving her desserts again? Didn't you tell her to eat less desserts? Chang's mother was worried about Changyi. After the planting fields on Chihong Star were almost done, she returned to Hope Star. Seeing Changyi holding a box of snacks and eating heartily, she looked at Sean Moofing disapprovingly. You can't be too accommodating to her. Sean Moofing stepped forward to help Changyi block Chang's mother's sight, and explained with a smile. Didn't eat much, she just ate occasionally, it's okay. Chang's mother said helplessly to Changyi, who was chewing behind him. Just bear with it for a few more months, you should eat slowly now. Others' pregnancies are afraid of insufficient nutrition and energy to last until the later stage of childbirth, but Changyi is different. She supplemented herself to the point of overnutrition, and the doctor asked her to supplement slowly to avoid the fetus being too large. In the interstellar era, women don't have to worry about body shape. Changyi became 3 times rounder during her pregnancy, and Dan Moofing could still close his eyes every day and coax her into saying that she was not fat. The one who was most sad about Kong Kong's departure was Dazue. Since the day Kong Kong left, he would squat at the door every day waiting for Kong Kong to appear. Xiao Yaqing was lying on the rocking chair, flipping through the refining textbook in her hand. She caught a glimpse of the figure at the door and said to Changyi worriedly, Do you think Dazue will be depressed if he continues like this? Changyi moved her eyes away from the handsome guy video in front of her, glanced at Dazue, and said lightly, Are you afraid that he won't take care of the baby, and you won't be able to eat the flat-mouthed beast? Hee hee. This is only one aspect. The main concern is Dazue's mental health. Don't worry, Kong Kong told Dazue before leaving. He will take care of the baby before going to the door to wait for his husband every day. She reached out to touch the fruit plate on the side, but didn't touch it. She turned her head and took a look. It was empty. She pouted. Alas, he is getting more and more stingy. He only gave me a pound of red beans today, and it's gone before I even eat it. Have you made any progress in refining recently? There's nothing to eat, so I should think about business. I have some idea. I plan to go to the military department later to try. After a week of recuperation, Xiao Yaqing's mental strength has improved a lot, thanks to the good food and accommodation at Changyi's house. When are you going? I go with you. The military department here does not have as many personnel as Chihong Star, and there are relatively few gifted masters. Changyi likes to go and chat with them when he has nothing to do. Xiao Yaqing thought of something, closed the textbook, sat up and said to her, Why don't we go now? I just have an idea that I want to put into practice. Okay. My waist is sore from lying down, so I go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Changyi's movements were not as agile as hers. With the help of Xiao Yaqing and the little robot, she slowly sat up. The little robot next to her was just bought by Sean Moofing, and she named it Boo Boo. Military refining room. Bang, bang. Before she got close, she heard the explosion like a cannon. Recently, the gifted masters in the military like the hustle and bustle? Changyi was familiar with this voice. It sounded kind. It's hustle and bustle. Minister Jia refused to distribute materials because of the hustle and bustle. Xiao Yaqing felt tired when she thought of the increasingly stingy material packages in the logistics department. She had blown up the furnace a lot recently, and the materials were not enough, so she had to put them in herself. No way. I remember Minister Jia is quite generous. She didn't know what other people's material packages were like, but Minister Jia said that as long as she was willing to come to the military to refine, all the materials would be included. Generous? Xiao Yaqing chuckled twice and didn't express her opinion, lest Minister Jia heard it, and even the materials would be deducted. Yes, it's quite generous. My materials. Changyi caught a glimpse of the person rushing over from the opposite side, and nodded to signal Xiao Yaqing to look over, and whispered in her ear, Speak of the devil is here, the materials are delivered. Changyi, why haven't you come to the military to play for so long? How are you feeling recently? Are you okay? Minister Jia started with a series of greetings. I'm in good health. I heard that you've been very busy recently, so I didn't come to cause trouble for you. Changyi gave an official answer with a standard smile. Chapter 329. The two talked about plants attacking people again. In fact, not all plants will attack people. Only some mutant plants will attack people, and others will not. Xia Yuqing watched several videos of Chang'e and shared her chat records with the gifted teachers in the academy. Chang'e looked through the information she shared and felt that the changes in these plants looked more and more like the magic plants that were once invaded by magic energy. Where the magic energy is strong, magic plants and magic beasts will grow. Their common characteristics are fast growth and strong self-defense ability. In general, they grow fast and have strong combat power. Magic energy is easy to identify. Its main characteristic is irritability. If a person takes too many things containing magic energy and fails to clear the magic energy in the body in time, he will become particularly irritable, but he will never become a brainless monster. Those who blame the devil for doing bad things are just excuses. Magic energy is also easy to clean up. As long as you take pills or herbs that can calm the mind and refresh the spirit, you can eliminate the magic energy in the body. They were chatting enthusiastically at home, and the military was also in an uproar. The planetary changes had already begun for several months. After research by experts, it was found that the extra gas layer outside the planet was a protective shield built by the new Star Master for his own planet, which was used to resist foreign harmful substances, which was what Chang'e called the magic energy. As for who the Star Master of each planet is, you have to slowly search to find out that the planet with a Star Master will change the characteristics of the planet according to the characteristics of the Star Master. Just like the B21 planet where Chang'e's classmate Yurua lives, its Star Master is a 7-year-old girl. Because she has lived on the dry B21 planet since she was a child, she has always been eager for rain. After becoming the Star Master, she awakened the ability to control rain. As long as she wants, B21 planet will rain. The new planet B21 is also gradually developing towards Mercury. The mountains and sand dunes are slowly disappearing, and the abundant rain is causing the sea level to rise continuously. Newly born life is also evolving towards survival in water. Many water-based superpowers said that they felt like they were back in their mother's arms on the planet B21, and their combat power was also improved. The major interstellar forces are making new population migration plans. In the future, it is likely that most superpowers with different attributes will live on planets with the same attributes that are beneficial to their combat power. The results of the SAGE test that Xiao Mao received from the military came out soon, because a large number of plants have been detected to have this unknown substance. On planets without the protection of the Star Master, a large amount of this substance will appear. Any plant that is invaded and polluted by it with a degree of more than 50% will mutate and become a demon plant with high aggressiveness and is no longer suitable for consumption. Now, there are many such mutant demon plants on the planet S006. Shortly after Shan Mufeng arrived at the military, the announcement about unknown substances and planetary mutations was issued. Military meeting room. In the projection, Admiral G sat in the main seat above, pointing his finger at the latest information on the light computer in front of him, and asked seriously, "Tell me, how do you think we can announce this news without causing panic?" Shan Mufeng pondered the information on the light computer bit by bit, and his fingers were slightly bent and tapping the table unconsciously. The light computer integrated the recent information and confirmed that this new unidentified substance has a strong destructive power on human genes and mental power. Fortunately, this substance cannot attack humans on its own. It needs a medium to enter the human body, such as food or energy stones. They named this substance filth. This information is not good for humans. The appearance of the Star Master will forcibly change the nature of the planet. Moreover, the strength of the planet's protective layer will be directly linked to the potential of the Star Master. In this way, planets with poor potential are destined to be invaded by filth. Not only that, from the above information, the Star Masters of several planets are not humans. The Star Master of one planet is a desert beast. It has turned the entire planet into a desert. Humans can't survive there for a long time. The person in charge of that planet has already requested immigration to the surrounding planets. All these indicate that the lives of ordinary people will be more difficult in the future. Panic is inevitable. Everything will pass. It's okay. Isn't it just a few planets moving to other places? Just treat it as another beast tide. The appearance of filth is not necessarily a bad thing, isn't it? Didn't the Talent Master say that he has already developed an inhibitory drug? Yes. This Star Master is actually easy to deal with. If this one doesn't work, the next one. The bearded man spoke indifferently, not taking the innocent life into his eyes at all. It's useless. The new Star Master will continue the attributes of the previous Star Master, but the potential will change. The person who said this was the person in charge of researching filth, a great talent master. The discussion of the managers was unknown to the general public. 3 days later, all the pages on 0 Point Star were official announcements. From this day on, the interstellar era entered a new era. The Talent Academy also reopened at the same time, allowing teachers and students to enter and exit, and the teachers who had disappeared for a long time also returned again. In addition, the Academy has added a planting major, which was originally a branch of the Gifted Master. Now it is independent and recruits ordinary people. For a while, many ordinary people who have not awakened their talents are excited. Even people of Chang's mother's age are tempted to join in the fun. The life of ordinary people is too difficult. Now there is a way to make themselves better. Many people are desperately trying to squeeze in. The Academy's registration system is paralyzed for the first time. Xiao Yuqing, who was browsing the Star Network at home, was popped up on the Academy's official website. Looking at the blank page on the light brain, she shook her head and sighed. Isn't this too crazy? Crazy? It's okay. Chang'e just hung up the communication with Chang's mother and gave up her idea of signing up. Using the filth planting is still in the exploratory stage. It is still unknown whether she will become a pioneer and be recorded in the star history or become cannon fodder. The danger of mutant plants is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The inhibitory potion of the Gifted Master is still in the experimental stage. No one knows whether there will be accidents during use. The emergence of alien plants has brought about earth-shaking changes in the refining methods of the Gifted Masters. The teachers in the Academy have achieved remarkable results in their seclusion. At the same time as the announcement of the alien plants was issued, they also announced several new formulas for primary medicines, and a formula for plant inhibitors, which are medicines specially made for mutant plants. Chang'e and his classmates have added a course on removing impure substances. There have also been new changes in the classification of the levels of the superpower warriors. Most of the Wood-type warriors, who used to be logistical support, have become the main attack type of superpowers because of the emergence of the alien plants. Chapter 330. Minister Jia deliberately put on a stern face and pretended to be angry and said, "Nonsense. We welcome you anytime. There is no such thing as causing trouble. We just hope that you can come more often when you are free." Recently, the talent masters are getting worse and worse. Not to mention the new potions, even the original primary potions are pitifully few and of poor quality. It's heartbreaking to think about it. Chang'e has always had good luck. Maybe there will be good news today. Chang'e smiled and responded, "Thank you, Minister. With your words, I will definitely come more often in the future. I will come and talk in the future." Just based on the materials sent to her home by the military every month, she should be nicer to Minister Jia. Minister Jia accompanied the two of them, talking and laughing. After a while, they walked across the corridor bridge and came to a tower in front of them. The white jade walls reflected colorful light under the sunlight. The middle door was opened, and several women in Lucian skirts could be seen chasing and playing inside. The military department treated the Gifted Masters very well. After crossing the corridor bridge, there were many energy flowers and plants planted on both sides. Although they were of the lowest grade, the price went up with the large quantity. The few people who were just playing in the hall paused when they saw Minister Jia coming. They stopped playing and hurriedly ran away, returning to their seats, pretending to be busy. Minister Jia glanced at them with sharp eyes, snorted coldly, and said loudly, "The assessment of the Gifted Masters will be in half a month. I hope to see you again in the future." Hearing this, Chang'e glanced at him. Why was this so unpleasant to hear? She, who had failed the assessment before, was still standing here? "Minister Jia, this is the military department. Why did you bring someone who was driven out of the military department here?" Xiao Yuqing was so angry that she wanted to go forward and fight back, but was stopped by Chang'e. Life was too boring, and sometimes some adjustment was needed. Yes. As an outsider, I shouldn't hang around in the military. Alas. I'd better leave. Bored at home, she has been watching a lot of dramas recently, and it's just right to act now. Chang'e turned to face the door and turned her back to the people in the room to prevent herself from laughing. "Stop, you don't have to leave. You are a formal special personnel of the military. It's natural for you to come to the military. On the contrary, some people use the resources of the military to do private things. Such people should be cleared out." Minister Jia stared at Lu Jiro sharply while speaking. Lu Jiro's face turned red and then white, and then blue, just like changing her face. In the end, she used her tears to make a big move. "I am also doing this for the good of the military. We didn't know she was a special employee. That's right. I have never heard of any special employees. She is a useless person who failed the assessment and was cleared out. Don't tell me that this is a name you made up for personal gain. The little sister next to Lu Jiro stood up for her indignantly. Rumor. Don't say that. We have to believe that Colonel Shan is not that kind of person. He will not use the back door for his wife, and Chang Yi is not that kind of person either. Lu Jiro glanced in Chang Yi's direction while speaking, fearing that others would not understand. Chang Yi had already turned around to watch their performance. She was biting a red fruit in her hand, making a crunching sound. She said with a smile, Alas, you are wrong. Shan Mufeng is not that kind of person. I am. I am the most uncultured person. I like to use my privileges to bully others, like this. Chang Yi paused, pointed at them, and said to Minister Jia, I think their materials today are more suitable for me. What do you think? Why? Before Chu Yaoyao finished her words, Minister Jia had already agreed loudly, No problem, I have someone send it over right away. Minister Jia didn't even look at them. He took out the communicator and ordered someone to bring Lu Jiro and Chu Yaoyao's material packages to Chang Yi. Lu Jiro's face became even more embarrassed. Recently, the relationship between Lung Yu and his wife was tense. She created many encounters, and finally made some progress. Only then did she dare to confront Chang Yi. She knew that Chang Yi didn't want to stay in Jinxiu Pavilion that day, so she couldn't stay. What she didn't expect was that Minister Jia would not give her any face at all. Seeing that her materials were about to be gone, she hurriedly said, Minister Jia, how can you do this? If you give her my material package, what will we use? Minister Jia glanced at her and said coldly, Don't you give your material package to others every day? I just help you save a step. Lu Jiro's body froze, and she looked at Minister Jia in shock. She thought she was very obscure, but she didn't expect. Since the appearance of the filth, her talent has declined. She can't make conventional medicines. She can't sense the filth in the materials, so there is no way to remove the filth in the materials, and can't make them. Fortunately, she has made some progress with Lung Yu recently. Lung Yu comes from a famous family, and is a senior military officer. As long as she relies on Lung Yu, it doesn't matter whether she can make it or not. Therefore, she has secretly taken the materials out and resold them. I didn't, Minister Jia, you can't slander people just to favor her. Lu Jiro couldn't help but raise her voice, as if this would make people believe it. Minister Jia lost his patience with her unrepentant look, and said coldly, You will know whether I am slandering you soon. Now, you two leave immediately, and are not allowed to appear in the refining area today. Why? Before Chu Yaoyao finished her words, she was stopped by the middle-aged woman, who came over and shouted, Chu Yaoyao. Lin Jiro. You two still shut up. Minister Yin. Minister Yin. When this person appeared, the gifted masters in the room became like quails. Chang Yi had never seen this person, but she had seen her photo on the honor wall of the military. The great gifted master, Yin Xiao, was the #1 gifted master in the military department of Qihong Star. The high-level potions of the military department every year were basically made by her. Yin Xiao only used a look to make Lin Jiro and the other person retreat silently, and watch them leave. Yin Xiao turned around, smiled and faced Chang Yi and the others, saying, Minister Jia, can you introduce me to this beautiful lady? This is Chang Yi, the special appointment I mentioned to you last time. Chang Yi's special appointment was for the talented master, so she had greeted Yin Xiao at that time. She actually knew Chang Yi, but the two had never met. Hello, Minister Yin. Chang Yi also admired such a big shot. She came from a civilian family, and relied on her own abilities to get to the top. Well, hello. Minister Jia has been praising you all the time. Remember to come and play more when you have time. Yin Xiao's impression of Chang Yi was neither good nor bad. She didn't believe in the god of wealth that Minister Jia and the others talked about, but there was no need to offend senior military officers for a dispensable special appointment. She was not a fool who didn't know how to adapt. Chapter 331. Yin Xiao took out 2 potions from her waist and handed them to Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing. This is the inhibitor I just made. You can play with it. Thank you, Minister Yin. Thank you, Minister Yin. Chang Yi and Xiao Yaqing took the potion and thanked them. The inhibitory potion is a newly developed recipe. There are very few talented masters who can make it now. This trick made her show off. Minister Jia looked at Chang Yi and the others with shining eyes. You made it so quickly? What is the success rate? This inhibitory potion is related to the life safety of those who go out. Now, without it, the logistics personnel can't go out at all. The collection work is slow, which seriously hinders the frontline fighters. Yin Xiao raised her lips, unable to hide her pride. It's just been refined, and I'm not skilled yet. The success rate is about 30%, which is still a bit low. Not low, this is a new potion, and it's already very good to have such a success rate. Minister Yin is worthy of being the first gifted master in the military. If Minister Jia can see the benefits, he will praise him to the sky. Just a moment later, Yin Xiao took out 5 more inhibitors for him. Minister Jia smiled even more brightly. He waved his hand to let Chang Yi and the others leave. He took Yin Xiao out, ready to use a big move. Minister Jia's good words are really valuable. Chang Yi nodded as she watched from the side. Everyone likes to hear good words. She has also been coaxed out of many good things by his sweet words. Now she feels balanced when she sees him fooling others. She is not the only one who can't help but praise him. Everyone is the same. Who says it's not? My brother always says that Minister Jia's sweet words are a secret weapon of the military. Xiao Yaqing agreed with this. Minister Jia's good words are not something that everyone can hear. If there is no great benefit, you will not hear him say good words. Let's go! Let's go pick a place to refine. After watching the show, it's time to get down to business. Chang Yi pulled Xiao Yaqing, who was still studying inhibitors, inside. The building they're in now is just the main building of the refining area. The first floor is a unified refining area, which is simply separated by a screen. The advanced refining room upstairs needs to be paid for use as before. Today, the refining room that Chang Yi and her friends chose is in the outdoor refining area at the back. Hope Star has a large area. This time, the military specially built a lot of small pavilions for gifted masters to use as refining rooms. This kind of refining looks elegant, private, and cheap, and is deeply loved by gifted masters. I choose this one. Chang Yi didn't want to leave. Seeing an empty pavilion, she sat down and chose it directly. This place is relatively outside, and the environment is not as good as inside. Xiao Yaqing wanted to walk further in, but when she saw Chang Yi didn't leave, she also chose a place on the side. The pavilions of the two places were not far away, and she could see them by turning her head. At this time, the sergeant who delivered the materials arrived. This is your material package. This is what Minister Jia of Lujiro and others said to give it to you. The sergeant put down the material box and left. Chang Yi called Xiao Yaqing over. The materials have arrived. Come and get them. No. My materials have also been delivered. Xiao Yaqing raised her material box so that she could see it. Come if I ask you to come. Don't be so long-winded. I can't refine so many copies by myself. Do you want to tire me to death? Come quickly. Chang Yi didn't plan to take the materials given by the military department home. Regardless of whether she could refine anything or not, she would use up all the materials in the military department anyway. Seeing her firm attitude, Xiao Yaqing stopped insisting and trotted into Chang Yi's refining booth. Seeing the 3 material boxes on the table, she asked, "Why didn't you open them?" "Waiting for you to come together." Chang Yi smiled and called her forward, and the two of them opened the 3 material boxes together. The contents of 2 of the material boxes were the same as those Xiao Yaqing had distributed. These must be the material packages of Lujiro and the others. When the other material box was opened, the materials inside were better than the others in terms of appearance and quantity. The ordinary material box only had a thin bottom, which was enough to refine a primary potion. Chang Yi's box was almost full. Minister Jia is really biased and blatant. Looking at this material box, Xiao Yaqing felt a little jealous. It was too bad. Chang Yi pushed all 3 boxes of materials in front of her, making a gesture of invitation. "Here. You can choose first. If you are willing to take all, I can just sit back and do nothing. You wish, I won't work for you." Xiao Yaqing laughed and picked a few things. "I want these, you have to keep the rest." Chang Yi saw that she was still being polite, so he simply put the materials in 2 ordinary boxes together and stuffed them all in her, saying, "Take it. Why are you being polite to me? Take it quickly, and help me share some. I can't use up so many materials." After that, he pushed her away. Xiao Yaqing was afraid of hurting her, so she didn't dare to use force, and could only be pushed by her. "Be careful." "I take it." After sending Xiao Yaqing away, Chang Yi began to refine it formally. Before coming, she had asked the intelligent housekeeper to clean the refining furnace, so she could use it now. She had tried several times at home recently, but failed. She didn't know if she could succeed today. She hoped that she would not disappoint Minister Jia's partiality. She wanted to sit in the front and enjoy the scenery later, so she put the refining furnace back. The refining materials now contained impurities, so they could not be put in randomly as before. Chang'e poured out all the materials in the box, and like picking vegetables, she used her mental power to sweep them, remove the impure parts, and left the other usable parts to put into the refining furnace. This was too slow, so she simply used her mental power to drive all the impurities to one place, and then, with a click, she cut them off, which really made it much faster. Looking at the full box of materials, after picking and choosing, only half a box was left. Chang'e thought about it, and simply poured them all into the refining furnace, which was convenient for refining in one furnace. She was also afraid that the new materials would explode. Her legs and feet were not as agile as before. If the furnace exploded, she could not run. She tried it with a small fire first. It took a long time for the palm-sized flame to heat up the furnace. Chang'e released her mental power to sense it, then took out her snack box, and sat there to enjoy her free time. She wanted to sleep after eating. She looked at the furnace, and saw that there was still no movement. She took out the recliner, and rested with a blanket. She slept until the sun set. Next to her, Xiao Yaqing's 3 furnaces of materials exploded, but the deafening noise did not wake her up. Her sleep quality was really good after she got pregnant. Yi! Yi! Wake up, we're going home. Shan Mufeng came to see Chang'e not long after she fell asleep. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he did not disturb her. But it was already late, and the furnace over there was still working, so he had to wake Chang'e up. Chapter 332. Chang'e had just woken up, and had not yet recovered. She saw Shan Mufeng's familiar face in a daze and murmured, "Shan Mufeng? Why are you here? It's time to get off work. I'm here to take you home. Do you want to watch this furnace?" After being with Chang'e for a long time, Shan Mufeng also knew that her refining was different from others. Sometimes he had to watch it all night, and sometimes he didn't have to worry about it for a few days. Chang'e yawned, stretched, and then turned to look at the refining furnace next to him, releasing his mental power to sense the situation inside. "It doesn't matter, let's go home. Come back and check it tomorrow. This furnace will take a long time. Maybe because of the low fire, the materials inside have not been fully refined for a day. Judging from the situation, it may not be ready tomorrow." Chang'e said it was no problem, so Shan Mufeng stopped worrying and bent down to pick her up carefully. "If you're sleepy, take a nap, we'll be home soon." The couple didn't care about the refining furnace, and left as soon as they said they would. Minister Jia, who received the news, was not as careless as them. He chased them to the door, and stopped them from leaving. "Chang'e, then why don't you not go back today? Just tell me what you want." Minister Jia held the car door, and tried his best to persuade Chang'e. "I heard that a temporary house with a dream castle was recently launched. Can I buy one for you?" Dream castle, to be honest, Chang'e was tempted. It was hard to refuse a temporary house worth 80 million. This dream castle was mainly aimed at the female market, with dreamy colors, unique shapes, and personalized customization. It made interstellar women crazy as soon as it was launched. It is said that the current orders have been scheduled for a year later. No! She needs to rest. Chang'e was still considering whether to compromise, but Shan Mufeng had already rejected her sternly. "I have already ordered the dream castle for you. It will arrive in a few days, so he doesn't need to buy it." Shan Mufeng didn't dare to let Chang'e get tired at all. If he wasn't afraid of affecting her mood, he didn't want Chang'e to touch the refining and extraction, let alone let her stay up all night to refine. Okay. With a husband who wants to be ahead of her in everything, there is no room for others to use sugar-coated bullets. Chang'e could only shrug apologetically to Minister Jia. "Thank you, Minister. You should give your temporary house to someone else. My husband has already bought it for me." Minister Jia glanced at Shan Mufeng with a bitter face. Why is it so difficult for him? Why does the military have so many children from noble families? Yi, are you really not considering staying? I let Master Lu Peng's Stu Buddha jumps over the wall for you tonight. He couldn't compete with Shan Mufeng, a rich man, by spending interstellar coins, so he used technology to seduce people. Sure enough, when Chang'e heard him ask Chef Lu Peng to Stu Buddha jumps over the wall, her throat rolled and her eyes lit up. Famous dishes with famous chefs are the ultimate temptation for foodies. Are you really going to cook it at night? Chang'e drooled at the thought of Chef Lu's cooking skills. Yes. I ask him to cook it now. Minister Jia saw that there was a way, picked up the communication and started to contact Chef Lu in front of her. Shan Mufeng saw that Chang'e was about to be fooled by Minister Jia, so he quickly pushed her sitting body back to the chair and coaxed her softly. Don't listen to his nonsense. Buddha jumps over the wall is not so fast. At night, if it's not cooked well, if you want to eat it, we will tell Chef Lu, and we can eat it tomorrow. After coaxing Chang'e, Shan Mufeng got out of the car and forcibly pulled Minister Jia away, and whispered to him, "The furnace can't be fixed today. If you are worried, ask Chang Song to watch it at night. He has learned to watch fire from Chang'e. Chang Song is not as reliable as Chang'e." Minister Jia was unwilling. Chang Song, who was not even half-baked, was not as reliable as the god of wealth. Chang'e used materials from the military in this furnace. According to the agreement, half of the materials used in the refining process were from the military. "Have you gathered the materials for Buddha jumps over the wall?" Shan Mufeng knew very well how many good things the military had. Half of the seafood in the warehouse was caught with Chang'e's bait. After half a year of consumption, there was not much left. He promised to make Buddha jumps over the wall for Chang'e, and most likely, he could only find some ordinary people to make a simple version. Minister Jia was exposed, and he could no longer be arrogant. The next sentence from Shan Mufeng made him completely deflated. "I send the ingredients over later. Don't replace Chang'e's portion. Chef Lu hasn't had good ingredients for a long time." Shan Mufeng's last sentence was a perfect killer. Minister Jia glared at Shan Mufeng angrily. He hated these children of aristocratic families. He hated why he was not one of them. His family was not as rich as others. He just nodded reluctantly and agreed. After talking to Shan Mufeng, Minister Jia turned to Chang'e and asked with a smile, When will you come tomorrow? Do you want me to send someone to pick you up?" "She doesn't need you to pick her up." "I will. You go back quickly. We are leaving." After saying that, Shan Mufeng got into the car neatly, closed the door, and started the car, not giving Minister Jia a chance to talk too much. In the car, after setting the driving route, Shan Mufeng sat next to Chang'e and asked, "Are you tired today?" His question was so sincere that Chang'e was a little embarrassed to answer. She changed her place and slept for a long time. How could he think she was doing hard labor? Not tired. How can I be tired just lying there and sleeping? Shan Mufeng disagreed with her words. How can I not be tired? That recliner is too small, it's not convenient to turn over, how can you sleep comfortably? I ordered a new convenient bed, you can use it tomorrow. After Shan Mufeng said that, she really felt a little sore in her waist, and her hand unconsciously touched her lower back. Is your waist sore? Let me massage it for you. Shan Mufeng noticed her little action at a glance, and he supported her lower back faster than she did, and kneaded it gently. If you are tired, we won't go tomorrow. We don't want the materials, I give them to you. Knowing that Chang'e didn't like to take advantage of the military, she always felt guilty about it, and Shan Mufeng had thought about this for her. Minister Jia didn't know that the god of wealth he coaxed with sugar-coated bullets almost blew away his officer's pillow talk. It's okay, I just slept too long, and my waist is a little sore. Finally, Chang'e was still firm, and was not affected by the pillow talk. Where's Yaching? Why didn't I see her? Chang'e realized at this moment that she had forgotten someone. She didn't see Xiao Yaching after waking up. She went home with Xiao Mao for something. You were still sleeping just now, so I let her go first. Something happened in the Xiao family, and the brothers and sisters were called back today. Is that so? I slept a little dead today. Maybe it was affected by the bad guy in her stomach. She likes thunder when she sleeps now. The louder the noise, the more comfortable she sleeps. There are many sounds of furnace explosions in the refining area, and she listens to them like a lullaby. As soon as they left, Minister Jia called Chang Song back to look at the furnace. Chang Song had just returned home when he was urgently called back to the military headquarters. He thought there was some urgent military business, but he was asked to look after the stove. Chapter 333. The next day, Chang'e had just finished breakfast when she asked Chang Song to call the military headquarters for help. Go and see if it's going to explode? Chang Song was asked by Minister Jia to look after the furnace. He didn't sleep all night. Before dawn, he found that there was something wrong with the refining furnace. It started with intermittent shaking, and then it became like a spring, shaking non-stop. There was electricity outside, so he couldn't get close at all. Minister Jia also came to see it. Fearing that the furnace would explode, he called Chang'e. Coincidentally, she was still sleeping at that time, and Shan Mufeng answered the call. This rich man said directly that if it exploded, he would pay for the materials. Is this a material problem? If he called again, he would be blocked. Finally, it was more than 8 o'clock. Minister Jia kept urging Chang Song to call Chang'e and ask him to persuade people to come over. It would be better if the furnace didn't explode. As soon as Chang Yi arrived at the gate, Minister Jia was waiting there with his men. He was afraid that she could not walk fast, so he even got a floating chair for children who could not walk. I don't know where he got it from. Chang Yi didn't want to sit down, it was too embarrassing, but Minister Jia looked like, if you don't want to sit on the floating chair, I will carry you. So she let Shan Mufeng put her on the chair. Looking at the several big men running around, Chang Yi chose to close her eyes and not look at them. It was too embarrassing. This travel posture reminded her of a queen in a certain dynasty. When she sat down, she was just one person away from shouting to start a fight. When she arrived at the refining pavilion, she saw that her refining furnace was tied up and forcibly fixed in the middle. Duh. The shaking furnace legs knocked on the ground in an orderly manner. Minister Jia was looking forward to her refining. Chang Yi, come and see if it is going to explode, right? Shan Mufeng didn't say anything, but silently stepped forward to block Chang Yi, not letting her go forward. The refining furnace can be blown up, but his wife can't be hurt. If you want to blow up the furnace, blow it up quickly. This person is weird, and the refining furnace is also weird. It's like it has a serious illness, shaking non-stop. Chang Yi glanced at her with interest, and said sarcastically, Chu Yao Yao, right? If you don't want the materials today, you can continue to talk. You? Under the pressure of Minister Jia and others' eyes, Chu Yao Yao looked for Lu Jiro in panic. Lu Jiro turned her head away long before she looked over, not looking at her. She didn't get well yesterday when Shan Mufeng was not there, and she didn't dare to jump out now. Seeing that no one helped, Chu Yao Yao lowered her head, shrank behind people, and didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Little trash. You dared to jump out with this little fighting power. Chang Yi expressed great regret for her performance, curled his lips, and glanced at her, and turned back to check his refining furnace. Let go of the rope. She found the problem at a glance. She had been refining with a low fire. At this time, all the materials inside had been refined. The fire was not strong enough, and it could not enter the next step. Isn't it a bit irritable? Chang Song heard her words, and put away the control rope. After the rope was put away, Chang Yi turned up the flame, and the irritable refining furnace immediately became stable. Everyone seemed to see a comfortable expression on the refining furnace. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Minister Jia pushed away the useless Chang Song, and secretly rolled his eyes at Shan Mufeng, who was in the way, and walked up to Chang Yi and said, Look. I said Chang Song is not good enough, and I still need you to come. Do you think this furnace can be fixed today? Chang Yi glanced at him. Is the Buddha jumps over the wall ready? Minister Jia, Almost forgot about it. Almost. You can eat it today. He will go to the kitchen to urge Lao Lu to make it today. Minister Jia, Almost forgot about it. Almost. You can eat it today. He will go to the kitchen to urge Lao Lu to make it today. Minister Jia, Almost forgot about it. Almost. You can eat it today. You can eat it today. He will go to the kitchen to urge Lao Lu to make the Buddha jumps over the wall today. Then my furnace will be ready soon. It will be finished today. As for whether it exploded or succeeded, it was none of her business. Anyway, she was not going to come tomorrow. Okay. Then you watch here. I will go and show you whether Chef Lu's Buddha jumps over the wall is ready. Before leaving, Minister Jia took a deep look at the refining furnace. His eyes were full of the hope of an old father. Chang Yi whispered to Chang Song, Brother, do you think Minister Jia will cry if my furnace explodes? Chang Song looked at Minister Jia's departing back, touched his chin, and replied hesitantly, It's hard to say. I heard that Minister Jia once cried bitterly, while hugging Minister Yin, for a formation device. This news was explosive. Chang Yi covered his mouth in shock, and asked excitedly, No way. Is it true? Is Minister Jia fighting so hard? Really, I heard. Cough. Shan Mufeng couldn't listen anymore. Don't these two gossipers look at the surrounding environment? Didn't they see that the real owner is back? Oh! Be quiet, I can't hear you clearly. Chang Yi pushed Shan Mufeng and told him to go away. Cough, don't disturb their conversation here. I didn't hear it clearly just now. Tell me who saw it. I said it was. Chang Song was about to continue speaking when he felt a chill on his head. He looked up and said, Minister Jia. Why are you back? What should he do if he is caught red-handed? Ouch. My stomach hurts so much. No, I need to rest. Rest. Help me to rest. Chang Yi rolled her eyes and started acting while holding her stomach. She winked at Chang Song quietly, asking him to cooperate. Oh oh oh. Come on, I help. You. Before Chong Song could react, Chong Yi had been carried away by Shan Mufeng, leaving him alone to face the dark-faced Minister Jia. Minister Jia. That? I go find a doctor for Chong Yi. I leave first. Chong Song's brain finally became smart. He found an excuse and ran away. Minister Jia looked at the backs of the two siblings fleeing in panic and snorted, You want to see me cry bitterly, right? Humph. He came back to tell Chong Yi that she had a temporary house, so he asked her for another new energy gun. Unexpectedly, he turned around and heard the two of them nagging him behind his back. Humph. He decided to wait for the reward to see if she could make him cry bitterly before deciding whether to give it to her. At this moment, Chong Yi didn't want to face him at all. It was too embarrassing, mainly because she hadn't heard the key point yet. Alas. Is this true? It's true. She accidentally said what was in her heart. Chong Yi covered her leaky mouth reflexively, raised her eyes, and looked at Shan Mufeng in shock. It was him who had just answered. Shan Mufeng touched the top of her head, a faint smile came out of his throat, and looked at her dotingly. Now, you know you are not curious anymore. Yeah. Chong Yi nodded, and at the same time, she vigilantly looked out to see if Minister Jia had left, so that she couldn't be caught at the scene for the second time. Chapter 334. In order to live up to Minister Jia's Buddha jumps over the wall, Chong Yi focused and watched the refining process for half an hour. I can't do it anymore. My waist is sore. Brother, help me up, and let's go for a walk. Chong Song looked at the furnace that was still refining and said hesitantly, I help you, and we walk around? Okay. She hadn't decided where to go yet. Anyway, she couldn't sit still. Holding Chong Song's hand, Chong Yi stood up sideways and walked out of the pavilion. The refining area of Hope Star was built very delicately. Many energy flowers and plants were planted between the refining pavilions. The free-time superpower warriors also liked to come here to relax. Walking along the cobblestone path, there were few empty refining pavilions. Everyone still attached great importance to the talent master test this time. Everyone was busy. Seeing a luxuriously decorated refining pavilion empty, Chong Yi walked in a little curiously. Wait! This refining pavilion is mine. Lu Jiro appeared out of nowhere and blocked the pavilion. Originally, Chong Yi didn't have to go in, but her words aroused the little rebellious psychology in her heart. She looked her up and down leisurely and asked, Yours? Yes, this is my refining pavilion. Lu Jiro didn't want to confront Chong Yi after repeatedly raising eyebrows with her in the past 2 days. But this refining pavilion has the best location among all the refining pavilions, and she has spent a lot of time on the layout. If Chong Yi takes it, she will be heartbroken. Chong Yi looked at her with a smile. Yesterday, she didn't notice that Lu Jiro had made a fortune recently. The rose-red princess dress she was wearing was a new custom-made model of a high-end brand. The price of a single piece was about 3 million interstellar coins. With her income, she couldn't even afford the hem of the skirt. Brother, I'm tired and want to rest for a while. If you dare to be someone's toy, you should be aware of being a toy. Chong Yi and Chong Song didn't take her obstruction seriously. If she was refining in the pavilion, they would have some reason to disturb her. Now, she wants to occupy it when she is useless. Humph! Who cares about her? Lu Jiro stood there and watched them enter the pavilion and sit down. She was unwilling, but she was very afraid of Chong Yi. The relationship with Dan Mufeng alone was not something she could do rashly, even if Leng Yu treated her well. She thought about it, and still felt unwilling. Chong Yi had already occupied a refining pavilion, so he shouldn't compete with her for this place. Lu Jiro quietly sent a message and followed Chong Yi and the others into the refining pavilion. Didn't Yaqing come today? Why didn't I see her? She walked around the refining area for most of the time, but didn't see anyone. She slept soundly yesterday, and didn't know what happened to Xiao Yaqing. I heard that Xiao Yaqing's grandfather was injured. They may not come to the military headquarters recently. Chong Song heard about the Xiao family from Leng Yu and others. Is grandfather Xiao injured? Chong Yi had some impression of the grandfather of the Xiao family. He was a tough hero, different from her biased grandfather. Xiao Yaqing's grandfather should be considered their great-grandfather in terms of blood relationship. Grandfather Xiao was also an S-level warrior. It is said that he once had a child, but later drowned when he went out. He raised all the younger generations in the clan as his own children, so the younger generations of the Xiao family respected this grandfather very much. Yes, grandfather Xiao led the team out some time ago, but encountered a mutant demon plant and was seriously injured. Recently, he just came back to recuperate at home. Should we go and see? Chang'e thought about the relationship between her and Xiao Yaqing, and it seemed that she needed to visit them. Chang Song had no idea about this kind of thing. In the interstellar era, people's direct interactions were very realistic. For things that had no return value, no one was too lazy to do them. Just like when Chang's father and he were injured, not only did the Chang family see that they had no value and wanted to abandon them, but also the relatives and friends rarely came to visit them. They avoided them, fearing that you would borrow money from them and would not be able to get it back later. If you want to go and see, it's okay to go or not. For superpower warriors, getting injured is commonplace. Except for those close to them, no one else will take it seriously. Well, let's go. Grandfather Xiao is a good man. Her own grandfather didn't give her a holiday gift. During the Chinese New Year, Grandfather Xiao gave her a New Year gift like the younger generation at home. Chang'e and Chang Song leaned on the railing, chatting for a while. When Chang'e felt that she had rested enough, she stood up and walked back slowly. She didn't even look at Lu Jiro and the others who were standing by the side. Chang'e and the others left first, and Ling Yu entered the refining pavilion right after. Chang'e and the others didn't know how Lu Jiro acted coquettishly, and complained to him. Even if they knew, they didn't care. Even if Ling Yu didn't like Chang'e, he only dared to say a few words, and didn't dare to do anything to her. On the way back, Chang'e saw that many gifted masters' refining furnaces were emitting black smoke. It seemed that the success rate was not very good today. When will your furnace be ready? Chang Song really didn't want to look at the furnace tonight. Chang'e blinked and said, I don't know. She said it casually. Chang Song glanced in the direction of the logistics office and felt worried for Minister Jia, who met such a willful person like Chang'e. Hey! Why is it so dark? Is it going to rain today? The Star Network didn't say it was going to rain? Chang Song muttered to the dark clouds floating over. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Chang'e paused and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, thinking. The clouds were not big, but the clouds were very thick, with lightning and clouds. Brother! Carry me and go, let's go back quickly, it's going to thunder. Okay. Chang Song responded, picked up Chang'e and hurried back quickly. Afraid of bumping her, Chang Song didn't dare to run, but just tried to take big steps. He hurried on his way with his head down, and didn't notice that Chang'e in his arms was muttering to the dark clouds over there. After hurrying, Chang Song found that they were always going under the black cloud. He stopped outside the refining pavilion with Chang'e in his arms. The dark cloud in the sky was now above the pavilion. The lid of the refining furnace in the pavilion was banging against the things inside, echoing the thunder in the sky. Why don't we go inside to take shelter, and forget about this furnace? No, if you are afraid, go inside to take shelter by yourself. I have thunder power now, so I am not afraid of thunder. Chang'e patted Chang Song's shoulder, and motioned him to put her down. Hearing this, Chang Song looked down at her unhappily, hugged her in his arms, and walked steadily into the refining pavilion with her in his arms, and refused to put her down even when he got inside. Don't move, just watch like this. This way, if there is a problem, he can protect her and leave immediately. Chang'e couldn't twist him, so she could only direct him to get closer to the refining furnace so that she could check it more conveniently. As they approached, they saw purple lightning flashing on the furnace. They looked at each other, and saw excitement in each other's eyes. This furnace has potential. Chapter 335. Is this done? Chang Song's voice was trembling with excitement. This scene was too similar to the scene when Chang'e first refined high-level elixirs. At this time, Chang Song did not say anything and left. Instead, he took the initiative to ask Chang'e, should I call Shan Mufeng and others over? The things in the furnace have basically taken shape. Now it is entering the final refining stage. Chang'e can't see the scene inside, and doesn't know what it is. But she has a feeling that this time people coming here will probably not get any advantage. I think you'd better not call. This time it's probably not elixir. Although Chang'e said so, Chang Song still put her down gently, took out his light brain and ran outside, took a lot of photos of the refining furnace and the dark clouds in the sky, and sent them out to the group. As for whether anyone would come, he didn't care. Chang'e shook his head when he saw this, and ignored him. He slowly extinguished the fire under the furnace, and released another thunder ball to throw it in tentatively. The violent thunder ball disappeared as soon as it approached the refining furnace, just like the stream entering the sea, blending into it without a trace. Are you going to start the furnace? The fastest person to come was Ling Yu, who was already in the refining area. When he saw the photo sent by Chang Song, he didn't want to comfort Lu Jiro anymore. He said a few perfunctory words, and rushed here in a hurry. I'm not late, am I? Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao also appeared here. He originally came to ask the general about the advanced potion, but after seeing the message sent by Chong Song, he changed his route and came here first. Can you let me take this potion away? This time, he wanted to take the potion back to his grandfather. Chong Yi looked at him speechlessly. Brother, it's not certain whether this is a pill or not. You're just thinking about taking it away. Xiao Mao touched his nose embarrassedly. Sorry, my grandfather is injured and urgently needs medicine. Okay. This reason is reasonable, but he probably won't get what he wants. Chong Yi said to him, if it is a pill, you can take it away by yourself, but I don't think it's a pill this time. You may be beaten for nothing here. They all felt that it would be the same as last time. It would be a spiritual medicine, but Chong Yi really felt that it was not this time. Minister Jia didn't know about their last pill, but he attached great importance to this furnace. As soon as there was a movement, he rushed over with a food box in his hand. This was the Buddha jumps over the wall that Chef Lu had just baked. Finally, Shan Mufeng also arrived. Now, except for Cheng's father, who couldn't make it because he was out, the other 4 people who took the pill last time came, and the Admiral still couldn't make it on Qihong Star. Do you think the pill this time will be the same as last time? Lung Yu looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and whispered to Xiao Mao. Chong Yi said it might not be the elixir. Xiao Mu frowned. He hoped it was the elixir. This was what he wanted most now. Shan Mufeng walked quickly to Chong Yi, looked at her and asked anxiously, can you go inside to hide? He came not for the unknown elixir, but because he was worried about Chong Yi. She couldn't walk fast now, and he was afraid that Chong Yi would be injured if the thunder struck. Chong Yi shook her head and refused. I won't go in. Don't forget, I also have thunder power now. I'm not afraid of thunder. As she said that, she summoned a thunder ball in her hand to show him. While they were talking, the things in the furnace were about to come out. The refining furnace vibrated violently, and at the same time, the furnace was surrounded by electric light, and the crackling sound of electric shocks was endless, making it impossible for people to get close. Shan Mufeng protected Chong Yi in front of him, and held up a protective shield to prevent the electric light from hurting Chong Yi. Boom! Thunderclouds also cooperated to drop several lightning bolts, without missing a single person, ensuring that everyone present had a share. The refining furnace, as the center of the lightning strike, was unusually calm. The lightning seemed to be biased. When it struck the furnace, the lightning looked thick and scary, but when it approached the refining furnace, it became soft and powerless. Ah! Lu Jiro, who secretly followed Lung Yu, hid behind a rockery and was struck by a lightning bolt. Lung Yu heard her voice, but at this moment, he was holding up the protective shield and could not move freely. He could only look over there worriedly and asked with concern, Jiro, are you okay? Use the protective shield quickly. The person he cared about was already lying on the ground, unable to open her mouth. Only the slightly rising and falling chest proved that she was still alive. But even if she was awake, she probably wouldn't dare to see Ling Yu at this moment. Her carefully maintained long hair, after the baptism of thunder and fire, only a small bunch of hair was left at the bottom floating in the wind. Dazzling lightning surged in the clouds, brewing a more violent attack. A purple lightning vortex condensed above the refining furnace in the pavilion, ready to receive it. The moment the vortex took shape, the thunder tribulation began again. This time, it struck for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. The thunderclouds dispersed, and the refining furnace returned to calm. Everyone removed the protective shield and stared at Chong Yi with burning eyes, waiting for her to open the furnace. Is it really not the elixir this time? Xiao Mao's words were full of disappointment. The elixir was out of the furnace before the last thunder tribulation fell. This time, the thunderclouds dispersed, and there was no movement in the refining furnace. I'm afraid it's really not. Chong Yi glanced back at them, shrugged, and spread his hands. I said it's not. You don't believe it. After removing the protective shield, Ling Yu went to the rockery to check on Lu Jiro's condition. Lu Jiro fainted when the first thunder struck her, and the protective shield was not opened. The thunder that followed did not let her go just because she fainted, and they still took care of her every time. When Ling Yu came to see her, the person on the ground had been struck by the thunder and turned into a piece of black charcoal, the kind that was emitting black smoke. Ling Yu's hand touched her lightly, and her clothes turned into ashes and flew away. Fortunately, she was just a piece of charcoal at this moment, and it didn't make much difference whether she had clothes or not. Ling Yu took off his coat and covered her with it, and notified the medical team to come and rescue her. He returned to the refining pavilion only after the medical team took Lu Jiro away. Chong Yi had already seen the situation over there. When he saw Ling Yu coming back, he rolled his eyes at him mockingly, retracted his gaze, and continued to study his refining furnace. Almost done? Jia Bujian was not anxious. Chang'e was not a thunder type. He stretched out his hand too quickly, and was electrocuted several times by the residual electricity outside the furnace. With a big afro, he was still not giving up and continued to test. Chang'e replied without raising his head, "Well, it will take a while. Wait. Absorb. The residual electricity outside will be completely absorbed." The Buddha jumps over the wall, just out of the oven was still a little hot. He drank it too quickly and burned his tongue. Eat slowly. Shan Mufeng wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, took the spoon in her hand, lowered his head, and blew it gently to cool it before feeding her. Chang'e has now accepted his feeding behavior well, and opened her mouth obediently waiting for him to feed her. The people around were also used to their disgusting behavior. Lung Yu turned his head disdainfully, and pulled Xiao Mao to chat. He couldn't stand Shan Mufeng's attitude. It was too cowardly, so he would rather turn a blind eye. Chong Song and Minister Jia nodded with satisfaction. His sister should be pampered. The god of wealth should be well served. Chapter 336. After Chang'e and Shan Mufeng finished eating, the refining furnace cooled down completely and absorbed all the electric light around it. "Can we open the furnace?" Lung Yu asked immediately after she finished eating. Shan Mufeng glanced at him with dissatisfaction and said to Chang'e lovingly, "Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest first?" "No. I'm fine." Chang'e shook her head with a smile. So many people were waiting for her. If she said she was tired and wanted to take a rest now, Minister Jia would probably cry on the spot. "Help me open the furnace." The refining was finished, and now it was just a matter of opening it. "Okay." Shan Mufeng wiped Chang'e's hands carefully before getting up to check the situation of the refining furnace. As soon as he moved, the people waiting on the side surrounded him eagerly, staring at his every move. The materials for this refining were not big, and the refining furnace was also of normal size. Shan Mufeng did not even need a ladder. He moved the furnace cover and looked inside. The bottom of the furnace was shining with purple light, and there was a flash of lightning. It looked like something with thunder attributes, but he didn't know what it was. "Are you refining a formation device or a potion today?" Shan Mufeng did not start directly, but turned back to ask Chang'e. Chang'e hesitated for a moment. Today's materials were sent by Minister Jia. When she looked at the top, they were all medicinal plants, which were materials for refining potions, but when she looked at the bottom, there were a lot of beast armor and ores, which were materials for refining formation devices. She was lazy and poured them all in. It was hard to say what she finally refined. "It should be a formation device," Chang'e answered with a guilty conscience. She could only infer by feeling that it should not be a potion. Formation equipment is great. We are just in need of it. When Minister Jia heard it was a formation equipment, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Except Xiao Mao, who felt a little disappointed, everyone else was happy. A good formation equipment is much more useful than medicine. Shan Mufeng got the answer, and had a rough idea in his mind. He activated his supernatural power, and turned the thunder into a pair of big hands, to grab the purple light ball at the bottom of the furnace. "Huh?" Shan Mufeng's pupils shrank slightly. The hands he transformed with his supernatural power not only failed to grab the light ball inside, but were directly absorbed by the light ball. He gave up using his supernatural power, and leaned over to take it with his hands. Zzz. The tiny electric current gently passed through his fingertips. It didn't hurt. It felt like static electricity from friction in winter, numb and tingling. He turned around with the purple light, and everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at his hands. "Why do you make a thunder ball for no reason? Where is the formation equipment? Don't you ever find anything?" Lung Yu stepped forward and lay on the side of the refining furnace. Looking down, it was empty. "Is there really nothing?" Minister Jia also hurried forward to check. Chong Song frowned slightly, walked quickly to Chang'e, put his hand gently on her shoulder, and said loudly to everyone, "If it didn't work, it didn't work. Who can guarantee success every time?" Chang'e looked up and smiled at Chong Song, letting him rest assured that she didn't take it seriously. At the critical moment, it was still her family who helped. Shan Mufeng glanced at everyone indifferently, said nothing, strode to Chang'e, squatted down, held a ball of light in his hand in front of her, looked up at her and said, "Look, it should be a formation device." "What? This is..." As soon as Shan Mufeng said this, the others were dumbfounded. This ball of light was not the thunder ball condensed by Shan Mufeng, but the formation device that Chang'e had just refined. Lung Yu asked in disbelief, "Are you kidding? Is this a formation device?" Sean Mufing rolled his eyes at him coldly. This man has been getting less and less intelligent recently. Chang Yi didn't care about their reactions. She happily poked the purple light ball with her finger. Be careful, it will electrocute people. Sean Mufing's warning was not finished yet, and he saw that the purple light ball in his hand had retracted its electric light and turned into a pink cotton candy. Wow! It can change color, so cute! As soon as Chang Yi's words of praise fell, the cotton candy changed color again, red like the sunset. Chang Yi touched it gently with her fingers and asked it, "Are you shy?" The cotton candy took the initiative to float up from Sean Mufing's hand, and rubbed Chang Yi's hand intimately, as if shyly trying to please her. "Can I see it?" Minister Jia's eyes were so bright that they were frighteningly bright when he stared at the cotton candy. Marshmallow felt a burning gaze, and stopped trying to please him. He turned back into a purple thundercloud and floated in front of Chang Yi, with electric light flashing around him, warning the owner of the site. Minister Jia was even more delighted when he saw this. He rubbed his hands excitedly, stepped forward, took out an energy stone, and coaxed Marshmallow, "Good boy. Come here, I have something good." As he approached, Marshmallow's electric light became stronger, crackling, and Minister Jia's hand was hit hard as soon as he stretched it out. Puff! Chong Song laughed when he saw this. He saw Minister Jia's unfriendly look at the end of his eyes, and he urgently smiled and turned his head to avoid his sight. Chang Yi was also surprised by Marshmallow's fighting power, and gently touched it as a reward. Minister Jia was not only not unhappy after being hit by Marshmallow, but his face was even more bright, showing his big teeth, and took out a bigger energy stone, and continued to get close to it. "Good boy. I have no ill intentions, come here, let me see. Can I give you both energy stones?" The energy stone that Minister Jia took out was of the thunder type. This time, Marshmallow hesitated. It did not attack Minister Jia immediately, but let Minister Jia get closer. Minister Jia first put the energy stone in his left hand in front of it, and then carefully stretched out his right hand, trying to touch Marshmallow slowly. His attention was on the right hand that was about to touch Marshmallow, and he did not notice a thin purple line approaching the energy stone in his left hand. In an instant, the energy stone on Minister Jia's left hand disappeared with a whoosh, and at the same time, his right hand was repelled by Marshmallow's lightning again. Ahem. This time, it was not only Chong Song who laughed. Sean Mufing and others also covered their mouths and coughed, suppressing the laughter in their throats, to save some face for Minister Jia. In fact, at this time, even his neatly trimmed beard on his chin was straightened by the electricity. Wow, ha ha ha. Chang Yi didn't have these concerns. He held the marshmallow and rubbed it, laughing forward and backward. Minister Jia glared at her. "Doesn't the elder know?" Laughing at him in front of him. "Is that really okay? This array device should have intelligence. It looks like it has a high level, but I don't know how powerful it is." Sean Mufing thought of the big hand that had just been absorbed and said, "It should have a high level. It can absorb my energy." Minister Jia looked at the marshmallow and hesitated to speak. Chang Yi made it with the materials of the military, so he should split it in half with the military. But there was only one marshmallow array device, so it was not easy to divide it. But he was reluctant to let Chang Yi take it away directly. If he stayed, it looked like the marshmallow would not be willing. Minister Jia didn't want to keep it because it had intelligence. Chapter 337. Minister Jia's face was almost pockmarked with confusion. Chang Yi wanted to pretend that she didn't see it, but she couldn't get over it. She held the cotton candy and whispered, "My dear, the material for refining you was given by that person. Are you willing to follow him?" When she spoke, the cotton candy turned pink. When she finished speaking, the pink cotton candy turned into a dark cloud, with electric flashes inside. It can be seen that it was very excited. It was like this, Minister Jia couldn't bear to let it go, and hurriedly comforted it. "Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't follow, dear, just remember to come to the military headquarters to play when you have time." Because of what he said, the electric flash of the cotton candy paused for a while, before continuing after a while. "Hurry up and comfort it." Minister Jia was really anxious when he saw the cotton candy so sad, and urged Chang Yi. Chang Yi looked at him speechlessly. Should he think about who he was doing this for? "My dear, I don't want you. I just want to ask for your opinion. If you don't want to, forget it." After hearing Chang Yi's words, Marshmallow gradually calmed down. The electric light no longer flickered and surged, but the color did not change back, but just faded a little and turned gray and black. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not a bad person. If you are willing to come to me to play more, I will give you an energy stone." Seeing that it calmed down a little, Minister Jia began to want to abduct it again, and took out an energy stone and sent it to it. This trick was still somewhat useful. The gray marshmallow took his energy stone and changed color again, becoming a white cloud. Marshmallow took the energy stone away, and this time, he didn't use lightning to strike Minister Jia. It also pinched itself with its little hands. People didn't understand what it meant at first, until it was busy for a while, and turned into a second white cloud, and sharp gasps were heard around. Is this for me? Minister Jia held the newly emerged cloud tremblingly, speaking incoherently with excitement, his eyes glued to it, protecting it like an eyeball, and no one around could touch it. Marshmallow shook humanely and waved his hands, then floated back to Chang Yi's hands, rolling and acting coquettishly in her hands. I also have an energy stone here. Can you pick one for me too? Lung Yu's brain was the smartest in this matter, and he took out an energy stone to coax him. Chang Yi was silent. She also wanted to see if Marshmallow could differentiate into another one. ZZ. The facts tell everyone that Marshmallow can't be coaxed by everyone. It didn't even take Lung Yu's energy stone, and directly sent him a thunderbolt. Ha ha ha. Guai Guai is really smart. We can't take the bad guy's energy stones. We have our own energy stones. Seeing this, the one who laughed the happiest was Minister Jia. He happily took the energy stone from Lung Yu's hand and gave it to Cotton Candy. This time, Cotton Candy confiscated it, but pushed the energy stone to the cloud group that was differentiated in Minister Jia's hand and let it take it. Minister Jia, you should raise your own child. Mike Guibao doesn't want your energy stone. You should raise your own one. Chang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This cotton candy is clearly divided. There is no need to worry about being cheated. Seeing this, Minister Jia nodded happily and gave this energy stone to his cloud group. The differentiated cloud group seemed to be more timid and was very careful when taking the energy stone. If it had eyes, it would definitely be looking around to see their expressions. Even if it didn't have facial features, its trembling body would reveal its thoughts completely. Minister Jia and Chang Yi each received a formation device. They were both very satisfied with it, and gave names to the two clouds. Minister Jia named his cloud, Little Good Boy. His cloud looked like a soft and good baby. Chang Yi gave his cloud a cool name, Poseidon. After the furnace was turned on, everyone dispersed. Chang Yi was also preparing to go home. When she left, Minister Jia sent a small bag of energy stones, saying that it was a snack for Poseidon, and also sent a box of refining materials to Chang Yi, hoping that she would come to the military department more often. Xiaomu followed him, and also sent a box of materials. What are you doing? Chang Yi looked at the box full of materials, looking at him in confusion. Xiao Yaqing's condition has been cured, and they have paid the fee. What does this mean? It's for you. If you refine any good pills or have a channel to get high-level spiritual medicine, remember to notify me. I will pay a high price for it. After Xiao Mao said this, Chang Yi didn't dare to accept it anymore. It was too hot. He pushed it back hurriedly. I don't want it. You can give it to someone else. I don't even go out much now. I'm not well informed, and my refining is not stable. It's a waste to give it to me. You should take it back. Xiao Mao stopped her from pushing it back. She was still afraid of trouble as always. Pulling the corner of her mouth, she said, Don't worry, it's just some ordinary materials. I give you the good ones. You are not the only one. If you want it, just pay attention. It doesn't matter if there is news or not. You don't need to feel psychological pressure. Shan Mufeng also spoke up on the side, keep it. Whether Xiao Mao had these materials or not, he would help inquire about spiritual medicines. The relationship between them didn't need this. After Shan Mufeng had spoken, Chang Yi felt relieved to accept it. After thinking about it, she still felt a little embarrassed and said, If you have time, you can let Yaqing bring grandfather Xiao to play for 2 days. She didn't have good medicine, but she dared to say that the environment of her home was definitely the most suitable place for health preservation in Hope Star. Not only the expensive energy flowers and plants in the front garden, but also the fruit and vegetable area planted by Bai Yi and others in the planting field, the air is also very fresh. Walking around in it makes people feel relaxed. And now is the flowering period of many fruits and vegetables. The scenery is particularly beautiful. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Xiao Yaqing is a living example of the benefits of Chang Yi's family. Nodding seriously, he said, Yes, I will bring grandfather to your house in a few days. Seeing that Xiao Mao understood what she meant, Chang Yi nodded with relief and got in the car, leaving Shan Mufeng to chat with him. Shan Mufeng asked Xiao Mao about grandfather Zhao's physical condition, and promised to ask his family for help to see if he could help. After the two exchanged greetings, Shan Mufeng returned to the car and took Chang'e home. On the way, Chang'e held Poseidon and played with it, watching it change different colors like a kaleidoscope. Finally, Poseidon was tired of playing with it and floated to Shan Mufeng's head to rest. Chang'e stared at it for a long time and said, "Poseidon, turn green for me to see." Although he was very tired, Poseidon still obediently turned green. Hee. Seeing that it really changed, Chang'e covered her mouth and laughed at Shan Mufeng's current look. Shan Mufeng smiled and watched her make trouble. From the moment she asked Poseidon to change color, Shan Mufeng knew what she was doing. If you want to live a good life, how can you have less green on your head? As long as your wife is happy, it's fine. Let it be green. Chapter 338. Xiao Mao attaches great importance to his grandfather's health. However, in the past 2 days, he brought grandfather Xiao to the door. He had called Chang'e before coming, and Chang'e had packed up and waited for their arrival, but he didn't expect that they would be stopped by Poseidon at the door. "Poseidon, this is a guest. Can you let them in?" Chang'e didn't understand. Poseidon has always been very well behaved. As long as no one deliberately provokes it, it will never strike people randomly. What's going on today? No matter how she persuaded, Poseidon would not allow them to come in at the door. If they dared to come forward, he would be struck by lightning, and it would not work to go around the side. Your formation device is crooked after 2 days of cultivation? Xiao Mao looked at Chang'e speechlessly with his grandfather. Chang'e didn't understand it either. She just felt vaguely from Poseidon's breath that it seemed to be very repulsive to the arrival of outsiders. Go forward alone and try. Xiao Mao looked up at her and asked with his eyes, "Are you sure?" Chang'e nodded firmly. Seeing this, Xiao Mao turned back and said to Grandfather Xiao, "Grandfather, you and Yaqing wait for a moment. I go and try it first." Grandfather Xiao stared at Poseidon in the air with interest, waved his hand, and told Xiao Mao to go. "Don't worry about him. Go. Go. Your grandfather is not so useless that he will fall down when the wind blows. Don't worry. I won't die for the time being." "Grandfather." Xiao Yaqing protested, dissatisfied with his words. Seeing her anxious, Grandfather Xiao compromised and coaxed her. Okay. I won't say it. Xiao Mao walked forward alone, tentatively stepped over with one foot. Poseidon didn't respond. Stepped over with another foot. Still no response. Xiao Mao walked in. Poseidon still didn't chop him. He tested it back and forth 2 or 3 times, and there was no problem. Turned around and called them in. "It won't strike you. Come in." Xiao Yaqing and the others also saw Xiao Mao's situation. She was about to go in with Grandfather Xiao, but before one foot landed, the thunder from above struck down, scaring Xiao Yaqing and Grandfather Xiao to quickly step back. "You go in one by one, not together." Chang'e gave them an idea. Xiao Yaqing left Grandfather where he was and walked in carefully. She passed smoothly, and Poseidon didn't strike her. The 3 people turned their eyes to Grandfather Xiao, who was still outside. This was because Poseidon didn't let him come in alone. "Do you want to let your grandfather try alone?" Chang'e asked them with his head tilted. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. Grandfather was already injured. What if he was struck by thunder again? What would happen if he was injured again? They were hesitating here, but Grandfather Xiao walked in freely. Xiao Mao shouted in panic, "Grandfather!" Xiao Yaqing screamed, "Grandfather! Don't be nervous. It's okay. Grandfather Xiao waved at them with a smile, asking them to stay calm and not to come forward. Boom! Sure enough, as soon as Grandfather Xiao approached, Poseidon's thunder fell and hit him accurately. Xiao Mao shouted, "Grandfather!" At the same time, he rushed over. Xiao Yaqing was frightened and screamed, "Grandfather! Grandfather Xiao!" Chang'e was no longer calm and wanted to rush in to pull people out. "Stop! Don't! Cough! Don't come over!" Grandfather Xiao said while coughing, pushing Xiao Mao's hand away and asking them to leave. He felt that after being struck by the thunder, his body seemed to become a little lighter, and no longer as heavy as before. "Grandfather, no, we have to go back." Xiao Mao saw that his grandfather was coughing after being struck by lightning, and he was panicked. How could he listen to him and let him stay here to be struck by lightning? He pulled him to leave. "Stop! Cough. Grandfather Xiao spoke too quickly, choking and coughing rapidly. He stood still and refused to leave. After the coughing was over, he continued, after being struck. "I cough. My head didn't hurt so much." Xiao Mao carried him on his back and paused. He looked back at his eyes in surprise and asked in confusion, "Really? Why did he not believe this?" He had never heard that being struck by lightning could cure diseases. Grandfather Shao raised his hand and gave him a fried chestnut. He laughed and scolded on his back. Cough, cough. Why did I lie to you? Silly boy, let go. Seeing that his grandfather was really fine, Xiao Mao put him down half believingly and half doubtingly, watching him walk into Poseidon's minefield again. Poseidon's thunder and lightning arrived as expected. Grandfather Shao, who was baptized by thunder and rain below, had a more and more relaxed expression on his face, and his clothes were getting less and less. Later, Chang'e and Xiao Yaqing had turned around and went into the house to avoid him, leaving only Xiao Mao to accompany him outside. There was a roar of thunder outside, and Xiao Yaqing kept turning around inside like a donkey pulling a mill. She wanted to go and see her grandfather's condition, but when she thought of her grandfather's clothes that were about to cover his body when she entered the house, she gave up the idea. She was anxious and wanted to talk to someone, so she asked Chang'e, "Do you think my grandfather is really okay?" This was the 18th time she asked since she entered the house. Chang'e poured a cup of hot tea into her hands, pulled her back to the sofa, and sat down. "Drink a cup of tea and calm your mind." Seeing her, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the door, and he advised her, "Don't worry, isn't Xiao Mao accompanying him outside? If the situation is not right, he will definitely rush in and take Grandfather Xiao out. Now, no news is the best news. This is the robot that Chang'e asked to get clothes. Master, these are the clothes you want. Do you need me to deliver them to you now?" As soon as she came in, she asked the robot to help go upstairs and get a new set of men's clothes, ready to send them to Grandfather Xiao later. There are brand new men's and women's clothes in the guest room at home, which is convenient for dealing with emergencies. No hurry, wait a moment. Chang'e heard that the thunder outside was still very dense, so she didn't let the robot go out. "Grandfather." As soon as the thunder stopped, Xiao Mao's exclamation was heard outside the door. Xiao Yaqing stood up and rushed out. Chang'e waved to let the robot follow, and she also stood up and walked behind. When she walked in, Grandfather Xiao had already changed into a new coat, and Xiao Mao was holding someone and walking to the car. Xiao Yaqing followed beside him, with tears on her face not dry yet, but the corners of her mouth were raised. "Grandfather Xiao, are you okay?" "It's okay, thank you, Yi." Xiao Yaqing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stood at attention, bent down and bowed to Chang'e. Chang'e was so scared that she quickly dodged to the side, not wanting to be with her. She stepped forward and stretched out her hand to pull the person up. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, just talk about it. Don't scare me like this." Xiao Yaqing smiled and said nothing, but stepped forward and hugged Chang'e tightly, buried her head in her shoulder, and said with tears and laughter, "Thank you, Yi. My grandfather's illness can be cured." "It will be cured so soon? Being struck by lightning can also cure diseases?" Chang'e was full of questions, but now was not the time to ask these questions. She could only suppress her doubts temporarily, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "It's good that it can be cured. It's good that it can be cured. Stop crying quickly, or you will wash the person away." Chapter 339. Xiao Yaqing left this time, and she would see them again in a week. We're here to play with you." Xiao Yaqing held a beautifully wrapped gift box in her arms, and shouted excitedly into the car as soon as she got out of the car. Grandfather Xiao was wearing a handmade gray dress today. His hair, which was struck by lightning last time, had grown back and was cut into a handsome flat head. The first thing he did when he got out of the car was to instruct Xiao Mao to carefully take the gifts from the car. "Yaqing. Grandfather Xiao." "Xiao Mao. Hello, welcome, welcome, please come in." Chang'e looked at the well-behaved and quiet Poseidon and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't strike anyone this time. Shan Mufeng was also at home today, accompanying her to welcome the arrival of the Xiao family's grandparents and grandchildren at the door. Shan Mufeng supported Chang'e and walked in front, leading them into the house, turning back from time to time to greet them. After entering the house and sitting down, Grandfather Xiao motioned Xiao Mao to open one of the boxes, pushed it to the front, and said to Poseidon, who was circling around Chang'e, "This is a thank you gift to Poseidon. Thank it for dispelling the filth in my body." Seeing that they were puzzled, Xiao Mao continued to explain. "Last time, after my grandfather was struck by Poseidon, the filth in his body disappeared. Originally, because of the filth, the potion had no effect on him, and the injury could not be cured. After the last time, the filth in his body disappeared directly, and later he recovered after taking a few intermediate potions." Chang'e looked at Poseidon thoughtfully after hearing this. "So that's it. The filth is equivalent to the previous demonic energy, which is yin, and thunder is yang, and the two are just opposite. Poseidon didn't care so much. When he heard that the energy stones in the box were all his, he flew into the box with a whoosh, and turned into a fire cloud in excitement, rolling on the energy stones. Then I accepted on behalf of Poseidon. Thank you, Grandfather Shao. Well, Poseidon is already absorbing the energy stone, so there's no need to say polite words. Chang'e thanked them embarrassedly. Yee! This is a gift from me. Open it, and see if you like it. As soon as they finished speaking, Xiao Yuqing couldn't wait to put the gift box she had been holding since she entered the door into Chang'e's hands, looking at her expectantly. What treasure did you give me? Under her gaze, Chang'e slowly opened the gift box. Wow! Chang'e's eyes lit up, her mouth slightly opened, and she exclaimed. Xiao Yuqing raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Mao with a proud face, and said to Chang'e, How about it, beautiful? I said you will definitely like this gift. The gift box contained a set of headpieces made of red energy stone, designed with the phoenix bird as the element, combining luxury and beauty. I like it. It's so beautiful. She couldn't say anything against her will with such a beautiful headdress. Which woman could refuse such a headdress? As long as you like it, I picked it for you. Xiao Yuqing came to her side, and admired the whole set of luxurious headdress with her. After accepting this set of headdress, Chang'e did not refuse the other gifts. She accepted one or two. But when they went back, she quietly took out a gourd of fruit wine for them to take back. Grandfather Xiao wanted to refuse, but when Xiao Mao saw the wine gourd, he took it and quickly put it away without saying a word of courtesy. No matter how Grandfather Xiao glared at him, he would not take it out. After the Xiao family left, the news that Grandfather Xiao was struck by lightning and recovered from his illness spread like wildfire. A long line of people waiting to be struck by lightning formed in front of Chang'e's house. Xian? Mom, do you think that person is Xian? Chang'e didn't ask those at the door to leave, because they wouldn't break it anyway, and whether Poseidon was willing to strike or not depended on his mood. Today, she was free as usual, brewed a pot of tea and sat in the yard to watch them play, and then she saw a familiar figure. Chang's mother turned her eyes in the direction she was looking, squinted her eyes, and stood on tiptoe to look at them, and exclaimed, Oh! It seems to be her. What is this girl doing at the door? I go and see. As she said, she walked out. Xian. Just now she could see her figure inside, but when she walked to the door, she couldn't find her. Chang's mother could only shout in the general direction she had just seen in the crowd. Murongxuan heard her voice, and waved and jumped in the crowd to respond, Auntie! I'm here, Auntie! At first, she thought she had heard it wrong, thinking she was calling someone else, but later she found out that she was calling herself. So she quickly pushed away the people in front of her and squeezed out of the crowd. You kid, why didn't you tell me you were here? What are you doing here? In the early spring weather, Murongxian sweated all over her forehead, and her face was flushed with heat. Chang's mother took her hand and led her inside. Hee. Didn't they say there was a cloud that could heal diseases? I want to see it too. Murongxian took the opportunity to wrap her arm around Chang's mother's arm and explained with a smile. If you want to see it, wouldn't it be faster to find me? Chang'e saw her sweaty head, glanced at her dotingly, and pushed the tea that had been poured and cooled long ago forward. You are fine. Why are you looking for a cloud that can heal diseases? Chang's mother took her to sit in the yard to accompany Chang'e, and went into the house to serve her tea and snacks. Murongxian had a good relationship with Chang'e, and her family treated her as their own child. Hee. Murongxian smiled shyly, put down the empty teacup, took out a box of materials from her bosom, opened it, leaned close to Chang'e's ear and whispered, I think that cloud can remove the dirt in the human body, so can it also remove the dirt in the materials? Hearing this, Chang'e's eyes lit up, nodded in agreement, gave her a thumbs up, and praised her. Great! It makes sense. Why haven't I thought of this method? If it works, it will be much easier to handle materials in the future. Right? I'm smart, right? Seeing that she also agreed with him, Murongxian winked at her proudly, and her chin almost lifted up to the sky with pride. Yes. You are the smartest. Chang'e praised her along with her words, turned around and called Poseidon outside in. Hearing Chang'e's call, it quickly floated in. Chang'e pointed at the materials on the table and asked, Poseidon, can you remove the filth in here? Poseidon turned around the material box and shook his body, which meant that he could. How is it? Is it okay? Murongxian couldn't understand its movements, so she could only ask Chang'e, the owner. Chang'e pointed to an empty space not far away and said, No problem, you carry the materials over there and put them on the ground. Put it farther away to avoid accidentally hurting people later. As soon as Murong Xian put the material box away, Poseidon began to work diligently. After several lightning strikes, the box containing the materials had been torn into pieces, and the materials inside were scattered all over the ground. Murong Xian and Chang'e looked at each other, as if their clever idea was not so useful. It seems that Poseidon's lazy method will not work. Chapter 340. Poseidon fulfilled Chang'e's instructions conscientiously, ran over happily, and acted like a spoiled child around her, asking for praise. Chang'e looked at the waste refining materials on the ground, smiled bitterly, took out an energy stone, and gave it to Poseidon, touched it twice, and praised against her will. Poseidon is great. Thank you. You helped a lot, now go play. Ah! What's going on? Just as Poseidon was coaxed away, Chang's mother came over with a plate of snacks, carefully avoided the material residue on the ground, put down the plate, looked back at the materials on the ground and asked, "Ahem. It's nothing, just a failed little experiment." Chang'e glanced at the ground and looked away guiltily. Murong Xian answered, supporting, "Oh yes. It's just a small accident. I clean it up right away." As she said that, she got up and looked for cleaning tools. No, just ask the housekeeper to come over. Just sit still. How could she let the guests work? Chang's mother immediately stood up and stopped them. I see that the ground looks like refining materials. Is it still useful? With Chang'e at home, Chang's mother can now tell a thing or two about some common refining materials. She knows that refining materials are not cheap, so she dare not clean them up casually. It should be useless, right? Murong Xian looked at the materials on the ground that had already lost their shape and hesitated. Chang'e stuffed a piece of snack in her mouth and said while chewing, "Mom, ask the housekeeper to collect it. Don't throw it away, maybe it can still be used." Murong Xian looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Can it still be used like this?" She didn't believe it. The refining materials were almost useless. What use could these be if they were all chopped into foam? Chang'e swallowed the snack in her mouth first, and then continued, "The materials are so expensive, just give it a try. If it doesn't work, forget it, it doesn't matter." Murong Xian thought about it, and nodded in agreement. She sat back in her seat, and watched the housekeeper's mechanical arm turn into a vacuum cleaner, collecting the scattered material fragments on the ground bit by bit. After the housekeeper collected them, he separated the dust inside, and repacked the material fragments into boxes, and sent them over. "Are you sure it can still be used like this?" Murong Xian looked at the fragments in the box and expressed doubt. "Whether it works or not, we will know after refining it." Chang'e gave her a look, indicating that she should refine it on the spot. Under Chang'e's instigation, Murong took the material fragments into Chang'e's refining room. She felt that the probability of the furnace exploding was relatively high, so she did not refine it outside. Murong Xian picked up the materials and said to Chang'e in embarrassment, "I can't tell them apart. What should I do?" Refining materials need to be processed before refining. Different materials have different processing methods. Now, she can't see anything clearly in this box of fragments, so how can she tell them apart? Then don't separate them, just pour it all in. Chang'e gave blind instructions based on her habit. If class teacher Qiao was here, she would definitely scold her for doing this. Murong Xian was also obedient. When Chang'e said to pour, she really poured it all in. The materials were a bit dry, so she poured a bucket of water into it at Chang'e's suggestion. Chang'e found a smooth and straight wooden stick from somewhere, put it in the refining furnace, and said to her, "Come on, stir it." Chang's mother came over to take a look, then quietly went out and closed the door for them. She didn't know how to refine, and didn't know how others refined, but the two refinings inside seemed to be similar to cooking. If it was dry, add water, and if there was too much water, increase the fire, and stir it with a stick from time to time. The furnace looked like a pot of paste. This pot of paste didn't explode under the cooperation of the two people, and they didn't know what the finished product was. This should be a potion, right? The fire in the refining furnace had gone out, and Chang'e and Murong Xian were grumbling about the things in the furnace. Chang'e herself had never successfully refined a potion, and every time she made it into a pill shape, this potion of liquid potion today was the first potion she witnessed and participated in the whole process. "It looks different from what I've seen, huh?" Murong Xian took a long spoon, scooped up half a spoonful of potion, lifted it halfway, and tilted it back, staring at the turbid and sticky yellow potion, watching it drip back to the bottom of the furnace little by little. "Who cares, it's a potion, just pack it up quickly, and you know when you test it later." Facing a pot of yellow liquid, Murong Xian was still stirring with a spoon, and Chang Yi felt her stomach rolling, and quickly looked away. Hearing this, Murong Xian nodded, took out the medicine tube and started to fill it in. While filling it, she asked Chang Yi, "I give you half of it." "Thank you." "No, you take it all, you." She couldn't stand it anymore. The color put into the test tube looked more like that string of thinness. Chang Yi hurriedly rejected her kindness and evacuated urgently, leaving her alone to fill the medicine. "What's wrong? Nausea? Come drink some juice to calm it down." They were refining inside, and Chang's mother had been waiting outside. Seeing Chang Yi covering her mouth and retching, she quickly took a glass of freshly squeezed juice and supported her. Ugh, ugh. The moment she saw the juice, Chang Yi couldn't hold it back. Today's juice was also golden yellow. Chang's mother didn't know what was wrong with her, and kept stuffing juice into her hands. Chang Yi pushed the juice away and ran to the sink. "Slow down. Be careful, don't run so fast." Seeing her like this, Chang's mother shouted anxiously behind her. She put the juice on the table, replaced it with a glass of water, and chased after her. "What's wrong with you? You haven't vomited before. Why did you vomit today? Did you have a stomachache?" After vomiting for a while, and washing her face, the nausea subsided. Chang Yi took a deep breath, took the water from Chang's mother, rinsed her mouth, and then answered her, "I'm fine, I just saw some uncomfortable pictures, and I feel a little nauseous. I will be fine after a while." Shaking her head, let herself stop thinking about it. Thinking about it again will vomit again. "Aren't you refining in there? What uncomfortable pictures?" Chang's mother helped her walk out. The things in the refining room are all what she often uses. When she just entered, she didn't see anything wrong. Chang Yi closed her eyes and lay on the sofa, waving her hands, saying, "You will know if you go in and take a look. Don't talk to me now. I need to be quiet." Chang's mother saw that she looked very tired, so she took the thin blanket beside her and covered her with it. She curiously walked into the refining room again. Wipe, wipe, squeak, squeak. Murong Xian waved a long spoon and tried hard to scrape the medicine on the furnace wall. She didn't work hard at all, and she didn't scrape much. She just scraped a little bit with the spoon on this side, and then she used too much force on the other side. The spoon tilted, and the medicine fell back. Chang's mother shook her head and couldn't help asking, "Can I scoop it for you?" "Huh?" Murong Xian took a long breath, wiped the non-existent sweat on her head, and couldn't wait to put the spoon in her hand, smiling sweetly, "Thank you, Auntie. God knows how difficult it is to deal with this last bit of medicine. Don't want it? There seems to be a lot in the furnace, and I don't want to give it up, but do I want it?" She scraped for a long time, but didn't scrape much off. It was the first time she encountered such a sticky medicine. Chapter 341. Mother Chang took over Murong Xian's position, and gently scraped the medicine on the wall of the furnace to the bottom. Finally, like mixing flour paste, she stirred it in one direction for a few times, then turned her wrist, and used a clever force to scoop up the remaining medicine. "Wow!" Murong Xian was stunned and clapped her hands in surprise. Mother Chang felt embarrassed because of her praise. She returned the spoon in her hand to her, smiled and said, "Keep it here. Don't let Chang Yi see it when you go out. Don't mention it." She just vomited. Today, seeing the state of the medicine, Mother Chang knew why Chang Yi vomited. This was too similar. When they went out, Chang Yi had recovered. The three of them tacitly avoided the topic of refining and chatted about family matters. As they were talking, there was a noisy movement outside the door. "What's going on outside? Don't move, I go check." Mother Chang stopped Chang Yi from getting up and walked out of the yard. "Nothing's wrong, is it?" Murong Xian frowned and looked outside worriedly. Chang Yi thought for a moment, turned on the light brain, and adjusted the camera at the door. The people queuing at the door were now gathered together, with two men in the middle, pushing each other. One of the thin men was holding a small box tightly in his arms, sitting on the ground, looking up at the other man and saying, "This is me." Hearing him say this, the tall man was so angry that he trembled, raised his right hand high and wanted to hit someone, but because of the accusations of the people next to him, his fist didn't fall, he just stared with his eyes and cursed viciously. "It's yours. This is obviously my material." With the support of the people around him, the thin man became bolder and retorted loudly with his neck stiff, "You are talking nonsense. This is mine. I brought it from home, and I want Shenyun to help me get rid of the filth in my body and the materials so that I can be cured. Everyone can testify for me. When I came, I was holding this box. Yes. He stood in front of me, and I saw that he had a box. Yes, I saw it too. I saw it too." The onlookers on the side spoke up to testify for the thin man. The tall man was not good at talking, and his eyes turned red with anxiety. He insisted on taking back his things regardless of what the people around him said. He grabbed the thin man's collar with one hand and grabbed the material box with the other hand to rob it. Your shit, this is mine, give it back to me quickly. Someone come! Robbery. The thin man held the box tightly and rolled on the ground to avoid the tall man's hand. How can you be like this? You rob people in broad daylight. That's right, you still don't care about the interstellar law. There are a lot of them outside, whoever grabs it will own it. Among the onlookers, a few have been deliberately guiding the crowd's thoughts, causing more and more people to blame the tall man, and even later, a few onlookers went up to drag him away, holding him down to prevent him from going forward to pull the thin man. At this time, Chang's mother walked to the door. She stood in the crowd and listened to a few words. She decisively notified the guards, left the crowd, waited for the guards outside, and asked Poseidon to watch over it and not let the main personnel run away. Poseidon received the order and placed a circle of mines on the side to circle the people who took action inside and not allow them to leave. Hey! What are you doing? We are here to help stop the fight. Why don't you let me out? Seeing that they were trapped and unable to get out, the three people who were trying to stop the fight changed their expressions and shouted at Poseidon, asking him to let them out. Chang's mother was afraid of being recognized, so she quietly went into the yard and closed the door. She would not go out unless the guards came. With Poseidon guarding outside, none of them could escape. There is something wrong with this thin guy. The people outside did not notice, but Murongchuan and the others saw it clearly on the surveillance camera. The thin man on the ground must know the people trying to stop the fight. They were just secretly winking at each other. Yeah, I think so too, but we have to wait for the guards to come. Chang'e sipped the snacks with tea. The snacks were very dry, which was used to kill time for her. It took her half an hour to finish a snack. Sure enough, after finding out that Poseidon would not let them out, the thin man began to coax Poseidon with something. They were in a hurry to get out. On the contrary, the tall man was not in a hurry at all. He just stared at the thin man. The guards are coming! Someone shouted loudly. The crowd moved to both sides, leaving a small path for the guards to walk. Hearing the news of the guards coming, the three righteous men who had just persuaded the fight became obviously nervous, and at the same time let go of the tall man. The guards walked to the middle and asked the people standing inside, "What's going on?" The three people who persuaded the fight took the lead and laughed. "Sir, we are just upholding justice and helping to persuade them to stop fighting. We are good people." The captain of the guard team didn't buy their tricks. He said coldly with a stern face, "Whether to uphold justice or not will be decided after we ask clearly. Now stand aside." Two team members came forward skillfully and blocked the three of them to one side and put them under guard. The thin man's face was no longer weak as before, and he faced the guard team's questioning calmly. On the other hand, the tall man's reaction was the most excited. He gestured while talking to the guard team, and later he cried like a child in grievance. When the guard team asked almost all the questions, Chang's mother walked over silently and said to a guard standing on the side, "The surveillance video here can be sent to you." With this surveillance video, the guard team immediately found out the truth of the matter. The thin man, the three people who persuaded the fight, and the two people who guided public opinion in the crowd were all in the same group. They had already found out the bottom and targeted the tall man. The tall man was originally a C-class superpower warrior. He accidentally ate a mutant plant when he was on a mission some time ago. He had been treated for a long time, but it didn't work. He heard that Lei here could treat his disease, so he rushed here. His family was not rich to begin with. Knowing that Poseidon needed energy stones for treatment, he packed his only belongings in a small box and brought them with him. His luck was not very good. He couldn't coax Poseidon to strike him even after 3 days. Instead, he showed his wealth and was targeted by these guys. After figuring out what happened, the guards took all of them back. Even the two people who were making trouble in the crowd were caught and taken away. After the person was taken away, Chang's mother quickly called Poseidon into the house to stop him from striking people outside. Chang'e stared at the screen on the surveillance camera in a daze. She let them line up at the door. On the one hand, she wanted to do a good deed to help others, and on the other hand, she wanted to see Poseidon's ability. After what happened today, it seems that Poseidon can't be left outside in the future. Chapter 342. Because of the farce that day, Chang'e detained Poseidon at home and did not allow him to go out again until the military department spread the news that the anti-filth agent had been refined and the people outside the door dispersed, and then he lifted the ban. Days passed, and the one in the Mu family was not the first to get pregnant, but the first to give birth. How Lena really gave birth. Today, when Changyi opened the Star Network and saw the gossip on it, she was stunned. Calculating the time, how Lena's child was only more than 5 months old. Dan Mufeng put Changyi's legs on his knees and helped her massage slowly. She started to have edema recently and kept saying that her legs were sore. Well, premature birth. The child is temporarily placed in the incubator. Is there any reason for the premature birth? Changyi looked through the messages in the post, all of which were hyped up, such as the solution to the fertility problem of S-level superpower warriors, and no one came out to explain why how Lena gave birth prematurely. Her question made Shan Mufeng's hand stagnate. After a pause, he continued, I don't know. Someone said that someone pushed her. Pushed how Lena? Hearing this promise, Changyi stopped reading the post and sat up excitedly, asking, Who is it? Are you tired of living? How dare you touch the precious bump of the Mu family? Slow down. Shan Mufeng was frightened by her sudden startle. He helped her sit against him and continued, Yes. Ding-ling-ling. The rapid ring of the communication interrupted his words. Changyi answered the call, and a rapid cry came from the other end. Changyi, save Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao is going to be forced to death by the Mu family. At first, Changyi didn't know who the person on the other end was. It took a long time before she realized that it was her aunt, Chang Jijiao's mother. After knowing it was her, Changyi didn't wait to listen for a second and decisively hung up the call. Thinking about the news she just heard, Changyi looked at Shan Mufeng suspiciously and asked, Could it be Chang Jiaojiao who pushed people? No way. Chang Jiaojiao wouldn't be so stupid as to commit suicide, right? Shan Mufeng nodded slightly under her gaze and replied, It was her. How Lena met Chang Jiaojiao when she was out shopping in the mall. The two had an argument. Chang Jiaojiao pushed Hao Lena excitedly, causing her to give birth prematurely. Hearing the promise, Changyi took a breath and had a new understanding of Chang Jiaojiao's stupidity. She was not committing suicide. Don't give up. At this delicate moment, everyone was avoiding Hao Lena, but she dared to confront him head-on and take action in public. I can only praise her for being awesome. Shan Mufeng told her the news he got. Recently, the Mu family has been putting pressure on your uncle. They must be unable to bear it, so they thought of looking for you. Do you need my help? No. Changyi covered his mouth and shook her head decisively to refuse. She didn't get involved in the family's affairs, whether good or bad. This was her greatest kindness. We just pretend we don't know. Don't care if they come to us. Shan Mufeng took her hand, kissed her angry mouth, and said with a smile, Okay, I listen to you. If you say you don't care, then don't care. She then smiled again. Although he would not care about it, Shan Mufeng still told Changyi the hidden truth to prevent others from making random accusations in the future. Chang Jiaojiao should be the one taking the blame. What do you mean? There is still a problem here. Changyi adjusted her sitting position and waited for him to continue. Shan Mufeng put the pillow behind her waist to make her feel more comfortable. After finishing it, he continued, The doctor said that Hao Lena's body is a little weak and may not last long. It is recommended that they give birth to the child in advance. The Mu family disagrees and wants to wait. In other words, it may be that Hao Lena deliberately guided Chang Jiaojiao to push her. How smart. Shan Mufeng said, while massaging her calves. Chang Jiaojiao was called to the mall that day. The person who called her was Hao Lena's friend. TSK. Changyi sighed, they are fighting secretly. Hao Lena is really cruel. She is not afraid that the Mu family will know, and will not forgive her. Shan Mufeng smiled contemptuously, You can only enjoy wealth if you are alive. In the final analysis, this matter was caused by the selfishness of the Mu family and Hao Lena. One side only wanted a healthy offspring, and the other side wanted to live a long time to enjoy wealth. The most innocent one among them was Chang Jiaojiao, who knew nothing and was used as a gun. TSK. They are really cruel people. After understanding all this, Changyi's eyes changed when she looked at Shan Mufeng. Shan Mufeng felt her gaze, sat beside her, turned her body, let her look into his eyes, and said solemnly, I can have no offspring, but you can't abandon me. Ouch! Changyi held her belly and cried out. Before she came back to her senses from Shan Mufeng's deep eyes, the little guy in her belly was already making a fuss in dissatisfaction. His father really didn't care about him. He wanted to abandon him just to show his loyalty. Okay. Stop making a fuss. Your dad didn't say he didn't want you. We love you the most. Chang Yi sensed the little guy's dissatisfaction and hurriedly coaxed him softly. No! I love your mother the most. If you don't behave and make your mother suffer, She had just coaxed the little guy, and Shan Mufeng came to make trouble. Chang Yi pinched the soft flesh on his waist and warned him not to talk nonsense. Chang Yi didn't want to get involved in this mess, but some people were shameless enough to come to her door. How many days have they been here? Chang Yi glanced at the small tin outside, holding the nut box that Shan Mufeng had peeled for her, and pushed the original flavors aside. She didn't like this light taste, even if it was nutritious. Don't be picky, this is nutritious. Chang's mother put the nut she picked out back to her and said calmly, It's been 3 days. Chang's uncle's family was forced by the Mu family, and had no choice but to pack their luggage and set up camp at Chang Yi's place. Mom, what do you think about me asking Poseidon to strike 2 thunderbolts? Chang Yi was eager to do something bad. Chang's mother smiled and sidelong glanced at her, saying, If you want to strike, strike. She had long seen through the people in the Chang family. This time, she had warned Chang's father not to interfere in Chang Jijia's affairs. If he dared to interfere, they would divorce. In order to avoid Chang's uncle and others, Chang's father voluntarily applied to go to a remote star to do a mission, vowing that he would never come back before they gave up. Chang Yi called Poseidon back from playing with Woohoo in the side yard, whispered a few words to it, turned on the monitor, and watched its performance. Poseidon floated to Chang's uncle's tent, and without saying a word, he aimed and struck directly. Boom! Only Aunt Chang and Chang Jiajiao were in the tent. The sudden thunder made them think that it was done by the Mu family. They rushed out with energy guns and shouted in panic, I will fight you. We are relatives of Colonel Shan. Who dares to mess with us? Chapter 343. Mrs. Chang and Chang Jiajiao looked around but didn't see anyone. Crack! Just as Chang Jiajiao felt a flash of light in front of her eyes, she was struck by lightning. She stiffened her neck and looked up. There was a strange cloud above her head. It was floating so low that it was about to touch her face. With a click, Poseidon struck the bright hairpin on Chang Jijiao's head. Cloud. Bang! Chang Jijiao only had time to spit out the word cloud. She leaned back and fell to the ground. The sound was not much smaller than thunder. Jijiao. My Jijiao. Mrs. Chang screamed in panic, and the energy gun in her hand fell to the ground. She hurriedly lifted up Chang Jijiao's upper body, leaned on herself, and shouted anxiously, Jiajiao, my Jiajiao, don't scare your mother. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chang Yi watched the affectionate drama between the mother and daughter outside, and kindly asked Chang's mother to inform Chang's uncle that his family was struck by lightning. Poseidon withdrew before Chang's uncle arrived, but he was worthy of being the master of the house, and he saw at a glance that it was Chang Yi who did it. He took a deep look at the closed door, and returned to the tent with his wife and daughter. Chang Yi thought they would leave after all. Unexpectedly, Chang's uncle insisted this time, and just didn't leave, but installed a lightning protection device on the tent. Shan Mufeng helped her solve the puzzle when he came back. The premature child of the Mu family is gone. Plop! The chopsticks in Chang's mother's hand fell to the ground. Chang Yi's chopsticks did not fall, she just paused in the action of scooping soup, put down the spoon, and asked calmly, When did it happen? 3 days ago. The time is right. No wonder Uncle Chang and his family came to her for refuge, and would not go back even if struck by lightning. Mu family's conditions? Blood debt must be paid with blood. Shan Mufeng's voice was very light as the wind and clouds. Heh! Chang Yi laughed. It seems that Chang Jiajiao will have to take the blame with her life. Since she knew that the child of the Mu family was gone, Chang Yi completely ignored Uncle Chang's family. The family members came in and out as if they didn't see them. Chang Shaoshan held the energy gun and faced the Mu family, who stopped Chang Jiajiao, shouting, No! I won't allow it! You have no right to take my Jiajiao away! They cleverly held on to the door of Chang Yi's house. The people of the Mu family were afraid of Shan Mufeng, and dared not rashly fight at his door, so they could only keep threatening them with words. When Uncle Chang came over, Aunt Chang was almost unable to hold on. Seeing him coming, she collapsed to the ground. I don't know what kind of connections Uncle Chang has made, but he actually let the Mu family return empty-handed. Uncle, what have you been doing recently? Have you found a bigger backer than the Mu family? Chang Yi watched the whole process, but she didn't understand why the Mu family let them go so easily. Here. Mother Chang put an immigration notice in front of her. He borrowed her name and asked the military for this immigration quota. Poof, cough, cough. Chang Yi quickly put down the teacup in her hand, fumbled to pull out 2 tissues, wiped the water stains, looked up, and said in disbelief, Lend my name? What name could she borrow from them? Yes. It was your grandfather who came forward and ran to the military to make a scene, and took our whole family out for a walk. In the end, the general couldn't stand it, so he asked Minister Jia to add their names. Speaking of this, Chang's mother was still shaking with anger. How could they be so shameless? They were allowed to stay at the door because of their thin blood relationship, but they had the nerve to go to the military to make trouble. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Changyi looked upset. Seeing that her face was not right, Chang's mother immediately came back to her senses and said to her, "Don't be angry. We didn't tell you because we were afraid that you would be angry. You can't be angry now." Looking at the family outside, she said, "Besides, they didn't get anything good this time. You can see it if you look carefully at their immigration conditions." Hearing what Chang's mother said, Changyi looked at her suspiciously. "Isn't immigration just to live at a remote new place? What's the difference?" Chang's mother smiled and said to her to find the answer herself. Changyi continued to read the immigration notice in confusion. When she saw the red note, she laughed out loud. "Wow, haha! They dare to go?" After reading their immigration agreement, Changyi was not angry at all. If they wanted to go, they should have said so earlier. She would be happy to help, and they didn't have to go to the military to trouble the general. The immigration planting agreement signed by Chang Xiaoshu's family, and the military was an immigration planting agreement. To be precise, they signed a planting contract with the military. There was no specific immigration location, as long as the planting point set up by the military was their immigration site. The current planting is not like the past where the harvest was small. If it was not done well, it would cost lives. Moreover, the planting contract they signed with the military was not an ordinary planting contract. They agreed to help the military to plant exotic plants, which made it more challenging. They were also forced by the Mu family. If they didn't sign this contract, the military would not care about their mess, and Chang Jijia's life would definitely not be saved. Chang's mother hated this family, but she still felt a little bit emotional about them risking their lives for Chang Jiajia this time. If something happened to her child, she might choose the same thing. As long as she could save the child, she would try it. Changyi pouted. The Mu family is really overbearing. She didn't believe that they hadn't discovered the tricks in this for so long, but they still deliberately held on to Chang Jiaju. Chang's uncle and his family quickly packed their bags and got on the military's shuttle bus, and the door of Chang Yi's house returned to peace. Chang Yi saw the military car driving away, walked into the yard, stretched his body, turned around and said to Chang's mother, "They are finally gone, Mom. Let's go out for a walk." Because they didn't go out much in the past few days, today, they can finally go out for a walk with peace of mind. Chang's mother nodded in agreement. "Okay. Wait a minute, I go drive." Changyi looked at her children's version of the customized sports car and pursed her lips regretfully. She hadn't sat in such a fully convertible car for a long time. Shan Mufeng and others thought that this car was unsafe and didn't let her sit in it. When Chang's mother drove the hover car out, Changyi had already climbed onto Niu Qinbian, patted the empty seat next to her, and said to Chang's mother, "Mom, I haven't sat in a Niu brand car for a long time. Let's sit in it today." Chang's mother frowned and looked at Niu Qinbian. It was very well behaved when it was flying, but sometimes it would get crazy when it encountered a faster aircraft than it, and wanted to compete with others in speed. Get off, we will drive today, not Niu Qinbian, wait until you give birth." "No, I get car sick." Changyi lied with his eyes open, and the reasons came out of his mouth. Chang's mother glared at him and shouted, "Why are you dizzy? How come I don't know that you are car sick? Who was the one playing around with Woohoo in the backyard yesterday?" Chapter 344. Mother Chang tried to persuade Changyi, but she refused to move. Finally, Mother Chang could only accompany her to go out with Niu Qinbian. She kept nagging Niu Qinbian along the way, asking him not to drive fast. After not going out for a while, Changyi saw the harvest decorations hanging on the streets on both sides and realized that summer had already arrived. It seemed that they had not yet gone on the trip to Yazhui that they had been looking forward to for a long time. It turns out that summer has already arrived. That's right. It's not convenient for you to eat fermented rice wine, so I didn't make sweet fermented rice wine this year. Mother Chang heard her muttering and followed up. Changyi touched her round belly. Because of this little guy, she had been stuck at home for a long time today and had not gone out. "Hey! Why are you here at the military headquarters?" When they saw the gate of the military headquarters, they realized that Niu Qinbian had brought them here without knowing it. "Just go shopping when you are here." Changyi, supported by Mother Chang, got off the ground flexibly. Her information has been recorded in the military system. She only needs to scan her face to enter and exit. She doesn't need to register, but Chang's mother needs it. After Chang's mother registered, Chang Yi took her to the gifted master slowly. Chang's mother had never been to the military department here. She looked at the greenery on both sides, and compared it with that on Chihong Star. She was inspired. The environment here is better than Chihong Star. Chang Yi was walking and admiring with Chang's mother. The two of them were talking and laughing in a good atmosphere. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Country bumpkin. Chang's mother blushed and wanted to argue with her, but she didn't name her. At this time, the two people walking in front of Chang Yi stopped and turned back to ask the sarcastic woman, "Are you talking about us?" There was a strong displeasure in her tone. The one who made the sarcastic remarks was a plain-looking woman with a dark yellow complexion. She dyed her long brown hair, which made her look even older. After seeing the clothes on the person who was asking the question, she quickly shrank her head, lowered her eyebrows, and explained in a flattering way, "No. I didn't say you. I definitely didn't say you." The woman who asked the question looked her up and down with disdain, snorted coldly, and let her go after her friend pulled her aside and turned away. When the man turned around and saw Chang Yi and her daughter, he remembered that they had seen his ugly appearance just now, and his face changed instantly. He shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Bumpkins, what are you talking about?" "Okay. Now there is no need to worry about misunderstandings." Chang's mother still wanted to avoid making a scene at this time, but she argued with her with a gloomy face. "Why are you like this? We don't know you. How can you scold people for no reason?" Her tolerance made the man think that they were afraid of her, and their attitude became more arrogant. She crossed her arms and taunted them. "What's wrong with scolding you? I scolded you. What can you do to me? Bumpkin! Bumpkin!" Chang's mother pointed her finger at her in the air. "You." The angrier Chang's mother got, the more arrogant the woman became, shaking her head and scolding vigorously. "What do you mean by you? Bumpkin, you are so annoying." Chang Yi pressed down Chang's mother's arm, stepped forward, aimed her arm at her face, and swung it hard. After a snap, the world was quiet. Lightly shaking her palm, which was a little red because of the excessive force, Chang Yi looked at her with a leisurely smile. "If your asshole is in the wrong place, go get it treated, don't come out and spray it." The woman didn't expect Chang Yi to dare to take action directly in the military headquarters. She covered her red and swollen cheeks, her eyes wide open, and said angrily, "You dare to hit someone? I will fight you." Chang Yi was prepared. With a wave of her finger, Niu Qinbian used vines to hang her in the air. The woman was suddenly hung in the air, and she was horrified. She struggled hard, trying to break free from the vines. Even so, she still couldn't see the situation clearly, and wanted to use her identity to pressure others. "Country bumpkin. Put me down quickly. Do you know who I am? How dare you hang me up?" Chang Yi looked at her with a smile, and asked sarcastically, "Oh, who are you? Tell me, see if you can scare me." I am a planter specially hired by the military. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, otherwise I will make you pay for it." "Planter?" Chang Yi repeated it softly, recalling the relevant information in his mind. Her brief silence made the woman think that she was frightened by her identity, and she started to be arrogant again. "What? Are you scared now? If you are, put me down quickly and apologize to me obediently, and I can still consider forgiving you." Planting technicians are a newly emerging profession. Chang Yi had not reacted for a while. When she heard her words, she signaled Niu Qinbian to block her mouth and make people feel upset. Teach him a lesson and let him go." Chang's mother looked at the woman, who was being played by Niu Qinbian, as a pirate ship and persuaded her. She was afraid that something would happen and the man had fainted. After hearing this, Chang Yi signaled to Niu Qinbian, who was having fun, to let him put the woman down. As soon as she put the woman down, Minister Jia rushed over with his men. "Minister, it's them who hurt people in the military." The one who called Minister Jia over was the woman's companion. She had just gone back to get something, and when she came back, she saw Chang Yi hanging the woman up. She knew that she couldn't beat Chang Yi, so she went to the logistics department to ask for help. Minister Jia waved his hand and asked the medical team to come forward and see how the person on the ground was doing. He walked up to Chang Yi with a smile and said, "Hello, are you new here? Do you want to refine today? I have someone send the materials." "Refine it? I was scolded today. I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to refine." Chang Yi replied half-truthfully. "Scold? Her?" Minister Jia frowned and looked at the person, who was still unconscious on the ground, his tone obviously carrying displeasure. The person on the ground is Fong Mei, a planter who has just been transferred from a remote star, specializing in the planting of exotic plants. The military has recently found a group of new planters. They have been here for less than half a month. They wander around the military all day long. They have not made any achievements yet, but they quarrel with the original planters every day. Fong Mei was just scared and fainted. The doctor gave her an injection, and she woke up. Now she pretended to faint to gain sympathy. Yes, it was her. As soon as she came, she called us bumpkins and told us to get out. I don't know when such a big figure came to the military, who is more powerful than the general. I will have to trouble Minister Jia to help me plead with this distinguished planter. Chang Yi replied to Minister Jia calmly. Minister Jia frowned and asked the doctor, why hasn't she woken up yet? If it's too serious, send her back to where she came from. After he said this, Fong Mei couldn't pretend anymore. She held her head and pretended to have just woken up. Well, what happened to me? Xiao Mei, you finally woke up. I was scared to death. I called Minister Jia over. He will definitely be able to make a decision for you. Fong Mei's companion supported her and kept talking, and his eyes kept glancing at Minister Jia. Chapter 345. Fong Mei's eyes lit up after hearing her words, and she cried to Minister Jia, Minister, you have to do justice for me. These two military dependents destroyed the flowers and trees, and I said a few words to them, and they let the strange plants they brought tie me up and hang me in the air for fun, almost killing me. They are too bullying, woo-woo. Fong Mei probably thought she was crying beautifully, but she didn't know that because she was swung by Niu Qinbian for so long, her hair had long been a mess, and her hands were stained with plant juice. When she smeared it on her face, yellow and green streaks appeared one after another, and with her smudged makeup, her face was simply horrible. Chang Yi watched her performance, and when she finished speaking, she pointed to the surveillance camera next to her and asked, do you think this surveillance camera is just for show? Her words made Fong Mei's crying pause, and she continued to cry after a breath. Minister Jia did not say much, but just turned on the computer, played the video, and played the scene of their argument from the beginning. Fong Mei lowered her head and froze there. For a moment, she was neither crying nor not crying. She tugged at her companion's clothes, hoping that she would help her out. Her companion was also smart. She pulled her hand away angrily, stood up and pointed at her and cursed, Xiao Mei, how did you become like this? I was still speaking for you, but you really thought you were bullied? Fong Mei was stunned by her companion's defection. She looked up at her hurriedly and said, you? What do you mean by you? You should apologize to them, and let them forgive you, otherwise I will never talk to you again. Fong Mei's companion quickly interrupted her, turned around to block the view of others, and winked at her, asking her to apologize and leave quickly. Receiving her companion's eyes, Fong Mei stood up awkwardly, said sorry to Chang Yi and the others, and turned around and ran away crying. Her companion followed her, also apologized to Chang Yi and Minister Jia and others, and ran away in a hurry. After they could no longer be seen, Chang Yi said to Minister Jia, is this what the planter is like now? The planter used to be a branch of the gifted master. Gifted masters can plant, but their abilities are different. Hinted masters are hypocritical, artificial, and have a lot of things to do, but they are also very proud, and will not directly look for trouble. Where? I just came here and I'm free. I'd be busy after a while. Minister Jia thought that they gave these planters too long to adapt, so it seems that they should arrange it tomorrow. Okay, this is the military's business, as long as she doesn't suffer any loss. Since you've been here for so long, why don't you go to the refining area and call Poseidon over as well? Chang Yi looked at him knowingly, and it turned out that he was planning this. Okay. If it gets into trouble, I won't take care of it. No, if it gets into trouble, it's my fault. Seeing her agree, Minister Jia smiled and promised. After Poseidon cured grandfather Zhao's illness, they also tried to let Xiao Guaiguai treat the disease, and found that it really worked. So now Xiao Guaiguai stays with the medical team all day, a professional slayer. Chang Yi really didn't plan to refine today. After following Minister Jia around the refining area, he sat in the pavilion to eat snacks and look at the scenery. Is the frequency of furnace explosion a bit high recently? They sat down for only a quarter of an hour, and 2 people had already exploded. Yes. The furnace exploded now, and the ash from the medicine residue cannot be used to plant the land. It's all wasted. Minister Jia felt distressed when he thought of the recent deficit in the material warehouse. Can't plant it? Chang Yi really didn't know about this. Her family's planting fields are now using the soil nutrient solution prepared by Niu Bian and Xiao Zhu, and the effect is quite good. Minister Jia shook his head and sighed. Can't plant it. Not only can the new medicine furnace ash not be used to plant the land, but the original plant nutrient agent is now useless. So the military will spend energy to dig new planters. Do you still have soil nutrients at home? Chang'e turned her head and asked Chang's mother. She didn't know these things as well as Chang's mother. There are not many at home. Xiaoju said that the seeds have become more picky. Without enough nutrient solution, they won't grow. Chang's mother remembered what the little guys at home said and added another sentence. Chang'e nodded thoughtfully. No wonder, she also felt that the growth rate in the planting field had slowed down. She thought it was because her planting field had just started to improve and the level was too low. Can the new growers increase production? Yes. Minister Jia nodded and replied, they can use the new energy to promote plant growth, shorten the cycle, and increase production. Chang'e knew that the new energy he was talking about was filth, something that existed like demonic energy. Then will the plants they grow contain filth? Minister Jia put down the teacup in his hand and said seriously, yes, but we have tested it and the content is extremely low, so it has little impact. It has little impact, but it still has an impact. Chang'e decided that the ingredients grown by this new grower would never be used in the future. As they were talking, Poseidon floated over from outside, and the whole cloud looked upside down as if it was drunk. Ouch! Poseidon, what's wrong with you? Be careful. Minister Jia cared about it more than Chang'e, the owner, and reached out to follow it. People were afraid that the cloud would fall, and there was nothing more outrageous than this. Poseidon also knew Minister Jia. After hearing what he said, he reached out and dug in the middle of the cloud, took out a handful of purple crystal energy stones, waved them in front of him, and put them back. Minister Jia swallowed his saliva and made a clear gulp. The purple crystal energy stone that Poseidon just took out had so much energy. He also wanted it. Chang'e's eyes flashed, and she saw at a glance that this was the energy stone that Woohoo took out. I don't know how Poseidon got it from him. Poseidon seemed to think that the stimulation was not enough. His little hand continued to dig, and took out a piece of energy stone that was almost the same size as his body. When this energy stone was taken out, it shook even more violently. Minister Jia quickly reached out to help it hold the energy stone, so that it didn't fall to the ground. With someone helping to hold it, Poseidon continued to offer them treasures. She took out more and more energy stones, all kinds of colors. When the energy stones filled a box, it finally stopped taking them out, and the cloud stopped shaking. So, you were drunk with energy stones just now. Chang'e pinched Poseidon's belly. It was so light that it could hold so many. No wonder it was wobbling and looked like it was about to fall. Enjoying the feeling of showing off enough, Poseidon began to put the energy stones back. Alas! You can't put more in. If you put more in, you won't be able to fly again. When the energy stones were more than half, Chang'e decisively closed the box to prevent it from stuffing more in. As soon as the box was closed, Poseidon became anxious. The color of his body changed again, and he circled around Chang'e. If he had feet, he would have jumped up. Chapter 346. The food was seized, and the master was also helpless. Poseidon was so anxious that the lightning flashed everywhere, and the whole cloud turned into a disco ball, which made people dizzy. Stop! Chang'e's eyes were hurt by it, and she shouted loudly, taking out a space device to show it. Put it in here, and then you can put it in, okay? Poseidon finally understood after she explained it many times. He stepped forward and took the space device and fiddled with it for a while before hiding it in his body. This? Chang'e gave a knife to the eyes, and Minister Jia swallowed his words. The space device was a birthday gift from Chang's father. It was very bright. In other words, there was a circle of camouflage lights on the outside. Poseidon's body was not short of electricity. After the space device entered his body, it kept flashing colorful light. This is so good, no need to worry about losing it. Chang's mother gave a fair compliment. Poseidon also found that his belly glowed. He curiously used his hands to dig, took out the space device, put it in, took it out, and put it back, and had a lot of fun. Bang! Someone's refining furnace exploded again, making a loud noise, and even the ground shook. Who is over there? The furnace explosion is more powerful than mine. Exploding your own furnace is completely different from watching others explode. Chang'e's tone is mostly about watching the fun. Minister Jia is different. He showed a bitter face. His materials. Another furnace is gone. Minister, come and see, there is a fight over there. Just as they were looking around to guess who exploded the furnace, a dusty talent master stumbled over there and shouted as he ran. Hearing that someone was fighting, Minister Jia's face turned pale and asked in a deep voice, "Who is fighting?" "Yes. You know if you go and have a look." This gifted master was thinking of something, and he was hesitant in his words. "Let's go and have a look too." Chang Yi saw that Minister Jia was about to walk away, and urged Chang's mother to hurry up and catch up. Chang's mother supported her and said helplessly, "Slow down. I've never seen her so curious before. Why is she going wherever there is excitement now, without stopping for a moment?" When they arrived, the battle had already come to an end, and the winners were 3 married women headed by Sister Wang. They each steadily suppressed Miss Lu Jiro and other Jiao, once again proving that the fighting power of married women is comparable to that of high-level beasts. "Tell me, what are you doing?" Minister Jia's heart ached when he saw the scattered furnace ash on the ground. These were all materials. All interstellar coins. "Minister, it's all their fault. We were refining well, and they rushed over to ruin our refining and beat us up." After Lu Jiro got up, she just stood aside and cried silently, making sure that everyone around her could see the wound on her face. She left the responsibility of getting ahead to another companion in a lotus-colored gauze skirt. "Yes. Our furnace was almost successful." Another woman with them continued to talk. Minister Jia's eyes flashed, and he didn't say whether he believed or not what they said, but turned to ask the other party, "Sister Wang, is this the case?" The sturdy elder sister standing on Sister Wang's right pointed at the woman, who spoke first and retorted, "Minister, this little hoof is talking nonsense. They stole our materials first. Moreover, the furnace had exploded before we started. You are talking nonsense. We didn't steal your materials. They are our own." "Your own? You blew up 3 times a day. You have no material." You don't care how many times I blow up. I have the material. I am willing." The two of them fought back and forth, and the strong elder sister rushed over and prepared to give her another big slap. The woman in the lotus-colored gauze skirt screamed and hid behind Minister Jia. "Enough." Minister Jia didn't know when he had a soft whip in his hand, and he threw it on the ground, making a loud noise, interrupting the farce of the two. "If you still don't tell the truth, then all of you go home." The woman in the lotus-colored gauze skirt saw that Minister Jia was angry, and dared not shout loudly, but also murmured softly, "I am telling the truth. The materials were given to us, so they are ours." Sister Wang held her furious companion and asked her to calm down. She stepped forward and stood in front of Minister Jia and said, "Xiao Li's husband hid the materials from her and gave them to Jiangyu. We had our share, so we wanted her to return them to us." The surrounding onlookers understood that the cause was that the scumbag stole his wife's things to please the little goblin outside. As for the explosion of the furnace, it is none of our business. We waited until they finished refining before we went forward to argue. Sister Wang calmly explained the cause and effect. Minister Jia was a bit troubled. It was the most difficult to deal with jealousy among women, but he couldn't ignore it when it happened in the military. "Jiangyu, is that what Sister Wang said?" Jiangyu was not as arrogant as before, and replied hesitantly, "He insisted on giving me the material. How would I know where he got it from?" "You don't know? You can accept gifts from men without knowing it?" "He must send it. What can I do?" Jiangyu was not lying to Xiao Li at all, and she said it without any guilt. The man in her family had low combat power and average looks. If he was not so attentive, she would not bother to pay attention to him. Xiao Li's eyes turned red with anger. You are shameless." "Okay. Now that the matter has been made clear, you list the materials Jiangyu took, and I will ask her to give you the rest from the share later." "Why?" Jiangyu was dissatisfied with the result of Minister Jia's handling. Minister Jia glared at her and continued, "As for Wang Chong, he was sentenced to 3 months of hard labor. Xiao Li, don't bring your family affairs to the military in the future. Sometimes it's time to make a decision." Xiao Li opened her mouth to say something but swallowed it back. She nodded agreeably and agreed. It was not the first time that Wang Chong stole things from home and hooked up with someone. In the past, she tolerated it for the sake of the children, but she didn't expect him to get worse and more unscrupulous. After returning, she really had to seriously examine whether this relationship was necessary to continue. Jiangyu's dissatisfaction had not yet been expressed, and Minister Jia had already stared at them coldly and said, "You are all promising gifted teachers. I hope you don't ruin your own future, and be careful when dealing with colleagues." He still saved their face by not saying it directly. Lu Jiro blushed when Minister Jia looked at her. "Is it over?" Chang Yi was a little surprised when she saw people leaving. Why did it feel like there was no beginning or end? Chang's mother tapped her forehead with a smile. "What else do you want? They are all talented military masters. This matter is neither big nor small. Minister Jia should not interfere too much. Changyi was shocked. It was all caused by that strange view of marriage. If a woman is capable, she can have 1, 2, or 3 guardian warriors. If a man is capable, he can also have 7 or 8 mistresses. Today, if the scumbag is useless and uses the original wife's things as a licking dog, this is really not a big deal in their eyes. Chapter 347. The trip to the military headquarters that day made Changyi stay at home for several days. Big fish. No. Changyi's hand subconsciously grasped the sheets under her body, her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her body trembled with fear from the nightmare. Yee! Yee! Dan Mufeng noticed the abnormality of the person beside him, hugged him into his arms, and whispered, "Don't be afraid." "Don't be afraid? I'm here." "No." Changyi suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of horror. Yee! Yee! Don't be afraid. It's just a nightmare, we are not afraid. With Dan Mufeng's gentle coaxing, she slowly came back to her senses, her dull eyes slowly focused, looking into Dan Mufeng's worried eyes, and murmured, "Am I having a nightmare?" Turn on the night light at the head of the bed, so that she can see the surrounding environment clearly. The steady heartbeat under Dan Mufeng's chest gradually calmed Changyi's panicked heart. "I want to go to Haolan Star to have a look." Shan Mufeng paused and asked, "Can you go out?" "I don't know, but I want to go to Haolan Star," Changyi said stubbornly. Shan Mufeng carefully wiped the sweat off her forehead. "I get you a new pajamas to change into. Don't catch a cold, and we can talk about going to Haolan Star in the morning, okay?" Changyi looked up at him, silent for a long time, loosened her hand around his waist, and nodded gently. The cry of the big fish in the dream just now was too shrill, which frightened her heart and liver, and the last shocking red made her feel uneasy. Even though Shan Mufeng kept holding her in the second half of the night, Changyi did not fall asleep again. As long as she closed her eyes, she could see a sea of blood, and the cry of the big fish kept echoing in her ears. After a sleepless night, Changyi was listless all day. "I take you to the ship to try?" Shan Mufeng was unwilling to let Changyi go out at this time, but her appearance made him feel distressed. "Okay." Changyi also knew that this was not good, but she couldn't control it. Shan Mufeng drove Changyi to the dock and stopped the car. Along the way, he kept observing Changyi's condition. The medical team followed behind and stopped immediately as soon as she was wrong. "We are going to get off now, can you?" Changyi pulled the corner of her mouth to reassure him, "Yes, I'm fine." Shan Mufeng held Changyi and walked forward step by step. "It seems that I can go out." Sitting in the cabin, Changyi still didn't feel uncomfortable and didn't faint. "Not sure yet. Do we need to try again?" The flying ship is still in the Hope Star. This is Shan Mufeng's private flying ship. He slowly pressed the start button, letting the flying ship slowly leave the dock and fly away from the range of Hope Star. He controlled the flying ship to fly around Hope Star for a circle before confirming that Changyi could really leave Hope Star. This time, she was particularly eager to go to Haolan Star, and urged Shan Mufeng to form a travel team in just 3 days, and set sail. "Minister Jia, I really just want to see old friends this time, not hunting." They were all ready, and Minister Jia forced a whole team to come together, and said they wanted to go together. A small private team turned into a large military trip, and the sense of security was full. "It's okay, you meet yours, and we catch ours." Minister Jia was doing 2 things at the same time. While chatting with her, his men kept counting the list in the material warehouse. "Don't blame me if the harvest is not good. I have already advised her. If her personality collapses, it will not be her fault. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Be careful." After hanging up the communication, Changyi stared at the deep space outside the ship in a daze. Dan Mufeng gently touched her soft hair and whispered, "Don't worry, it's just a dream, it's okay." It has been 3 days, and Changyi wakes up from nightmares every night. "Yeah." Changyi didn't want to make him worry, so she looked up and smiled at him, and put her head against his warm chest to absorb strength. Being worried, she was very silent all the way, and she rarely left the room except for eating. After several days of flying, they finally arrived at their destination. From a distance, there was a layer of blue water curtain outside Haolan Star, which was particularly beautiful and mysterious. The fleet passed through the atmosphere, found a familiar foothold, and landed. Changyi walked out of the cabin with the help of Shan Mufeng, looking at the familiar coastline, and sighed, "It seems that there is no change here?" When she first saw the water curtain, she was still afraid that something might happen. Now, it seems that she was too worried. Knowing that she was anxious, Shan Mufeng asked her immediately after packing up, Do you have a way to contact the big fish? Yes. Chang'e nodded, took out a palm-sized colorful conch, and said to him, just blow this. Okay. Then I go with you. Sean Mufeng glanced at the conch, and didn't see anything special. Everyone was curious about the legendary beast. Knowing that Chang'e was going to summon it, many soldiers stopped their actions, and looked at Chang'e uncontrollably, waiting for the appearance of Kunwai with her. Soon after the long conch sound fell, the big fish used its unique and ethereal voice to tell its companions that it heard it. Wow. Wow. That's... It really appeared so big. As it approached, its huge body was gradually exposed to everyone's sight. Everyone was very curious about this legendary creature, and whispered to each other. The big fish looked at Chang'e across the seawater, and made a sound similar to human sobbing. This cry was exactly the same as what she heard in her dream. Big fish, what's wrong with you? Affected by it, Chang'e felt a stuffy chest and sore nose. The big fish cried to Chang'e, his eyes full of pain, and Chang'e seemed to see something crystal clear slipping out of it. After crying, the big fish spit out a transparent bubble, motioning Chang'e to go in. As soon as she stepped out, her wrist was firmly grasped by Sean Mufeng. I go with you. Chang'e saw the determination in his eyes. He would never let her go alone. She turned around and asked her master's opinion. Big fish, he is my husband. Can I take him with me? It was unknown whether it understood or not. The big fish looked at Sean Mufeng quietly for a long time, and then opened its closed big mouth again, and spit out the same bubble, which meant consent. Sean Mufeng first sent Chang'e into that bubble, and then he went into the bubble next to it. His bubble was bare, and there was nothing. After Chang'e entered her bubble, a small bubble sofa appeared inside, allowing her to nestle comfortably on it. There was still a difference between the guests. They followed the big fish and disappeared into the blue sea level under the eyes of their teammates. The big fish was in a very low mood today. It did not take Chang'e to play in the middle of the journey, and rushed all the way to home. Chapter 348. Chang'e was affected by the big fish, and did not pay attention to the surrounding environment. Sean Mufeng looked at the school of fish swimming not far away, his eyes flickering. Hearing this suppressed moan, the big fish did not care whether Chang'e and the other person behind him could finish, and suddenly accelerated and rushed into the blue home, constantly chirping, responding, and comforting the emotions of his partner. Be careful, hold on. Sean Mufeng's figure has not yet stood firm, and he slapped the bubble wall, and shouted hard to remind Chang'e. The sudden push on her back made Chang'e lean back suddenly. Fortunately, the bubble sofa was tightly wrapped, so she did not fall. After a while, she sat back firmly, and waved to the anxious Sean Mufeng to tell him not to worry. This time Chang'e saw clearly that the big fish was really crying, and there was blood in its tears. The big fish's partner also saw Chang'e coming, weakly raised his head, called out to her twice, and welcomed her arrival. Chang'e stared blankly at the familiar scene in front of her, unable to tell whether it was a dream or reality. She had dreamed of this scene for 3 days. The big fish's partner lay in the dark blue nest, groaning in pain, with a dazzling blood red under her belly, which dyed the seawater, attracting uninvited guests, and finally, the big fish rubbed around its partner, and swam to soothe its frightened heart. Chang'e ignored Sean Mufeng's obstruction, and still floated over, approaching the bleeding position, slowly putting her hand on its swollen and tight abdomen, and heard an intense heartbeat from below. Chang'e's eyes flashed, and it was indeed so. She guessed correctly. The big fish's partner was pregnant, and was about to give birth now. The big fish's partner wailed, and rolled violently, and the surrounding seawater rolled and swayed with it. Chang'e, who was just beside it, was pushed several meters away by the surging seawater. Sean Mufeng shouted her name in panic, and used his hands and feet to push his bubbles to chase Chang'e. I'm fine, don't worry. The sound under the water is not easy to transmit. Chang'e stabilized her body, and swam back slowly. Halfway, she met Sean Mufeng, who was chasing her, and told him with her mouth that she was fine. Sean Mufeng didn't dare to leave her for half a step, and controlled his bubble ball to stick to Chang'e's. Swimming back to the big fish's nest, Chang'e took out a spirit beast pill, and signaled the big fish to give it to its partner. The bubble wrapped in the pill was swallowed by it. Chang'e stared at it intently. Seeing that its breathing gradually returned to normal, she approached its abdomen again, and used the palm of her hand to feel the situation in its abdomen. Its entire abdominal skin was very tight, and a slight press could make it tremble with pain. Chang'e didn't dare to use force, and could only rely on her memory, the images of people helping fish give birth and gently stroked along its body structure. Wu, the big fish's partner, was calm for only a few minutes, and it rolled over in pain again. This time the wailing was louder than before. Chang'e hurriedly took out another spirit beast pill and asked the big fish to take it, but this time the spirit beast pill also lost its effect. It was still howling, and more blood flowed from the reproductive opening. What should I do? What should I do? Chang'e looked at the bright blood and muttered to himself. Wu, oh, one wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen, the big fish's partner's difficult labor has not been resolved, and the uninvited guest in Chang'e's dream has come. If the big fish can make people feel its gentleness and kindness at first sight, then the newly arrived guests can make people know at a glance that it is not easy to mess with. The scars running through the whole face of the fish, as well as the scars of varying sizes on the body, all exude its dangerous breath to the creatures around it. Its sharp teeth with cold light, and the traces of blood foam between its teeth make Chang'e tremble with fear. When it opens its mouth, the abyss has a picture from then on. Woo woo woo. The visitor made a provocative sound to the big fish, swimming only 2 meters away from them, and from time to time used his huge tail to create dark waves, watching them sway and roll with the waves, making arrogant and mocking sounds. Woo! When the big fish's partner raised his head and let out a sharp whine, when the waves surged again, it slowly sank into the nest, and the blue vines below were pressed into it. Oh, the big fish rushed to its side with a wail, and pushed with its head, trying to wake up the unconscious lover. Woo! The visitor opened his mouth wide and rushed towards them. Shan Mufeng saw that the situation was not right, so he pushed Chang'e to swim to the side to avoid its attack. Chang'e looked back and eagerly beat the bubbles, shouting to the big fish, be careful. Perhaps her reminder worked. The big fish turned around and swung its tail, hitting the scarfish's face hard. The scarfish failed to hit it, roared, and flew over again. This time, the big fish didn't need anyone to remind it, roared and went straight to it, biting it, and blood soon appeared on both sides. They fought and swam, and soon disappeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chang'e and Shan Mufeng went back to the big fish's partner. Shan Mufeng swam to its chest, put his ear to its chest, felt the weak heartbeat below, raised his head, and gestured to Chang'e, telling her that she was still alive. Just when she was helpless against the unconscious big fish, Poseidon suddenly appeared. Chang'e asked in shock, "Why are you here?" Poseidon naturally did not answer her question. He flew around happily in the bubble, full of curiosity about the new world outside, trying to find a loophole to go out and have a look. Unfortunately, this prison in the sea was tightly closed, and he could not find the exit after turning around for a long time. While he was wandering around, an idea came to Chang'e's mind. "Poseidon, stop playing and come and help me." Chang'e motioned for it to follow, pointing at the unconscious big fish partner and said, "Poseidon, can you help press your 2 hands on its chest and discharge a little electricity?" Poseidon followed his instructions, and took out his 2 slender hands, and pressed them towards its chest. Poseidon pressed hard twice, but still couldn't reach out. His hands were blocked by the barrier of the prison, and couldn't get out. Chang'e thought about it, stepped forward to hold its hands, and reached forward. Sure enough, this worked. The barrier became an elastic film, extending and deforming with her movements, and finally, their hands touched the chest of the big fish. "Poseidon, discharge electricity." "No, Poseidon, you are not allowed to discharge electricity." Shan Mufeng understood Chang'e's intention, his eyes widened, and he shouted. Unfortunately, the two, one pretended not to understand, and the other really didn't understand. Anyway, neither of them listened to him, and carried out the first electric shock as usual. Doyalu, Chang'e overestimated herself. She thought she wouldn't be electrocuted because of the baby in her belly. But it turned out not to be the case. She was still shivering from the electric shock. Chapter 349. Chang'e rolled his eyes at Poseidon's electric shock, but he still had time to think about what it felt like to be electrocuted. It felt numb, and every nerve in his body seemed to be pulled out and trembling. Dan Mufeng tried to condense his superpowers, but it was useless. This prison could suppress his abilities, and he couldn't condense superpowers inside. He took out his energy gun and shot at the barrier, but the energy bullet disappeared directly after hitting the barrier, which didn't work either. Yee! Yee! Stop it, I beg you, stop it. He clenched his fists and kept hitting the barrier, and he didn't stop even if he was bleeding, and his eyes were full of red marks. The remaining current in the body was completely absorbed by the cub, and Chang'e's body finally stopped shaking. After the shock, her body was still a little stiff. Chang'e tried to raise the corners of her mouth, smiled at Shan Mufeng, and said slowly, "I'm fine." You don't have to knock. Woo, at this time, another patient who received electric shock treatment slowly opened his eyes and groaned. Great, you wake up? Seeing that her treatment plan worked, Chang'e smiled happily, touched the patient's forehead and said, You wake up, so now we have to give birth to cubs. After that, she took out the spirit beast pill again and fed it. After soothing it twice, she swam to its bulging abdomen again, and used gentle force to help the cub inside it move down the birth canal. Her strength was too small for the big fish. Shan Mufeng thought about her cooperation with Poseidon just now and asked, can you pull me into your place? Chang'e, She hadn't thought about this. Chang'e tentatively went to hold the hand that Shan Mufeng stretched out. The barrier that didn't change at all in Shan Mufeng's place was a versatile protective film in Chang'e's place. She easily held Shan Mufeng's hand, although there were still 2 layers of protective films between them. Chang'e pulled back hard, and in the blink of an eye, Shan Mufeng appeared in her bubble, but his body was still bound by the bubble. Rounding it off, they were together. Shan Mufeng asked Chang'e to hold his hand, and then attached it to the belly of the big fish to help it push. With the addition of Shan Mufeng, the speed of the baby in the belly of the big fish was obviously much faster, no longer like before, moving a little bit for a long time. It's out! It's out! Chang'e shouted excitedly when she saw the pink tail fin exposed in her peripheral vision. Shan Mufeng just glanced at it quickly, then put his attention back on his hand, and continued to push down with the current strength. Pop! This sound is like the sound of a cork opening. A pink and tender little big fish was born. It has a long life belt under its belly. As it swims, it draws a beautiful wave line. The newborn little guy has not yet adapted to this new world, and is spinning like a top. Woo! Puff, puff! With the wailing of the big fish partner, the blood in its lower abdomen gushed out like a jet. It? Chang'e was frightened. Looking at the red seawater, she couldn't speak clearly. Dan Mufeng covered her eyes with one hand, blocking her sight, and coaxed, Be good, don't open your eyes. It's nothing. There is just another one in its belly. It will be fine after it is born. Shan Mufeng held her hand, and felt the weak pulse in the belly of the big fish partner. Do you feel it? It's here, come and help it. It will be fine once it's born. Shan Mufeng said while pushing hard, keeping an eye on Chang'e's situation. Fortunately, the birth of the second little kunia was relatively smooth, and it came out in just a few minutes. After giving birth to this kunio, the birth of the big fish wife was completely completed. Is it done? Shan Mufeng had not taken his hand off her eyes. The darkness always makes people panic. Are there any cubs that haven't been born yet? Shan Mufeng hesitated. Promise me that no matter what you see, you must believe that I will always be by your side. If you feel scared, just close your eyes, okay? Chang'e's heart skipped a beat, and after a long time, she slowly nodded and pulled down his hand. She didn't know how much blood the big fish had. Now they were surrounded by blood. Looking around, there was no other color except red. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shan Mufeng hugged her across the barrier, giving her strength. Well, I'm not afraid. Chang'e didn't know that even her voice was trembling. She swam to the side of her big fish partner, and now it was a luxury for her to even moan. Come, I feed you medicine. You eat it quickly, it will be fine after you eat it. No matter how hard she tried, the medicine just wouldn't go in. You open your mouth? Eat it quickly. It will be fine after you eat it. Don't be like this, we tried our best. Shan Mufeng held Chang'e's hand, and asked her to face him. Woo, woo, the 2 newborn little kunias sensed the passing of their mother's life again, and kept wailing against its face. Woo, oh, the big fish came back with the spoils. When it saw its partner in the sea of blood, it raised its head and wailed sadly. It no longer cared about the spoils, and swam quickly to its partner. It didn't even look at the newborn cub, and kept pushing its partner with its body, hoping that it would respond to it. Big fish. Chang'e didn't know how to comfort it. At this time, all the words seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, she could only stand aside in silence, and wait for it to calm down. The newborn cub felt something, and kept wailing around its parents. Chang'e caught a flash of light from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and reminded in a low voice, Mufeng, that. Shan Mufeng nodded. He had just noticed that it should be the school of fish attracted by the smell of blood. You open the protective shield. If something goes wrong, leave immediately, and don't worry about anything else, understand? In this prison, he couldn't use his special abilities or firearms, so he could only ask her to protect herself. I know, don't give me all the protective shields, I have my own, we need. Halfway through the words, Chang'e's pupil shrank suddenly, and he shouted, Be careful. At the same time, he controlled the bubble ball to sink down and avoid the big mouth rushing over from the top. Woo-oh! It's over. It's the sound of the two cubs. Sure enough, Chang'e looked around and saw that the two pink cubs were somehow surrounded by a group of big-headed piranhas. Big fish, save the cubs. They are in danger. The big fish, immersed in sadness, didn't know whether it was awakened by Chang'e's words or the cubs crying. Anyway, it raised its scarlet eyes, roared loudly, and spit out two bloodshot prisons, accurately covering the two helpless cubs and saving them. When the prison wrapped around the cubs, something strange happened in the sea where they were. Chapter 350. This time, the prison in the sea finally showed them its true power. It was no longer the people inside who controlled it, but the people inside were controlled by it. The transparent barrier grew red tentacles, like red seaweed dancing with the waves. When people felt it was weak and harmless, it could instantly turn into a deadly blade, and the creatures touched by it were silently broken into several pieces. Chang'e now pulled Shan Mufeng to shrink on the sofa in the middle, and dared not approach the barrier. The newly grown tentacles were too scary. Soon they had no energy to pay attention to this. Those strange schools of fish surrounded them, and approached step by step. The big fish spit out a huge blood-colored prison, and put its dead partner into it. Finally, it looked at it affectionately, turned back and swam towards the center of the school of fish. The dense school of fish, relying on the momentum formed by the number, instantly disintegrated in front of it. The big fish made a piercing cry, and the fish that attacked it, like puppets whose souls had been captured, stared at their companions with dull eyes, biting and devouring them. Tens of thousands of fish attacked each other, turning the scene into a large meat grinder. Ugh! Chang'e couldn't hold it back anymore, and bent over to vomit. Although she couldn't smell the blood inside, the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere was too much of a test for her mentality. Looking at the wrapped vomit, she thought that it was a good thing that this prison was more principled, and everything had to be wrapped, including garbage. The fish bit endlessly in the screams of the big fish until the end of their lives. I don't know how long it took, anyway. Chang'e had already vomited everything, and she couldn't move, so she could only close her eyes and wait quietly for the end of the fight. Woo 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 woo, she came to her senses after hearing the little cooney's wail. She opened her eyes, and could ignore the floating pieces of flesh and bodies around her. The tentacles of the prison retracted again, turning back to their original transparent and harmless appearance. Chang'e took back control, and floated to the big fish's lair. The big fish didn't look good. Its eyes, which originally had a little bloodshot, were now constantly bleeding blood and tears. The two little coonies surrounded them, and cried sadly. The big fish occasionally made two weak calls in response to them. The scenes in the dream became reality one by one. Chang'e was a little dazed for a while. She didn't notice that her lips were bitten and bleeding. It wasn't until she tasted rust in her mouth that she realized that she had bitten her lips. She didn't know how to treat it, so she could only take out all the medicine she brought with her and stuff them into its mouth one by one. Big fish, can you open your mouth? It closed its mouth tightly, looked at her gently, and shook its head slowly to tell her not to waste her efforts. It was going to accompany its lover. It couldn't let its beloved be alone there. It would be scared. Chang'e collapsed with the potion in her hand, choking and begging it, please. Just take one, just one, okay? Various potions were floating in the prison, including the pills she made herself, and the potions given by Shan Mufeng. The big fish refused to take them, and she also refused to take them back. The man and the fish were so stubborn. The big fish pushed the two little coonie, and asked them to go find Chang'e. Woo, woo, the crying of the little coonie became even more sad. They knew that their father would soon leave them. After the little kunwai entered Chang'e's prison, the disappeared red tentacles reappeared. This time they turned into propellers, taking them back and forth quickly. Big fish. Woo woo woo. They were powerless, and could only helplessly watch the big fish's figure getting farther and farther away from them. They left without seeing that the big fish's nest woven by blue vines wrapped them into two sacks, and slowly sank into the mud and sand on the seabed. After that, the vines began to wither and die, turned into mud and sand, and sank to the seabed. Woo-oh! After a long cry in the deep sea, there was silence, and the blue light completely disappeared in the darkness, symbolizing that the big fish couple officially bid farewell to this world. Back. They are back. The soldier in charge of the sentry saw the magical bubble ball from a distance, shouted excitedly, and passed the message to other team members. Last time, Chang'e also came back on this kind of bubble ball, and brought back many rare seafood. Except for those necessary posts, other soldiers put down their work, even the nets that had just been cast, and surrounded the coastline, waiting for Chang Yi's arrival. The soldier on the sentry said that he saw many small balls in the ball. In a daze, they were pulled ashore by the sergeant. Colonel, when will the sack disappear this time? We can make preparations. The sergeant in front looked at the floating sack inside, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. There are so many small balls, and the harvest must be quite a lot. After coming back, Chang Yi has been holding the two little kuni in a daze. Shan Mufeng couldn't break the sack by himself, so he could only shout to the people outside, "Send us back to the temporary house, and you can disperse. There is no supplies this time, so you don't have to surround us." As soon as he said this, the soldiers beside him looked at each other in disbelief. Without supplies, what were the small balls inside? The duty of a soldier made them dare not disobey the orders of their superiors. Everyone worked together to lift the balloon and sent them back to the temporary house. Xiao Mao left last. Before leaving, he asked, "When can you come out?" "Not sure. According to the last situation, it should be early this morning." Shan Mufeng frowned and replied. He hoped that the balloon would break earlier than anyone else. He was worried about Chang Yi's situation. No matter what he said on the way, she did not respond. "Okay." Xiao Mao nodded, indicating that he understood. "I will send someone to guard outside. If you need anything, just shout." "How is it?" Lun Yuegang was on the boat, and did not wait for them at the beach. He rushed over as soon as he had time. He consumed a lot last winter, and most of his private warehouse was emptied. Now he is in urgent need of supplies. Xiao Mu shook his head, stopped him from rushing in, and briefly explained the situation to him. What should they have encountered? Chang Yi looked like something was wrong. Shan Mufeng said there were no supplies this time. Is it serious? They had seen Shan Mufeng's feelings for Chang Yi over the past year, and knew that if something happened to Chang Yi, Shan Mufeng would probably go crazy. Don't know what caused it. But it shouldn't be a good thing. Chang Yi looked unusually haggard. Xiao Mu didn't say his guess, only saying, "I don't know, it should be fine," but she looks down. After hearing his words, Ling Yu didn't want to go in and disturb them, but just silently glanced at the closed door, and said to the sergeants on both sides, "Be smart, report anything immediately." The sergeant immediately stood at attention and replied, "I guarantee it will be done." "Sir." Chapter 351. This time the balloon disappeared much earlier than they thought, perhaps because the owner who made them disappeared. At the moment of regaining freedom, Shan Mufeng reached out in time to catch Chang Yi, who fell down. Even though she was unconscious, she did not forget to hold the two little kuni tightly. Shan Mufeng tried several times but failed, and finally had to put Chang Yi on the bed. He originally thought that without the protection of the balloon, the two little kuni would definitely have problems soon, but he didn't expect that they seemed to adapt to the environment without water. Shan Mufeng looked at the transparent little wings that had just grown on their backs in silence. "Little guys, you put your wings away first, okay?" Seeing the abnormality of the two little things, Shan Mufeng's eyes flickered. He needed to call a doctor to check Chang Yi. Their condition was not suitable for others to see. The little kunia may have understood what he said. Its newly grown wings were hidden back into its body. It stiffened its body and rolled its eyes, acting like a dehydrated fish. If it weren't for its cute little tail wagging, Shan Mufeng would have been fooled by them. So good. He touched the little kunia's head, chuckled and praised it, then turned around and dialed the number of the medical team, asking them to come over and check Chang Yi now. The medical team lived next to them. After hanging up the phone for a while, they came with instruments and expertly gave Chang Yi a full body check. Miss Shan is fine. She's just too emotional and a little tired. She'd be fine after a good night's sleep. After sending the medical team away, Shan Mufeng refused Xiao Mao's visit, took off his coat, and went to bed to accompany Chang Yi to rest. Fearing that the two little salamanders would get into trouble if they were out of water for a long time, he moved the aquarium into the room and taught them how to use it before closing his eyes and falling asleep. That night, Chang Yi had nightmares all the time. Shan Mufeng didn't dare to fall asleep. As soon as he found that something was wrong with her, he held her and coaxed her. It was not until dawn that she stopped having nightmares and fell asleep peacefully. Chang Yi didn't wake up, and Shan Mufeng didn't dare to leave. In the morning, at dawn, he asked the medical team to come to check Chang Yi again. The doctor still said the same thing, that she would be fine after she woke up. As the medical team said, 3 days later, Chang Yi was no longer sad when she woke up. She smiled and hugged her stomach and acted coquettishly with him, saying that she was hungry. "Okay, do you want seafood porridge? It's freshly cooked. I get it for you right away." Seeing her recover, Shan Mufeng's eyes were wet with excitement. He nodded randomly and stumbled when he went out because he was in a hurry. After Shan Mufeng left, the smile on Chang Yi's face collapsed. She remembered all the words Shan Mufeng said to comfort her when she was asleep. In fact, she was sometimes a very selfish person. She liked Shan Mufeng. But if Shan Mufeng left first, she would be sad, but she would never give up her life, because she knew the endless fear of death. At the same time, she didn't want others to give up their lives because of her departure. To love others, you must love yourself first. Little guy, you can't learn from your father in the future. Chang Yi teased the little Kun salamanders snorkeling in the aquarium, and talked to them seriously, vowing to change the habits of their clan and train them to be sea kings, not infatuated species. Come, drink 2 sips of soup first. Shan Mufeng came in without interrupting her communication with the little Kunyu, and scooped a spoonful of soup to feed her. She ate it mouthful by mouthful with his hand. After dinner, Shan Mufeng asked softly, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Although Chang Yi was smiling, there was always a trace of sadness in her eyes. Meeting his concerned eyes, Chang Yi nodded and took the initiative to reach out for a hug. "Carry me, how is their harvest?" This time she has not seen the situation of the fishing team, and she doesn't know if she can make Minister Jia happy. "It's okay." Shan Mufeng hugged her tightly with one hand, and found a purple satin cloak for her to wear. Chang Yi disliked it because it blocked her vision, and didn't want to wear it. Shan Mufeng held her hand, and said gently, "The sea breeze is strong, be obedient and wear it." Before leaving, Chang Yi glanced at the aquarium next to her, and thought of the 2 little guys in it. She patted Shan Mufeng and said, "Wait a minute, let's take the little Kunya with us." "Okay." Shan Mufeng had no objection to her request. He turned around, turned back, picked up the aquarium, and walked out. "Are you tired? I'd better get down and walk by myself?" Chang Yi realized at this moment that he was holding her in his arms with one hand like a child, and he had to hold the aquarium with the other hand. Shan Mufeng looked at her sincerely and said, "Don't move, sit still, okay? I want to hold you." She actually saw a trace of panic in Shan Mufeng's eyes. "This man is really," Chang Yi sniffed, suppressed the sourness in her heart, grinned at him, stroked his still handsome face with her fingers, nodded heavily, and said, "Okay, let you hold me." During the 3 days when Chang Yi was in a coma, Shan Mufeng would use his hands to feel her breath every time she woke up to make sure she was still alive. Only by pressing her tightly against his chest, and feeling her warm body temperature could he comfort his helpless heart. Lung Yu saw their travel style and sneered, "Wow! Where did this national treasure come from? It's so grand." Shan Mufeng frowned and glanced at him displeasedly. Chang Yi raised her head and replied proudly, "Humph! It's necessary. You move aside. You're blocking the way." Lung Yu, After falling asleep once, this person's face is even thicker. Cough cough. Xiao Mao clenched his fist and coughed twice to hide the smile in his throat. He looked at Chang Yi and asked, "Did you ask the medical team to check after you woke up?" "Thank you. We checked it out, nothing's wrong." "That's good. When you have time, please reply to Yaching and the others. They have called a lot in the past few days." Xiao Mao conveyed greetings from several of her friends. "Okay, I will." She had just woken up, and had no time to check the communication. When she heard Xiao Mao's words, she turned on her laptop, looked up, took a selfie, and sent it to her friends to let everyone know that she was safe. Only when they got to the boat did Shan Mufeng put her down, but he still didn't let her leave too far away from him, holding her hand all the time. "How's your recent harvest? Have you caught any delicious seafood?" Chang Yi pulled Shan Mufeng around to look around. There happened to be a fishing net that had just come up on the deck in front. She immediately gave up asking, and squeezed to the front to see for herself. "Who cast this net? His luck is too bad. If you can do it, go for it." Chang Yi looked at Lung Yu, who was indignant in the back with disdain. There was no need to look for it. It must be his stinky hand that cast the net. "What kind of luck do you have? You have such a big net. Do all the big and small things weigh 10 kilograms? Your hands are smelly, and you are not allowed to complain." Lung Yu wanted to refute her, but looking at the dismal harvest in the net, he could only snort coldly, and said nothing more. Chapter 352. It's okay. It's not easy to catch seafood. This is normal. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Mao stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. "Is this normal?" Chang Yi looked at him suspiciously, looking at the white fishing nets everywhere, seriously suspecting that he was lying to her for the sake of his brother's face. Shan Mufeng gathered her hair that was blown by the sea breeze, chuckled and said, "Xiao Mao didn't lie. Sea creatures are cunning, they are fast in the water, and it is difficult to catch them. The last time we were able to have such a big harvest was all thanks to your bait." The sergeant who was sorting the fishing net on the ground looked at her expectantly and said, "Yes. Miss Chang-yi, do you still have that bait?" The sergeant who was sorting the fishing net together also said, "It is too difficult to catch seafood now. Before you came back 3 days ago, there was a strange wind that broke the fishing net we brought. I don't know if it can be repaired when we go back. If it can't be repaired, Minister Jia will probably go crazy. How much seafood have you harvested these days?" Everyone said so miserably that Chang-yi was a little suspicious. In her impression, when fishing with fishing nets in the sea, the seafood should be piled up like a mountain when the nets are collected. Even if the value of the seafood is a little lower, the quantity will definitely not be less. "Here. They are all there. Go and see for yourself." Lung Yu pointed to the aquarium beside him. Chang-yi let go of Shan Mufeng's hand, walked over, opened the box, and stood on tiptoe to take a look. So miserable, she could only say it was outrageous. After 4 or 5 days, the fishing team of hundreds of people only had half a box of seafood, and they were all of the types that tasted bad. "Pa! Pa! Pa! Pa!" The seafood in the box sensed the danger and fled in all directions. Some fish jumped high from the water to save their lives, leaving a beautiful water bridge in the air behind them. "Hey! Don't bite, don't bite!" She was stunned for a second, and the 2 little kuni that should have stayed in the water tank jumped into the seafood box in front of her with a splash, chasing the seafood inside and biting it. "What is this?" Lung Yu bit his hand and tried to catch the little kuni as he spoke, but Shan Mufeng grabbed his wrist and stopped him. "I pay for what the little guy eats later." Shan Mufeng also saw the 2 little kuni pounce on food like hungry tigers, and then he remembered that he hadn't fed them in the past few days, which means that they have been hungry for 4 days since they were born. Lung Yu looked at the little fellow chasing seafood in the box, frowned, and glanced at him disapprovingly. He should know how difficult it is to catch seafood now. He is still so indulgent. This thing must have been brought back by Chang-yi. Thinking of this, his mind moved slightly, and he smiled and said, "They ate so many seafood, you can use them to compensate. Anyway, they should also be seafood, right?" "Humph!" Chang-yi glared at Lung Yu. "You wishful thinking. It's just eating some of your seafood. I compensate you. Don't even think about taking advantage of them." Shan Mufeng kicked Lung Yu and asked him to restrain himself and stop irritating Chang-yi all the time. He stepped forward and touched the top of Chang-yi's head soothingly, whispering, "Ignore him. I won't let him take the little kuni away. You just need to have a good rest. I take care of the seafood." Chang-yi also knew that Lung Yu's words were mostly jokes, but she couldn't stand hearing them now. After eating, the little kunwai happily chased the seafood, just like a cat chasing a mouse. When they saw them swimming far away, they would chase them, bite their tails, and drag them back, slap them twice with their tails, and then let them go and let them run away. "Chang-yi, get these 2 out quickly. If they don't come out, I really cook them as seafood." Half of the seafood in the aquarium was eaten by these 2 little things, and they only picked the expensive ones to eat. Not only did they finish eating, but they also abused the remaining seafood. Look, the seafood was tossed around and rolled their eyes. This time Chang-yi didn't refute. The little kuni was a bit too much. Not only did they not eat, but they also held them in their mouths to play. "Okay, stop playing. Let's go somewhere else to play, okay?" She took the fishing net and put it into the water carefully, coaxing them out. The little kuni cooperated and got into the net. "Woo!" It called twice, as if telling Chang-yi that they were ready and could take off at any time. Although Shan Mufeng said that he would solve the seafood problem, Chang-yi still wanted to solve it herself, not for anything else, but for the 2 hungry little kuni. She also wanted to catch more seafood and store more food for them. "I want to go over there." Chang-yi pointed to the bottom depression where she had been last time. Lung Yu listened and said calmly, "Don't go there. It's flooded, you can't get down." The place Chang-yi mentioned, they had already explored it. It had been submerged by the sea, turned into a shallow sea area, nothing there. Chang-yi didn't believe anything Lung Yu said. "Okay, I go with you." Shan Mufeng held her in the hovercraft. The place was a bit remote, and a bit far to walk. Chang-yi was not suitable to walk so much in her condition. Lung Yu looked at Shan Mufeng coaxing her like a child, snorted coldly, and said unhappily, "Just spoil her." Shan Mufeng helped Chang-yi tidy up her clothes, and then replied, "She is my wife." Xiaomu pulled Lung Yu, quickly took over the conversation, and said to them, "Lung Yu is telling the truth. There is a shallow sea area over there now. You can go for a walk and come back early." Shan Mufeng nodded in understanding, got in the car and took Chang-yi with him. According to the route in memory, they soon arrived at the place. It was indeed level with the sea surface as Lung Yu and the others said, and it became a shallow sea area. Shan Mufeng parked the hovercraft in a dry place on the side, asked Chang Yi to stay in the car, and went down to take a look. When they came last year, the seawater was still a long distance away from here. After the tide receded, the place where Chang Yi and the others caught seafood was far away from the coast and very safe. Now, after the tide receded, the seawater here has flooded the dwarf forest area inside. After a simple walk and a thorough investigation, Shan Mufeng turned back and said to her, "The water here is about to fill the forest area. You can't catch seafood there like last year. Do you still want to come down?" Chang Yi leaned over and looked through the side of his neck. The familiar reef was submerged under the seawater. When the waves were floating, you could occasionally see a little tip popping out. "Yes, I still want to see it. If not, we will go back. Even if you can't catch seafood here, you can let the little Kuni go down and swim a few laps to relax. They have been shrinking in the aquarium these days, which is too uncomfortable." Chang Yi wanted to go. Shan Mufeng took out the hoverboard and held her on it. "You are not suitable for waiting. Sit on it. I will help you walk." The hoverboard flew very low. She sat on it, holding Shan Mufeng's shoulders, and he led her slowly forward, and the little Kuni was also released. As soon as the little Kuni touched the sea water, it swam far away in a few seconds. Chang Yi used his hand as a trumpet and shouted at them, "Don't run too far, remember to come back." Chapter 353. Watching the little Kunia swim away happily, Shan Mufeng looked back and suggested to Chang Yi, "Let's go to the forest area inside. There is no water there. You can also go down and walk." Chang Yi didn't want to wade in the water either, so she nodded and let him lead her to the side. There is no seafood here, and she also wants to go into the forest area to see if she can find other good things. Lung Yu and his friend's harvest is really too shabby. The few small fruits they picked are small and astringent, and not delicious at all. They still have the nerve to show off in front of her. The dwarf forest here is also different from when they came last year. The outer part may have been soaked in seawater, and the grass has changed color and started to evolve in the direction of water grass. They walked around and found only a short black berry. Shan Mufeng walked over, broke it off with the branches, and brought it to Chang Yi. "Here. Try it." They call this kind of berry baji fruit, because it has a thin skin and a lot of water. It will break if you pinch it and break if you touch it. It is not suitable for transportation. If you encounter it, you can only break it off with the branches and eat it fresh. Chang Yi simply didn't touch it with her hands, but pinched the branches and bit them. Seeing that she liked it, Shan Mufeng turned around and cut down the entire branch with fruits. In order to make it easier to put them, he left enough space at the bottom so that they could put them in a bottle later and keep them for a longer time. After cutting the fruits, they walked to the parking place, thinking of putting the berries away first and then coming back. Halfway through the road, they suddenly heard a donkey's bray. They paused and looked over to see what was in the forest. It was eating grass with its head down. The front half of its body was blocked by trees, and it was not clear. Only a plump big butt was shaking there. She couldn't recognize what the butt was, so she leaned over and whispered in Shan Mufeng's ear, "What is that?" Chang Yi stared at the big butt with sparkling eyes, and she felt that the opportunity to slap Ling Yu in the face was coming. Shan Mufeng squinted and stared at the shaking butt. Combined with the cry he just heard, he judged, it should be a sea donkey. Donkey meat on fire. Catch it. Must catch it. The sea donkey looks very similar to an ordinary donkey, but it doesn't grow hair and is larger than a donkey. It likes to live in shallow waters, but it doesn't eat seafood, but likes to eat aquatic plants. The sea donkey has thick skin and meat, amazing bite force, and has its own immunity. If you want to catch it, you can only fight it in hand-to-hand combat. There are only 2 of them now, and Chang Yi has no fighting power. Shan Mufeng thought about it for a while, and decided to pretend that he didn't see it, send Chang Yi back first, and then come back to bring people to deal with the sea donkey. Chang Yi stared at the sea donkey with burning eyes, and even thought of the menu in her mind. As a result, she didn't expect Shan Mufeng to take her out and prepare to go back like this. She hurriedly grabbed Shan Mufeng's collar and tried to jump off the hoverboard. "Hey! Wait! Aren't we going to catch it? Be good. Don't move, sit still." Shan Mufeng was frightened by her, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly turned around to steady her body and prevent her from getting off. He quickly explained to her, "I can't beat it alone. Let's go back and call for help, and then come back to find it." Chang Yi looked back at the sea donkey that was eating happily, but what if it runs away? She couldn't bear to let it go. The sea donkey was a delicious ingredient with a good taste and high nutritional value. It was not easy to meet it, but she left like this. If it ran away when they came back, they would miss it. But what Shan Mufeng said was also reasonable. She had no fighting power, and would only drag him down if she stayed here. She looked back, and saw the sharp corner of the reef not far away. She suddenly thought of the characteristics of the sea donkey, and a light bulb flashed in her mind. She eagerly grabbed Shan Mufeng's hand and said, "I thought of how to catch the sea donkey. The sea donkey is naturally not sweating, but it is afraid of heat. Every day, except when it goes ashore to find food, it soaks in the water to cool itself down, but this thing can't swim." After listening to Chang Yi's words, Shan Mufeng sent her back to the hovercraft according to the original plan, and then turned around and walked to the reef with the baji fruit. He first tied the baji fruit to a stone, and threw it in the middle of the reef, so that it could float in the middle, and not be washed away by the sea water. After making these preparations, Shan Mufeng approached slowly and quietly. When he was within the attack distance, he condensed a thunderball, and hit the grass that the sea donkey was eating. Crack! The million volts only made the sea donkey's lips feel an electric shock. Ah! The sea donkey thought it was the grass, and howled and spit out all the half-chewed grass in his mouth. When the discomfort on his lips disappeared, he turned his clumsy body, changed direction, and continued to eat. Shan Mufeng, if it weren't for God's care, this thing would be stupid enough to kill me. Helpless, Shan Mufeng could only change his position. This time, he didn't even hide his whereabouts and approached openly. The sea donkey's pointed ears trembled, and he looked up and met Shan Mufeng's eyes. His body paused. Shan Mufeng's muscles were tense, and he clenched the laser knife in his hand and entered a state of combat readiness. Tulyulu, the sea donkey noticed his intrusion, but did not attack or run away. Instead, it made a mocking sound, stuck out its tongue in the direction of Shan Mufeng, lowered its head to continue eating, and deliberately opened its mouth to make exaggerated chewing sounds. Shan Mufeng was a little speechless. Would eating the sea donkey make people so stupid? No matter whether it was stupid or not, Chang Yi wanted to eat a full donkey feast, and he must deal with this stupid thing today. Shan Mufeng used the same trick again, condensed the thunder ball again, and blew up the food that the sea donkey wanted to eat. This time, he did not give the sea donkey a chance to provoke, and blew up all the grass around it. The granary was destroyed, and the sea donkey was finally aroused by Shan Mufeng. Its nostrils expanded outwards, and it panted and made a low roar before the battle. The next second, the earth was shaking, and it turned into a huge cannonball and rushed over. Shan Mufeng turned and ran towards the reef, looking back from time to time, and used the laser knife to add a few marks on the sea donkey's body to keep it enthusiastic. The baji fruit floated with the waves in place, and it was about to succeed, but the sea donkey behind him stopped at this time. It was hungry, and was ready to turn back to eat, and didn't want to chase. Shan Mufeng's mouth twitched. "My heart is so tired." In order to call back its enthusiasm, Shan Mufeng turned his wrist and swung several knife lights, slashing its body. The sea donkey stopped, looked back and howled at him, and its long tail suddenly stood up. Puff! 2 lumps of green mush just floated in the water. Floating! Floating! It smiled contemptuously at Shan Mufeng and slowly went back to the shore to eat grass. High defense is really amazing. This feeling that you can't stand it but can't kill me is really awesome. Sometimes, beasts should be greedy to save their lives. No matter how Shan Mufeng tossed it, the sea donkey would not move, not even a glance at him, just eating by itself, treating Shan Mufeng's attack as a tickle. Chapter 354. While Shan Mufeng was struggling with the sea donkey, another sea donkey discovered the baji fruit in the middle of the reef. Its clear eyes lit up. Is there anything happier than someone bringing food to your mouth when you are hungry? It shook its ears happily, tilted its head, and walked slowly into the reef area. It had no chance to call out, and its mouth opened and closed, and the sea water made a gurgling sound as it swallowed and spit out seawater. Its huge body floated up and down in the water, and its not-so-short limbs kept struggling underwater to find a foothold. Soon, its consciousness gradually blurred, and its body gradually sank, and the ripples on the water surface gradually spread and returned to calm. Shan Mufeng and the sea donkey struggled for more than half an hour, and finally the sea donkey felt hot, and walked into the water by itself. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shan Mufeng followed, carefully leading it to the trap. This time, the sea donkey did not make any more troubles, and followed his path step by step into the reef. Baji! Baji! The sea donkey likes the taste of the baji fruit very much, and rolls it into its mouth with branches and leaves to chew. The heat in its body subsided, and the sea donkey moved its position with steady steps, preparing to return to the shore to continue eating. On the way, it did not forget to show a provocative smile to the place where Shan Mufeng was hiding. Shan Mufeng's pupil shrank suddenly. This situation was not right. He had seen that the middle of this reef was enough to submerge a sea donkey. Now it looked like it had a foothold below. He did not continue to chase the sea donkey, but waited until it walked away, swam to the reef area, held his breath and dived. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, he found something unusual. The thing under his feet was elastic. It was not a hard stone, but the body of an animal. Shan Mufeng touched its tail, grabbed it, and dragged it upstream. It was not particularly strenuous to drag it in the water with buoyancy. After reaching the shallow water area, Shan Mufeng felt a little strenuous. The sea donkey was not particularly large, but it was more than 500 kilograms, and it had drunk a lot of water before. He slowly walked towards the hovercraft, leaving a long water trail behind him. Chang'e had been lying on the window watching. When he saw his figure appear, he immediately opened the car door and prepared to welcome his arrival. Chang'e saw that he was struggling to walk, thinking that the prey was too heavy, set up the hoverboard stored on the side, pushed it out, waved and shouted to him, "Shan Mufeng, put the things on the hoverboard." At this time, the hoverboard had flown in front of Shan Mufeng. He first waved to Chang'e, then gathered his strength to lift the sea donkey and pushed it onto the hoverboard. The sea donkey was too heavy, and the hoverboard shook twice before it was barely stable, but its flying height and speed were significantly reduced. Without dragging the heavy sea donkey, Shan Mufeng walked back quickly with the help of the hoverboard. Wow! It's so big! How heavy do you think it is? The small hoverboard carrying the huge sea donkey was swaying and floating on the side. Shan Mufeng took off his diving suit, looked back, and said, "This sea donkey is not heavy, about 500 pounds. It just looks big because it drank too much water. After the water in its stomach is drained, it will probably weigh about 300 pounds. Chang'e counted on his fingers. An adult soldier can eat 7 to 8 pounds of meat in one meal. If they encounter meat with low nutritional value, it is not a problem for them to eat more than 30 pounds. With this calculation, this sea donkey is not enough for their meal. It is still not enough to eat. Do you think there will be more sea donkeys here?" Shan Mufeng paused, thinking of the sea donkey that was still eating grass comfortably, and nodded slowly, yes. Chang'e didn't notice his abnormality, and continued to talk about her plan. "Then can we go fishing again? Anyway, there are still berries." Shan Mufeng looked at the sea donkey outside the car with a flash of his eyes, and put on the diving suit he had just taken off. "Give me your small boggy fruit. I go to the reef again." Chang'e picked a small one from the bottle as he said, looked at the dense fruits on the branches, rolled his eyes, pulled most of them off, leaving only a few hanging on them, and gently poked the peel to let them retain some juice. Shan Mufeng took the branch she had carefully handled and chuckled, "I'll be back soon, you should be careful," turned and walked towards the reef. "Wow! It's a sea donkey!" A strange exclamation sounded. Not long after Shan Mufeng left, a strange woman appeared out of nowhere, looking at the sea donkey with eyes that were frighteningly bright. Chang'e's pupils shrank suddenly, and she became alert. Now, there were only the two of them, and she was pregnant. This person had never looked at her straight in the eyes since she appeared, and she was afraid that she had bad intentions. "This is my prey, please stay away." The woman looked at Chang'e up and down with a squinting eye, smiled contemptuously, ignored her warning, and touched the storage container in front of her to grab it. Crack! Chang'e didn't indulge her either. Before her hand touched the sea donkey, he waved his arm to send her a palm thunder. "Ah!" The woman screamed, covered her injured hand, staggered back a few steps before stopping. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at Chang'e unwillingly. Chang'e smiled at her disdainfully. His eyes fell on her injured hand, his eyebrows raised, and he said to her jokingly, "You were brave enough to snatch something from under my nose." When Mioren was afraid of Chang'e's weapon, and did not dare to move forward, but she did not leave. She had just sent a message to her cousin, and she believed that they would come soon. The two stared at each other for half a quarter of an hour. "Oh my God! Mioren, who hurt you?" With a pretentious voice, as fake as it could be, Howlina ran over with her small steps, twisting her steps 3 times. Then, with a look of shock on her face, she walked around with Mioren and asked, "Mioren, how did you get hurt so badly? Who is it? You actually attacked a gifted master." Chang'e rolled her eyes speechlessly. She really can talk nonsense. She was very careful when she gave Mioren the thunder. She just forced her back and warned her. She didn't hurt anyone at all. Nana? Miorin, are you alright? Muqing? Chang'e didn't expect to meet him here. His name was not on the military's hunting team this time. It seemed that he should have come with another team. When she saw him appear, Chang'e quietly sent a message to Leng Yu and others at the garrison. The opportunity to snatch prey really does not discriminate between men and women. When Miorin saw her backer coming, pointed in Chang'e's direction and started to spread rumors, "Sister, it's her. I finally killed a sea donkey with the formation plate, and just when I was about to take it back, she rushed out and injured me with energy. She wanted to snatch it. Ha ha. This woman is really good at making up stories. She can make up stories like this. What kind of talent master is she? It would be great if she could be an editor and write storybooks." Chapter 355. How Lena had seen the appearance of the sea donkey long ago, and knew that it was impossible to kill it with Miorin's ability. Moreover, the sea donkey had no external injuries, and did not look like it was strangled by the array plate. But none of this mattered. How Lena did not respond to her words first, but quietly observed the expression of Muqing, who followed behind, then turned to Chang'e with tears in her eyes, and said sadly, "I know your Chang family has something against me. You can just come to me. Why do you want to involve innocent people and hurt my cousin? Good, good, good. This performance should be applauded here." Chang'e applauded her, and said to them with a smile, "You are really funny. You take yourself too seriously. Who are you? Is it worth it for me to target you? You? Chang Jiujiu killed my child. I just want her to give me an explanation. You protected her and protected her. Now you hurt my cousin. You are too much." How Lena did not mention the matter of robbing the sea donkey, but only talked about Chang'e's beating people, and even brought up Chang Jiujiu's matter, giving people a feeling that she was deliberately taking revenge. With her brain, Chang Jiujiu deserved to lose. Chang'e raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Your child, who you didn't even want, is still used as an excuse after his death. How pitiful. Chang Jiujiu's matter is a grudge between you. I have never intervened from beginning to end. Now, you don't have to use her as an excuse. Your cousin wanted to steal the prey, and she deserved to be injured. If you dare to steal it, I will kill you. Chang'e, this sea donkey was clearly killed by our formation plate. Even if you are Colonel Shan's wife, you can't steal our prey." A soldier behind Muqing stepped forward and said, receiving his eye's signal. Chang'e saw two soldiers approaching the sea donkey quietly, narrowed his eyes, and shouted, "Poseidon!" Poseidon, who was hiding behind Chang'e, rushed out with a whoosh, blocked the sea donkey, and struck the approaching soldiers with 2 lightning strikes. Chang'e intended to teach them a lesson, telling Poseidon not to show mercy. The 2 lightning strikes were different from the ones he usually struck. The 2 soldiers' defense shields instantly collapsed after just one encounter, and they were struck to the bone. If Muqing hadn't reacted quickly enough, and had someone dragged them back in time, I'm afraid they would have died under Poseidon's lightning. They had already started, and both sides no longer held back. Muqing held 2 swords, and slashed several fire blades at Poseidon. Muqing's assistant took advantage of Poseidon being entangled by him, and quickly stepped forward, ready to pull the sea donkey away. Chang'e, who was always paying attention, noticed it, and used palm thunder to block their forward steps. Chang'e's move surprised the people on Muqing's side. If they hadn't seen it wrong, the thunder seemed to be made by Chang'e himself, not by the array. Before they could figure it out, a stronger thunder attack came. This time it was not Chang'e who made the move, but Shan Mufeng, who had just returned. He originally planned to come back after setting up the trap, but this time, he didn't know whether the broken skin of the baji fruit was more attractive, or whether the sea donkey was addicted to it after eating it once, and walked in carelessly when he just put it in. This time, there was no companion standing on tiptoe in the reef. Like its companion, it stepped on empty air and drowned without even biting the baji fruit. Shan Mufeng saw this and waited for it to completely stop moving, then went down to drag it back, which delayed it for so long this time. His arrival made the people on Muqing's side nervous. Looking at the sea donkey behind him, that was bigger than the one just now, they attacked him without saying a word. Chang'e hid in the protective shield, and watched them fight nervously. There were 7 people besieging Shan Mufeng. Among them, a gold warrior was the most despicable, and always made sneak attacks. Most of Shan Mufeng's injuries were caused by him. Shan Mufeng, be careful on the left. The gold warrior took advantage of Shan Mufeng's dodge, and gathered a 1-meter-long sword behind him on the left side, and chopped from top to bottom. Thanks to Chang'e's reminder, Shan Mufeng instinctively turned to the right, and dodged the attack. Mu Qing and his people were too many. Shan Mufeng was obviously at a disadvantage, and his injuries were getting more and more. Chang Yi was so anxious that he kept poking the communication letter and urging the support team. Bang! The intense light made it impossible to open your eyes. After the strong light, there was a huge explosion. Chang Yi closed his eyes and faced the direction of the explosion, curling his lips. The support team finally arrived. Mu Qing! What do you mean? The arrival of Leng Yu and his men calmed the battle quickly. Mu Qing's men were forced to stop and retreat to one side. Mu Qing's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "You robbed our prey and injured my people, and you don't allow us to resist." "That's right. Your captain's wife robbed our prey and injured our gifted master. You must give us an explanation." Shan Mufeng half squinted his eyes, and looked at Mu Qing and his eyes with a chilling coldness. "You, the second team, where did you get such a thick face?" When Mioran raised his injured hand and shouted, "Chang Yi, it's true that you injured me, and the wound on my hand is still here." Leng Yu and the others ignored her words, and just talked to Mu Qing. "Do you want to continue?" Mu Qing's eyes flickered, and he finally said nothing, waving his hand and turning away with his people. "Brother-in-law, my injury." When Mioran froze in place, and refused to leave, mumbling. Before Mu Qing looked over, Hao Lina glared at her, and said in a low voice, "Shut up. Just let them go like this?" Chang Yi got out of the car as soon as the battle ended, walked to Shan Mufeng, supported him, and took out a bottle of recovery potion for him to take. Xiao Mao stepped forward and asked about Shan Mufeng's physical condition before answering her. "Don't worry. We have reported the matter, and we will settle accounts with them when we go back. It is common to rob supplies outside. Even the teams in the same military district will have friction, but generally, they will not rob openly when they meet outside. If they fail to rob, they will be punished if the other side reacts." "All right." Chang Yi curled his lips and stared at the direction they left, thinking about how to get back at them. "Let's not talk about those unlucky people. Did you catch these 2 sea donkeys?" Xiao Mao was amazed at the sea donkeys. "This thing has a high defense. It usually takes a team of people to deal with it, and it will be scarred. These 2 sea donkeys are intact, and it looks like they died on their own." "Yes. We saw them when we were walking around here. They were just drowned. The meat is fresh. The main thing is that they have more meat, which is more delicious than those skinny fish and shrimps." Chang Yi looked at the 2 sea donkeys beside him with a smile on his face. When he spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at Leng Yu. When he said the last sentence, his voice was deliberately emphasized and raised. Chapter 356. Leng Yu commanded the soldiers behind him to come up and carry the 2 sea donkeys back to the garrison. He didn't even look at Chang Yi. There was no way. Sometimes luck is really mysterious. They brought people to visit this land of harvest last year on the first day. Except for a few small fish and crabs washed ashore by the sea, there was nothing good. But Chang Yi got 2 big guys in just a few hours. It's unacceptable. Shan Mufeng used the treatment device to treat his external injuries. The parts of his back that he couldn't reach were left to her under Chang Yi's stern eyes. The driver's position was handed over to Xiao Mao. As soon as he returned to the garrison, Chang Yi was warmly entertained. "This is the spicy fried snails that Chef Lu personally fried. I just grabbed a bowl. Try it." A bowl of red and spicy fried snails was stuffed into her hands. Chang Yi didn't even know him. She wanted to tell him that she couldn't eat such spicy food, but he had already run away. "This is the candy I brought with me. Here you go." The bowl in his hand had just been taken away by Shan Mufeng, and now there was a handful of brightly colored candy. This candy should be what he likes to eat. In the interstellar era, he can actually get cavities from eating it. Because of surprise, Chang Yi looked at his missing front teeth for a few more times. Maybe her eyes were too focused, which made the sergeant realize something. He covered his mouth with his backhand and turned around and ran away. "I didn't bring anything. This is the fish candy root I found. It's for you to eat and have fun with." The sergeant seemed to have made an appointment. They stuffed things into Chang Yi's hands one by one. When the people behind saw that she couldn't take any more, they threw the things to Shan Mufeng and ran away. The things they gave were not particularly valuable, just some snacks, but Chang Yi was very happy to receive them. The unhappiness just now was all smoothed out, and even Leng Yu, who disliked her, was not so annoying anymore. Chang Yi did not put these things into the storage space, but moved 2 large transparent boxes, carefully put them in one by one, and put them away. Shan Mufeng asked her to wait on the side, and he would pack them for her. "They like you very much." Chang Yi picked up the bangs on her forehead, raised her chin, and said modestly, "That's right. There is no way. I am too popular, Sometimes I am also very distressed. Ling Yu couldn't bear her arrogance, and poured cold water on her again. They like sea donkey meat. This person is really... Chong Yi turned his wrist, and the palm thunder accurately permed Ling Yu's hair. Puff! Shan Mufeng looked at his miserable condition, quickly lowered his head, and accelerated the movement in his hands, so that he could pull Chong Yi away from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Xiao Mao thought of all the tragic things, and barely managed to stop himself from laughing too loudly. Hee. I can't stand it. It's too funny. Ling Yu raised his hand, and touched the top of his head in a daze. As soon as his hand lightly touched the burnt short hair, it turned into flying ash, rustling down, making his cheeks and neck black everywhere. Some of the solid particles he grabbed were small particles. He subconsciously crushed them with his fingers, and turned them into fine black powder. Chong Yi, I'm not done with you. By the time he finished reacting, Shan Mufeng had already hugged Chong Yi and ran away, leaving him standing there helpless and furious. Hee. Let him talk dirty. Are you so happy? Yeah. Happy. Chong Yi wanted to laugh when he thought of Ling Yu having to bear a boiled egg for several days. The place injured by the thunder energy needs to wait until the energy in this part dissipates before it can be treated. She just hit Ling Yu, and Ling Yu will be a boiled egg for at least half a month. Shan Mufeng tapped her nose and scolded with a smile. Naughty. After a pause, he said, if he talks mean again in the future, you can use thunder to strike him again, and don't even leave him eyebrows. Chong Yi wrapped her arms around his neck, raised her head, and kissed him hard on the face. There was a crisp and loud bow, and she smiled and answered loudly, okay. Don't leave him a hair. She didn't want to stay in the house, it was too boring. The most lively place at this time was the kitchen, so she asked Shan Mufeng to take her there to join in the fun. The 2 sea donkeys had been handled by the sergeant in charge of slaughtering. Chef Lu directed his apprentices to cut the meat as needed and set it aside. The fire-baked bread that Chong Yi wanted to eat required the meat to be braised first, so she couldn't eat it at noon and had to wait until the evening. Chef Lu mixed the noodles in advance and put them aside to wake her up. Chef Lu stood by the stove, waving a forging spoon as long as a person, and was making dry pot sea donkey meat. The soldiers who came and went would come to him from time to ask a question. Some asked him to put more garlic, saying it was fragrant, and some suggested adding more chili peppers so that it would taste better. At first, Chef Lu kindly nodded and agreed, but later, he drove people away with a gloomy face, not allowing them to come in before the food was out of the pot. Chong Yi couldn't stand the spiciness, so she ran away early without him. The few baji fruits she had just harvested were all taken by Shan Mufeng and others to catch sea donkeys. She wanted to take a stroll around to see if she could find some more. Chong Yi, are you going to the woods? She peered around the edge of the woods, and 2 soldiers pushed and shoved their way over. Chong Yi nodded honestly and replied, yes. I want to go inside and see if I can find some more baji fruit. He was a little nervous and spoke hesitantly. His companions pushed him several times before he finished speaking. Then, can we go with you? Chong Yi's title of God of Wealth was promoted by Minister Jia. Today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. Now everyone is more convinced of her ability. They all wanted to follow her privately, but she was afraid to do so because of officers like Shan Mufeng. Seeing her walking around alone, they quickly found a chance to approach her and said, of course, but won't this delay your work? Seeing her agree, their eyes lit up instantly, and they rushed to answer, no, the minister said that if you need anything, you can tell us at any time, and we need your full cooperation. That's good. Then let's go inside and take a look now. Minister Jia really thinks highly of her. Wait. We go with you too. Ah. Where did these people come from? They're so scary. The 3 guys who jumped out from the side saw that Chong Yi seemed to be scared by them, so they touched the back of their heads embarrassedly, smiled at her ingratiatingly, and said, Miss Chong Yi, we want to go with you too. Hee. The other 2 people kept nodding and laughing. Chong Yi smiled, as expected. She was still too good. Then follow me, let's go. Hey! Come on, I lead the way. Then he caught up with the sergeant, who asked the question, and like a monkey, he rushed to the front to lead the way. I help you walk. The sergeant who came up to talk to him at the beginning followed closely, and the lackey bent down and stretched out his hand beside Chong Yi, so that she could walk with him. Shui Tao. You are too mean, Miss Chong Yi. I am stronger than him. I will carry you. The strongest sergeant saw this, and squatted down to carry her. Chapter 357. It is the most difficult to accept the kindness of a handsome man, Chang'e tried hard to suppress her restless heart, declined their kindness, and chose to walk alone. They walked into the forest along the path that the predecessors had stepped on. The road in front was relatively easy to walk, but there was no road behind because no one had come in, so they had to explore it by themselves. Originally, Xuetao and Zhong Hao were walking in front, but now Zhang Zhong and Mike, who were the largest and left a pit with every step, led the way, and Chang'e just had to follow behind and walk slowly. They didn't know what was wrong with the baji fruit in this forest. They searched for a long time, but didn't find any. Xuetao was a very careful person. When she heard Chang'e's heavy breathing, she immediately shouted, "Chang'e, shall we take a rest here?" Chang'e looked around. The terrain nearby was flat, and there was no side obstruction, so it was a good place to stay. "Okay, I sit for a while. We look around later to see if there are any baji fruit." Without waiting for Chang'e to find a place to rest, Zhang Zhong moved a big stone for her to use as a stool. "Thank you." No, it's my duty." Zhang Zhong was the tall man who said he would carry her on his back. He was tall but shy. He blushed after just a few words. His hands were so shaky that they made a shadow. Although they said they wanted to rest, Chang'e was the only one who needed to rest. The others didn't need to rest at all. So Zhang Zhong and Mike stayed with her while the other three went around to look for any good things. "Zhang Zhong, do you know which team Muqing came with this time?" Mike quickly replied, "I know that, it's his wife's family." "How, Lena's family?" Chang'e was suspicious. Wasn't Muqing a loving wife before? Seeing that he abandoned Chang Jiaoju when she was useless, without caring about their past affection, she knew that Muqing was also very cold to Chang's family when they just got married. Not to mention taking his wife's family on a mission, he might not even be willing to take Chang Jiaoju with him. Zhang Zhong looked around and leaned over to whisper to them. "I heard that Colonel Mu's newlywed wife's family gave him a high-level formation plate, and it was an offensive one." Chang'e and Mike looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and said "oh" at the same time in tacit understanding. This made sense. I thought Muqing was really good to Hao Lena, and was in love with her. As a result, it turned out that he was still profit-oriented. Chang'e also asked in a low voice, "How did you know this?" "My aunt's daughter's sister-in-law married into the Mu family." Zhang Zhong said, a tongue-twisting relationship to prove that his source of information was reliable and true. When talking about gossip, Zhang Zhong was no longer socially anxious, and he was very excited. Just when they were chatting happily, Xuetao and the others hurried back. "Someone found a short-tailed blue-winged finch over there." "Where?" "Where?" Hearing this news, Zhang Zhong and his partner stood up. The short-tailed blue-winged finch has a special ability. Its call can calm the restlessness of genes. It is a rare and precious animal. Chang'e is not so excited about this thing. She has seen this animal. Its call is like an old tape with a stuck shell. It is terrible. She doesn't like it at all. "Then let's go over there." Zhang Zhong was eager to find the short-tailed blue-winged sparrow. Xuetao did not reply to him, but looked at Chang'e and asked, "Should I buy it?" He was not as careless as Zhang Zhong. They came here to accompany Chang'e to find baji fruit. If they change their plans now, they must consult her first. Chang'e asked, "Is that place far from here?" She needed to consider the distance. If it was too far, she would not go. Zhong Tao quickly replied, "Not far. Just go southwest from here, about 500 meters. Chang'e looked in the direction he said. It was too far. Except for the dwarf trees everywhere, she could not see anything else. Since it was so close, she would not be a scare and nodded. This time, Zhang Zhong and his men were really anxious. They thought Chang'e was walking too slowly, so they used their hands to make a sedan chair with Mike and carried her. The 500-meter journey was soon over. Chang'e heard the familiar sound of a clip not far away, and her pupils shrank slightly. Things became interesting. The first person to discover the short-tailed blue-winged finch was Mioran. In order to win the credit, she did not tell anyone and wandered around in the woods alone to find the short-tailed blue-winged finch. She was lucky enough to find one. "What do you think, we rob her?" Xuetao's face did not change. He pondered seriously and said calmly, "She is a gifted master. We can't do anything to her. It is written in the interstellar law that superpower warriors cannot harm gifted masters. I'm not a warrior, but I can." Chang'e gave him a wicked smile, staring at the back of the figure still wandering in the woods, and raised the corners of her mouth. Chang'e asked them to take her to approach Mioran carefully, and waited for the moment when she sat on the ground to rest. Chang'e decisively took action, and knocked her out with palm thunder. In order to prevent Chang'e from revealing her true identity in front of others, Shan Mufeng specially found a thunder array device for her to conceal her identity. After hitting the target with one strike, Chang Yi quickly trotted to Wen Yuren's side, opened the bird cage on her waist, caught the short-tailed blue-winged finch inside, and retreated with her brothers. Before leaving, he kindly helped her send a distress signal to prevent her from being taken away by the beast. This is the short-tailed blue-winged finch. It sounds so beautiful. Zhang Zhong looked at the palm-sized short-tailed blue-winged finch with an obsessed look. Yes. I feel much more comfortable. Even the steady Zhong Hao sighed with his eyes closed. Chang Yi looked at them suspiciously. How could they hear such a harsh voice as beautiful, not understanding, but respecting? Chang Yi gave them the bird cage with a short-tailed blue-winged finch. I don't have this. You can take it and play with it. Thank you. We give it back to you when we get back. Mike excitedly took the bird cage with both hands. They ran away happily, and when Mioren, who was woken up, was very angry. As soon as she woke up, she touched her waist. Sure enough, the bird cage was empty, and there was nothing inside. She pulled the sergeant who rescued her, and asked who stole her short-tailed blue-winged finch, and asked them to compensate her. Don't be unreasonable. When they came over, they only saw you fainted there. There was no short-tailed blue-winged finch at all. Mu Qing hated women crying the most. When he saw that when Yuren's unreasonable behavior failed, she started to act like a spoiled child, and cried loudly on the ground. He frowned and scolded impatiently. Cry, cry, cry. You still have the face to cry. If you hadn't deliberately concealed it, how could you have been plotted against? When he said that, Wen Mioren cried even more sadly. Chapter 358. Let alone the noise from Wen Mioren, Chang Yi found a little thing that made them stop and go back. Just now Jin Yin, who had been silent all the way, had his foot pinched. If Xue Tao hadn't found that his walking posture was wrong, he would still be silently limping along. Chang Yi glanced at his already swollen instep and said, Oh! Sit down quickly and don't move. Tell me, why are you so honest? You didn't even say you were injured. This injury is okay. Going back is important. Jin Yin smiled shyly. He really felt okay. He was just bitten by an unknown little bug. He could bear it. If they were found by Wen Yuren's team with the short-tailed blue finches, it would be troublesome. Xue Tao retorted disapprovingly. Nonsense. Nothing is more important than life. What if the thing that bit you is poisonous? Under the disapproving gaze of his companions, Jin Yin lowered his head to look at his feet and murmured, I don't think it's poisonous. The blood that had just been squeezed out was black, and he shut up and stopped talking. Chang Yi saw that his wound was swollen and a little scary, and asked Zhong Hao, who was squatting on the ground, to check him. How is his wound? Is it serious? It doesn't seem to be a big problem at the moment. The thing that bit him is not very poisonous. We still have to go back and let the medical team check it to know the details. Zhong Hao is a gold warrior. He used a knife to add 2 cuts to the wound where Jin Yin was bitten, enlarging the wound for easier squeezing, and squeezed out the pus and blood inside until he saw the normal bright red blood. Mike asked, Can you tell what bit him? Zhong Hao pulled up Jin Yin's foot again, carefully observed his wound, and shook his head. I can't see it. I can only see that it was a very sharp object. His wound is on the forefoot, the size of a pinhole. Xue Tao looked at Jin Yin and asked, How did you feel when you were bitten just now? Although doctors can treat ordinary toxins, some special toxins need to find the source before they can prescribe the right medicine. Feeling? Jin Yin was also a little nervous at this moment, frowning, trying to recall what happened just now. At first, I just felt a tingling sensation, but it was short-lived and soon I felt nothing. I thought I stepped on a thorn or something, so I just ignored it and continued walking. Later, I felt a burning sensation in my feet, as if the blood inside was burning. It hurt when I stepped on it, but it wasn't particularly strong. Chang Yi stared at his red feet and asked, Do you feel your heartbeat is particularly fast now, and you feel particularly energetic? Jin Yin subconsciously put his hand on his chest when he heard her words, feeling the frequency of the beating below. Yes, I feel full of strength. Chang Yi nodded, and she thought about what bit him. Do you know what kind of strange beast bit Jin Yin? Seeing that she just nodded and didn't say anything, and her expression was still very strange, Xue Tao and the others became nervous, wondering if it was really a poison that was difficult to cure. As the person involved, Jin Yin's heartbeat was fast due to the poison, and now his heart was beating even faster. Well, I roughly know what it is, but I need to look for it first to see if it is it. Chang Yi pulled her wandering thoughts back to her senses. Zhang Zhong and others immediately said, What is it? Let's help find it together. No, I see if it's okay first. You wait here for a moment. That thing is underground. If you don't pay attention, you may get pricked. Chang'e stopped their good intentions and asked them to wait where they were. She walked back slowly by herself, scanning the ground with her eyes like a radar. The path they had just walked was still there, and the fallen grass and trees had not yet grown up. Chang'e soon saw the small brown tip. She walked forward quickly, first fired a small thunder to paralyze it, then carefully pinched its tip with her hands and shook it left and right, pulling it up little by little. She really guessed it was this thing. The stinging mole cricket is a creature with a plant upper body and an animal lower body. Its upper body is covered with thorns like a cactus, and this thorn will secrete a kind of nerve toxin, which can make people feel energetic and not tired. The antidote is its lower body, an animal similar to a blue shrimp, with a transparent hard shell on the outside and a distinct black line on the abdomen, which is its digestive system. Its lower half is alive and can move. When it encounters danger, it can jump out of the ground and run away. This is why Chang'e Gong wanted to chop it first. Seeing her come back, Shui Tao and others eagerly came forward to ask, "Have you found it?" Chang'e smiled and spread her palms. "Here. Look for yourself. What is this? Why doesn't it look like an animal or a plant? This is, that. Mike looked at it, his eyes widened, pointing at the thing in Chang'e's palm, staring at her, his tongue tied with excitement. "What is this? What is that? Can you speak properly?" Zhang Zhong pushed him with disdain. A grown man with such poor mental quality, he was so calm when he saw a small thing. "Is it what we thought of?" At this time, Shui Tao also remembered what it was. She looked at Chang'e with sparkling eyes, and her heart was beating wildly uncontrollably. "It should be what you thought of," Chang'e replied with a smile. It happened that the stinging mole cricket in her palm woke up and jumped up. She quickly put her hands together to cover it, and prevented it from running away. Huh? Mike and Shui Tao were obviously relieved. They were scared to death. If they let it run away under their noses, they would beat themselves to death. "Why are you so nervous? What on earth is this?" Zhang Zhong still didn't recognize what it was. Jin Yin, who was sitting on the ground to rest, asked hesitantly, "Is it the stinging mole cricket commonly known as the weapon for strengthening combat power?" Chang'e nodded with a smile, and said nothing. Zhang Zhong was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what they were talking about. He asked in disbelief, "Is it the stinging mole cricket I know?" Mike glanced at him and said coldly, "Calm down. A grown man shouldn't be so unstable. It's just a stinging mole cricket." "Calm down? Not happening." Zhang Zhong didn't think he was unstable at all. This was a stinging mole cricket. If the soldier could remain calm when he encountered it, he would not be a normal man. Stinging mole cricket is not just a kind of combat power blessing. It is a full-scale combat power blessing, and continuous consumption can also enhance physical fitness. It is a top-grade tonic. Chang'e had already given them the stinging mole crickets, asking them to enjoy them to their heart's content. "Give this one to Jin Yin. He was pricked by it, and needs to be detoxified." As soon as she finished speaking, the others cast envious glances at Jin Yin, with the same thought in their minds. Why wasn't it them who were pricked? They also wanted to eat stinging mole crickets. Chapter 359. When Chang'e said this, only Jin Yin was the happiest, laughing so hard that his teeth were showing. "I want to detoxify. Please give it to me, thank you." He was visibly happy. Zhang Zhong reluctantly handed over the stinging mole cricket. Woo woo, he also wanted the artifact to enhance his combat power. "Do you need it so much?" Chang'e's eyes silently moved to that private part. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong stood up straight, raised his chest, and covered his key parts with his hands reflexively, and replied in a loud voice, "Ha! How is it possible? I don't need this thing." "A man who is stubborn?" Chang'e pretended to be regretful and sighed, "So you don't need it. I was thinking that if you want it, I can take you to look for it here again. I just saw that there seems to be some here." "Sister, I need it. Please take me to find it quickly." I want it too, sister, don't forgive me." Speechless, these people don't even care about their face, right? When they were chatting just now, they knew that except Zhang Zhong, these people were older than her, so there was no obstacle to calling her sister now. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Zhang Zhong coughed so hard that he couldn't breathe, and Chang'e moved her eyes to him that, "Sister, if there is still this stinging mole cricket, I can also need it." Before she finished speaking, her face was as red as a monkey's, but... "Okay. Since you all want it so badly, I take you to find it." "Just kidding, but we still have to get down to business." Chang'e asked Zhong how to make her a metal stick so that she could have sex easily. Once everything was ready, she took 5 new brothers with her to find the treasure. The spiny mole cricket is valuable. Don't underestimate it because it is small, only the size of a finger. It is sold by the piece, and can be sold for 10,000 to 500,000 yuan depending on the year. This is a 6-year-old one. Zhang Zhong carefully held the spiny mole cricket he had just dug and shouted. The price of spiny mole crickets that are more than 5 years old will increase exponentially. A 6-year-old spiny mole cricket with good appearance can be sold for more than 200,000 yuan. Chang Yi came back after hearing this and admired it with him. He wanted to pat his shoulder to praise him, but unfortunately he was too tall, so he could only give him a thumbs up instead. Not bad, keep working hard. Xuetao and the others were digging spiny mole crickets and could only take the time to look back. The spiny mole crickets were too small to see clearly, but this did not prevent them from being happy. They looked down at the spiny mole crickets that were about to be unearthed in their hands, with more focused eyes and more careful movements. They worked hard and did not notice that there was a person standing not far away staring at them for a long time. This person is Wen Miaoran. She did not follow her teammates back but followed Chang Yi and the others here alone, hoping to find a chance to get her short-tailed blue-winged finch back. She did not want her to discover such a big secret. This time, she learned from the previous lesson and did not act rashly. Instead, she sent a message to her teammates and waited for them to come. When Yoren's teammates received her message and turned around and rushed back without wasting a second. Are there really stinging mole crickets? Hao Lina looked at the person squatting on the ground not far away and dug the soil with an inexplicable expression. She hated Chang Yi more than Chang Jiaojiao. What was the reason? No, she just didn't like her. She was from the same small family. Why was she so lucky to marry a good man and be pampered by him? Even the military looked at her differently, with all kinds of bias. A non-staff member was treated better than their regular staff. Yes. When Miaoran nodded confidently, I just heard it myself. The big guy said he dug up 6-year-old spiny mole crickets. According to Miaoran's idea, he wanted to rush over and rob them all now, but Hao Lina disagreed. She thought it would be better to wait until Chang Yi and the others finished digging before robbing them, because they were not familiar with finding spiny mole crickets. How long will it take them to arrive? Chang Yi wrote and drew on the ground to avoid being heard. We've arrived. Xuetao also wrote on the ground to reply, glancing at the place where Lingyu and the others were hiding. When Yaren's tracking skills were too poor. Not long after she approached, Xuetao and the others discovered her whereabouts and sent a message to Lingyu and the others in advance to call for help. So when Mu Qing and the others came over, Lingyu and the others also arrived. Both sides chose to ambush in the bushes quietly and wait for the opportunity. Chang Yi pretended to be calm and approached the place where the reinforcements were hiding little by little. She walked to the place Xuetao pointed out, but still didn't see anyone. She just saw that the grass and trees in this area were more lush than other places. Chang Yi took her iron stick and carefully tested the edge. There was no way that the wood ability could be used to create camouflage in the wild. It was completely integrated with the surrounding environment. She was afraid that she would step on someone accidentally. Feeling that the metal stick was pulled by someone, she squatted down and asked in a low voice, "Did you bring the things?" The bushes didn't respond, but just pulled her metal stick again. Chang Yi understood, stood up with satisfaction, and shouted to the 5 people who were still performing, almost. "Let's go back. We have searched here." "Yeah. That's good, it's time to go back. It will be troublesome if we are blocked by others." Xuetao answered in cooperation, and winked at Mike and the others, asking them to get ready. "There are only a few of us here, who will come to stop us. You just like to worry about nothing." Zhong Hao supported Jin Yin, and approached Xuetao while talking. If someone was nearby at this time, they would find that his muscles were tense. "Don't worry, if anyone dares to come and grab it, I will blow his head off." Zhang Zhong glanced at Mu Qing and the others practicing, and made a fist-shaking motion. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When the 5 people approached, they winked at each other, turned around at the same time, and released their supernatural powers to attack Mu Qing and the others' hiding place in the back. Boom! Seeing that Chang Yi and the others were about to leave, Mu Qing had already prepared. When they gathered with their backs to him, they rushed forward and prepared to surround them. Xuetao and the others' surprise annihilated the first row of Mu Qing's people. "Oh my! Someone is really coming to block us." Chang Yi pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Xuetao, you should change your career to become a mystic in the future. You are so accurate in your calculations." "Humph!" Zhang Zhong snorted coldly at Mu Qing. "With your limited skills, you still want to launch a sneak attack. After saying that, he whistled provocatively, and his attitude was as arrogant as it could be. Don't be so arrogant, Zhang. A famous gold warrior on Mu Qing's side should know Zhang Zhong. Hearing this, he jumped out and swung more than 10 scimitars to attack. Zhong Hao pushed out a heavy shield with his backhand to block all his attacks, and even released more scimitars in the gaps to return them. The opponent's combat power was obviously not as high as Zhong Hao. His teammates on the side pulled him up, and he was able to avoid Zhong Hao's attack. Chapter 360. Since he was already exposed, Mu Qing did not hide anymore. He waved his hand and prepared to attack head-on, hoping to get the job done before their reinforcements arrived. Bang! The attacks of both sides met in the air, colliding and exploding with dazzling light. The mushroom cloud dissipated. Mu Qing looked at the row of people who suddenly appeared on the opposite side, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that he was being fooled. Go! He gritted his teeth and ordered. Hey! Don't go! Leng Yu shouted at him from behind. What do you want? Mu Qing's black eyes were frighteningly deep. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Leng Yu coldly. Leng Yu was not afraid of his cold face, and replied with a smile. Don't be so nervous. Colonel Mu, I just want to talk to you about a business to see if you are interested. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qing replied without thinking, not interested. Leng Yu is a well-known cunning old fox, and it is rare to do business with him without being cheated. Don't be so arbitrary. It's not too late to listen to what I have to say about the business first. Mu Qing did not answer, but he did not turn around and leave. Leng Yu did not deliberately leave him alone, and directly told him their plans. We dug a lot of spiny mole crickets here today, and we want to sell some of them because we are willing to help others. Mu Qing stared at Leng Yu, trying to find flaws in his face. He did not believe that Leng Yu would be so kind. He was still hesitating, but the others who followed him were tempted. A young master from the main branch of the Hao family walked up impatiently and asked, Are you serious? Are you really going to sell the mole crickets to us? If you can't get the spiny mole cricket, it's worth buying it. He just heard from Wen Mioran that Chang'e and his team found the best spiny mole crickets that are more than 6 years old. Yes. But I see that your captain doesn't seem to want to buy it? Leng Yu glanced at Mu Qing while speaking. His words and deeds showed that he was provoking. The young master of the Hao family only had 6-year-old spiny mole crickets in his mind at this moment. How could he hear any provocation? Besides, even if he heard it, he didn't care. He just wanted to buy the spiny mole cricket. He is not our captain. He has no say. As soon as the young master of the Hao family said this, Mu Qing laughed angrily. The Hao family was really good. He didn't believe that Leng Yu would really sell the spiny mole cricket out of kindness. He simply followed his words, and stepped back to show his attitude that he would not get involved in this matter. Seeing this, Leng Yu's smile became even brighter. Okay, you have guts. You're welcome. Tell me how much you plan to sell. How will you sell it? His attitude was so urgent that it made people suspicious. For a moment, many people on Chang'e's side cast their eyes on that part of his body. Feeling the strong gazes around him, the young master of the Hao family realized that he seemed too excited. He moved his body unnaturally and changed his standing posture. Leng Yu took out the blind box lottery grid that he had prepared long ago and introduced. It's very simple. There are not many spiny mole crickets. Selling them individually is too unfair to those who didn't buy them. So we decided to sell blind boxes. There are real and fake ones in them. There are real spiny mole crickets and fake spiny mole crickets. It depends on who is lucky enough to use the least star coins to buy the best spiny mole cricket. Then the person who didn't get it is at a big loss. Someone in the Hao family's team immediately questioned the unreasonableness of this rule. There is no way, isn't it? This is more fair. Otherwise, if we sell it at the price, people who can't afford it won't be able to buy it. This is not good. We are not those profiteers who deliberately let everyone scramble to raise the price. Leng Yu said while performing, as if I am thinking about you all. Besides, my blind box only costs 10,000 star coins per draw. Think about it. If you get it, you only spent 10,000 interstellar stars to buy something worth tens of thousands of star coins. How cost-effective. The people in the Hao family team felt that this was the truth. If the other side bid openly, then the people in their side branches would definitely not be able to compete with those in the main family. But the blind box is different. Everyone starts at the same starting point. It depends on who has better luck. Then how can you guarantee that there will be stinging mole crickets in the blind box? What if you cheat us? Someone in the Hao family team raised questions. As soon as he said that, Leng Yu immediately responded, the fish was about to be hooked, and replied with a smile, Brother, you asked the point. This blind box is empty now. I will put the spiny mole cricket in front of you before the draw to ensure that it is real and effective. Why explain so much to them? We don't have enough spiny mole crickets for ourselves. It's best if they don't buy them. They are afraid of this and that. We won't sell them. Forget it when we go back. Shuetao deliberately pretended to be impatient and played the red face on the side, acting as a shill for Lung Yu. The people of the Hao family were really fooled, and hurriedly said good words to persuade. Hey! Don't be anxious. Brother, we are just asking. We didn't say we don't want to buy. The person who just raised the question was criticized and blamed by his companions. Lung Yu looked calm and composed, as if he was really persuaded by Shuetao and wanted to regret not selling. Then you have discussed it. How many people want to buy it? I want to see if the blind boxes prepared are enough. We have discussed it. We have discussed it. Several of us want to buy it. Do you think it's okay? The young master of the Hao family came as the leader to discuss with Lung Yu. He kept glancing at the empty blind boxes he took out, calculating in his mind whether the number was enough. Are there too many of you? Lung Yu was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. He frowned and pretended to be embarrassed, shaking his head and sighing. Forget it, who made me a kind-hearted person. I give you 2 more stinging mole crickets and open a few more blind boxes. Captain! Shuetao cooperated and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Captain, what captain? They are all brothers. You should be more broad-minded and not be so stingy. We should save a little and overcome it. 2 stinging mole crickets. It's easy to share them. Lung Yu criticized Shuetao with a serious face, and his eyes were always paying attention to the expressions of the Hao family team. When the difference was not right, he deliberately drove Shuetao away, stepped forward to show the payment code and started to charge formally, preparing to draw blind boxes. Chang'e walked back with Shuetao when they started to seal the blind boxes. The idea of this blind box was hers. She liked to buy blind boxes very much back then. She was cheated a lot but still enjoyed it. Now it seems that this business is still good. There are 30 boxes in each blind box made by Lung Yu, and there is only 1 small thorny mole cricket in it, which is equivalent to selling a star coin worth only 10,000 for 300,000 star coins. Of course, the people of the Hao family are not fools. How could they be willing to see the small thorny mole cricket? They also thought of this problem in advance. In front of them, Lung Yu put thorny mole crickets of different years in each blind box, including the 6-year-old one. But this blind box will not be taken out for drawing, and you will never win this grand prize. As for being exposed on the spot, that won't happen. It's a blind box. If you don't open it, it's just your bad luck, you can't blame others. Chapter 361. Lung Yu led the team to stay there and earn star coins as a boss. Chang'e and the others were not idle after returning to the base. The sea donkey feast in the kitchen was not ready yet, and Chang'e strolled back to the boat. The few small shrimps hanging on the big net were really eye-catching. Did you catch enough to eat today? She looked at the aquarium, and the seafood inside was not much different from before she left. Shuetao grinned and said with a smile, Today, you and Colonel Shan caught sea donkeys, and these seafood can be saved. This way, they will have more supplies when they return, and there are also the spiny mole crickets they dug. Thinking of this, Shuetao looked at Chang'e with a frightening look. Chang'e pouted. This means that the seafood they caught is not enough to consume. She kicked the aquarium with an itchy foot, and saw that the seafood inside was too small, not even a wave was made, and they all huddled in a corner. Sister, be gentle, these seafoods can't help but be scared. Shuetao was startled by her action, and stretched her hands in the air, wanting to stop her, but not daring to. It's so scary that it's just right to eat it. Chang'e didn't care. There was only so much in total. Today, if she didn't eat it at noon, she had to eat it at night. It was just right to add it to the dishes. Chang'e walked forward leisurely, stood at the edge of the fence, and looked down. At this time, a soldier happened to be spreading bait and making nests. Seafood came in one after another. It looked quite lively like a big market, but I didn't know what the bait was made of, which didn't please these seafoods. Some of them ate it, and spit it out again, full of disgust. This was still the case with good tempers. Those with bad tempers directly attacked the fishing nets. Those small water arrows, whoosh. Seeing this, she finally understood why she couldn't catch any fish. It turned out that the food she fed was not to her taste, and it was some dark cuisine. Chang'e asked the sergeant, who had just sprinkled the bait, "Do we only have this kind of bait?" "Yes." The sergeant, who was asked, answered loudly that this was the best-selling bait on the Star Network, and someone had caught a third-level sea beast with it. Is it necessary to answer so proudly about such a bad bait? The two people's ideas were not on the same line. This bait is worse than yours, but there is no better bait than it now. Xiao Mao came from behind with a newly repaired fishing net. Do you still have that bait? Before coming here, Minister Jia said hello and said that Chang Yi's bait was used up. Now he was just asking again tentatively, what if there was still some? Chang Yi glanced at him and replied simply, no more. Xiao Mao was not disappointed with this answer. He nodded calmly, and continued to organize the fishing net and prepare to cast the net. Can I have a basin of this bait? Next time, I sprinkle it. Xiao Mao didn't say anything, just glanced at her, waved his hand, and asked the sergeant to take out a basin of unmixed bait for her. The sergeant thoughtfully helped to get the rest area next to him. There were tables and chairs here, which was convenient for Chang Yi to use. Thank you. Chang Yi thanked politely, and sat on the chair with the help of Shui Tao. Sister, what do you want these baits for? Shui Tao now has a mysterious trust in Chang Yi. Seeing her playing with the bait in the basin, she leaned over mysteriously and approached to ask. Play. It's not known whether it will work or not, Chang Yi just said it casually. Shui Tao is well behaved. When Chang Yi said to play, he nodded and said yes. He didn't say anything nonsense and continued to help. He poured water and added ingredients. When the dry bait in the basin could be kneaded into a ball, Chang Yi said to him, Can you go over there and cut some of this grass? Chang Yi pointed to the cluster of red and yellow flowers not far from the camp. I want red ones, not yellow ones, just the ones on top. Okay. Sister, wait a minute, I go pick them. Shui Tao thought that women really liked these flowers and plants, even the small wild flowers on the roadside. Shui Tao thought Chang Yi wanted to take them back to put in a vase, so he specially picked the flowers that were about to bloom, so that he could keep them for a few more days. Here. Sister, do you think this is okay? I find you some wrapping paper to wrap it up, it will look better. Before he finished speaking, Chang Yi glanced at the flowers in his hand and said, Well, it's okay, it would be better if they were in bloom, you can pick them all and throw them into the pot. Shui Tao didn't react for a moment. She didn't want to take the flowers home because they looked beautiful, but she wanted to use them as bait? He confirmed with Chang Yi again suspiciously, Sister, I'm sorry, do you mean to put these flowers in the bait? Yes. I think those seafood might like this, I want to try it. Chang Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with her words, and replied casually, as if it was a matter of course. Although she didn't understand, but respected, Shui Tao silently picked the flowers and threw them into the bait pot. What should we do next? Chang Yi rolled up her sleeves and kneaded the bait twice. She silently retracted her hands, made room, and said to Shui Tao, You do it. Knead them all together like you would knead dough. Okay. Shui Tao didn't ask why, and just rolled up her sleeves and got to work. The same pot of bait seemed to be light and weightless in his hands. Chang Yi was not like this just now. She could only knead it a little bit with all her strength, and the red flowers made the skin on her hands even more painful. Are you a good cook? Shui Tao smiled modestly at her compliment, not bad. I just cook it sometimes. Seeing the bait in the basin turned into red powder balls in a short while, Chang Yi nodded with satisfaction. It was almost ready to use, and took out a small gourd from the sea, dripped a drop into the bait ball, and the transparent liquid quickly penetrated into it and disappeared. Seeing it disappear so quickly, Chang Yi felt uneasy, so she dripped 2 more drops into it, and she couldn't bear to put more in. She had the least amount of this kind of wine, and she couldn't bear to drink it normally. Gudong. Just as she put away her gourd, there was a loud saliva sound from the side. Chang Yi looked up and saw Shui Tao staring at the bait basin with his eyes wide open and swallowing his saliva. Fearing that he couldn't help it, she quickly reminded him, Don't look at it, this is bait, you can't eat it. I know, I won't eat it secretly. Shui Tao stared at the bait with his eyes wide open, and answered subconsciously. Chang Yi sighed helplessly. Why don't he look at himself now? His words are not convincing at all. Forget it. It's more reassuring for her to look at the bait herself. Chang Yi said nothing, but took the bait bowl away from him. I take care of the rest myself, you go. Shui Tao moved his eyes away from the bait bowl with difficulty, looked at her with the eyes of a pitiful puppy, put his hands together at his chin, and begged, No. Sister, I promise not to cheat, let me accompany you to continue. Good-looking people act coquettishly, which always makes people soft-hearted. Chapter 362. Chang Yi finally softened her heart and let him stay to help, but forced him to wear a mask while working. The next job was simple, which was to use a sieve to rub the bait into small particles of uniform size. After all, They got a pot of bait that looked like a cold granule. What should we do next? Shui Tao was now confident in the bait he made. After all, Chang'e had added such precious things to it, it must have a magical effect, otherwise, he would eat the bait himself. In fact, this bait was also made of scraps of various edible materials, and it was not a big problem for people to eat it. Chang'e saw that his eyes began to change when looking at the bait again, and quickly sent him to ask Xiao Mao if he had an empty fishing net and move it out for her to use. This bait with fruit wine was too tempting, and it had to be used quickly. It was too unsafe to leave it there. Shui Tao came back with a small fishing net and asked excitedly, "Sister, I got it back. Where are we going to catch fish now?" Chang'e looked around the deck and pointed to an empty space at the back and said, "Let's go there. There are not many people, and it won't bother others. Choose a good place." Chang'e walks behind Shui Tao with the bait basin in her arms. Grab a handful of bait, wave your arms and throw it out, watching them slowly fall like red drizzle. The picture is quite beautiful. Now cast the net? Shui Tao was eager to try with the fishing net. Chang'e raised her hand and squinted at the place where she made the nest. The sea was calm and there were no fish. Was her bait useless? Wait a little longer and cast it when the fish come. Now there was no fish to be seen, so it was useless to cast the net. She only caught a few fish with one net. She really felt that fishing like this was meaningless. This behavior was purely to give relief food to the seafood. As the two were talking, there was movement in the sea. A dark mass of people rushed to the place where the bait had just been cast like a swarm of bees returning to their nests. "Don't stand there, cast the net quickly." Chang'e pushed Shui Tao. Oh! Shui Tao paused, came to his senses, and hurriedly cast the fishing net in his hand. He was so nervous that he almost threw the rope of the fishing net out. Fortunately, Chang'e saw it and helped to pull it. "Don't stand there, come and help, I can't pull it anymore." There were too many seafood below, and the fishing net kept sinking. The pulling force was getting stronger and stronger. Chang'e used all his strength, but it was useless. He was still being pulled to the side. Shui Tao quickly reached out to grab it, and wrapped her arm around the rope several times to prevent it from slipping. She gritted her teeth and said to her, "Sister, call someone quickly, I can't hold it alone." "Okay, hold on, be careful, if it really doesn't work, let it go, I call someone." Chang'e regretted choosing such a remote corner, there was no one around. It was too late to make a call, so she could only run to the side, and when she saw someone, she grabbed him and asked him to come to help. Fortunately, there were many people walking on the deck, and soon she called 4 or 5 people to help collect the net together. "Did you hit a big school of fish?" The sergeant who helped collect the net felt the gravity of his hands, and his face was full of joy. "This net must be good." "I don't know, it should be." Shui Tao didn't know if Chang'e's bait could be said, so she pretended to be confused and laughed with others. "It must be. Small fish won't make any big noise." Other soldiers, who helped, also nodded in agreement. Splash 1. Come on, it's out." Chang'e held the railing, looked out at the full net of seafood, and turned back to shout excitedly at them. "Okay." Without her urging, the soldiers also felt it, responded loudly, pursed their lips, and pulled up hard. "Come on! It's coming up soon." The fishing net has been pulled up to the middle of the air, and everyone can directly see the harvest. Chang'e saw from the corner of his eye that there was a break in the middle of the bottom of the fishing net, and some seafood began to fall out from here. He turned around and waved at them, saying, "Oh no, hurry up, the fishing net is going to break." Hearing this, the soldiers pulling the net were shocked. The prey could not escape. The veins in their arms bulged, and with a sound of 1, 2, 3, they exerted force at the same time and pulled hard, finally pulling the fishing net up. Although they were very fast, they still couldn't beat the speed of the fishing net breaking, and half of the seafood in the net ran away. Seeing the missing seafood, Sergeant A was so angry that he threw the net rope in his hand to the side and complained, "Where did this broken fishing net come from that is so useless? Your commander Xiao Mao gave it to me." Chang'e was also unhappy, and kicked the conch that fell at his feet to vent his anger. "What kind of broken thing is this? It is not forbidden to use it at all." Knowing that it was given by the superior, the soldiers did not dare to complain. After a short rest, they stood up silently, ran to the edge, looked into the sea, and saw that the fish had not all dispersed. They turned around and ran away excitedly. They were going to get a new net. If they acted quickly, they could catch 2 more fish. Chang'e carefully avoided the falling seafood and walked to the side. She asked Xiao Mao for a new net to prevent him from using the broken things to fool people again. She didn't have to walk far. Xiao Mao had already received the news and hurried over with a new fishing net. You have a school of fish here, right? Chang Yi saw him and glared at him angrily. Yes. We had caught them all, but it was the broken fishing net you gave us that caused us to lose more than half of them. Xiao Mao's eyes were erratic, and he felt guilty. He just thought Chang Yi just wanted to experience the fun of casting a net to catch fish, but he didn't expect her to catch any. The net he gave her was the kind that was about to break and was ready to be repaired. Well, you go to the side and rest for a while, we go collect these seafood first. After saying that, he led people and trotted forward. The school of fish gathered below had begun to disperse after the tossing and turning at this moment, but Xiao Mao and his team still caught hundreds of kilograms of seafood. For some reason, the bait this time attracted all the seafood with shells. Chang Yi couldn't do other work, so she dragged the aquarium over with a logistics staff to pick and choose. The shell things would shrink back when stimulated, and she was pinched by a big clam as soon as she started. Hiss. In a hurry, Chang Yi didn't remember to put it in the water, and waited for it to open by itself. She condensed a thunder ball in her left hand, and struck it directly. With a snap, the clam was split by her, but her hand seemed to be pinched by something. Chang Yi carefully opened the clam shell to reveal the white soft meat inside. It seemed that something was moving inside. She carefully pulled the bitten finger out, and the thing inside moved out with her. What is this? The thing inside is only the size of a coin, and the shell is translucent pink and brown. The big claws of this guy are pinching her finger. This little guy has a fierce personality. After leaving the clam, he waved his claws to rub out a bean-sized lightning ball to attack people. Unfortunately, seafood out of water is just a piece of trash. The lightning ball scattered before it was thrown out. Chapter 363. When Chang Yi saw the small thunder ball, her pupil shrank suddenly. This kind of crab in the clam has supernatural powers, and it is thunder-related. It is just right for Shan Mufeng to eat. In the following time, Chang Yi picked this kind of clams, and she also found a little pattern. This kind of crab seems to like to explore outside. The clams with this kind of hermit crab will not close completely. She guessed that it might be because it needs to come out to breathe air and eat. This makes it convenient for her. The meat of this kind of clam is not delicious. The sergeant who was picking with her didn't see the thunder ball just now, and kindly suggested that she change to another one. It's okay, I like to eat this. Chang Yi replied casually. Who wants to eat clam meat? She wants the cute little crab inside. Sister, do you like to eat this? The fish school dispersed, and Xue Tao ran over and squatted beside her to accompany her to pick. Although he also felt that the clam was not delicious, he didn't say anything and helped to pick it and throw it into her box. Hey! Don't put it here, take an aquarium yourself. I can pick mine myself. Seeing that he was about to throw it in, Chang Yi quickly refused and moved the aquarium to the side, away from him. Xue Tao held a clam in the air and paused. Did she not want it? I picked all my own, you pick it separately. She could get half of the harvest when she went on a mission. For this kind of sea goods with supernatural powers, it is a good thing to pick more now, while no one is aware of it. If Xue Tao put the clams in, they would have to be divided up later, and she would not do that. Xue Tao didn't understand why she did that, but scratched his head and didn't ask any more questions. He obediently took another aquarium and picked it in. In a way, he learned from Chang Yi to pick this big clam and throw it in. Seeing this, Chang Yi glanced at him with an unclear expression, and picked up the clams much faster. How did you get? Lung Yu's blind boxes were sold out, and every soldier of the Hao family came to patronize his business. In the end, the 6-year-old spiny mole cricket was still in their hands. He made a lot of money, and he was in a very good mood and walked onto the deck happily. When he came, this batch of seafood had been almost collected, and only a small part of the seafood was left on the deck. It's SOSO. It's just a little more than what you have collected in the past few days. Chang Yi filled the aquarium and stopped working. After all, good things can't be monopolized, right? At this moment, she was chewing on today's special nutrient solution to supplement her meal. Seeing him coming, she replied lazily. Lung Yu thought they were just catching fish on the deck, and grinned. How is it? I said it's not easy to catch fish, right? Now you know how hard I've worked these days, right? He didn't notice that the people around him lowered their heads with strange expressions, and didn't dare to look at him, fearing that they would be slapped in the face and held a grudge. Really? I think it's okay. We were just saying that eating only sea donkey meat at noon is too monotonous, so we should add some seafood to change the taste. Chang Yi looked at him with a smile, and put the empty bottle back into the space. Lung Yu's eyes swept over the seafood on the ground. It's okay to add some. Anyway, it's not easy to divide it with so little, so it's better to eat it. Did you hear that? Colonel Lung said that it's not easy to divide it, so let us eat it, and we have a snack later. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Captain. Thank you, Colonel. With Chang Yi's voice, the sergeants around him instantly became excited, followed the cheering, and joined in the conversation. Okay. Okay. Stop messing around. We've got a good harvest today. We have a box for lunch. If we really eat it all, Minister Jiao will come over and skin you alive. Xiao Mao stepped forward to stop them. Chang Yinan pouted and complained, it's a bummer. How stingy. There are so many people. One box is not enough. One chopstick per person will be gone. Xiao Mao pretended not to hear. She was not afraid of her rich family, but the military was poor and had many people to support. How could they survive without careful planning? If Lung Yu didn't know that there was something fishy about their harvest at this time, he would be a fool. He didn't ask any more, but walked to the aquarium stacked on the side and opened one of them to look inside. His luck was also unmatched. Among so many aquariums, he opened the one that Xue Tao picked. As soon as he opened the lid, a wind blade came out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and only cut off some eyebrows. Being attacked successfully, he was not angry but happy, turned his head and asked excitedly, are they all of this kind? How dare he think? Chang Yi rolled her eyes at him and said to him, dream on. There are not many clams of this kind, just a little more in this box. Xiao Mao stepped forward to put the lid back. There were not many clams with special powers, and he was not going to eat them today. He waved his hand and told Xue Tao to move the aquarium away and store them separately. Seafood with special powers can improve the combat effectiveness of soldiers and save energy liquid. The soldiers sent a box of various shellfish to the back kitchen. Chef Lu waved his hand and set up 2 large pots. One pot was boiled with water to focus on the original flavor, and the taste was fresh. The other pot was stir-fried with various spicy seasonings, and the taste was refreshing. Everyone was satisfied with the lunch at noon, if there was no one who insisted on getting money. Just when they were halfway through their meal, Mu Qing came over with a bowl of soup in his hand, and said openly that he wanted to share the table with them. Seeing their food, Mu Qing's eyes flashed, and after sitting down, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Chang Yi didn't want to pay attention to him, so she filled a bowl with the dishes she wanted to eat, and went back to her room to eat. He was thick-skinned enough. No matter how Lung Yu and the others ridiculed him, he was able to remain indifferent and focus on the dishes, forcing Lung Yu and the others at the table to stop talking and speed up the grabbing of dishes. After the meal, Mu Qing not only didn't leave but also stayed. Chang Yi was surprised to see him wandering around the base after dinner. With him around, Chang Yi didn't use bait to fish, but took Xue Tao and the other 5 people with fishing rods to go fishing. Is he not leaving? Xue Tao understood who she was asking about immediately. Colonel Lang and his men have chased him away many times, but he just won't leave. He said that we should help each other when we meet in the same military region, so let's share the secrets of fishing. Team 1 and Team 2 have similar combat power, and both sides have always regarded each other as their rivals. How could Lung Yu and his men tell Mu Qing the secrets? Mu Qing also understood this in his heart, but he was too greedy for their harvest. Last year, their harvest from Team 1 had kept the entire team from lacking seafood for most of the year. This time, he ran into them, and he wanted to get a piece of the pie anyway. No special bait was used for fishing, even if Chang Yi was there. Everyone was also in the Air Force. This one had been eating the bait but not the hook, so Chang Yi was a little impatient, so she secretly pinched some bait and mixed it in, and then put the hook down. Xue Tao and the others beside her also saw her little action, and they tacitly didn't say anything, but their eyes kept looking at her fishing rod from time to time, and they also moved their rods closer to her. Chapter 364. Keep pulling? Xue Tao held Chang Yi's fishing rod, and asked quietly with her head tilted. Chang Yi stole a glance with the back of her eye. Mu Qing, who was wandering around, rolled his eyes, and waved his hand for Mike to lean over and whispered to him, when you go down just like this. And then? Mike nodded in reply from time to time, and after a moment, he took the thing Chang Yi handed over and quietly held it in his palm, and left quickly. Less than half an hour after Mike left, a sergeant said something in front of Mu Qing, causing him to leave in a hurry. Seeing the annoying monitor leave, Chang Yi and Xue Tao looked at each other, and immediately called Zhong Hao and others to come over to help, and pull up the fishing rod. Gulp! This is the sound of Zhang Zhong swallowing his saliva. He stared at the huge creature in front of him in amazement, and said in a trembling voice, Sister, can your bait be used to poison seafood? He has never seen a clam as big as a human in his life. It is normal that there is a legendary sea monster in it. Chang'e held her chin with one hand and tapped the tightly closed clam shell twice with her right finger. I don't know if it can be used to poison or not. I just want to know if the meat in this clam is good or not. In her impression, the meat of clams of this size is usually very old and not as tender as the small ones. It would be a pity if it can't be eaten after taking so much effort to get it up. Can this thing be pried open? Zhang Zhong took the crowbar and turned it around the mouth of the clam to find a gap to start with. If it can't be pried open, saw it. Jin Yen didn't know when he got a big golden saw out and gestured left and right at the big clam, eager to try. You are more fierce. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Being watched by his friends at the same time, Jin Yen felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained. It's too big to put in an aquarium. I have no choice, so. Don't be nervous, we all understand, don't worry. Chang'e's expression said that we understand, and you don't need to explain, which made Jin Yen even more panicked. He was really not such a cruel person. Is this why you sent Muqing away? After listening to Mike's plan, Shan Mufeng followed Chang'e's instructions, and sprinkled the special bait given by Chang'e in a place very close to the Hao family team. Not long after, there was movement in the sea. The Hao family team immediately surrounded them, squeezed their people away, occupied the place, and was afraid that they would not be able to grab it. As they predicted, they asked someone to call Muqing back. Just as the sergeant, who had just stayed, sent a message saying that the Hao family team suffered heavy losses. The bait attracted a group of third-level sea beasts. Their fishing nets were damaged with only one cover, and people were injured. Yes. How did you get here? Chang'e saw him coming over, her face lit up, and she trotted over. As soon as she raised her foot, Shan Mufeng knew her intention, stepped forward quickly to catch her, and held her in his arms, not letting her run. Be careful, don't run away in the future, understand? I will run over by myself, you don't have to move. Chang'e wrapped her arms around his neck, swayed her body gently in his arms, and nodded at him with a smile. Okay, I won't run, let you run. They were very close, and Xue Tao and others beside them lowered their heads, circling around the big clam, pretending to be busy studying seriously. They were all muttering in their hearts. Colonel Shan looked so scary, if they looked at him a few more times, they would be killed to silence them. Ahem. Lung Yu coughed twice to remind them that there were still people here. Did you just catch the clam? Shan Mufeng turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. It's not you who caught it anyway. Lung Yu's heart sank, and he looked at him in shock, unable to believe that this was what his good brother said. This was the first time that Shan Mufeng confronted his brother in person for her. Chang'e smiled into a crescent moon, stood on tiptoe, gave him a kiss, turned to Lung Yu and said arrogantly, Yes. With your broken luck, you can't even catch an empty shell. You can't catch it. Okay. Lung Yu was heartbroken, but he couldn't do anything about them, so he simply ignored them, walked past them with a cold face, and went forward to study how to open the clam with Xue Tao and others. I still think it's more convenient to saw it open directly. If there is no other way, then we can only saw it. Then, saw it? Jin Yen raised the big saw and prepared to start. What are you sawing? You are not allowed to saw. It would be nice to take the shell back home and turn it into a small house. You are not allowed to saw it. Chang'e listened to their discussion and thought that there was only one violent way to destroy it. She hurried to stop them before they started. No sawing, you have a way. The aquarium we brought is not this big. It can't hold it. Lung Yu looked at her with the corner of his eyes. I will do it. You get out of my way. Chang'e waved her hand and asked them to step back 1 meter. Then he took out the wine gourd, opened the lid, and waved it in front of the big clam. She was still mumbling something in her mouth. If you got close, you could hear her mumbling, Little clam, open your shell, I want to eat meat. Gudong, tick, tick. The big clam hadn't opened its mouth yet, and the onlookers couldn't close their mouths. Xue Tao bumped the people next to her with her shoulder and reminded them, Zhang Zhong, wipe the tears from the corners of your mouth, they've fallen to the ground. Ah? Zhang Zhong looked at him in confusion, and it took him a while to react. He hurriedly closed his chin with his hand. Woo, the thing in the gourd was too overbearing. He felt the call from the depths of his soul. Chapter 365. Under the temptation of fruit wine, the clam finally had a crack, and the transparent little feet tentatively showed a little tip from inside, trembling to find the source of temptation. Out! Zhang Zhong's exclamation was stopped in time by Xue Tao beside him. Chang'e stared at the little tip intently, and in order to make it come out quickly, he gently moved forward 2 steps, and fanned the mouth of the wine gourd twice, accelerating the rich wine aroma to drift into the little tip's heart. Gulp! The loud saliva sound startled the timid guy, and the little tip that had just come out shrank back again. Helplessly, everyone thought it was Zhang Zhong again, and turned their heads to look at him. No! It's really not me this time. I didn't swallow my saliva. Zhang Zhong was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head, and shook his head desperately to explain. Jin Yin blushed, raised his hand tremblingly and said, that? Sorry, it's me. Alas. You? And you? All of you, step back, stay away from me. To prevent accidents from happening again, Chang'e called them to stay away. Zhang Zhong wanted to protest, but was forced to retreat under everyone's murderous gaze. Jin Yin knew that he had done something bad, so he turned his back to Chang'e early, walked 2 steps away, and covered his mouth and nose with his hands. If any of you can't control yourself, stay away from me. Before opening the gourd, Chang'e's eyes swept across the faces of several people on the side. No one else moved, only Xue Tao unexpectedly stepped back silently. To make sure there would be no more trouble, Chang'e opened the wine gourd again, and used the wine aroma to lure the little tip out. Everything went smoothly this time. When Xiao Jianjian poked his head out of the clam shell again, Chang'e held the wine gourd and kept a finger's distance away from it, making it feel that it was right in front of it, and it only needed to get a little closer to reach it. In this way, he let it out little by little. When the gap in the clam shell opened to the size of a fist, Chang'e turned back and gave Shan Mufeng a look. Soon the silver opener was quickly stuck in the gap. Xiao Jianjian realized that he might have been deceived, and shrank back with a whoosh, trying to hide in his safe house again, but unfortunately this time his door could not be closed. As the gap in the clam shell became larger and larger, the things inside were gradually exposed to everyone's sight. Do you know the scene of secretly doing little tricks in the quilt when you were a child and thought that adults didn't know? Now, it is in front of him. The original owner of the big clam turned himself into a thin layer because of the little guy living there. Now the little guy is running under it like a cricket pupa, and people can see it clearly. After the clam shell was completely opened, Chang'e asked Zhong how to get a long-handled clamp, clamped the clam meat on the side, and gently lifted it up a little. The sudden light made the little guys inside panic, and they rushed to the dark place inside. Only the familiar darkness could give them a sense of security, but not all little guys were so timid. There were more than a dozen guys the size of a fist, going against the current, facing the light, waving their big claws, releasing various superpowers to resist foreign enemies. Even though the superpower balls they rubbed out quickly dissipated, they did not retreat, and kept trying to attack the invaders to protect their own tribe. Seafood out of water is a group of water goods. Chang'e held a blue-bearded little guy firmly with a clamp, held it in front of her eyes, turned over its body, and pinched its plump belly. Do you think this one is crab paste? How about using them to make fried rice in the evening? I still have a few level 3 bird and beast eggs. I give them to you later. They're perfect for fried rice. Lung Yu stared at the pearl crabs in the clam that looked like an ant nest. Now, he agreed with Minister Jia's words in his heart. Chang'e was a god of wealth. He saw that many pearl crabs had condensed thunderballs. Most of the creatures in the water had water abilities, and there were very few other abilities, especially the rare thunder abilities. Special ability warriors, like them, rarely encounter materials that match their attributes. They can only take other types of food to replenish their energy. This makes them much more dependent on energy liquid than other warriors. The chain effect makes their advancement much more difficult than others. Chang'e looked at him in surprise. Was it raining red? Not only did he not say that she was wasting food and not letting her eat it, he also took the initiative to contribute his treasures to her dishes. Was he possessed? Shan Mufeng took the tongs from her hand, took off the pearl crab on it, and put it into the aquarium. He was just shocked by your ability. Lung Yu has always been prejudiced against Chang'e. Shan Mufeng also talked to him privately and expressed his attitude towards Chang'e to him, hoping that he could respect Chang'e a little more, but the effect was minimal. He didn't expect that Chang'e could change Lung Yu's mind this time. Chapter 366. This big clam opened up hundreds of pounds of pearl crabs. While Muqin was tripped, Chang'e asked them to spread all the bait at once. Fishing nets of different sizes were used in turn. After a busy day, they finally caught all the seafood. The little Kunyu, who had eaten and played enough outside, swam back with them at sunset. Shan Mufeng put them in the aquarium and sent them back to the house. The evening meal was particularly rich. The small pearl crabs were fried in oil in the kitchen until they were fluffy and crispy. Before the meal, Chang'e took a bowl as a snack. When the meal officially started, she was already half full. There was Chang'e's special bait. Lung Yu and others wanted to stay on Howlon Star for a while. After the meal, they told her that they hadn't been out for a long time this year. Chang'e also wanted to play outside for a while. Therefore, they agreed as soon as they said it. Anyway, she was still several months away from her due date. She felt lazy and thought that she should have slept for a long time, but it was still dark outside the window. Chang'e was half asleep and half awake, confused. She didn't know what day it was. She asked the person by the window softly, "Is it still dark?" Hearing the noise behind him, Shan Mufeng closed the communicator, walked to the bed, supported her upper body, and sat on the head of the bed. "Are you awake? Chef Lu made some meat pie. Do you want to eat it?" Chang'e leaned on his chest obediently, yawned delicately, and said coquettishly, "Well, no, I want to eat something light. Do you have white porridge?" Shan Mufeng's eyes flashed. White porridge is not nutritious, but white porridge cooked with broth is different. Although it looks ordinary, the process and consumables are not simple. The ingredients here are not complete, so he could only make a simplified version for her. With a plan in mind, he replied softly, "Yes, I will get it for you later." Chang'e nodded, looked out the dark window, and asked, "What's going on outside?" "Today, it's windy, take a day off." Dan Mufeng picked a long pink coat for her to wear. In fact, the weather began to change since midnight last night. At first, it was just a little windy, and then it was a rainstorm. There were also the cries of various sea beasts in the sea. Their entire team has been in combat readiness since early morning. All the changes outside are too much like the front of a beast riot. Strong wind? Chang'e stared straight into the distance, and whispered softly, repeating that yesterday's weather forecast seemed to say that it would be sunny and good weather this week. "Well, it's windy, stay in the room and don't go out. I go to the kitchen to get you some porridge. If you're bored, go see the little Kunia." Dan Mufeng was as calm as usual. After helping her wash up gently, he put on waterproof clothes, opened the door and walked out. He opened the door for only a few seconds, but the wind and rain outside hit him instantly. Even standing in the living room, which was still some distance away from the door, Chang'e felt the strong dampness and coldness. She slowly stood up and looked at the water stains on the ground thoughtfully. The cleaning robot was spinning around diligently, and soon cleaned up the rain water that splashed in, and the ground was restored to its original state. Lung Yu said to Shan Mufeng with a serious expression, "What should I do? The signal is broken. How is Mu Qing?" Shan Mufeng carefully stirred the porridge in the casserole to prevent it from getting mushy. Chang'e was very sensitive to the smell of mushy food, and she would not want to eat it if there was even a little bit of it. "Same. They want to move in with us." Xiao Mu's fingers unconsciously swirled around the mouth of the teacup. "You can come, but keep the supplies separate." The porridge in the pot was ready. The refreshing white porridge had a light fragrance. Shan Mufeng nodded with satisfaction, and put it into the incubator along with the casserole. He also put the prepared side dishes into the incubator, and packed them up. "What if this is not a beast tide?" Lung Yu stood up, and said when he saw him leaving. Shan Mufeng stood at the door with a food box, turned around and said to him lightly, "Isn't it better? It's just a few more days of hunting." After saying that, he lowered his head to protect the insulated box, and walked into the wind and rain step by step, gradually leaving. Lung Yu looked at the dark sea and murmured, "Do you think it will be a beast tide?" Xiao Mu stood up and patted his shoulder. "The message was sent last night. The volunteer team should be here tonight. We just need to hold on until then." Last night, when the weather changed, Shan Mufeng asked them to send a distress signal to the military headquarters just in case. Sure enough, at 5:12 in the morning, the weather became worse. It was pitch black outside, and the visibility of the naked eye was basically zero. Even with strong lighting, the visibility was only 10 meters, and the external communication signal was directly broken. If their distress signal had not been sent early enough, they might have panicked with Mu Qing at this moment. The communication signal was broken, and they had to send someone to Mu Qing to tell them that they agreed to receive their message. In addition, we need to make some preparations, and remind the soldiers to be ready to face the beast tide at any time. Fortunately, yesterday's harvest was good, so they don't have to worry about supplies for the time being. Chang'e, who was waiting at home, felt like a big stone was pressing on his chest. He was flustered, chest tightness, and restlessness. He could only feel better when he was close to the little Kunio. Chapter 367. Shan Mufeng found someone in the room of the little Kuni. "Come out to eat first, and play with them later." "Oh!" Chang'e threw all the green leaves in her hand into the aquarium. She just found out that the little Kuni not only eats seafood, but also likes to eat berries and green plants. Seeing her throwing green leaves into the aquarium, Sean Mufeng raised his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, the leaves seemed to be on the high-level energy flower and grasped Beauty's tears. Didn't the flowers and plants in the yard get destroyed by them? Seeing him staring at the leaf, Chang'e also looked back. Her ears were quietly flushed, her eyes were rolling around. She quickly stepped forward and took his arm, and said coquettishly, "Did you make the porridge? I like your white porridge the most. It's fragrant and smooth. Let's go out for dinner." "Go, go! Go quickly. If she doesn't go, she won't be able to keep the little lie she told." The flowers and plants in the yard were not destroyed by them, but she loosened the soil for them on a whim. When she found something wrong, it was too late. She simply pulled off the branches and leaves that had not yet withered and hid them. She was going to throw them away quietly, but then she forgot about it. Today, she just took them out. If Sean Mufeng hadn't noticed, she wouldn't have realized that it was those flowers and plants that were feeding the little Kunio. She looked so anxious, and Sean Mufeng knew everything. He curled his lips upwards and walked out along with her strength. "If you like it, I will make it for you tomorrow. It's just energy flowers and plants." She's happy. If it's destroyed, she'd change a batch. After breakfast, the storm outside still didn't stop, and there was a trend of getting more and more intense. For safety reasons, all the temporary houses in Dondong were packed up, and everyone moved to the collective house together. Why do we have to hand over the supplies? Didn't we agree to take care of our own things? We won't hand them over. The eldest son of the Hao family was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted loudly in the lobby, "If you don't hand it over, get out." Sean Mufeng didn't even bother to give him an extra look. The young master of the Hao family froze, his eyes were flustered, and he looked around. When he saw Mu Qing sitting next to Ling Yu, his eyes lit up, and he instantly regained his confidence. You can't do this to us. My brother-in-law is also from your military department. You have no right to drive us away." Sean Mufeng didn't even have the intention to reply to him. He just raised his eyelids and looked at him coldly, and then gave Ling Yu a look to let him deal with it. Ling Yu stared at him for a long time, half smiling, then turned to Mu Qing and said, "You'd better give birth to a daughter instead of a son in the future, otherwise you'd be so angry if the child you give birth to has this IQ." Mu Qing looked at the Hao family with a colder and colder look. The women in the Hao family were all very smart, but he didn't expect these men to be so cunning that they would not give up their supplies to challenge others at this time. "Sit down." Mu Qing's voice was so cold that it could freeze people to death. The eldest son of the Hao family wanted to say something else, but under Mu Qing's cold eyes, he moved his lips and sat down silently, saying nothing more. "Mu Qing, my second brother is just a little blunt, don't mind it. Please help us see how much supplies we should hand in. We didn't bring much supplies in a hurry this time, and the recent harvest was not very good." The short-tailed blue-winged sparrow that Miaoren had finally found was also. Hao Lina deliberately said only half of her words, and her eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Chang'e and the others who were chatting in the corner. Unfortunately, Xue Tao and the others didn't respond at all, and simply pretended not to know. The only honest man, Zhang Zhong, was now fully focused on the glass of wine that Chang'e had just poured, and didn't notice her gaze at all. Sure enough, the intelligence of the Hao family was all on the woman. If it were usual, Ling Yu would have praised them, but now, he didn't show any good face to them. He just said to Mu Qing lightly, "You are also a military man, you should know that we only want necessary supplies. If you don't even want to give this, then we should act separately." Mu Qing looked at him for a while, and said in a deep voice, "We really don't have the 5th level energy stone you want, but we can give you a 4th level and a 3rd level energy stone. Although this is not as good as a 5th level energy stone, it is still reasonable." Ling Yu nodded in agreement after receiving Sean Mufeng's eyes. "Okay." After the discussion, Mu Qing took the people of the Hao family away, and Ling Yu took the energy stone he had just obtained to replace the protective shield. Trapped in the garrison and unable to go out, Chang'e looked at the dark world outside and asked, "Is there really no way for us to know the situation outside?" "That's not the case. In this weather, the naked eye cannot see it. Water warriors can sense some of the situation through rain." Xue Tao took a porcelain bottle and carefully poured the wine in the wine glass. Afterwards, he poured water into the wine glass twice before putting it down. "Do you have any news?" "Alas, I don't know when I can go to the wise men to exchange some fruit wine. There is not much stock left." Seeing Xue Tao like this, Chang'e is also considering whether to add some water to the gourd in the future. Xue Tao put down the cup in his hand that he had licked clean, and said to them mysteriously, "Just a little bit." It is said that although the sea beasts have been gathering this time, it seems that the target is not us. This is the conclusion drawn based on the information fed back by many signs. Shan Mufeng spoke vaguely to Chang Yi. This time it should not be a beast tide, but a fight among the sea beasts themselves. Chapter 368. Mike murmured to the window, "No need to guess." Boom! The fire from the explosion cut through the dark sky, and the dark clouds broke open. Under the sunlight, everyone saw the scene in the sea. Tens of thousands of sea beasts gathered on the sea not far away. The sea beasts were divided into two sides and stood facing each other. The two sea beasts swimming in front were as big as mountains. The sea beast on the left had a fish head and long whiskers, and its body was covered with red scales. At this time, a fireball was condensed in the middle of its long whiskers on its head. It had fire power. The sea beast on the right, which was opposite to it, had a snake head and deer antlers, and two short whiskers on each side of its mouth. Facing the provocation of the fire sea beast, it did not give in, and the water ball on its head surged. It seems that the explosion just now was caused by the two of them. Are they fighting for territory? Shan Mufeng just hurriedly stuffed a defense array into her hand and took people out. Now, only Chang Yi and Shui Tao were in the room. Looks very similar. Shui Tao stared at the sea beast on the sea with sparkling eyes, and replied absent-mindedly, "There are so many corpses of sea beasts. I don't know if they can go to fish them out after they disperse. Such sea beasts that can follow the boss to grab territory must have good abilities, and must have supernatural powers." While they were talking, the two sea beasts in the sea attacked again. This time, the explosion was more violent. The strong wind raised waves tens of meters high. There was nothing else to see except the surging waves. It would be great if we can pick it up. Now not only Shui Tao wanted to go, but also the steady Mike looked at the sea beast floating on the sea with his eyes wide open. Yes! I just saw a golden sea beast. Judging from the speed of condensation, it should be a third-level sea beast. If I can eat it, my combat power will definitely increase again. Zhong Hao stared at the sea beast infatuatedly, imagining himself eating it all, and his fighting power soaring. I want the biggest one. Zhang Zhong's eyes were burning, and he said it with great pride. Chang Yi and the others glanced at him in surprise. They didn't expect that he was the one who dared to think the most. Zhang Zhong felt a little embarrassed by their gazes. What's wrong? Am I wrong? If you want to eat, you have to eat the best. No. You are right. Chang Yi nodded to him admiringly and praised. I just don't know which of the two biggest ones will lose. I think the 6th level scale king will win. Jin Yin is more confident about the sea beast with the fish head. Shui Tao touched his chin and followed the team. I think it's him too. Fire-type sea beasts are rare. I'm more optimistic about the other 6th level tentacle king. Mike continued, although fire-type sea beasts are rare, sea beasts live in seawater after all, and they have a natural advantage in using water. They were still discussing the battle situation in the house, intending to snatch supplies from the sea beasts. Chang Yi didn't notice that the two little guys who were supposed to stay in the aquarium quietly left the station, rushed into the sea, and swam to the center of the battle. Although the sea beast's attack target was not them, the danger it caused was not small. The protective shield of the station was consumed in just 1 hour. The 5th level energy stone that Mu Qing brought was consumed to ash. Xiao Mao and others replaced it with a new energy stone early. Has the signal been restored? Shan Mufeng killed a 3rd level alien beast that came to harass, took out a bottle of energy liquid and swallowed it, rested for a while, and picked up his weapon again to attack the sneak-attacking alien beast. The sea beasts in the sea gathered together to fight in groups because of the summons of the two leaders. The strange beasts on the island ran out from the depths of the island because of the attraction of blood, and the garrison became their attack target. We just connected once, they are on the way, maybe we can contact them when they land. Lung Yu threw an energy stone to Poseidon. If it weren't for Poseidon, he would have been torn in half by the Fong Wolf. Are there enough energy stones for the protective shield? There is no need to worry about other things, but the consumption of the protective shield in full open mode is extremely high, and he is afraid that the energy stones are not enough to support it. There is still a level 5 energy stone, and 3 level 4 energy stones can probably support it for about 3 hours. Xiaomu pursed his lips and reported the energy situation. 3 hours. This time is not enough to support the arrival of the support team. I still have a level 3 energy stone. Shan Mufeng repelled the Fong Wolf in front of him with a sword and took the time to say to him. Xiaomu covered his right shoulder with his hand and groaned. He stepped back and turned around. He chopped the beast attacking him in half with a backhand knife. He retreated to the back row, took out the recovery potion and swallowed it. He turned his head and said to Shan Mufeng, "Even with yours, we are still 2 or 3 hours away. It will still be useless by then." Lung Yu released a wave of skills and was exhausted. He retreated to the back and sat on the ground to pour potions and energy liquid into his mouth to restore his physical strength. "Where is Mu Qing? 2 teams together, we can't be the only ones worried." Mu Qing had a scratch from shoulder to waist on his back, and blood and flesh flew. He was supported by a sergeant and retreated from the front. When he passed by, he happened to hear Leng Yu's words and replied lightly, "I'm here. I didn't bring so many high-level energy stones this time. I go back to replenish you." This time he came out just to accompany the hunting team of the Hao family. All the supplies were prepared by the Hao family. He only brought a small amount of supplies himself, and only some low-level energy stones of level 1 or 2. This level cannot be used as the starting energy for large protective shields. Chapter 369. The shortage of energy stones made them decide to push the front line forward, so that the pressure on the protective shield could be reduced a lot and support until the arrival of the volunteer team. Chang'e didn't know the situation here. She found that the unconscious sea beasts floating on the sea surface that they had been staring at were disappearing quickly. Am I dazzled? Why do I feel that someone is swallowing sea beasts in the sea? You are not mistaken. There are big fish swallowing them in the middle. Mike adjusted the magnification to the maximum and clearly saw 2 big fish that suddenly appeared in front of him and were constantly eating. "Ao woo ao," the clear calls came from their mouths. Chang'e paused and turned around to run towards the aquarium of the little Kuni. Sure enough, there was only clear seawater in it. Chang'e's heart tightened when he found that it was 2 little Kuni that broke into the center of the battle. He ran back to the window, pursed his lips, and locked their figures firmly with the magnification. The little Kuni were enjoying a buffet among the sea beasts. When they were eating, they floated to the surface and let out a long cry. They didn't know that their behavior made people in the distance nervous, nor did they know that their appearance made the 2 fighting sea beasts red-eyed. They were eating too happily, and some sea beasts discovered their existence and wanted to attack them, but before the sea beasts could bite them, they were beaten to death by the leading sea beasts. The 2 leading sea beasts seemed to be protecting the little Kuni. Chang'e saw the scene and was still wondering if the 2 sea beasts knew the big fish. At this time, a change occurred. The 2 little Kuni started fighting for something. Roar, the 2 sea beasts, which had just shown some signs of a truce, suddenly started fighting again. This time, they consciously helped a little Kuni attack the leading little Kuni. For some reason, Chang'e suddenly felt a palpitation. She wanted to stop the fight. She hurriedly got up, opened the door and rushed out. "Where are you going? Don't go! Danger!" As soon as everyone cried out, there was a loud noise from the sea, followed by a strong light. Chang'e vaguely saw 2 figures, one red and one blue, passing through the air. Before she lost consciousness, she remembered that the world on the left was so hot. So hot! People were like being in a furnace. On the contrary, the world on the right was like walking in an ice cave, shivering with cold. Yee! Don't sleep, okay? Who is it? Shan Mufeng? In a trance, Chang'e heard someone whispering in her ear, harassing her and not letting her sleep. Shan Mufeng had a scruffy beard on his face and dark-eye bags, like an iron-eating beast. He sat by the bed and carefully massaged each finger of Chang'e. His eyes were full of red bloodshot. He looked at the person on the bed, with a complex expression of panic, fear, tenderness, and other emotions mixed together. He held Chang'e's hand against his face and whispered softly, "Ee! Wake up, okay? Don't you like bad guys very much? He has been born for a month, and you haven't seen him yet? Wake up and see him, okay?" He repeated the daily must-do items for the past few months, and told Chang'e about the latest news that had happened recently. He told Chang'e little by little about everything he thought was interesting, no matter how big or small. They fainted in the explosion on Halon Star that day. After the support team took them all back for treatment, only Chang'e fell into a coma and did not wake up. She was not awake even on the day of delivery. They tried everything but failed, and the doctor could not find any problem, only confirming that she was not in danger of death. Woo 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 woo, the crying of the baby interrupted Shan Mufeng's confession. He gently put down Chang'e's hand and opened the door. Chang's mother was standing at the door with the baby in her arms. "I don't know why he is so irritable today. Even Poseidon's thundering can't comfort him. He will be better only when he comes here." For this poor little grandson, Chang's mother was distressed. Chang'e's entire pregnancy was smooth, but who knew that such an accident would happen in the end, and she would lie motionless in bed like a vegetable. Thinking of this, She regretted that she should not have let them go out in the first place. It's okay, Mom. He may want to see his mother. Give me the child, and I will take care of him for a while. Sean Mufeng pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile, reaching out to take the child from Chang's mother's hands. Yi, is it the same today? Chang's mother followed him inside and saw Chang'e, who was like a sleeping beauty on the bed, with tears silently falling. Well, I cut her nails today. It's almost the new year. I've arranged for a manicurist to come and do her nails. It's time to change the nail pattern on her hands. The little guy stopped crying since he entered the room. Sean Mufeng put him next to Chang'e. He licked his lips, yawned delicately, and quietly accompanied his mother to sleep. Chang's mother watched Sean Mufeng carefully take care of her, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. When Chang'e just fell into a coma, she had a lot of opinions about Sean Mufeng and the child, but as time went by, she only sighed about her fate. The birth rate of newborns of strong gene warriors has risen sharply in the past year, and the death and disability rates of women who give birth have also risen rapidly. The most chilling thing is that some strong gene warriors treat their partners, who are disabled because of childbirth, coldly, and some even divorce directly after the birth of their children. As soon as these negative news came out, the hot baby fruit and the like are slowly disappearing again. Chapter 370. Sean Mufeng held the child and asked anxiously, Dr. Liang, have you found out why she became like this? Dr. Liang and his companion looked at each other and shook their heads. I'm sorry, Colonel Sean. Miss Chang'e's situation is too special. We can only detect some signs inside. The rest? Sorry. This kind of conversation has been repeated for half a year. Sean Mufeng waved his hand weakly and asked them to leave. One day half a year ago, white silk threads like spider silk suddenly began to appear outside Chang'e's body, and the doctor could not find any problems. They could only help to deal with these silk threads every day, but later they could not keep up with the speed of the silk threads. In the end, Chang'e was completely wrapped in white silk threads, like a silkworm pupa. Sean Mufeng filled the cocoon around Chang'e with energy stones. This was what he discovered later. Chang'e's cocoon can absorb the energy in the energy stone. It's been too long since she spoke, and the empty pronunciation is a bit strange. Kong Kong? Sean Mufeng heard the voice, and turned around to recognize it from its silly eyes. You're back? Kong Kong didn't respond to his question. He held a wooden doll in his hand, and walked to the bedside eagerly. He stuffed the doll in his hand into the white thread cocoon and kept calling Chang'e's name. Kong Kong. Don't move. Sean Mufeng stepped forward and tried to pull it away, but was blocked by the golden hoop that suddenly appeared. He could only shout at the top of his voice, Kong Kong. Don't move her, she will get hurt. Be obedient, let's go out first, okay? No one listened to him, and even the window of the room was smashed by the vines as thick as Niu Qinbian's arms outside. Its vines extended from the broken place, wrapped Chang'e's entire cocoon, and slowly dragged her out. Stop! Sean Mufeng didn't know what happened to them. Why did they become so strange today? But he couldn't let Chang'e be in danger. He took out his laser gun and shot at the vines, shouting, Stop it! The laser hit the branches of Niu Qinbian, leaving black scorch marks, but it didn't stop taking Chang'e away. Sean Mufeng gave up the laser gun and concentrated his superpowers to prepare for the attack. At this time, Kong Kong turned around and opened his arms to stop him, saying seriously, We save her! You said you are saving her? The electric light in his hand slowly dissipated, and Sean Mufeng repeated to Kong Kong, Can you save her? Yes. Kong Kong nodded at him, Save her. Sean Mufeng was skeptical, followed Kong Kong, and jumped out of the window. Niu Qinbian didn't leave outside. It was waiting there quietly. When it saw Kong Kong appear, it dropped a vine ladder for them to climb up. The originally empty plantation forest had turned into a dense forest. If you look closely, there is only one tree in this forest. Its crown is lush, and the branches that extend out will take root on the spot. This is a forest of one tree. Chirp, chirp. The crisp sound of birds chirping came from the crown of the tree. Sean Mufeng hurriedly glanced at the six-winged bluebirds. There were two of them. It seemed that these were the two birds raised by Master Bai and his friends. Master Bai. Stop. Stop quickly and put the little guy down. Mother Chang drove the hovercraft desperately to chase. Just now, Master Bai and his friends suddenly ran out with the little guy in their arms, and they kept shouting. It was not convenient to drive a hovercraft in the forest, so Mother Chang could only get off and chase with her two legs. Seeing the person standing in front, she hurriedly shouted, Sean Mufeng. Hurry, stop them, don't hurt the little guy. Without Sean Mufeng's help, Master Bai had already neatly commanded the piglet to stop in front of him, waiting obediently for him to pick up the little guy on his back. Hoo ho ho! Mother Chong panted quickly. These guys, I don't know what's wrong today, they are so noisy. She reached out to take the little guy. The little guy who usually relies on her, slap her hand off, twisted and buried himself in his father's arms. You guy. Mother Chong reluctantly withdrew her hand. Then if you want your dad to hold you, let your dad hold you. Mom. Sean Mufeng had just said a word when his feet suddenly shook. He firmly protected the child in his arms, stretched out his hand to help Mother Chong stabilize her body, and looked around for the cause of the vibration. The place where they stood was the center of the plantation forest. Niu Qianbian floated above the treetops with Kong Kong at some point, and formed a strange formation with vines. In the middle of the formation was Chong Yi's cocoon. With the appearance of the formation, the sky gradually darkened, and it was about to rain. Kong Kong looked up into the distance, and after a moment, he jumped off the beef broth and walked in front of Sean Mufeng. Wah wah wah. The pain made the little guy cry in grievance. Sean Mufeng did not expect Kong Kong to suddenly attack the little guy. He shouted, Kong Kong, what are you going to do? With blood on his forehead, Kong Kong imitated him and raised his hand to touch the little guy's head to comfort him. But Sean Mufeng dodged him. When Kong Kong just made a move, he protected the little guy in his arms, turned his back, and left Kong Kong's attack range. Kong Kong tilted his head and looked at them blankly, not understanding why they were full of hostility towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. Kong Kong seemed to be awakened by the thunder and turned around and ran to Chang Yi. Seeing this, Sean Mufeng put the child in Chang's mother's hands. Mom, take the child and go quickly. I go to see Yi. After giving instructions, he ran away. Chapter 371. Sean Mufeng still couldn't catch up. He was blocked outside the barrier. With Chang Yi as the center and Niu Qianbian's vines as the boundary, a magic circle area was formed to prevent the entry of foreign creatures. Sean Mufeng could only see Kong Kong injecting the drop of blood taken from the little guy into the body of the puppet doll. As the blood was absorbed, the puppet doll seemed to have life, and it automatically floated to the top of Chang Yi. Boom! The thunder fell, and the puppet doll went up to meet the thunder. Every time it struck, it became brighter, and the golden light sprinkled on Chang Yi's cocoon, slowly melting it. For a while, there were only bursts of thunder in the world. All things around were afraid of the power of thunder, and dared not come out. In the air, there was only the palm-sized puppet doll constantly chasing lightning, using the power of thunder to dissolve the past life fetters for the people below. A total of 49 thunderbolts fell, and after the last thunderbolt struck, the puppet turned into ashes, leaving only a ray of golden light that rushed towards Chang Yi and disappeared between her eyebrows. The thread cocoons on Chang Yi's body turned into transparent liquid under the golden light, most of which were absorbed by her, and only a small part was still flowing around her body. Niu Qianbian seemed to be both happy and afraid of these liquids. Its vines approached carefully, but retreated at the moment of contact. Sean Mufeng tried to walk into the barrier as soon as the calamity cloud dissipated, but unfortunately he still couldn't get close. What? Chang Yi didn't open her eyes, but communicated with Niu Qianbian in her sea of consciousness. She made an absorbing motion with her fingers, and the flowing liquid condensed into a ball in her hand. She dipped a drop of water with her index finger and flicked it towards the root of Niu Qianbian. After absorbing the energy it wanted, Niu Qianbian excitedly shook, and the leaves rubbed against each other and made a rustling sound. After a while, the green leaves quickly turned yellow and fell off, and the fresh branches grew quickly and withered. 2 tender green buds grew out of the dead wood. Chang Yi opened her eyes when it shook, looked into Kong Kong's clear eyes, raised her hand to touch its furry head, and whispered to them, "Thank you." She stood up, strolled, and walked towards the people waiting below. After this cocoon rebirth, her soul was completely back to where it was. The puppet that Kong Kong brought over contained half of her soul that she had given away. She and that person had a thorough understanding of the cause and effect between them. From now on, no one owed anyone anything, and both of them would be free people. Tears welled up in Sean Mufeng's eyes, and his face looked much more vicissitudes. He had many questions to ask, but it seemed that there was nothing to ask. He just silently opened his arms and asked in a trembling voice, I will carry you home, okay? Okay. Chang Yi nodded slightly, smiled sweetly at him, took the initiative to hug him, kissed the stubble on his chin, and said softly, "Let's go home." Everyone seemed to have collective amnesia about what happened on the day Chang Yi woke up. No one remembered it, but vaguely remembered that she seemed to have been injured and had just recovered. As for how she recovered, there was a consciousness in her mind that told them not to worry about it. From this day on, Chang Yi's refining ability reached a higher level, but her refining method became more weird. She completely dropped out of the college, and became the only student who dropped out of the college voluntarily since the opening of the college. She has been an assistant gifted teacher all her life, but no one dared to underestimate her abilities. The academy once discussed with her about opening another school for her, but she refused, saying that her skills were just her luck, and she could not teach others. Chapter 372 Extra. Wow! Feeling the sudden appearance of a person on the bed, Shan Mufeng jumped up from the bed, grabbed the person's collar, and prepared to throw him out. Wait! Mufeng, don't do that. Chang Yi was also startled by the little thing that appeared. She was stunned for a moment, and caught a glimpse of the familiar blue corner of the clothes. She quickly shouted, "He is Liji." Her words made Shan Mufeng pause. Before he could think, he turned around quickly, and reached out to catch the little thing that had just been thrown out. Chang Liji, who was still sleeping soundly, didn't realize that he almost made his father smash him into a pulp. He was still smacking his lips, and sleeping soundly in the familiar smell. Shan Mufeng looked at his sweet sleeping face, and his head was black. Shouldn't this little guy be in the next room? Why did he appear in their bed in the middle of the night? And at such a critical moment, did he know that his father almost scared him to death? Hey! Chang Yi rolled her eyes at him, and snatched Xiao Liji from his hands in time to avoid his beating. Don't wake him up. We won't be able to sleep tonight. This child is very energetic every day, and can only be quiet for 2 minutes when he is asleep. Shan Mufeng helplessly said to the little guy who ruined his good deeds, "Okay, give him to me, and let him sleep next to me." He held the child in his arms again, and put him on the child's bed next to him gently. "I will take him to the military department starting tomorrow." Xiao Liji's noise made both of them lose their sleepiness, and chatted half leaning against the head of the bed. This? Chang Yi hesitated a little, propped up his upper body, and looked at the white and tender little face next to him. He still couldn't bear to let him go, and wanted to fight for him. He is still young. Shan Mufeng also looked back at the child in the crib. Then he held Chang Yi's face, and blocked her sight. He must learn to control his abilities, dear. This is the only way for a superpower warrior. But Shan Mufeng swallowed all of Chang Yi's words. He didn't want this little thing to show up at inappropriate times. If the little guy couldn't learn to control his abilities this time, he would keep him in the military department, and have someone accompany him all day until he learned. Chang Liji, who was sleeping, didn't know that his father had seduced his mother to get rid of him, a light bulb. Shan Mufeng. Minister Jia rubbed his swollen temples, broke into Shan Mufeng's office, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him. "Take your kid home quickly." God knows, if Chang Liji stayed in the military department any longer, he would soon get the legendary heart disease and high blood pressure. No! Shan Mufeng calmly lifted his eyelids and took a look, and simply refused. If he didn't mess with them in the military, the little guy would go home and mess with him. He still had a clear account. You told Chang Yi that she was the god of wealth, and the child she gave birth to was the little god of wealth. The military always welcomes him to stay. Minister Jia was stagnant and speechless because of his words. He didn't know when he said this that Chang Yi's child had such abnormal abilities. Chang Liji not only inherited Shan Mufeng's thunder ability, but also a rare space ability warrior. He can ignore everything and teleport to the place where he went first within a certain distance. Since the first day Chang Liji arrived at the military, he has not had a peaceful day. He doesn't know why this little guy is so curious. The strange beasts in the breeding area have made him autistic. He received complaints from his subordinates every day. Some sergeants liked this lively and active little guy and took him out to play privately, but they sent him back in less than half a day. When asked why, he hesitated for a long time and refused to tell. He only knew it after hearing some gossip. The guy took Chang Liji out to make his wife feel the cuteness of children and arouse her desire to have a baby. As a result, his wife wanted to have a baby, but he didn't, because Chang Liji always appeared between them exactly when he had a bad idea. If it were just these, it would be fine. Recently, Chang Liji has become obsessed with hunting and regards the breeding area of the military headquarters as his hunting ground. The strange beasts in it make him choke. If this continues, his breeding area will go bankrupt. Colonel! Sergeant A stood at the door in a panic. Stand at attention. Shan Mufeng frowned and shouted, "Speak." Soldier A stood up straight with a snap, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, looked up, and said loudly and quickly, "Report to the commander." Xiao Liji followed the hunting team out secretly. Puff! The tea in Minister Jia's mouth sprayed half a meter away. Plop! The document in Sean Mufing's hand fell to the ground, making a loud sound, bringing the stunned people back to reality. The person who was still in his position just now appeared at the door the next moment. When did it happen? Which hunting team did you follow? Soldier A tried to straighten his chest in Sean Mufing's murderous eyes, not letting himself feel weak. Report. It was the team led by Major Sean and others, who went to Jinong Star. Sean Mowu? Yes. Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Sean Mufing waved his hand in a deep voice to let him leave. I know, you go back. After sending away the sergeant, who reported the news, Sean Mufing immediately opened the optical computer to contact Sean Mowu, let Chan Leji take over the communication. As soon as the call was connected, Sean Mowu was interrupted by him, before he could even say his apology. He forced out a stiff smile, waved at Chan Leji, who was hiding in the corner, and mouthed to him, Come here quickly, your father. It took a while for Chan Leji's guilty face to appear on the optical computer. He didn't dare to look at his father's face at this time. He lowered his head and murmured softly, Father. Sean Mufing half closed his eyes, and stared at him for a long time, until his body began to sway, and then he slowly spoke, Don't get hurt. Don't make trouble. Don't disobey orders. If you do, I won't tell your mother when we get there. Hearing this, Chan Leji's little head suddenly lifted up, his eyes brighter than the most powerful sunstone. He raised his hand, and snapped a not-so-standard military salute, and replied loudly, Yes, sir. Sean Mufing solemnly returned a standard military salute, nodded slightly, Well, give the communication to your uncle. Okay, father. I will bring gifts for you and mother. The crisis was resolved. Chan Leji returned to his nature, returned the communicator to Sean Mowu, jumped and ran away, threw himself into the arms of his companions, and his cocky voice could be heard through the communicator. He was happy, Sean Mowu cried, took the communication tremblingly, and cried, Brother. I really didn't know he would get here, I was wronged. He was really innocent. When Chan Leji said he wanted to go hunting with him, he clearly refused at the first time, and clearly warned the people below that they were not allowed to tell the little guy the time of departure. But he didn't expect that he would appear in his flying ship. At that time, they were already flying, and there was no way to send him back. They could only send a message to the military to prevent them from worrying about not being able to find anyone. Sean Mufing believed what he said, but still said coldly, As the commander of the team, you didn't even know that other people had sneaked into your team. You will be punished when you come back. Also, pay attention to safety, and watch your nephew, and don't let him mess around. Chan Leji is talented and capable. He has long intended to take him out for a walk, but Chani always refused on the grounds that he was still young. This time he secretly followed him out, which was just right to temper his pampered temper, so that he wouldn't have to eat and dress well like a girl all day long. Sean Mufing was not very worried about his safety. Not to mention that the place they were going to this time was not dangerous. Even with the treasures that Chani had accumulated for him in the past few years, he could go to a planet alone without any problem. Chapter 373 Extra. Marshall. Is that really your brother? How come it is so much bigger than you? Chan Leji looked back and forth several times, but still didn't believe that the huge Howlon Star Lord was his brother. It was more like the Marshal was his brother. After all, his size was there. Poof! He was responded by a column of water pouring down on his head. After teaching his friend a lesson, the Marshal shook the transparent wings on his back and let it turn into starlight and fall on the sea. The place where the starlight fell was where its body grew. The body, which was only 3 meters long, disappeared in a blink of an eye. The coastline was pushed forward by it. Wow! Chan Leji's eyes were about to pop out of his head in shock. He had never seen his friend so majestic, rushing into the sea with his short legs without ankles. He wanted to feel the transformed friend up close. Marshall! Marshall! Come down a little faster, I can't climb up. Marshall's skin was too slippery. He tried several times but couldn't climb up, anxiously jumping on the side, turning his head and shouting at it. The familiar transparent bubble appeared again, wrapped Chan Leji, and sent him to the Marshal's back. Ah! The big fish next to him saw this, and cried out in dissatisfaction, and swung its huge tail in the water, raising a row of huge waves. The Marshal turned around and shouted at it, as if to comfort and explain something. The big fish responded with a whine, and they kept talking to each other for a long time before stopping. Chan Leji relied on the prison to leave the Marshal's back and swam deeper into the sea. It was his first time to Howlon Star, and he saw everything strange, fish with colorful lights on their foreheads, one-eyed sea beasts with 3 legs. He wanted to catch every one of them and play with them. It was said that Howlon Star was the place where his mother was injured. Since then, it has been listed as a high-risk planet. If he hadn't been clever and secretly pestered his aunt without telling his mother, and squeezed into the team of gifted masters, he would not have had the opportunity to come to such a far place. The marshal was getting close to his brother whom he hadn't seen for many years, and for a moment he didn't notice that Changliji had swam away and was no longer with him. Marshal, they are the two little Kuni that year. It was because of their birth that the sea beasts fought. They were born from the same father and mother, and had the same blood and abilities. The law didn't decide who would be the master of the planet. A planet can only have one master. In order to select the strongest master, the law selected two of the strongest sea beasts as their guardians, and let them duel to select the star master. At that time, they were happily helping themselves in the sea. Under the influence of the law, they had the intention to kill their fellow brothers. The fight caused a violent explosion, which affected the entire sea area. If Chang'e had not had the blood of their parents before they left, which awakened them at the critical moment, they would have really fought to the death. Finally, the marshal who woke up took the initiative to recognize his brother as the master of the planet. He quietly returned to Chang'e and followed them to leave Haolan Star. The two brothers talked about the past and forgot everything. When Chang Song came to find him, the marshal realized that something was wrong. It seemed that he had lost his little friend. Chang Song believed in the marshal's ability in the water. Seeing that he was playing in the sea and not seeing Changliji, he thought he was playing nearby and shouted to the marshal, "Marshal, where is Liji? Tell him to come back and stop playing. It's time to eat." His mother asked him to answer the call. Hearing this, the marshal's body stiffened, and his brother hit him right on the head. His body turned over in the sea, and it took a long time for him to turn over again, raising his head out of the water and howling. This howl was sharp and long. If Chang Song could understand it, he would know how panicked he was. Chang Song stood on the shore and looked at the endless sea. He took off the whistle from his waist, puffed up his cheeks, and blew it hard. Beep! The sound resounded through the sky, and it could be heard even in the deep sea. This whistle was specially made by Chang'e to find his own monkey. It took a whole football-sized spiritual power crystal to make it. There were only 3 in total. Once the whistle sounded, anyone in Changliji could hear it within 1,000 meters. After the whistle, there was silence. There was no sound except the sound of wind and waves. Chang Song's eyes flashed, and he blew 3 short whistles in a row again. This was their secret code. When this sound appeared, Changliji knew that his family was looking for him. If he didn't respond immediately, he would be punished. Hua, hua, it was the sound of a big fish coming out of the water. Hey, hey, it cried twice to Chang Song on the shore, and when he saw that he didn't understand what it meant, it turned around and shouted at the marshal. Ah, hey, the marshal spit out a stream of water, shocked. What did it hear? How did Changliji do it? Chang Song couldn't understand their cries, and he couldn't see Changliji, so he was anxious and shouted to the marshal with his hands in a trumpet shape. Is there any news about Liji? Where is he? The marshal tilted his head and looked at him for a while, as if thinking about how to answer. After a while, he shrank his body, flapped his transparent wings, flew in front of Chang Song, opened his mouth and spit out a small bubble, which contained a special optical brain. Liji is fine. He went out to play. I go find him and come back later. The optical brain appeared a concise text under its conscious operation. Chang Song frowned. Can I go with you? No. The words on the marshal's light brain became bigger and bolder, rejecting his idea. The place where Changliji went was not welcoming to humans. Is he safe? The marshal hesitated for a while before replying, safe. As long as Changliji didn't seek death, nothing would happen with its protective shield. When can you come back? Chang Song's eyebrows were about to be wrinkled together. He regretted bringing this naughty monkey out. Changliji thought that he had coaxed his Aunt Xuanning with his sweet talk, and got on the flying ship without anyone noticing. In fact, Chang'e felt something strange about Haolan Star, and deliberately let him go out with the marshal. I don't know. Chang Song fell silent, as the marshal typed out 3 big words. Next time, he would never bring his nephew out again. He was too old and his heart couldn't bear it. The marshal took the food packed by Chang Song and dived into the depths of the ocean with the big fish without looking back, to visit the mysterious neighbor and find his little friend. Chapter 374 Extra. Buzz, before he got close, the marshal heard a piercing sound wave from a distance. Hey, Liji. Where are you? Swimming along, the marshal kept sending out sound waves to find Changliji's trace. At this time, Changliji, whom he was looking for, was lying in the coral bushes holding a silver little mermaid and sleeping soundly. This has to start with the lanternfish he saw. At first, he was just interested in the fish with a lantern ball on its head and chased it, but he didn't expect to be led to its nest later. There was a piece of transparent water grass there that would quietly entangle all the creatures that approached. Fortunately, he had a protective film given by the marshal on the outside, and he had the thunder ability, so he successfully escaped. After leaving the territory of the lanternfish, he found that he didn't know the direction he came from. He remembered that his mother said that the deepest part of the seabed of Howland Star was the marshal's home, so he used the green-haired turtle to choose a direction and move forward. He did not find the blue homeland his mother mentioned, but met a little mermaid being chased by a sawtooth shark on the road. He originally wanted to avoid it, and not meddle in other people's business. His mother said that if you encounter unexpected people and things on the way, it will be troublesome, so you should avoid them if you can. Just as he hid in the coral group on the side, the little mermaid swam straight to his hiding place for no reason. The marshal's protective shield could block a lot of damage, but it could not block the mermaid's sonic attack. Its cry for help was like a screaming chicken, torturing him repeatedly in his mind. It was really unbearable, causing him to be distracted for a moment, and his movements were a beat slower. He did not dodge, and the little mermaid was pulled into his protective shield like a water spirit. "Get out now!" Chanleji frowned and rejected the little mermaid, who was staying in the protective shield. No. The little mermaid had just started to learn to make human sounds, and her voice sounded awkward and harsh, like the sound of claws scratching glass. The little mermaid controlled the bubble to float above, and poked and pinched the night lighting pearl for lighting. This ball was so beautiful and shiny that she wanted it. Thinking so in her heart, she also asked it out loud, "Yes." "No." Chanleji jumped up, waved his hand to drive it away, and took the night lighting pearl into his arms, and hugged it tightly, staring at it, warily guarding against it, and loudly declared ownership, "This is mine." This night lighting pearl was the most beautiful one given by Woohoo. He liked it the most, and took it with him wherever he went. He would take it out to play with it every night before going to bed. He would not be able to sleep without it. The little mermaid was also a stubborn person. Seeing that he refused, she tilted her head and stared at the night shining pearl in his arms for a long time, and said, "Lin, change." "No." Chanleji was afraid that it would snatch it, so he simply stuffed the night shining pearl into his arms without caring whether he could see it or not. It can be seen that he was in a hurry and stuffed it in without completely unbuttoning his clothes. He tried for a long time, but there was still a corner exposed outside. He couldn't hide it completely. He could only shrink his shoulders and arch his back to use his body to cover the last exposed part. The little mermaid saw that the beautiful pearl was hidden by him, and she was anxious to get into Chanleji's arms. She liked to be with the shiny pearl. It felt warm and comfortable, but her tail was a little itchy, as if something was growing out. "Hey! Go away! No, go away quickly! It's so itchy, go away quickly, this is mine!" One tried to drill in, and the other pushed it out desperately. At the end of the fight, Chanleji and the little mermaid rolled on the ground with their white and fat belly exposed, one on each side of the night shining pearl. "This one is mine, I can give you another smaller one." After playing around, Chanleji took out a night shining pearl that was slightly smaller than his own, and discussed it with the little mermaid. The little mermaid's sight was attracted by the night shining pearl he had just taken out, and her body unconsciously stuck to it and rubbed against the night shining pearl. A mermaid made a cat shape and shouted happily, "Change." Chanleji said change and changed, and before he understood what it meant, the little mermaid suddenly crossed her hands and touched the position of her heart, where a bright light flashed. Her forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, her teeth were clenched, and a painful groan escaped from between her teeth. "Here!" The colorful stream of light flowed in her hand, and Chanleji reached out to take it woodenly. His eyes fell on the heart-shaped scales that were still warm. I sighed in my heart, so beautiful. Mom will definitely like it. I still have the night pearl. Can I exchange it with you for more scales? He raised his head, his eyes shining like stars, looking at the little mermaid expectantly. The little mermaid's eyes jumped back and forth between the night pearl and the scales, and her little face wrinkled because of the entanglement. It wanted the night pearl, but it only had 3 hard scales. The Queen Mother said that it couldn't be plucked out completely, or it would kill the mermaid. Thinking of those tribesmen, who had completely sunk into the abyss of the sea, it woke up in time and regretfully refused to continue the transaction with Chanleji. Chanleji listened to it half-knowingly, but in a moment, he had a new idea. "It doesn't matter. Do you have other tribesmen willing to exchange?" His proposal made the 2 little guys' eyes light up. They looked at each other, and made a great decision. He wanted to find other mermaids to change beautiful scales for his mother to make clothes. He wanted to bring beautiful night pearls for his companions, so that everyone could happily hug their babies and fall asleep. With a goal, the two little guys were amazingly active. They were not even afraid of the sawfish guarding outside. They found the right opportunity and worked together under its mouth, and slipped away with a whoosh. When the commander-in-chief came, he just ran into a large group of mermaids who came out to hunt. "Get out of the way, we don't have time to deal with you, go." The leading male mermaid drove the commander-in-chief impatiently. They were in a hurry to find the mermaid who deceived the little mermaid's heart scales, and they didn't care about anything else. Seeing that the commander-in-chief could not do it, the big fish swam forward, releasing the pressure of being the Star Master, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you seen a human child today?" Under the pressure, the mermaids paused for a while, and the leading mermaid turned around and asked other members with his eyes. The mermaids in the mermaid group looked at each other, and shook their heads, and said they had never seen one. "Who are you going to find?" The commander-in-chief was a little disappointed that he did not get the news of Chanleji. Before leaving, he asked one more question as if he was possessed by a ghost. The mermaid replied lightly because it had a similar aura to the Star Master, a sea monster with a gem on its head. The mermaid who had fought with Chanleji suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Star Master, he has your protective shield." Hearing this, the other mermaids cast dissatisfied eyes on the big fish. The Star Master is to protect the peace of the entire planet. How can he provide defense for such a sea monster that deceives little mermaids? Hearing this, the commander-in-chief looked at the big fish, and a few words rang in his mind at the same time, "Found it. We will find it with you." The big fish met their gaze, and said, "I have never provided shelter for the mermaid. Although I don't know why the human child was mistaken for a mermaid by the mermaids, why he deceived the little mermaid's heart-protecting scales, and kidnapped their little princess, the most urgent thing now is to find the person first." When Chang'e, who was far away on Chihong Star, received the call from Chang Song, her head was buzzing. That naughty monkey was only released for a few days. How could he make such a big fuss and offend the mermaids, one of the most mysterious creatures in the sea, to this extent? In any case, the child still had to be saved. According to the message sent back, Chang'e packed up all the night pearls in her home, and asked Wu Hu to plunder its stock to collect the ransom, and hurriedly flew to Haolon Star to get the person. After landing, before she could beat him, she looked at the silver-haired child behind Chanleji, and said, "Help." No, she must be old and dizzy. Holding her dizzy head, she walked towards the room in a daze. She needed to lie down and rest for a while. It would be fine when she came out. The little mermaid opened her ignorant eyes, pulled Chanleji's sleeves, and said, "Pearl?" It had no idea how much impact its appearance had brought to the hostess. It only remembered to urge its friends to take it to see the magical mermaid who could lay beautiful night pearls. Chanleji quietly moved his hands off his buttocks, took out the scales inside, carefully glanced at the direction where his mother disappeared, and grinned for a long time. "Wow!" Uncle lied, "Mom was obviously not going to beat me." After escaping a beating, Chanleji was a happy little bird again. He put the colorful heart-protecting scales in his arms, held his friend's hand, and hopped to find Wu Hu. Chapter 375 Extra. "Master, is there no other way?" The woman who begged was the mother of the unconscious girl on the couch. She and her husband were both villagers of Lihua village. They grew up together, and got married under the arrangement of the elders of both families. Although they had no children for 3 years, they lived a happy life. Her husband was the only son in the family. She didn't want him to be childless, so she went to Longshan Mountain to seek the master who lived there to pray for a child under the guidance of the old people in the village. She was lucky that she met the old master one day, and he gave her a magical medicine for childbirth. After taking the magical medicine and returning home, she really got pregnant and gave birth to a daughter in just 1 year. The name was the single word wish given by the old master. The nickname was Ayuan. The child was fair and pleasing to the eye. She didn't look like a rural child at all. Her big watery eyes shouted at everyone she saw. Everyone in the village, young and old, liked her, and her family loved her like a pearl. The first thing she and her husband did every day when they got home was to pick up Ayuan and coax her. Just when she thought that life would continue happily like this, Ayuan suddenly fell into a coma on his 3rd birthday. They looked for famous doctors, but it was of no use. In the time of crisis, she remembered the old immortal who gave her the magic medicine. With that 1 in 10,000 hope, she went into the mountains again, hoping to meet the old immortal to save the child's life. She did meet the old immortal, and he took the initiative to go home with her to treat the child without her asking much. The current situation is that if Yuan does not go with the old immortal, he will not live for more than 3 days. But if he goes with the old immortal, they will have no hope of meeting each other in this life. After signing the severance book, she watched the old immortal throw the yellow paper into the air, and it burned without fire. In just a moment, the ashes dissipated and disappeared. The old immortal held Yuan in one hand, chanted a Taoist name to them, and turned away. From this moment on, there is no longer Yuan, the daughter of the Zhang family, in the world, but Yuan, the little disciple of Don Xiaopik Wuchen Jinren. Yuan. Master is going to be in seclusion for several months. You must practice obediently, and not go out and run around, understand? Especially remember not to go to that room, remember? The old immortal master repeatedly warned the ignorant little disciple, took her to the room with restrictions, and explained the mechanisms inside to her one by one, so that she knew every detail. Master, have you kept the doll I gave you? Yes. Master, don't worry, Yuan will protect Qingqing well. Yuan stared with big eyes, and nodded seriously. Wuchen Jinren touched the little disciple's bun kindly, and said with relief, Okay. Master, I know Yuan is an obedient and good child. The Jinren's eyes looking at Yuan always felt that there was something between them, as if he was looking at her and not looking at her. Time passes in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the master has been in seclusion for more than a month. Don Xiaopik has been banned by him, and outsiders cannot enter. No matter how mature Yuan is, she is just a child of about 10 years old. She faces an empty room every day. She practices all the time. The only one who can accompany her is a clay doll that cannot speak. It is inevitable that she is bored. She really wants Qingqing to talk to her, and play with her one day, just like the brothers and sisters in other peaks. Qingqing, what can you do to make you talk to me? Once some thoughts arise, they are hard to suppress. In the following time, Yuan, in addition to routine cultivation, reads various ancient books every day to find ways to make Qingqing speak. She looked through the ancient books outside, and only learned from a few words that there is a puppet technique that can make puppets speak simply. She wanted more details, but there was no more. The closed room was like a mysterious treasure box, bewitching people. On a dark and windy night, Yuan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She stared with her big black eyes, touching Qingqing in her arms. After a long time, she put on her coat lightly, went out, and approached the closed door little by little. Creak. Recalling the location of the mechanism mentioned by the master, Yuan carefully groped and opened Pandora's box. From the furnishings in the room, it can be seen that this is a refining room. There is a strange refining furnace in the middle. It has a dark appearance and only 3 legs. There are green-faced and fang monster patterns engraved on the 3 sides. This monster specializes in swallowing dead souls, and is an unlucky existence. Generally, no one will engrave it on the refining furnace. His eyes moved to the curtain on the left. The yellow curtain fell vertically from the top to the ground, and there were talismans painted on it with cinnabar. Yuan had never learned the way of talismans, and didn't know what it meant, but he didn't like it in his heart. He turned around and walked to the right. There is a row of bookshelves with many ancient books on them. She found the secret book she had been looking for many days here. It turns out that there is a more perfect method than ordinary puppetry, the soul weapon clone. As long as she gives a little of her soul to Qingqing, she can always accompany her. After finding this place, she no longer cares about other things. She carefully hides the secret book in her chest, leaves in a hurry, and returns to her bedroom. She is anxious to go back to study the new secret book. She doesn't know that the master who should be in seclusion slowly appears behind the yellow curtain, looking at her leaving figure with a complicated expression. The lips move slightly, as if saying something. The voice is too low, only he can hear it. Chapter 376 Extra. Master? Why? Yuan looked at Wuchen Jinren, who was constantly supplying spiritual power to the array outside the array, puzzled, confused, bewildered. She didn't understand why things turned out like this. Wasn't today the day for her to overcome the tribulation? Didn't the master say yesterday that he had prepared many magic weapons for her to help her succeed once? My heart hurts. She wanted to hold the corner of the master's clothes and ask him if Yuan was not obedient. He didn't want Yuan anymore. Before she fell, she vaguely heard the answer. Father! Stop it, I don't want Yuan's body, I don't want. The consciousness was a little fuzzy, this is? Qingqing's voice. Yes, it's her, this voice often sounds in dreams. Qingqing. Yuan. Yuan. Wake up, don't sleep. Don't sleep. The sharp cry continued. Wu Qinzhenren remained calm in the face of his daughter's crying and accelerated the operation of the formation according to the plan. Qingqing. Listen, Yuan was born for you. This is her destiny. If it weren't for saving you, she wouldn't have been born at all. If Yuan wakes up, she will find that Qingqing has condensed into a solid body as she wished, floating above her body and entering her body little by little under the effect of the formation. So that's it. It turns out that she is just a puppet body that Master found for Qingqing. All the things in the past emerged in his mind one by one, and all the unreasonable things in the past were explained at this moment. The Master strictly forbade her to contact outsiders, not to protect her, but to prevent her from being contaminated by too many causes and conditions and causing accidents. The Master did not let her practice all the techniques except alchemy to prevent her from rebelling after knowing the truth. There was no forbidden room at all. It was a trap specially prepared for her, and she foolishly offered herself to it. And Qingqing, it turned out that she could talk all the time, but she just didn't talk to her. She foolishly gave her soul, and thought that she would give her the heart card after she successfully passed the tribulation, so that they could live together. Ha ha ha, she was a soul, and even tears were a luxury. There were thunders outside, and Yuan faced the direction of the light, calmly accepted her fate of extinction, and completely ended this ridiculous life. Qingqing. Stop! Stop it! The Wuchen master, who had always been very calm, was now embarrassed like a madman, shouting at his daughter in the formation. He never thought he was wrong. Yuan's life was given by himself. Now, he just took her back, why not? Yuan said to Wuchen master with a cold face, Father. I said, I don't want Yuan's body. Oh! It's not Yuan, it's Qingqing. She resurrected with Yuan's body. Qingqing picked up the cracked doll on the ground, and used her fingers to carefully trace every part of it, finally stopping at the red mole on its forehead, and slowly narrated. Father, you are always so self-righteous. When you make a decision, you never ask others if they agree. That year, when you abandoned my mother, and took me back to Danxia Peak without authorization. When I died unexpectedly and imprisoned me in this puppet's body. At this point, she suddenly paused, turned her head, and smiled strangely at Wu Qinzhenren. Sneered and said, No, I didn't die accidentally, it was you, my good father. You dislike my poor bloodline, but the low third-grade fourth-level spiritual roots, which tarnished your reputation as a genius alchemist, so you wanted to change my body for me. Am I right? My good father. You. Qin Wuchen's face suddenly changed, and he was really panicked at this time. Her face was smiling brightly, but her eyes were full of sadness. Facing her father's frightened eyes, she asked with a smile, You want to ask me how I know? Qingqing took out a box card from jade from her arms, opened it, and carefully placed the doll in it, letting her completely soak in the green liquid inside. After doing this, she slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, facing Qin Wuchen, with a smile on her lips. I have always known, and my mortal mother, whom you look down on the most, also knows. You always thought that it was because of my mortal mother's lowly blood that I was so useless. But the fact is that your dirty blood is the culprit. Qin Wuchen's hands and feet were tied tightly with immortal ropes, and could not move, and his mouth was sealed with a talisman. He could only guess his thoughts from his shocked eyes. My dear father, how can a man forget where he came from? Qingqing looked at him with sarcasm and disdain, as if he was the dirtiest being in the world. You have been a genius for so long that you have forgotten where your good spiritual roots come from. This belongs to your good senior brother, Master Mu Qing, not yours. Not yours? She screamed out the last few words. Woo-woo, Master Wuchen's pupils shrank suddenly, his spiritual power rioted, and his body struggled violently, trying to regain freedom and stop her from saying anything more. Qingqing admired his ugly appearance and continued, Do you know? My mother has another name, Ling, Bo Fairy. Hearing this long-lost name, Master Wuchen seemed to have his soul sucked out, lying there motionless and silent. His consciousness seemed to have returned to that long-lost time and space, when he was just an ordinary disciple, but he worked hard and made progress, believing that he could conquer nature and walk on the road, until he met the real genius, the senior brother Mu Qing, who was known as the hope of the sect, and the invincible person of the same level. You remember it, right? Qingqing sneered. Now, you know whose lowly bloodline affected me, right? Boom! The thunder sounded again. Qingqing looked up at the calamity cloud in the sky, slowly stood up, picked up the doll from the transparent liquid, and walked firmly towards the center of the formation. Before finally activating the formation, she turned her back to Wu Qinzhenren and said leisurely, Do you know? Yuan secretly learned the alchemy that you thought she would never learn. She used her own soul as a guide, and saved a box of soul liquid for me. As long as she succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, we can all live. The formation started, the thunder fell, and the immortal rope lost its function without its owner. Wu Qingjinren regained his freedom. He dragged his heavy body closer step by step, muttering something in his mouth, with an expression half crazy and half crazy on his face. He sat in the center of the formation for a long time without moving. The sect records that Wu Qingjinren of Danxia Peak had a daughter, with 4 spiritual roots, who died early in his early years. Later, he took in a female disciple and treated her as his own son. She died under the thunder tribulation of forming a pill. Wu Qingjinren was extremely sad, and kept himself in Danxia Peak for several months. Finally, he found a way to save him. He used his own cultivation as a guide and his soul as a sacrifice to set up a reincarnation formation to find a chance for the two of them to reincarnate. On a dark and windy night, A Yuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She stared with her big black eyes, touching Qingqing in her arms. After a long time, she put on her coat quietly, went out, and approached the closed door little by little. Creak, recalling the location of the mechanism mentioned by the master, A Yuan carefully groped and opened Pandora's box. From the furnishings in the room, it can be seen that this is a refining room. There is a strange refining furnace in the middle. It has a dark appearance and only 3 legs. There are green-faced and fang monster patterns engraved on 3 sides. This monster specializes in swallowing dead souls, and is an unlucky existence. Generally, no one will engrave it on the refining furnace. Her eyes moved to the curtain on the left. The yellow curtain fell vertically from the top to the ground, and there were talismans painted on it with cinnabar. A Yuan had never learned the way of talismans, and didn't know what it meant, but she didn't like it in her heart. She turned around and walked to the right. There was a row of bookshelves with many ancient books on them. She found the secret book she had been searching for many days here. It turned out that there was a more perfect method than ordinary puppetry, the soul weapon clone. As long as she gave a little of her soul to Qingqing, she could always be with her. After finding this place, she didn't care about anything else. She carefully hid the secret book in her chest, left in a hurry, and returned to her bedroom. She was in a hurry to go back to study the new secret book. She didn't know that the master who was supposed to be in seclusion slowly appeared behind the yellow curtain, looking at her leaving figure with a complicated expression. His lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. The voice was too low, and only he could hear it.